The Letters of Charles and Mary Lamb. 1796–1820. Letter 1. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Postmark May 27, 1796. Dear C., make yourself perfectly easy about May. I paid his bill when I sent your clothes. I was flush of money and am so still to all the purposes of a single life, so give yourself no further concern about it. The money would be superfluous to me if I had it. With regard to Alan, the woman he has married has some money. I have heard about £200 a year, enough for the maintenance of herself and children, one of whom is a girl 9 years old. So Alan has dipped betimes into the cares of a family. I very seldom see him, and do not know whether he has given up the Westminster Hospital. When Southey becomes as modest as his predecessor Milton, and publishes his epics in duodecimo, I will read a guinea a book is somewhat exorbitant, nor have I the opportunity of borrowing the work. The extracts from it in the Monthly Review and the short passages in your Watchman seem to me much superior to anything in his partnership account with Lovell. Your poems I shall procure forthwith. There were noble lines in what you inserted in one of your numbers from Religious Musings, but I thought them elaborate. I am somewhat glad you have given up that paper. It must have been dry, unprofitable, and of dissonant mood to your disposition. I wish you success in all your undertakings, and am glad to hear you are employed about the evidences of religion. There is need of multiplying such books 100-fold in this philosophical age to prevent converts to atheism, for they seem too tough disputants to meddle with afterwards. I am sincerely sorry for Alan, as a family man particularly. Legrice is gone to make puns in Cornwall. He has got a tutorship to a young boy, living with his mother, a widow lady. He will of course initiate him quickly in whatsoever things are lovely, honourable, and of good report. He has cut Miss Hunt completely. The poor girl is very ill on the occasion, but he laughs at it, and justifies himself by saying, she does not see him laugh. Coleridge, I know not what suffering scenes you have gone through at Bristol. My life has been somewhat diversified of late. The 6 weeks that finished last year and began this, your very humble servant spent very agreeably in a mad house at Hoxton. I am got somewhat rational now, and don't bite anyone. But mad I was, and many a vagary my imagination played with me, enough to make a volume if all told. My sonnets I have extended to the number of 9 since I saw you, and will some day communicate to you. I am beginning a poem in blank verse, which if I finish, I publish. White is on the eve of publishing. He took the hint from Vortigern, original letters of Falstaff, Shallow, and C. A copy you shall have when it comes out. They are without exception the best imitations I ever saw. Coleridge, it may convince you of my regards for you when I tell you my head ran on you in my madness, as much almost as on another person, who I am inclined to think was the more immediate cause of my temporary frenzy. The sonnet I send you has small merit as poetry, but you will be curious to read it when I tell you it was written in my prison house in one of my lucid intervals. To my sister, if from my lips some angry accents fell, peevish complaint or harsh reproof unkind, 'twas but the error of a sickly mind, and troubled thoughts clouding the purer well, and waters clear of reason, and for me. Let this my verse the poor atonement be, my verse which thou to praise wast ever inclined, too highly and with a partial eye to see. No blemish thou to me didst ever show, fondest affection and wouldst ofttimes lend an ear to the desponding love-sick lay, weeping my sorrows with me, who repay but ill the mighty debt of love I owe. Mary, to thee, my sister and my friend. With these lines, and with that sister's kindest remembrances to see, I conclude. Yours sincerely, Lamb. Your conciones ad populum are the most eloquent politics that ever came in my way. Write when convenient, not as a task, for there is nothing in this letter to answer. You may enclose under cover to me at the India House what letters you please, for they come post-free. We cannot send our remembrances to Mrs. C, not having seen her, but believe me, our best good wishes attend you both. My civic and poetic comps to Southey if at Bristol. Why, he is a very Leviathan of bards, the small minnow eye. This is the earliest letter of Lamb's that has come down to us. On February 10, 1796, he was just 21 years old and was now living at 7 Little Queen Street, since demolished, with his father, mother, Aunt Sarah Lamb, known as Aunt Hetty, Mary Lamb, and possibly John Lamb. John Lamb Sr. was doing nothing and had, I think, already begun to break up. His old master, Samuel Salt, had died in February 1792. John Lamb, the son born June 5, 1763, had a clerkship at the Southsea House. Charles Lamb had begun his long period of service in the India House, and Mary Lamb, born December 3, 1764, was occupied as a mantua maker. At this time Coleridge was 23. He would be 24 on October 21. His military experiences over, he had married Sarah Fricker on October 4, 1795, a month before Southey married her sister Edith, and was living at Bristol on Redcliffe Hill. The first number of The Watchman was dated on March 1, 1796. On May 13, 1796, it came to an end. On April 16, 1796, Cottle had issued Coleridge's poems on various subjects, containing also 4 effusions by Charles Lamb Nose, Roman 7, Roman 12, and Roman 13, and the Religious Musings. Southey, on bad terms with Coleridge, partly on account of Southey's abandonment of pantasocracy, was in Lisbon. His Joan of Arc had just been published by Cottle in quarto at a guinea. Previously, he had collaborated in The Fall of Robespierre, 1794, with Coleridge and Robert Lovell. Each, one evening, had set forth to write an act by the next. Southey and Lovell did so, but Coleridge brought only a part of his. Lovell's being useless, Southey rewrote his act, Coleridge finished his at leisure, and the result was published. Robert Lovell 1770 minus 1796 had also been associated with Coleridge and Southey in pantasocracy and was their brother-in-law, having married Mary Fricker, another of the sisters. When in 1795, Southey and Lovell had published a joint volume of poems, Southey took the pseudonym of Bean and Lovell of Martius. May was probably the landlord of the Salutation and Cat. The London Directory for 1808 has William May, Salutation Coffee House, 17 Newgate Street. We must suppose that when Coleridge quitted the Salutation and Cat in January 1795, he was unable to pay his bill and therefore had to leave his luggage behind. Cottle's story of Coleridge being offered free lodging by a London innkeeper if he would only talk and talk must then either be a pretty invention or apply to another landlord, possibly the host of the Angel in Butcher Hall Street. Allen was Robert Allen, a schoolfellow of Lamb and Coleridge's first friend. He was born on October 18, 1772. Both Lamb and Leigh Hunt tell good stories of him at Christ's Hospital, Lamb in Elia and Hunt in his autobiography. From Christ's Hospital, he went to University College, Oxford, and it was he who introduced Coleridge and Hucks to Southey in 1794. Probably, says Mr. E.H. Coleridge, it was he who brought Coleridge and John Stoddart, afterwards Sir John, and Hazlitt's brother-in-law together. On leaving Oxford, he seems to have gone to Westminster to learn surgery, and in 1797 he was appointed deputy surgeon to the Second Royals, then in Portugal. He married a widow with children. At some time later took to journalism, as Lamb's reference in the Elia essay on newspapers tells us, and he died of apoplexy in 1805. Coleridge's employment on the evidences of religion, whatever it may have been, did not reach print. Le Gris was Charles Valentine Le Gris, 1773–1858, an old Christ's Hospitaller and Grecian. See Lamb's Elia essays on Christ's Hospital and Grace before meat. Le Gris passed to Trinity College, Cambridge. He left in 1796 and became tutor to William John Godolphin Nichols of Trerife, near Penzance, the only son of a widowed mother. Le Gris was ordained in 1798 and married Mrs. Nichols in 1799. Young Nichols died in 1815 and Mrs. Le Gris in 1821, when Le Gris became sole owner of the Trerife property. He was incumbent of St. Mary's, Penzance, for some years. Le Gris was a witty, rebellious character, but he never fulfilled the promise of his early days. It has been conjectured that his skill in punning awakened Lamb's ambition in that direction. Le Gris saw Lamb next in 1834 at the Bell at Edmonton. His recollections of Lamb were included by Talfourd in the Memorials, and his recollections of Coleridge were printed in the Gentleman's Magazine, December 1834. I know nothing of Miss Hunt. Of Lamb's confinement in a madhouse, we know no more than is here told. It is conjectured that the other person to whom Lamb refers a few lines later was Anne Simmons, a girl at Whitford for whom he had an attachment that had been discouraged, if not forbidden, by her friends. This is the only attack of the kind that Lamb is known to have suffered. He once told Coleridge that during his illness he had sometimes believed himself to be young Norval in Holmes' Douglas. The poem in blank verse was, we learn in a subsequent letter, the Grandame, or possibly an autobiographical work of which the Grandame is the only portion that survived. White was James White, 1775–1820, an old Christ's Hospitaller and a friend, an almost exact contemporary of Lamb. Lamb, who first kindled his enthusiasm for Shakespeare, was, I think, to some extent involved in the original letters, and c. of Sir John Falstaff and his friends, which appeared in 1796. The dedication to Master Samuel Ireland, meaning William Henry Ireland, who sometimes took his father's name Samuel, the forger of the pretended Shakespearean play Vortigern, produced at Drury Lane earlier in the year, is quite in Lamb's manner. White's immortality, however, rests not upon this book, but upon his portrait in the Elia essay on chimney sweepers. The sonnet to my sister was printed, with slight alterations, by Lamb in Coleridge's Poems, 2nd edition, 1797, and again in Lamb's Works, 1818. Coleridge's Condones ad Populum, or Addresses to the People, had been published at Bristol in November, 1795. Letter 2. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Probably begun either on Tuesday, May 24, or Tuesday, May 31, 1796. Postmark, June 1. I am in such violent pain with the head that I am fit for nothing but transcribing, scarce for that. When I get your poems and the Joan of Arc, I will exercise my presumption in giving you my opinion of them. The mail does not come in before tomorrow, Wednesday morning. The following sonnet was composed during a walk down into Hertfordshire early in last summer. The Lord of Light shakes off his drowsed. Fresh from his couch, up springs the lusty sun, and girds himself his mighty race to run. Meantime, by truant love of rambling led, I turn my back on thy detested walls. Proud city, and thy sons I leave behind, a selfish, sordid, money-getting kind, who shut their ears when holy freedom calls. I pass not thee so lightly, humble spire, that mindest me of many a pleasure gone, of merriest days, of love and Islington, kindling anew the flames of past desire. And I shall muse on thee, slow journeying on, to the green plains of pleasant Hertfordshire. Footnote, drowsed I have met with I think in Spenser. 'Tis an old thing, but it rhymes with lead, and rhyming covers a multitude of licenses. The last line is a copy of Bowles's To the Green Hamlet in the Peaceful Plain. Your ears are not so very fastidious. Many people would not like words so prosaic and familiar in a sonnet as Islington and Hertfordshire. The next was written within a day or two of the last, on revisiting a spot where the scene was laid of my first sonnet that mocked my step with many a lonely glade. When last I roved these winding woodwalks green, green winding walks and pathways shady sweet, ofttimes would Anna seek the silent scene, shrouding her beauties in the lone retreat. No more I hear her footsteps in the shade. Her image only in these pleasant ways meets me self-wandering where in better days I held free converse with my fair-haired maid. I passed the little cottage which she loved, the cottage which did once my all contain. It spake of days that ne'er must come again, spake to my heart, and much my heart was moved. Now fair befall thee, gentle maid, said I. and from the cottage turned me with a sigh. The next retains a few lines from a sonnet of mine, which you once remarked had no body of thought in it. I agree with you, but have preserved a part of it, and it runs thus. I flatter myself you will like it. A timid grace sits trembling in her eye, as both to meet the rudeness of men's sight, yet shedding a delicious lunar light, that steeps in kind, oblivious ecstasy, the care-crazed mind, like some still melody, speaking most plain the thoughts which do possess her gentle sprite, peace and meek quietness, and innocent loves and maiden purity, a look whereof might heal the cruel smart of changed friends or fortune's wrongs unkind, might to sweet deeds of mercy move the heart of him who hates his brethren of mankind. Turned are those beams from me, who fondly yet past joys, vain loves, and buried hopes regret. Footnote: Cowley uses this phrase with a somewhat different meaning. I meant loves of relatives, friends, and sea. The next and last I value most of all. 'Twas composed close upon the heels of the last, in that very wood I had in mind when I wrote, methinks how dainty sweet. We were two pretty babes, the youngest she, the youngest and the loveliest far, I ween. And innocence her name, the time has been. We two did love each other's company. Time was, we two had wept to have been apart. But when, with show of seeming good beguiled, I left the garb and manners of a child, and my first love for man's society, defiling with the world my virgin heart, my loved companion dropped a tear and fled, and hid in deepest shades her awful head. Beloved, who can tell me where thou art? In what delicious Eden to be found, that I may seek thee the wide world around? Since writing it, I have found in a poem by Hamilton of Bangor these two lines to happiness. None sober and devout, where art thou fled? To hide in shades thy meek contented head. Lines eminently beautiful, but I do not remember having read 'em previously for the credit of my 10th and 11th lines. Parnell has two lines which probably suggested the above to contentment. Whither art thou fled? To hide thy meek, contented head. Footnote: an odd epithet for contentment in a poet so poetical as Parnell. Cowley's exquisite elegy on the death of his friend Harvey suggested the phrase of we two. Was there a tree that did not know the love betwixt us two? So much for acknowledged plagiarisms, the confession of which I know not whether it has more of vanity or modesty in it. As to my blank verse, I am so dismally slow and sterile of ideas, I speak from my heart, that I much question if it will ever come to any issue. I have hitherto only hammered out a few independent, unconnected snatches, not in a capacity to be sent. I am very ill, and will rest till I have read your poems, for which I am very thankful. I have one more favor to beg of you, that you never mention Mr. May's affair in any sort, much less think of repaying. Are we not floxenos, what d'ye call emists? We have just learned that my poor brother has had a sad accident. A large stone blown down by yesterday's high wind has bruised his leg in a most shocking manner. He is under the care of Cruikshanks. Coleridge, there are 10,000 objections against my paying you a visit at Bristol. It cannot be else. But in this world, 'tis better not to think too much of pleasant possibles, that we may not be out of humour with present insipids. Should anything bring you to London, you will recollect number 7, Little Queen St. Holborn. I shall be too ill to call on Wordsworth myself, but will take care to transmit him his poem when I have read it. I saw Legrice the day before his departure, and mentioned incidentally his teaching the young idea how to shoot. Knowing him, and the probability there is of people having a propensity to pun in his company, you will not wonder that we both stumbled on the same pun at once. He eagerly anticipating me, he would teach him to shoot. Poor Legrice! If wit alone could entitle a man to respect, and see he has written a very witty little pamphlet lately, satirical upon college declamations. When I send White's book, I will add that. I am sorry there should be any difference between you and Southey. Between you two there should be peace, though I must say I have borne him no goodwill since he spirited you away from among us. What is become of Marcius? You sported some of his sublimities, I see, in your Watchman. Very decent things. So much for tonight from your afflicted, headachy, sorrow-throaty, humble servant C. Lamb, Tuesday night. Of your Watchmen, the review of Burke was the best prose. I augured great things from the first number. There is some exquisite poetry interspersed. I have reread the extract from the religious musings and retract whatever invidious there was in my censure of it as elaborate. There are times when one is not in a disposition thoroughly to relish good writing. I have reread it in a more favorable moment and hesitate not to pronounce it sublime. If there be anything in it approaches to tumidity, which I meant not to infer in elaborate, I meant simply labored, it is the gigantic hyperbole by which you describe the evils of existing society. Snakes, lions, hyenas, and behemoths is carrying your resentment beyond bounds. The pictures of the simoom, of frenzy and ruin, of the whore of Babylon, and the cry of the foul spirits disherited of earth, and the strange beatitude which the good man shall recognize in heaven, as well as the particularizing of the children of wretchedness. I have unconsciously included every part of it. Form a variety of uniform excellence. I hunger and thirst to read the poem complete. That is a capital line in your sixth no. This dark frieze-coated, hoarse, teeth-chattering month. They are exactly such epithets as Burns would have stumbled on, whose poem on the ploughed-up daisy you seem to have had in mind. Your complaint that of your readers some thought there was too much, some too little original matter in your nose, reminds me of poor dead Parsons in the Critic, too little incident. Give me leave to tell you, sir, there is too much incident. I had like to have forgot thanking you for that exquisite little morsel, the first Sclavonian song. The expression in the 2D, more happy to be unhappy in hell, is it not very quaint? Accept my thanks in common with those of all who love good poetry for the Braes of Yarrow. I congratulate you on the enemies you must have made by your splendid invective against the barterers in human flesh and sinews. Coleridge, you will rejoice to hear that Cowper is recovered from his lunacy and is employed on his translation of the Italian and sea poems of Milton, for an edition where Fuseli presides as designer. Coleridge, to an idler like myself to write and receive letters are both very pleasant, but I wish not to break in upon your valuable time by expecting to hear very frequently from you. Reserve that obligation for your moments of lassitude when you have nothing else to do, for your loca restive and all your idle propensities, of course, have given way to the duties of providing for family. The mail is come in but no parcel, yet this is Tuesday. Farewell then till tomorrow, for a niche and a nook I must leave for criticisms. By the way, I hope you do not send your own only copy of Joan of Arc. I will in that case return it immediately. Your parcel is come, you have been lavish of your presents. Wordsworth's poem I have hurried through not without delight. Poor Lovell, my heart almost accuses me for the light manner I spoke of him above, not dreaming of his death. My heart bleeds for your accumulated troubles. God send you through, and with patience. I conjure you dream not that I will ever think of being repaid. The very word is galling to the ears. I have read all your musings with uninterrupted feelings of profound admiration. You may safely rest your fame on it. The best remaining things are what I have before read, and they lose nothing by my recollection of your manner of reciting them, for I too bear in mind the voice, the look of absent friends, and can occasionally mimic their manner for the amusement of those who have seen them. Your impassioned manner of recitation I can recall at any time to mine own heart, and to the ears of the bystanders. I rather wish you had left the monody on C concluding as it did abruptly. It had more of unity. The conclusion of your musings, I fear, will entitle you to the reproof of your beloved woman, who wisely will not suffer your fancy to run riot, but bids you walk humbly with your God. The very last words, I exercise my young novitiate thought in ministries of heart-stirring song, though not now new to me, cannot be enough admired. To speak politely, they are a well-turned compliment to poetry. I hasten to read Joan of Arc, and see I have read your lines at the beginning of 2D book. They are worthy of Milton, but in my mind yield to your Musks. I shall read the whole carefully, and in some future letter take the liberty to particularize my opinions of it. Of what is new to me among your poems next to the musings, that beginning, my pensive Sarah, gave me most pleasure. The lines in it I just alluded to are most exquisite, They made my sister and self smile, as conveying a pleasing picture of Mrs. C checking your wild wanderings, which we were so fond of hearing you indulge when among us. It has endeared us more than anything to your good lady, and your own self-reproof that follows delighted us. 'Tis a charming poem throughout. You have well remarked that charming, admirable, exquisite are words expressive of feelings, more than conveying of ideas, else I might plead very well want of room in my paper as excuse for generalizing. I want room to tell you how we are charmed with your verses in the manner of Spenser, and see and see and see and see and see. I am glad you resume the Watchman, change the name, leave out all articles of news, and whatever things are peculiar to newspapers, and confine yourself to ethics, verse, criticism, or rather do not confine yourself. Let your plan be as diffuse as the Spectator, and I'll answer for it the work prospers. If I am vain enough to think I can be a contributor, rely on my inclinations. Coleridge, in reading your musings, I felt a transient superiority over you. I have seen Priestley. I love to see his name repeated in your writings. I love and honor him almost profanely. You would be charmed with his sermons if you never read M. You have doubtless read his books, illustrative of the doctrine of necessity. Prefixed to a late work of his, In Answer to Pain, there is a preface giving an account of the man and his services to men, written by Lindsay, his dearest friend, well worth your reading. Tuesday Eve. Forgive my prolixity, which is yet too brief for all I could wish to say. God give you comfort and all that are of your household. Our loves and best good wishes to Mrs. C. C. Lamb. The postmark of this letter looks like June 1, but it might be June 7. It was odd to date it Tuesday night halfway through and Tuesday Eve at the end. Possibly Lamb began it on Tuesday, May 24, and finished it on Tuesday, May 31. Possibly he began it on Tuesday, May 31, and finished it and posted it on Tuesday, June 7. The Hertfordshire Sonnet was printed in the monthly magazine for December 1797 and not reprinted by Lamb. The sonnet that marked my step with many a lonely glade is that beginning. Was it some sweet device of fairy, which had been printed in Coleridge's Poems, 1796. The second, third, and fourth of the sonnets that are copied in this letter were printed in the second edition of Coleridge's Poems, 1797. Anna is generally supposed to be Anne Simmons, referred to in the previous note. Concerning Flaxainos what you call emists, Canon Anger has the following interesting note. Flaxai nosse is the beginning of a rule in the old Latin grammars, containing a list of words signifying of no account, flacus being a lock of wool, and nocus a trifle. Lamb was recalling a sentence in one of Shenstone's letters. I loved him for nothing so much as his flaxenos pilification of money. But Pantasocratists was, of course, the word that Lamb was shadowing. Pantasocracy, however, the new order of common living and high thinking, to be established on the banks of the Susquehanna by Coleridge, Southey, Fable, Burnet, and others, was already dead. William Cumberland Cruikshank, the anatomist, who attended Lamb's brother, had attended Dr. Johnson in his last illness. Le Grice's pamphlet was A General Theorem for A. Col. Declamation by Gronovius, 1796. Southey and Coleridge had been on somewhat strained terms for some time, possibly, as I have said in the previous note, owing to Southey's abandonment of pantisocratic fervor, which anticipated Coleridge's by some months. Also, to marry sisters does not always lead to serenity. The spiriting away of Coleridge had been effected by Southey in January 1795, when he found Coleridge at the Angel in Butcher Hall Street, vice the Salutation in Newgate Street, and bore him back to Bristol and the forlorn Sarah Fricker, and away from Lamb, journalism, and Eghart. Marcius was, as we have seen, Robert Lovell. No, V of the Watchman contained sonnets by him. The review of Burke's letter to a noble lord was in number I of the Watchman. The passage from Religious Musings, under the title The Present State of Society, was in number Roman II, extending from line 260 to 357. These lines were 279-378 first ed., 260-4363 second ed. The capital line in number Roman VI is in the poem Lines on Observing a Blossom on the 1st of February 1796. Poor dead Parsons would be William Parsons, 1736–1795, the original Sir Fretful Plagiary in Sheridan's Critic. Lamb praises him in his essay on the artificial comedy, in number Roman 9. Of the Watchmen were prose paraphrases of 3 Sclavonian songs, the first being Song of a Female Orphan, and the second, Song of the Haymakers. John Logan's Braes of Yarrow had been quoted in No. Roman 3 as the most exquisite performance in our language. The invective against the barterers refers to the denunciation of the slave trade in number Roman 4 of the Watchmen. Cowper's recovery was only partial, and he was never rightly himself after 1793. The edition of Milton had been begun about 1790. It was never finished as originally intended, but Fuseli completed 40 pictures, which were exhibited in 1799. An edition of Cowper's translations, with designs by Flaxman, was published in 1808, and of Cowper's complete Milton in 1810. Wordsworth's poem would be Guilt and Sorrow, of which a portion was printed in Lyrical Ballads, 1798, and the whole published in 1842. Coleridge's Monody on Chatterton, the first poem in his Poems on Various Subjects, 1796, had been written originally at Christ's Hospital, 1790. It continued to be much altered before the final version. The 2 lines from Religious Musings are not the last, but the beginning of the last passage. Coleridge contributed between 300 and 400 lines to Book Roman 2 of Southey's Joan of Arc, as we shall see later. The poem beginning My Pensive Sarah was a fusion 35, afterwards called the Aeolian Harp, and the lines to which Lamb refers are these, following upon Coleridge's description of how flitting fantasies traverse his indolent and passive brain. But thy more serious eye a mild reproof darts, O beloved woman, nor such thoughts, dim and unhallowed, dost thou not reject, and biddest me walk humbly with my God. The plan to resume The Watchmen did not come to anything. Joseph Priestley, 1733–1804, the theologian, at this time the object of Lamb's adoration, was one of the fathers of Unitarianism, a creed in which Lamb had been brought up under the influence of his Aunt Hetty. Coleridge, as a supporter of one of Priestley's allies, William Friend of Cambridge, and as a convinced Unitarian, was also an admirer of Priestley, concerning whom and the Birmingham riots of 1791 is a fine passage in Religious Musings, while one of the sonnets of the 1796 volume was addressed to him, circumstances which Lamb had in mind when mentioning him in this letter. Lamb had probably seen Priestley at the Gravel Pit Chapel, Hackney, where he became morning preacher in December 1791, remaining there until March 1794. Thenceforward he lived in America. His Institutes of Natural and Revealed Religion appeared between 1772 and 1774. The other work referred to is Letters to the Philosophers and Politicians of France, newly edited by Theophilus Lindsay, the Unitarian, as an answer to Mr. Paine's Age of Reason, 1795. Letter 3. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Begun Wednesday, June 8, dated on address, Friday, 10th June, 1796. With Joan of Arc, I have been delighted, amazed. I had not presumed to expect anything of such excellence from Southey. Why the poem is alone sufficient to redeem the character of the age we live in from the imputation of degenerating in poetry, were there no such beings extant as Burns and Bowles, Cowper, and fill up the blank how you please, I say nothing. The subject is well chosen. It opens well. To become more particular, I will notice in their order a few passages that chiefly struck me on perusal. Page 26, Fierce and terrible benevolence, is a phrase full of grandeur and originality. The whole context made me feel possessed, even like Joan herself. Page 28, it is most horrible with the keen sword to gore the finely fibered human frame, and what follows pleased me mightily. In the 2D book, the first 40 lines, in particular, are majestic and high-sounding. Indeed, the whole vision of the Palace of Ambition and what follows are supremely excellent. Your simile of the Laplander, by Nemi's Lake or Balder Giac, or the mossy stone of sulphur Kappa, will bear comparison with any in Milton for fullness of circumstance and lofty pacedness of versification. Southey's similes, though many of them are capital, are all inferior. In one of his books, the simile of the oak in the storm occurs, I think, 4 times. To return, the light in which you view the heathen deities is accurate and beautiful. Southey's personifications in this book are so many fine and faultless pictures. I was much pleased with your manner of accounting for the reason why monarchs take delight in war. At the 447th line, you have placed prophets and enthusiasts cheek by jowl, on too intimate a footing for the dignity of the former. Necessary and like speaking it is correct. Page 98. Dead is the Douglas, cold thy warrior frame, illustrious Buchan, and sea are of kindred excellence with Gray's, cold is Cadwallow's tongue, and sea. How famously the maid baffles the doctors, seraphic and irrefragable, with all their trumpery. 126 page. The procession, the appearances of the maid, of the bastard son of Orleans and of Tremoil, are full of fire and fancy, and exquisite melody of versification. The personifications from line 303 to 309 in the heat of the battle had better been omitted. They are not very striking and only encumber. The converse which Joan and Conrad hold on the banks of the Loire is altogether beautiful. Page 313. The conjecture that in dreams all things are that seem is one of those conceits which the poet delights to admit into his creed. A creed, by the way, more marvelous and mystic than ever Athanasius dreamed of. Page 315. I need only mention those lines ending with, she saw a serpent gnawing at her heart. They are good imitative lines. He toiled and toiled, of toil to reap no end, but endless toil and never-ending woe. 347 page. Cruelty is such as Hogarth might have painted her. Page 361. All the passage about love, where he seems to confound conjugal love with creating and preserving love, is very confused and sickens me with a load of useless personifications. Else that 9th book is the finest in the volume, an exquisite combination of the ludicrous and the terrible. I have never read either, even in translation, but such as I conceive to be the manner of Dante and Ariosto. The 10th book is the most languid. On the whole, considering the celerity wherewith the poem was finished, I was astonished at the infrequency of weak lines. I had expected to find it verbose. Joan, I think, does too little in battle, Dunois, perhaps, the same, Conrad too much. The anecdotes interspersed among the battles refresh the mind very agreeably, and I am delighted with the very many passages of simple pathos abounding throughout the poem, passages which the author of Crazy Kate might have written. Has not Master Southey spoke very slightingly in his preface and disparagingly of Cowper's Homer? What makes him reluctant to give Cowper his fame? And does not Southey use too often the expletives did and does? They have a good effect at times, but are too inconsiderable, or rather become blemishes, when they mark a style. On the whole, I expect Southey one day to rival Milton. I already deem him equal to Cowper, and superior to all living poets besides. What says Coleridge? The monody on Henderson is immensely good. The rest of that little volume is readable and above mediocrity. I proceed to a more pleasant task. Pleasant because the poems are yours, pleasant because you impose the task on me, and pleasant, let me add, because it will confer a whimsical importance on me to sit in judgment upon your rhymes. First, though, let me thank you again and again in my own and my sister's name for your invitations. Nothing could give us more pleasure than to come, but were there no other reasons, while my brother's leg is so bad it is out of the question. Poor fellow, he is very feverish and light-headed, but Cruikshanks has pronounced the symptoms favorable and gives us every hope that there will be no need of amputation. God send not. We are necessarily confined with him the afternoon and evening till very late, so that I am stealing a few minutes to write to you. Thank you for your frequent letters. You are the only correspondent, and I might add the only friend I have in the world. I go nowhere and have no acquaintance. Slow of speech and reserved of manners, no one seeks or cares for my society, and I am left alone. Alan calls only occasionally, as though it were a duty rather, and seldom stays 10 minutes. Then judge how thankful I am for your letters. Do not, however, burthen yourself with the correspondence. I trouble you again so soon, only in obedience to your injunctions. Complaints apart, proceed we to our task. I am called away to tea, thence must wait upon my brother, so must delay till tomorrow. Farewell, Wednesday. Thursday, I will first notice what is new to me. 13th page. The thrilling tones that concentrate the soul is a nervous line, and the 6 first lines of page 14 are very pretty. The 21st effusion a perfect thing, that in the manner of Spenser is very sweet, particularly at the close. The 35th effusion is most exquisite, that line in particular, and tranquil muse upon tranquillity. It is the very reflex pleasure that distinguishes the tranquillity of a thinking being from that of a shepherd. A modern one I would be understood to mean a Dametas, one that keeps other people's sheep. Certainly, Coleridge, your letter from Sherton Bars has less merit than most things in your volume. Personally, it may chime in best with your own feelings, and therefore you love it best. It has, however, great merit. In your 4th epistle, that is an exquisite paragraph and fanciful, of a stream there is which rolls in lazy flow, and sea, murmurs, sweet undersong mid jasmine bowers, is a sweet line, and so are the 3 next. The concluding simile is far-fetched. Tempest honored is a quaintish phrase. Of the monody on H, I will here only notice these lines as superlatively excellent. That energetic one, shall I not praise thee, scholar, Christian friend, like to that beautiful climax of Shakespeare, King, Hamlet, royal Dane, father, yet memory turns from little men to thee, and sported careless round their fellow child. The whole, I repeat it, is immensely good. Yours is a poetical family. I was much surprised and pleased to see the signature of Sarah to that elegant composition, the 5th epistle. I dare not criticize the Relig musings. I like not to select any part where all is excellent. I can only admire, and thank you for it in the name of a Christian as well as a lover of good poetry. Only let me ask, is not that thought and those words in Young stands in the sun? Or is it only such as Young in one of his better moments might have writ? Believe thou, O my soul, life is a vision, shadowy of truth, and vice and anguish and the wormy grave, shapes of a dream. I thank you for these lines in the name of a necessarian, and for what follows in next paragraph in the name of a child of fancy. After all, you cannot nor ever will write anything with which I shall be so delighted as what I have heard yourself repeat. You came to town, and I saw you at a time when your heart was yet bleeding with recent wounds. Like yourself, I was sore galled with disappointed hope. You had many an holy lay, that morning, soothed the mourner on his way. I had ears of sympathy to drink them in, and they yet vibrate pleasant on the sense. When I read in your little volume, your 19th effusion, or the 28th or 29th, or what you call the sigh, I think I hear you again. I image to myself the little smoky room at the Salutation and Cat, where we have sat together through the winter nights, beguiling the cares of life with poesy. When you left London, I felt a dismal void in my heart. I found myself cut off at one and the same time from 2 most dear to me. How blessed with ye the path could I have trod of quiet life. In your conversation you had blended so many pleasant fancies that they cheated me of my grief. But in your absence, the tide of melancholy rushed in again and did its worst mischief by overwhelming my reason. I have recovered, but feel a stupor that makes me indifferent to the hopes and fears of this life. I sometimes wish to introduce a religious turn of mind, but habits are strong things, and my religious fervors are confined, alas, to some fleeting moments of occasional solitary devotion. A correspondence, opening with you, has roused me a little from my lethargy and made me conscious of existence. Indulge me in it. I will not be very troublesome. At some future time, I will amuse you with an account as full as my memory will permit of the strange turn my frenzy took. I look back upon it at times with a gloomy kind of envy, for while it lasted, I had many hours of pure happiness. Dream not, Coleridge, of having tasted all the grandeur and wildness of fancy till you have gone mad. All now seems to me vapid, comparatively so. Excuse this selfish digression. Your monody is so superlatively excellent that I can only wish it perfect, which I can't help feeling it is not quite. Indulge me in a few conjectures. What I am going to propose would make it more compressed, and I think more energetic, though I am sensible at the expense of many beautiful lines. Let it begin, is this the land of song-ennobled line, and proceed to Otway's famished form. Then the Chatterton to blaze of seraphim. Then, clad in nature's rich array, to orient day. Then but soon the scathing lightning to blighted land. Then sublime of thought to his bosom glows. Then but soon upon his poor unsheltered head did penury her sickly mildew shed, and soon are fled the charms of vernal grace, and joy's wild gleams that lightened o'er his face. then youth of tumultuous soul to sigh as before. The rest may all stand down to gaze upon the waves below. What follows now may come next, as detached verses, suggested by the monody rather than a part of it. They are indeed in themselves very sweet, and we at sober eve would round thee throng, hanging enraptured on thy stately song, in particular perhaps. If I am obscure, you may understand me by counting lines. I have proposed omitting 24 lines. I feel that thus compressed it would gain energy, but think it most likely you will not agree with me, for who shall go about to bring opinions to the bed of Procrustes and introduce among the sons of men a monotony of identical feelings? I only propose with diffidence. Reject, you if you please, with as little remorse as you would the color of a coat or the pattern of a buckle where our fancies differed. The lines, friend to the friendless and see, which you may think rudely disbranched from the Chatterton will patch in with the man of Ross, where they were once quite at home, with two more which I recollect, and o'er the darried virgin's snowy cheek bad bridal love suffuse his blushes meek, very beautiful. The Pixies is a perfect thing, and so are the lines on the spring, page 28. The epitaph on an infant, like a Jack of Lanthorn, has danced about, or like Dr. Forster's scholars, out of the morn cron into the Watchman, and thence back into your collection. It is very pretty, and you seem to think so, but maybe o'erlooked its chief merit, that of filling up a whole page. I had once deemed sonnets of unrivaled use that way, but your epitaphs, I find, are the more diffuse. Edmund still holds its place among your best verses. Ah, fair delights, to roses round, in your poem called Absence recall, none more forcibly, to my mind the tones in which you recited it. I will not notice in this tedious, to you manner verses which have been so long delightful to me, and which you already know my opinion of. Of this kind are Bowles, Priestley, and that most exquisite and most Bowles-like of all, the 19th effusion. It would have better ended with agony of care. The last two lines are obvious and unnecessary, and you need not now make 14 lines of it. Now it is rechristened from a sonnet to an effusion. Schiller might have written the 20 effusion. 'Tis worthy of him in any sense. I was glad to meet with those lines you sent me when my sister was so ill. I had lost the copy, and I felt not a little proud at seeing my name in your verse. The complaint of Ninothoma, first stanza in particular, is the best, or only good imitation, of Ossian I ever saw, your restless gale excepted. To an infant is most sweet, is not foodful though very harsh, would not dulcet fruit be less harsh, or some other friendly bisyllable. In Edmund, frenzy fierce-eyed child, is not so well as frantic, though that is an epithet adding nothing to the meaning. Slander couching was better than squatting. In the Man of Ross, it was a better line thus, if neath this roof thy wine-cheered moments pass, than as it stands now. Time nor nothing can reconcile me to the concluding 5 lines of Kosciuszko, call it anything you will but sublime. In my 12th effusion, I had rather have seen what I wrote myself, though they bear no comparison with your exquisite lines on rose-leafed beds amid your fairy bowers, and see. I love my sonnets because they are the reflected images of my own feelings at different times. To instance, in the 13th, how reason reeled, and see, are good lines, but must spoil the whole with me, who know it is only a fiction of yours, and that the rude dashings did in fact not rock me to repose. I grant the same objection applies not to the former sonnet, but still, I love my own feelings. They are dear to memory, though they now and then wake a sigh or a tear. Thinking on divers things fordon, I charge you, call spare my ewe lambs, and though a gentleman may borrow 6 lines in an epic poem, I should have no objection to borrow 500, and without acknowledging, still in a sonnet, a personal poem. I do not ask my friend the aiding verse. I would not wrong your feelings by proposing any improvements, did I think myself capable of suggesting them in such personal poems as thou bleedest my poor heart. Odd so I am catched, I have already done it, but that simile I propose abridging would not change the feeling or introduce any alien ones. Do you understand me? In the 28th, however, and in the sigh and that composed at Clevedon, things that come from the heart direct, not by the medium of the fancy, I would not suggest an alteration. When my blank verse is finished, or any long fancy poems, propino tibi alterandum, catapandum, abridgendum, just what you will with it, but spare my ewe lambs, that to Mrs. Siddons now you were welcome to improve, if it had been worth it. But I say unto you again, call, spare my ewe lambs. I must confess, were they mine I should omit, in editini secunda, effusions 2-3, because satiric, and below the dignity of the poet of religious musings, 5/7, half of the eighth, that written in early youth as far as thousand eyes, though I part not unreluctantly with that lively line, chaste joyance dancing in her bright blue eyes, and one or two more just thereabouts. But I would substitute for it that sweet poem called Recollection in the 5th number of the Watchman, better, I think, than the remainder of this poem, though not differing materially. As the poem now stands, it looks altogether confused. And do not omit those lines upon the early blossom in your 6th number of the Watchman, and I would omit the 10th effusion, or what would do better, alter and improve the last 4 lines. In fact, I suppose if they were mine, I should not omit 'em. But your verse is for the most part so exquisite that I like not to see aught of meaner matter mixed with it. Forgive my petulance and often, I fear, ill-founded criticisms, and forgive me that I have, by this time, made your eyes and head ache with my long letter. But I cannot forgo hastily the pleasure and pride of thus conversing with you. You did not tell me whether I was to include the conciones ad populum in my remarks on your poems. They are not unfrequently sublime, and I think you could not do better than to turn them into verse, if you have nothing else to do. Alan, I am sorry to say, is a confirmed atheist. Stoddart or Stothard, a cold-hearted, well-bred, conceited disciple of Godwin, does him no good. His wife has several daughters, one of them as old as himself. Surely there is something unnatural in such a marriage. How I sympathize with you on the dull duty of a reviewer, and heartily damn with you Ned Evans and the prosodist. I shall, however, wait impatiently for the articles in the Crit. Rev. next month, because they are yours. Young Evans, W. Evans, a branch of a family you were once so intimate with, is come into our office and sends his love to you. Coleridge, I devoutly wish that fortune, who has made sport with you so long, may play one freak more, throw you into London or some spot near it, and there snugify you for life. 'Tis a selfish but natural wish for me, cast as I am on life's wide plain, friendless. Are you acquainted with Bowles? I see, by his last elegy written at Bath, you are near neighbours. And I can see the groves again. Was it the voice of thee? 'Twas not the voice of thee, my buried friend, who dries with her dark locks the tender tear, are touches as true to nature as any in his other elegy, written at the hot wells, about poor Russell and C. You are doubtless acquainted with it. Thursday. I do not know that I entirely agree with you in your stricture upon my sonnet to innocence. To men whose hearts are not quite deadened by their commerce with the world, innocence, no longer familiar, becomes an awful idea. So I felt when I wrote it. Your other censures, qualified and sweetened though, with praises somewhat extravagant, I perfectly coincide with. Yet I choose to retain the word, lunar, indulge a lunatic in his loyalty to his mistress the moon. I have just been reading a most pathetic copy of verses on Sophia Pringle, who was hanged and burned for coining. One of the strokes of pathos, which are very many, all somewhat obscure, is she lifted up her guilty forger to heaven. A note explains by forger her right hand with which she forged or coined the base metal. For pathos read bathos. You have put me out of conceit with my blank verse by your religious musings. I think it will come to nothing. I do not like 'em enough to send 'em. I have just been reading a book, which I may be too partial to, as it was the delight of my childhood, but I will recommend it to you. It is Izaak Walton's Complete Angler. All the scientific part you may omit in reading. The dialogue is very simple, full of pastoral beauties, and will charm you. Many pretty old verses are interspersed. This letter, which would be a week's work reading only, I do not wish you to answer in less than a month. I shall be richly content with a letter from you some day early in July, though, if you get anyhow settled before then, pray let me know it immediately. 'Twould give me such satisfaction. Concerning the Unitarian chapel, the salary is the only scruple that the most rigid moralist would admit as valid. Concerning the tutorage, is not the salary low, and absence from your family unavoidable? London is the only fostering soil for genius. Nothing more occurs just now, so I will leave you in mercy one small white spot empty below, to repose your eyes upon, fatigued as they must be with the wilderness of words they have by this time painfully travelled through. God love you, Coleridge, and prosper you through life, though mine will be loss if your lot is to be cast at Bristol, or at Nottingham, or anywhere but London. Our loves to Mrs. C. C.L. Southey's Joan of Arc, with contributions to Book Roman II, by Coleridge, had been published in quarto by Cottle. Coleridge contributed to Book Roman II. the first 450 lines, with the exception of 141-143, 148-22, 266-72, and 286-91. He subsequently took out his lines and gave them new shape as the poem The Destiny of Nations, printed in Sibylline Leaves, 1817. All subsequent editions of Southey's poem appeared without Coleridge's portion. The passages on page 26 and page 28 were Southey's. Those at the beginning of the second book were Coleridge's. The simile of the Laplander may be read in The Destiny of Nations, lines 63-79. These were the reasons given by Coleridge for monarchs making war. When luxury and lusts exhausted stores, no more can rouse the appetites of kings. When the low flattery of their reptile lords falls flat and heavy on the accustomed ear. When eunuchs sing and fools buffoonery make, and dancers writhe their harlot limbs in vain, then war and all its dread vicissitudes pleasingly agitate their stagnant hearts. The 447th line was Coleridge's. This is the passage. Whether thy law with unrefracted ray beam on the prophet's purged eye, or if, diseasing realms the enthusiast, wild of thought, scatter new frenzies on the infected throng, thou both inspiring and foredooming, both fit instruments and best of perfect end. With page 98 we come to Southey again, the remaining references being to him. The maid baffles the doctors in Book Roman 3. Page 126 is in Book Roman 4. The personifications are in Book Roman 6. The converse between Joan and Conrade is in Book Roman 4. Page 313 is at the beginning of Book Roman 9, and pages 315, 347, and 361 are also in Book Roman 9. Southey, in the preface to Joan of Arc, speaking of Homer, says, Pope has disguised him in fop finery, and Cowper has stripped him naked. Crazy Kate is an episode in the Task, The Sofa. The monody on John Henderson, by Joseph Cottle, was printed anonymously in a volume of poems in 1795, and again in the Malvern Hill. John Henderson, 1757-1788, was an eccentric scholar of Bristol. The lines praised by Lamb are the 4th, 12th, and 14th. The poem must not be confused with the monody on Henderson, the actor, by G.D. Harley. Lamb now turns again to Coleridge's poems. The poem on the 13th and 14th pages of this little volume was to the Rev. W.J.H. The 21st effusion was that entitled, composed, while climbing the left ascent of Brockley Combe. The 35th effusion is known as the Aeolian Harp. The letter from Sherton Bars is the poem beginning, Nor travels my meandering eye. The 4th epistle is that to Joseph Cottle, Coleridge's publisher and the author of the monody on Henderson, referred to in Coleridge's verses. The lines which Lamb quotes are Cottle's. The poem by Sarah Coleridge is The Silver Thimble, the passage in the Religious Musings, for which Lamb is thankful as a child of fancy, is the last paragraph. Contemplant spirits, ye that hover o'er, with untired gaze, the immeasurable fount, ebullient with creative deity, and ye of plastic power that interfused, roll through the grosser and material mass, in organizing surge, holies of God. And what if monads of the infinite mind, I haply journeying my immortal course, shall sometime join your mystic choir? Till then, I discipline my young novitiate thought in ministeries of heart-stirring song, and I on meditation's heavenward wing, soaring aloft I breathe the empyreal air of love, omnific, omnipresent love, whose dayspring rises glorious in my soul, as the great sun when he his influence sheds on the frost-bound waters. The glad stream flows to the ray and warbles as it flows. You came to town soon after his engagement with Sarah Fricker, his heart being still not wholly healed of its passion for Mary Evans. Coleridge had gone to London from Bristol, nominally to arrange for the publication of his Fall of Robespierre, and had resumed intercourse with Lamb and other old Christ's Hospital friends. There he remained until Southey forcibly took him back in January 1795. From what Lamb says of the loss of two friends, we must suppose, in default of other information, that he had to give up his honor at the same time. The loss of reason, however, to which he refers, did not come until the end of the year 1795. The 19th effusion, afterwards called On a Discovery Made Too Late, the 28th, The Kiss, the 29th, imitated from Ossian. Your monody, this not to be confounded with Cottle's monody on Henderson, was Coleridge's monody on Chatterton. Lamb's emendations were not accepted. As regards the Man of Ross, the couplet beginning "Friend to the friendless" ultimately had a place both in that poem and in the monody, but the couplet "And o'er the darried virgin" was never replaced in either. The lines on Spring, page 28, are lines to a beautiful spring. Dr. Forster Faustus was the hero of the nursery rhyme, whose scholars danced out of England into France and Spain and back again. The epitaph on an infant was in the Watchman, number Roman 9. See note on page 62. The poem Edmund is called Lines on a Friend Who Died of a Frenzy Fever Induced by Calumnious Reports. The lines in absence are those in the second stanza of the poem. They run thus. Ah, fair delights, that o'er my soul on memory's wing like shadows fly. Ah, flowers, which joy from Eden stole, while innocence stood smiling by. But cease, fond heart, this bootless moan. Those hours, on rapid pinions flown, shall yet return, by absence crowned, and scatter livelier roses round. The 19th effusion, beginning Thou bleedest, my poor heart, is known as On a Discovery Made Too Late. The 20th effusion is the sonnet to Schiller. The lines which were sent to Lamb, written in December 1794, are called To a Friend, together with an unfinished poem, Religious Musings. Coleridge's Restless Gale is the imitation of Ossian, beginning, The stream with languid murmur creeps. Foodful occurs thus in the lines to an infant. Alike the foodful fruit and scorching fire, awake thy eager grasp and young desire. Coleridge did not alter the phrase. Lamb contributed 4 effusions to this volume of Coleridge's, the 7th, to Mrs. Siddons, written in conjunction with Coleridge, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. All were signed C. L. Coleridge had permitted himself to make various alterations. The following parallel will show the kind of treatment to which Lamb objected. Lamb's original effusion, 11. Was it some sweet device of fairy that marked my steps with many a lonely glade, and fancied wanderings with a fair-haired maid? Have these things been, or what rare witchery, impregning with delights the charmed air, and lighted up the semblance of a smile? In those fine eyes, methought they spake the while, soft soothing things which might enforce despair, to drop the murdering knife and let go by his foul resolve. And does the lonely glade still court the footsteps of the fair-haired maid? Still in her locks the gales of summer sigh, while I forlorn do wander reckless where, and mid my wanderings meet no honor there. As altered by Coleridge, was it some sweet device of fairyland that marked my steps with many a lonely glade, and fancied wanderings with a fair-haired maid? Have these things been, or did the wizard wand of Merlin wave, impregning vacant air, and kindle up the vision of a smile in those blue eyes that seemed to speak the while such tender things as might enforce despair, to drop the mirthring knife and let go by his fell resolve? Ah me, the lonely glade still courts the footsteps of the fair-haired maid, among whose locks the west winds love to sigh. But I forlorn do wander, reckless where, and mid my wanderings find no honor there. In effusion 12 Lamb had written, or we might sit and tell some tender tale of faithful vows repaid by cruel scorn, a tale of true love or of friend forgot. And I would teach thee, lady, how to rail in gentle sort on those who practice not, or love or pity, though of woman born. Coleridge made it. But sweet scenes of fancied bliss, adieu. On rose-leaf beds, amid your fairy bowers, I all too long have lost the dreamy hours. Beseems it now the sterner muse to woo, if haply she her golden maid impart, to realize the vision of the heart. Again in the 13th effusion, written at midnight by the seaside after a voyage, Lamb had dotted out the last 2 lines. Coleridge substituted the couplet. How reason reeled, what gloomy transports rose, till the rude dashings rocked them to repose. Effusion 2, which Lamb would omit, was the sonnet to Burke, Effusion 3 to Mercy on Pitt, Effusion 5 to Erskine, Effusion 7 Lamb and Coleridge's joint sonnet to Mrs. Siddons, and Effusion 8 to Kosciuszko. The lines written in early youth were afterwards called Lines on an Autumnal Evening. The poem called Recollection in the Watchman was reborn as sonnet to the River Otter. The lines on the Early Blossom were praised by Lamb in a previous letter. The 10th effusion was the sonnet to Earl Stanhope. Godwin was William Godwin, the philosopher. We shall later see much of him. It was Allen's wife, not Stoddart's, who had a grown-up daughter. Ned Evans was a novel in 4 volumes, published in 1796, an imitation of Tom Jones, which presumably Coleridge was reviewing for the Critical Review. Young W. Evans is said by Mr. Dykes Campbell to have been the only son of the Mrs. Evans who befriended Coleridge when he was at Christ's Hospital, the mother of his first love, Mary Evans. Evans was at school with Coleridge and Lamb. We shall meet with him again. William Lyle Bowles, 1762–1850, the sonneteer who had exerted so powerful a poetical influence on Coleridge's mind, was at this time rector of Cricklade in Wiltshire, 1790–1797, but had been ill at Bath. The elegy in question was elegiac stanzas written during sickness at Bath, December 1795. The lines quoted by Lamb are respectively in the 6th, 4th, 5th, and 19th stanzas. Sophia Pringle, probably the subject of a catneck or other popular broadside. I have not found it. Isaac Walton. Lamb returns to praises of the Complete Angler in his letter to Robert Lloyd referred to on page 215. The reference to the Unitarian chapel bears probably upon an offer of a pulpit to Coleridge. The tutorship was probably that offered to Coleridge by Mrs. Evans of Darley Hall, no relation to Mary Evans, who wished him to teach her sons. Neither project was carried through. Letter 4. Apparently a continuation of a letter, the first part of which is missing. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Begun Monday night, June 13, 1796. Unfurnished at present with any sheet-filling subject, I shall continue my letter gradually and journal-wise. My second thoughts entirely coincide with your comments on Joan of Arc, and I can only wonder at my childish judgment which overlooked the first book and could prefer the 9th. Not that I was insensible to the soberer beauties of the former, but the latter caught me with its glare of magic. The former, however, left a more pleasing general recollection in my mind. Let me add, the first book was the favorite of my sister, and I now, with Joan, often think on Domremy and the Fields of Arc. I must not pass over without acknowledging my obligations to your full and satisfactory account of personifications. I have read it again and again, and it will be a guide to my future taste. Perhaps I had estimated Southey's merits too much by number, weight, and measure. I now agree completely and entirely in your opinion of the genius of Southey. Your own image of melancholy is illustrative of what you teach, and in itself masterly. I conjecture it is disbranched from one of your embryo hymns. When they are mature of birth, were I you, I should print 'em in one separate volume, with religious musings, and your part of the Joan of Arc. Birds of the same soaring wing should hold on their flight in company. Once for all, and by renewing the subject you will only renew in me the condemnation of Tantalus, I hope to be able to pay you a visit, if you are then at Bristol, sometime in the latter end of August or beginning of September for a week or fortnight. Before that time, office business puts an absolute veto on my coming. And if a sigh that speaks regret of happier times appear, a glimpse of joy that we have met shall shine and dry the tear. Of the blank verses I spoke of, the following lines are the only tolerably complete ones I have writ out of not more than 150, that I get on so slowly you may fairly impute to want of practice in composition, when I declare to you that, the few verses which you have seen accepted, I have not writ 50 lines since I left school. It may not be amiss to remark that my grandmother, on whom the verses are written, lived housekeeper in a family the 50 or 60 last years of her life, that she was a woman of exemplary piety and goodness, and for many years before her death was terribly afflicted with a cancer in her breast, which she bore with true Christian patience. You may think that I have not kept enough apart the ideas of her heavenly and her earthly master, but recollect, I have designedly given in to her own way of feeling, and if she had a failing, 'twas that she respected her master's family too much, not reverenced her maker too little. The lines begin imperfectly, as I may probably connect 'em if I finish at all, and if I do, Biggs shall print 'em in a more economical way than you yours, for sonnets and all, they won't make 1,000 lines as I propose completing 'em, and the substance must be wire-drawn. Tuesday evening, June 14, 1796. I am not quite satisfied now with the Chatterton, and with your leave will try my hand at it again. A master joiner, you know, may leave a cabinet to be finished when his own hands are full. To your list of illustrative personifications, into which a fine imagination enters, I will take leave to add the following from Beaumont and Fletcher's Wife for a Month. Tease the conclusion of a description of a sea fight. The game of death was never played so nobly. The meager thief grew wanton in his mischiefs, and his shrunk hollow eyes smiled on his ruins. There is fancy in these of a lower order from Bonduca. Then did I see these valiant men of Britain, like boding owls, creep into tods of ivy, and hoot their fears to one another nightly. Not that it is a personification, only it just caught my eye in a little extract book I keep, which is full of quotations from B and F in particular, in which authors I can't help thinking there is a greater richness of poetical fancy than in anyone, Shakespeare excepted. Are you acquainted with Massinger? At a hazard, I will trouble you with a passage from a play of his called A Very Woman. The lines are spoken by a lover disguised to his faithless mistress. You will remark the fine effect of the double endings. You will by your ear distinguish the lines, for I write 'em as prose. Not far from where my father lives, a lady, a neighbor by, blessed with as great a beauty as nature durst bestow without undoing, dwelt, and most happily, as I thought then, and blessed the house 1,000 times she dwelt in. This beauty in the blossom of my youth, when my first fire knew no adulterate incense, nor I no way to flatter but my fondness, in all the bravery my friends could show me, in all the faith my innocence could give me, in the best language my true tongue could tell me, and all the broken sighs my sick heart lend me, I sued and served. Long did I serve this lady, long was my travail, long my trade to win her. With all the duty of my soul I served her. Then she must love. She did, but never me. She could not love me, she would not love, she hated, more she scorned me, and in so poor and base a way abused me for all my services, for all my bounties so bold neglects flung on me. What out of love and worthy love I gave her shame to her most unworthy mind, to fools, to girls, to fiddlers and her boys she flung, all in disdain of me. One more passage strikes my eye from B and F's, Palamon and Arcite. One of 'em complains in prison, "This is all our world. We shall know nothing here but one another, hear nothing but the clock that tells our woes. The vine shall grow, but we shall never see it, and see." Is not the last circumstance exquisite? I mean not to lay myself open by saying they exceed Milton, and perhaps Collins, in sublimity. But don't you conceive all poets after Shakespeare yield to him in variety of genius? Massinger treads close on their heels, but you are most probably as well acquainted with his writings as your humble servant. My quotations, in that case, will only serve to expose my barrenness of matter. Southey, in simplicity and tenderness, is excelled decidedly only, I think, by Beaumont and F. In his Their Maid's Tragedy, and some parts of Philaster in particular, and elsewhere occasionally, and perhaps by Cowper in his Crazy Kate, and in parts of his translation, such as the speeches of Hecuba and Andromache. I long to know your opinion of that translation. The Odyssey especially is surely very Homeric. What nobler than the appearance of Phoebus at the beginning of the Iliad, the lines ending with dread sounding, bounding on the silver bow. I beg you will give me your opinion of the translation. It afforded me high pleasure. As curious a specimen of translation as ever fell into my hands is A Young Man's in Our Office, of a French novel. What in the original was literally amiable delusions of the fancy, he proposed to render the fair frauds of the imagination. I had much trouble in licking the book into any meaning at all, yet did the knave clear £50 or £60 by subscription and selling the copyright. The book itself not a week's work. Today's portion of my journalizing epistle has been very dull and poverty-stricken. I will here end. Tuesday night. I have been drinking egg hot and smoking Orinoco, associated circumstances, which ever forcibly recall to my mind our evenings and nights at the Salutation. My eyes and brain are heavy and asleep, but my heart is awake. And if words came as ready as ideas, and ideas as feelings, I could say 100 kind things. Coleridge, you know not my supreme happiness at having one on earth, though counties separate us, whom I can call a friend. Remember you those tender lines of Logan. Our broken friendships we deplore, and loves of youth that are no more. No after friendships e'er can raise. Endearments of our early days, and ne'er the heart such fondness prove, as when we first began to love. I am writing at random, and half tipsy, what you may not equally understand, as you will be sober when you read it, but my sober and my half-tipsy hours you are alike a sharer in. Good night. Then up rose our bard, like a prophet in drink. Craig Dorach, thou'lt soar when creation shall sink. Burns. Thursday, June 16, 1796. I am now in high hopes to be able to visit you, if perfectly convenient on your part, by the end of next month, perhaps the last week or fortnight in July. A change of scene and a change of faces would do me good, even if that scene were not to be Bristol, and those faces Coleridge's and his friends. In the words of Terence, a little altered, teed it me hugus quotidiani mundi. I am heartily sick of the everyday scenes of life. I shall half wish you unmarried, don't show this to Mrs. C, for one evening only, to have the pleasure of smoking with you, and drinking egg hot in some little smoky room in a pot house, for I know not yet how I shall like you in a decent room, and looking quite happy. My best love and respects to Sarah notwithstanding. Yours sincerely, Charles Lamb. Coleridge's image of melancholy will be found in the lines, Melancholy, a fragment. It was published in Sibylline Leaves, 1817, and in a note Coleridge said that the verses were printed in the Morning Chronicle in 1794. They were really printed in the Morning Post, December 12, 1797. Coleridge had probably sent them to Lamb in MS. The hymns came to nothing. The following lines. Lamb's poem, The Grandame, was presumably included in this letter. See Vol, Roman 4. Mary Field, Lamb's grandmother, died July 31, 1792, aged 79, and was buried in Widford churchyard. She had been for many years housekeeper in the Plumer family at Blakesware. On William Plumer's moving to Gilston, a neighboring seat, in 1767, she had sole charge of the Blakesware mansion, where her grandchildren used to visit her. Compare Lamb's Elia Essays, Blakesmoor in H. Shire, and Dream Children. N. Biggs was the printer of Coleridge's poems, 1797. Lamb had begun his amendment of Coleridge's monody on the death of Chatterton in his letter of June 10. Coleridge's illustrative personifications here referred to are in that poem. The extract book from which Lamb copied his quotations from Beaumont and Fletcher and Massinger was, he afterwards tells us, destroyed, but similar volumes, which he filled later, are preserved. Many of his extracts he included in his dramatic specimens. Writing to Charles Lloyd, Sen, in 1809, Lamb says of Cowper as a translator of Homer that he delays you, walking over a bowling green. Canon Ainger possessed a copy of the book translated by Lamb's fellow clerk. It was called Sentimental Tablets of the Good Pamphile. Translated from the French of M. Gorgy by P. S. Dupuy of the East India House, 1795. Among the subscribers' names were Thomas By, 5 copies. Ball Evans, Savory, 2 copies, and Lamb himself. Letter 5. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Probably begun on Wednesday, June 29, p.m. July 1, 1796. The first moment I can come I will, but my hopes of coming yet a while, yet hang on a ticklish thread. The coach I come by is immaterial, as I shall so easily by your direction find ye out. My mother is grown so entirely helpless, not having any use of her limbs, that Mary is necessarily confined from ever sleeping out, she being her bedfellow. She thanks you though, and will accompany me in spirit. Most exquisite are the lines from Withers. Your own lines introductory to your poem on self run smoothly and pleasurably, and I exhort you to continue 'em. What shall I say to your dactyls? They are what you would call good per se, but a parody on some of 'em is just now suggesting itself, and you shall have it rough and unlicked. I mark with figures the lines parodied. Sorely your dactyls do drag along limp-footed. Sad is the measure that hangs a clod round 'em so, meagre and languid, proclaiming its wretchedness. Weary, unsatisfied, not little sick of 'em. Cold is my tired heart, I have no charity. Painfully travelling thus over the rugged road. O begone, measure, half Latin, half English then. Dismal your dactyls are, God help ye, rhyming ones. I possibly may not come this fortnight, therefore all thou hast to do is not to look for me any particular day, only to write word immediately if at any time you quit Bristol, lest I come, and Taffy be not at home. I hope I can come in a day or two, but young Savory of my office is suddenly taken ill in this very nick of time, and I must officiate for him till he can come to work again. Had the knave gone sick and died and putrefied at any other time, philosophy might have afforded one comfort, but just now I have no patience with him. Quarles I am as great a stranger to as I was to Withers. I wish you would try and do something to bring our elder bards into more general fame. I writhe with indignation when in books of criticism, where commonplace quotation is heaped upon quotation, I find no mention of such men as Massinger or B. and F.L., men with whom succeeding dramatic writers, Otway alone excepted, can bear no manner of comparison. Stupid Knox hath noticed none of 'em among his extracts. Thursday, Mrs. C. can scarce guess how she has gratified me by her very kind letter and sweet little poem. I feel that I should thank her in rhyme, but she must take my acknowledgment at present in plain honest prose. The uncertainty in which I yet stand, whether I can come or no, damps my spirits, reduces me a degree below prosaical, and keeps me in a suspense that fluctuates between hope and fear. Hope is a charming, lively, blue-eyed wench, and I am always glad of her company, but could dispense with the visitor she brings with her, her younger sister, Fear, a white-livered, lily-cheeked, bashful, palpitating, awkward hussy that hangs like a green girl at her sister's apron strings, and will go with her whithersoever she goes. For the life and soul of me, I could not improve those lines in your poem on the prince and princess, so I changed them to what you bid me and left 'em at Perry's. I think 'em altogether good, and do not see why you were solicitous about any alteration. I have not yet seen, but will make it my business to see, today's Chronicle for your verses on Horne Tooke. Dyer stands at him in one of the papers t'other day, but I think unsuccessfully. Tooke's friends' meeting was, I suppose, a dinner of condolence. I am not sorry to find you, for all Sarah, immersed in clouds of smoke and metaphysic. You know I had a sneaking kindness for this last noble science, and you taught me some smattering of it. I look to become no mean proficient under your tuition. Coleridge, what do you mean by saying you wrote to me about Plutarch and Porphyry? I received no such letter, nor remember a syllable of the matter, yet am not apt to forget any part of your epistles, least of all an injunction like that. I will cast about for 'em, though I am a sad hand to know what books are worth, and both those worthy gentlemen are alike out of my line. Tomorrow I shall be less suspensive and in better cue to write, so goodbye at present. Friday evening. That execrable aristocrat and knave Richardson has given me an absolute refusal of leave. The poor man cannot guess at my disappointment. Is it not hard, this dread dependence on the low-bred mind? Continue to write to me though, and I must be content. Our loves and best good wishes attend upon you both. Lamb. Savory did return, but there are 2 or 3 more ill and absent, which was the plea for refusing me. I will never commit my peace of mind by depending on such a wretch for a favor in future, so shall never have heart to ask for holidays again. The man next him in office, Cartwright, furnished him with the objections. See Lamb. The dactyls were Coleridge's only in the third stanza. The remainder were Southey's. The poem is known as The Soldier's Wife, printed in Southey's Poems, 1797. Later Southey revised the verses. The Anti-Jacobin had a parody of them. Young Savery was probably a relative of Hester Savery, whom we shall meet later. He entered the East India House on the same day that Lamb did. We do not know what were the lines from Wither which Coleridge had sent to Lamb, but Lamb himself eventually did much to bring him and the elder bards into more general fame, in the Dramatic Specimens, 1808, and in the essay on the poetical works of George Wither, in the Works, 1818. Stupid Knox was Vysemus Knox, 1750–1821, the editor of Elegant Extracts in Many Forms. Her sweet little poem, Sarah Coleridge's verses no longer exist. See Lamb's next letter for his poetical reply. Coleridge's poem on the Prince and Princess, on a late connubial rupture in high life, was not accepted by Perry of the Morning Chronicle. It appeared in the monthly magazine, September 1796. The verses addressed to J. Horne Tooke and the company who met on June 28, 1796, to celebrate his poll at the Westminster election, were not printed in the Morning Chronicle. Tooke had opposed Charles James Fox, who polled 5,160 votes, and Sir Alan Gardner, who polled 4,814, against his own 2,819. Dyer was George Dyer, 1755–1841, an old Christ's Hospitaller, but before Lamb and Coleridge's time, of whom we shall see much. Lamb's famous G.D. William Richardson was Accountant General of the East India House at that time. Charles Cartwright, his deputy. Letter 6. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. The 5th July, 1796, p.m. same date. To Sarah and her Samuel. Was it so hard a thing, I did but ask? A fleeting holy day, one little week. Or haply too, had bounded my request. What if the jaded steer, who all day long had borne the heat and labor of the plough, when evening came and her sweet cooling hour, should seek to trespass on a neighbor copse, where greener herbage waved or clearer streams invited him to slake his burning thirst? That man were crabbed who should say him nay. That man were churlish who should drive him thence. A blessing light upon your heads, ye good, ye hospitable pair. I may not come to catch on Clifton's heights the summer gale. I may not come, a pilgrim to the vales, where Avon winds, to taste th inspiring waves, which Shakespeare drank, our British Helicon, or with mine eye intent on Redcliffe towers, to drop a tear for that mysterious youth, cruelly slighted, who to London walls, in evil hour, shapt his disastrous course. Complaints begone, begone ill-omened thoughts. For yet again, and lo, from Avon banks, another minstrel cometh, youth beloved. God and good angels guide thee on thy way, and gentler fortunes wait the friends I love. C.L. Letter 7. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. The 6th July p.m. July 7, 1796. Substitute in room of that last confused and incorrect paragraph, following the words disastrous course, these lines. Side note, vd 3d page of this epistle. With better hopes, I trust, from Avon's vales, this other minstrel cometh youth endeared. No God and good angels guide thee on thy road, and gentler fortunes wait the friends I love. Lamb has crossed through the above lines. Let us prose. What can I do till you send word what priced and placed house you should like? Islington, possibly you would not like. To me, T's classical ground. Knightsbridge is a desirable situation for the air of the parks. St. George's Fields is convenient for its contiguity to the bench. Choose, but are you really coming to town? The hope of it has entirely disarmed my petty disappointment of its nettles. Yet I rejoice so much on my own account that I fear I do not feel enough pure satisfaction on yours. Why, surely the joint editorship of the Crown must be a very comfortable and secure living for a man. But should not you read French, or do you? And can you write with sufficient moderation, as 'tis called, when one suppresses the one half of what one feels, or could say on a subject, to chime in the better with popular lukewarmness? White's letters are near publication. Could you review 'em or get 'em reviewed? Are you not connected with the Crit, Rev? His frontispiece is a good conceit, Sir John learning to dance, to please Madame Page in dress of doublet, etc., from for the upper half, and modern pantaloons with shoes, etc., of the 18th century, from for the lower half, and the whole work is full of goodly quips and rare fancies, all deftly masked like hoar antiquity, much superior to Dr. Kenrick's Falstaff's Wedding, which you may have seen. Allen sometimes laughs at superstition and religion and the like. A living fell vacant lately in the gift of the hospital. White informed him that he stood a fair chance for it. He scrupled and scrupled about it, and at last, to use his own words, tampered with Godwin to know whether the thing was honest or not. Godwin said nay to it, and Allen rejected the living. Could the blindest poor papish have bowed more servilely to his priest or casuist? Why, sleep the watchman's answers to that, Godwin. I beg you will not delay to alter, if you mean to keep, those last lines I sent you. Do that, and read these for your pains. To the poet Cowper. Cowper, I thank my God that thou art healed. Thine was the sorest malady of all, and I am sad to think that it should light upon the worthy head, but thou art healed. And thou art yet, we trust, the destined man, born to reanimate the lyre, whose chords have slumbered and have idle lain so long, to the immortal sounding of whose strings did Milton frame the stately paced verse, among whose wires, with lighter finger playing, our elder bard, Spenser, a gentle name, the lady, Muse's dearest darling child, elicited the deftest tunes yet heard, in hall or bower, taking the delicate of Sidney and his peerless maiden queen. Thou then take up the mighty epic strain, Cowper of England's bards, the wisest and the best. I have read your climax of praises in those 3 reviews. These mighty spouters out of panegyric waters have, 2 of 'em, scattered their spray even upon me, and the waters are cooling and refreshing. Prosaically, the monthly reviewers have made indeed a large article of it, and done you justice. The critical have, in their wisdom, selected not the very best specimens, and notice not, except as one name on the muster roll, the religious musings. I suspect Master Dyer to have been the writer of that article, as the substance of it was the very remarks and the very language he used to me one day. I fear you will not accord entirely with my sentiments of Cowper, as expressed above, perhaps scarcely just, but the poor gentleman has just recovered from his lunacies, and that begets pity, and pity love, and love admiration, and then it goes hard with people, but they lie. Have you read the ballad called Leonora in the 2nd number of the monthly magazine? If you have, there is another fine song from the same author Berger in the 3D number of scarce inferior merit, and vastly below these there are some happy specimens of English hexameters in an imitation of Ossian in the 5th no. For your dactyls I am sorry you are so sore about 'em, a very so fretful. In good troth, the dactyls are good dactyls, but their measure is not. Be not yourself, half anger, half agony, if I pronounce your darling lines not to be the best you ever wrote. You have written much. For the alterations in those lines, let 'em run thus. I may not come a pilgrim to the banks of Avon, lucid stream, to taste the wave-inspiring wave, was to which Shakespeare drank, our British Helicon, commonplace. Or with mine eye and see to muse in tears on that mysterious youth, and see better than drop a tear. Then the last paragraph alter thus. Better refer to my own complaint begone, begone unkind reproof. Complaint solely than take up my song, take up a merrier strain, half to that and half to for yet again, and lo, from Avon's vales, Chatterton, as in your another Mistrel cometh. Youth endeared copy, which creates a god and good angels, and see, as before confusion, ominous fears, and see. Have a care, good master poet, of the statute de contumelia. What do you mean by calling Madame Mara harlot and naughty things? The goodness of the verse would not save you in a court of justice, but are you really coming to town? Coleridge, a gentleman called in London lately from Bristol, inquired whether there were any of the family of a Mr. Chambers living. This Mr. Chambers, he said, had been the making of a friend's fortune, who wished to make some return for it. He went away without seeing her. Now, a Mrs. Reynolds, a very intimate friend of ours, whom you have seen at our house, is the only daughter and all that survives of Mr. Chambers, and a very little supply would be of service to her, for she married very unfortunately and has parted with her husband. Pray find out this Mr. Pember, for that was the gentleman's friend's name. He is an attorney and lives at Bristol. Find him out and acquaint him with the circumstances of the case, and offer to be the medium of supply to Mrs. Reynolds if he chooses to make her a present. She is in very distressed circumstances. Mr. Pember, attorney, Bristol. Mr. Chambers lived in the Temple. Mrs. Reynolds, his daughter, was my schoolmistress, and is in the room at this present writing. This last circumstance induced me to write so soon again. I have not further to add. Our loves to Sarah. Thursday. See Lamb. The passage at the beginning, before let us prose, together with the later passages in the same manner, refers to the poem in the preceding letter, which in slightly different form is printed in editions of Lamb as lines to Sarah and her Samuel. To complete the sense of the letter, one should compare the text of the poem in Vol. Roman 4. Coleridge had just received a suggestion, through Dr. Beddoes of Bristol, that he should replace Gray, the late co-editor, with James Perry of the Morning Chronicle. It came to nothing, but Coleridge had told Lamb and had asked him to look out a house in town for him. Dr. Kenrick's Falstaff's Wedding, 1760, was a continuation of Shakespeare's Henry Roman 4. We do not know what were the last lines that Lamb had sent to Coleridge. The lines to Cowper were printed in the Monthly Magazine for December 1796. Coleridge's poems were reviewed in the Monthly Review, June 1796, with no mention of Lamb. The critical review for the same month said of Lamb's effusions, "These are very beautiful." Burger's Leonora, which was to have such an influence upon English literature, it was the foundation of much of Sir Walter Scott's poetry, was translated from the German by William Taylor of Norwich in 1790 and printed in the Monthly Magazine in March 1796. Scott at once made a rival version. The other fine song in the April Monthly Magazine was The Lass of Fair One. The mention of the statute de contumelia seems to refer to the lines composed in a concert room, which were first printed in the Morning Post, September 24, 1799, but must have been written earlier. Madame Mara, 1749–1833, is not mentioned by name in the poem, but being one of the principal singers of the day, Lamb probably fastened the epithet upon her by way of pleasantry, or she may have been referred to in the version of the lines which Lamb had seen. The passage about Mr. Chambers is not now explicable, but we know that Mrs. Reynolds was Lamb's schoolmistress, probably when he was very small, and before he went to William Byrd's Academy, and that in later life he allowed her a pension of £30 a year until her death. Between this and the next letter came, in all probability, a number of letters to Coleridge which have been lost. It is incredible that Lamb kept silence at this period for 11 weeks. Letter 8. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. P.M. September 27, 1796. My dearest friend, White or some of my friends or the public papers by this time may have informed you of the terrible calamities that have fallen on our family. I will only give you the outlines. My poor dearest sister, in a fit of insanity, has been the death of her own mother. I was at hand only time enough to snatch the knife out of her grasp. She is at present in a mad house, from whence I fear she must be moved to an hospital. God has preserved to me my senses. I eat and drink and sleep, and have my judgment, I believe, very sound. My poor father was slightly wounded, and I am left to take care of him and my aunt. Mr. Norris of the Bluecoat School has been very kind to us, and we have no other friend, but thank God I am very calm and composed, and able to do the best that remains to do. Write as religious a letter as possible, but no mention of what is gone and done with. With me, the former things are passed away, and I have something more to do that than to feel. God Almighty have us all in his keeping. See Lamb. Mention nothing of poetry. I have destroyed every vestige of past vanities of that kind. Do as you please, but if you publish mine. I give free leave, without name or initial, and never send me a book, I charge you. Your own judgment will convince you not to take any notice of this, yet to your dear wife. You look after your family, I have my reason and strength left to take care of mine. I charge you, don't think of coming to see me. Write, I will not see you if you come. God Almighty love you and all of us. The following is the report of the inquest upon Mrs. Lamb, which appeared in the Morning Chronicle for September 26, 1796. The tragedy had occurred on Thursday, September 22. On Friday afternoon, the coroner and a respectable jury sat on the body of a lady in the neighborhood of Holborn, who died in consequence of a wound from her daughter the preceding day. It appeared by the evidence adduced that while the family were preparing for dinner, the young lady seized a case knife laying on the table, and in a menacing manner pursued a little girl, her apprentice, round the room. On the eager calls of her helpless, infirm mother to forbear, she renounced her first object, and with loud shrieks approached her parent. The child by her cries quickly brought up the landlord of the house, but too late. The dreadful scene presented to him the mother lifeless, pierced to the heart, on a chair, her daughter yet wildly standing over her with the fatal knife, and the venerable old man, her father, weeping by her side, himself bleeding at the forehead from the effects of a severe blow he received from one of the forks she had been madly hurling about the room. For a few days prior to this, the family had observed some symptoms of insanity in her, which had so much increased on the Wednesday evening that her brother early the next morning went in quest of Dr. Pitcairn. Had that gentleman been met with, the fatal catastrophe had, in all probability, been prevented. It seems the young lady had been once before, in her earlier years, deranged from the harassing fatigues of too much business. As her carriage towards her mother was ever affectionate in the extreme, it is believed that to the increased attentiveness, which her parents' infirmities called for by day and night, is to be attributed the present insanity of this ill-fated young woman. It has been stated in some of the morning papers that she has an insane brother also in confinement. This is without foundation. The jury, of course, brought in their verdict, lunacy. In the Whitehall Evening Post, the first part of the account is the same, but the end is as follows. The above unfortunate young person is a Miss Lamb, a mantua-maker in Little Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields. She has been, since, removed to Islington Madhouse. Mr. Norris of the Bluecoat School has been confounded with Randall Norris of the Inner Temple, another friend of the Lambs, but is not, I think, the same. The reference to the poetry and Coleridge's publication of it shows that Lamb had already been invited to contribute to the second edition of Coleridge's poems. The words "and never" in the original have a line through them which might mean erasure, but I think does not. Your own judgment. Mrs. Coleridge had just become a mother. David Hartley Coleridge was born on September 19. This was Coleridge's reply to Lamb's letter, as given in Gilman's Life of Coleridge. September 28, 1796. Your letter, my friend, struck me with a mighty horror. It rushed upon me and stupefied my feelings. You bid me write you a religious letter. I am not a man who would attempt to insult the greatness of your anguish by any other consolation. Heaven knows that in the easiest fortunes there is much dissatisfaction and weariness of spirit, much that calls for the exercise of patience and resignation. But in storms, like these, that shake the dwelling and make the heart tremble, there is no middle way between despair and the yielding up of the whole spirit unto the guidance of faith. And surely it is a matter of joy that your faith in Jesus has been preserved. The Comforter that should relieve you is not far from you. But as you are a Christian, in the name of that Savior, who was filled with bitterness and made drunken with wormhood, I conjure you to have recourse in frequent prayer to his God and your God, the God of mercies and Father of all comfort. Your poor father is, I hope, almost senseless of the calamity. The unconscious instrument of divine providence knows it not, and your mother is in heaven. It is sweet to be roused from a frightful dream by the song of birds and the gladsome rays of the morning. Ah, how infinitely more sweet to be awakened from the blackness and amazement of a sudden horror by the glories of God manifest and the hallelujahs of angels. As to what regards yourself, I approve altogether of your abandoning what you justly call vanities. I look upon you as a man, called by sorrow and anguish and a strange desolation of hopes into quietness, and a soul set apart and made peculiar to God. We cannot arrive at any portion of heavenly bliss without in some measure imitating Christ. And they arrive at the largest inheritance who imitate the most difficult parts of his character, and bowed down and crushed under foot, cry in fullness of faith, Father, thy will be done. I wish above measure to have you for a little while here. No visitants shall blow on the nakedness of your feelings. You shall be quiet, and your spirit may be healed. I see no possible objection, unless your father's helplessness prevent you, and unless you are necessary to him. If this be not the case, I charge you write me that you will come. I charge you, my dearest friend, not to dare to encourage gloom or despair. You are a temporary sharer in human miseries, that you may be an eternal partaker of the divine nature. I charge you, if by any means it be possible, come to me. I remain your affectionate S.D. Coleridge. Letter 9. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. P.M. October 3, 1796. My dearest friend, your letter was an inestimable treasure to me. It will be a comfort to you, I know, to know that our prospects are somewhat brighter. My poor dearest sister, the unhappy and unconscious instrument of the Almighty's judgments to our house, is restored to her senses, to a dreadful sense and recollection of what has passed, awful to her mind, and impressive, as it must be to the end of life, but tempered with religious resignation and the reasonings of a sound judgment, which in this early stage knows how to distinguish between a deed committed in a transient fit of frenzy and the terrible guilt of a mother's murder. I have seen her. I found her this morning calm and serene, far, very, very far from an indecent, forgetful serenity. She has a most affectionate and tender concern for what has happened. Indeed, from the beginning, frightful and hopeless as her disorder seemed, I had confidence enough in her strength of mind and religious principle to look forward to a time when even she might recover tranquility. God be praised, Coleridge, wonderful as it is to tell, I have never once been otherwise than collected and calm. Even on the dreadful day and in the midst of the terrible scene, I preserved a tranquility, which bystanders may have construed into indifference, a tranquility not of despair. Is it folly or sin in me to say that it was a religious principle that most supported me? I allow much to other favorable circumstances. I felt that I had something else to do than to regret. On that first evening my aunt was lying insensible, to all appearance like one dying. My father, with his poor forehead plastered over from a wound he had received from a daughter dearly loved by him, and who loved him no less dearly, my mother a dead and murdered corpse in the next room, yet was I wonderfully supported. I closed not my eyes in sleep that night, but lay without terrors and without despair. I have lost no sleep since. I had been long used not to rest in things of sense, had endeavored after a comprehension of mind, unsatisfied with the ignorant present time, and this kept me up. I had the whole weight of the family thrown on me, for my brother little disposed, I speak not without tenderness for him, at any time to take care of old age and infirmities, had now, with his bad leg, an exemption from such duties, and I was now left alone. One little incident may serve to make you understand my way of managing my mind. Within a day or two after the fatal one, we dressed for dinner a tongue, which we had salted for some weeks in the house. As I sat down, a feeling like remorse struck me. This tongue poor Mary got for me, and can I partake of it now, when she is far away? A thought occurred and relieved me. If I give in to this way of feeling, there is not a chair, a room, an object in our rooms that will not awaken the keenest griefs. I must rise above such weaknesses. I hope this was not want of true feeling. I did not let this carry me, though, too far. On the very 2D day, I date from the day of horrors, as is usual in such cases, There were a matter of 20 people I do think supping in our room. They prevailed on me to eat with them, for to eat I never refused. They were all making merry. In the room, some had come from friendship, some from busy curiosity, and some from interest. I was going to partake with them, when my recollection came that my poor dead mother was lying in the next room, the very next room, a mother who through life wished nothing but her children's welfare, indignation, the rage of grief, something like remorse, rushed upon my mind in an agony of emotion. I found my way mechanically to the adjoining room and fell on my knees by the side of her coffin, asking forgiveness of heaven and sometimes of her for forgetting her so soon. Tranquility returned, and it was the only violent emotion that mastered me, and I think it did me good. I mention these things because I hate concealment and love to give a faithful journal of what passes within me. Our friends have been very good. Sam LeGrice, who was then in town, was with me the first 3 or 4 first days, and was as a brother to me, gave up every hour of his time, to the very hurting of his health and spirits, in constant attendance and humoring my poor father. Talked with him, read to him, played at cribbage with him, for so short is the old man's recollection that he was playing at cards as though nothing had happened, while the coroner's inquest was sitting over the way. Samuel wept tenderly when he went away, for his mother wrote him a very severe letter on his loitering so long in town, and he was forced to go. Mr. Norris of Christ Hospital has been as a father to me, Mrs. Norris as a mother, though we had few claims on them. A gentleman, brother to my godmother, from whom we never had right or reason to expect any such assistance, sent my father £20, and to crown all these God's blessings to our family at such a time, an old lady, a cousin of my father and aunt's, a gentlewoman of fortune, is to take my aunt and make her comfortable for the short remainder of her days. My aunt is recovered, and as well as ever, and highly pleased at thoughts of going, and has generously given up the interest of her little money, which was formerly paid my father for her board, wholly and solely to my sister's use. Reckoning this, we have Daddy and I for our 2 selves and an old maid servant to look after him when I am out, which will be necessary, £170 or £180, rather, a year, out of which we can spare 50 or 60 at least for Mary, while she stays at Islington, where she must and shall stay during her father's life for his and her comfort. I know John will make speeches about it, but she shall not go into an hospital. The good lady of the mad house, and her daughter, an elegant, sweet-behaved young lady, love her and are taken with her amazingly, and I know from her own mouth she loves them, and longs to be with them as much. Poor thing, they say she was but the other morning saying she knew she must go to Bethlehem for life, that one of her brothers would have it so, but the other would wish it not, but be obliged to go with the stream, that she had often, as she passed Bedlam, thought it likely, here it may be my fate to end my days, conscious of a certain flightiness in her poor head oftentimes, and mindful of more than one severe illness of that nature before. A legacy of £100, which my father will have at Christmas, and this 20 I mentioned before, with what is in the house will much more than set us clear. If my father, an old servant maid, and I can't live comfortably on £130 or £120 a year, we ought to burn by slow fires, and I almost would, that Mary might not go into an hospital. Let me not leave one unfavorable impression on your mind respecting my brother. Since this has happened, he has been very kind and brotherly, but I fear for his mind. He has taken his ease in the world, and is not fit himself to struggle with difficulties, nor has much accustomed himself to throw himself into their way. And I know his language is already, Charles, you must take care of yourself. You must not abridge yourself of a single pleasure you have been used to, and see, and in that style of talking. But you, a necessarian, can respect a difference of mind, and love what is amiable in a character not perfect. He has been very good, but I fear for his mind. Thank God I can unconnect myself with him, and shall manage all my father's moneys in future myself, if I take charge of Daddy, which poor John has not even hinted a wish, at any future time even, to share with me. The lady at this madhouse assures me that I may dismiss immediately both doctor and apothecary, retaining occasionally an opening draft or so for a while, and there is a less expensive establishment in her house, where she will only not have a room and nurse to herself for £50 or guineas a year. The outside would be 60. You know by economy how much more, even, I shall be able to spare for her comforts. She will, I fancy, if she stays, make one of the family rather than of the patients, and the old and young ladies I like exceedingly, and she loves dearly, and they, as the saying is, take to her very extraordinarily, if it is extraordinary that people who see my sister should love her. Of all the people I ever saw in the world, my poor sister was most and thoroughly devoid of the least tincture of selfishness. I will enlarge upon her qualities, poor dear dearest soul, in a future letter for my own comfort, for I understand her thoroughly, and if I mistake not, in the most trying situation that a human being can be found in, she will be found. I speak not with sufficient humility, I fear, but humanly and foolishly speaking. She will be found, I trust, uniformly great and amiable. God keep her in her present mind, to whom be thanks and praise for all his dispensations to mankind. Lamb. Coleridge, continue to write, but do not forever offend me by talking of sending me cash. Sincerely, and on my soul, we do not want it. God love you both. I will write again very soon. Do you write directly? These mentioned good fortunes and change of prospects had almost brought my mind over to the extreme, the very opposite to despair. I was in danger of making myself too happy. Your letter brought me back to a view of things which I had entertained from the beginning. I hope, for Mary I can answer, but I hope that I shall. Through life never have less recollection, nor a fainter impression of what has happened than I have now. 'Tis not a light thing, nor meant by the Almighty to be received lightly. I must be serious, circumspect, and deeply religious through life. By such means may both of us escape madness in future, if it so please the Almighty. Send me word how it fares with Sarah. I repeat it, your letter was and will be an inestimable treasure to me. You have a view of what my situation demands of me like my own view, and I trust a just one. A word perhaps on Lamb's salary might be fitting here. For the first 3 years, from joining the East India House on April 5, 1792, he received nothing. This probationary period over, he was given £40 for the year 1795-1796. This, however, was raised to £70 in 1796, and there were means of adding to it a little by extra work and by a small holiday grant. In 1797, it was £80, in 1799 £90, and from that time until 1814, it rose by £10 every second year. Samuel Le Grice was the younger brother of Valentine Le Grice. Both were at Christ's Hospital with Lamb and Coleridge and are mentioned in the Elia essay on the school. Sam Le Grice afterwards had a commission in the 60th Foot and died in Jamaica in 1802, as we shall see. Letter 10. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. P.M. October 17, 1796. My dearest friend, I grieve from my very soul to observe you in your plans of life, veering about from this hope to the other, and settling nowhere. Is it an untoward fatality, speaking humanly, that does this for you, a stubborn, irresistible concurrence of events? Or lies the fault, as I fear it does, in your own mind? You seem to be taking up splendid schemes of fortune only to lay them down again, and your fortunes are an ignis fatuus that has been conducting you, in thought, from Lancaster Court, Strand, to somewhere near Matlock, then jumping across to Dr. Somebody's whose son's tutor you were likely to be, and would to God the dancing demon may conduct you at last in peace and comfort to the life and labors of a cottager. You see from the above awkward playfulness of fancy that my spirits are not quite depressed. I should ill deserve God's blessings, which since the late terrible event have come down in mercy upon us, if I indulged regret or querulousness. Mary continues serene and cheerful. I have not by me a little letter she wrote to me, for though I see her almost every day yet, we delight to write to one another, for we can scarce see each other, but in company with some of the people of the house. I have not the letter by me, but will quote from memory what she wrote in it. I have no bad, terrifying dreams. At midnight when I happen to awake, the nurse sleeping by the side of me, with the noise of the poor mad people around me, I have no fear. The spirit of my mother seems to descend and smile upon me, and bid me live to enjoy the life and reason which the Almighty has given me. I shall see her again in heaven. She will then understand me better. My grandmother, too, will understand me better, and will then say no more, as she used to do, Polly, What are those poor crazy mothered brains of yours thinking of always? Poor Mary, my mother, indeed never understood her right. She loved her, as she loved us all, with a mother's love, but in opinion, in feeling and sentiment and disposition, bore so distant a resemblance to her daughter that she never understood her right, never could believe how much she loved her, but met her caresses, her protestations of filial affection, too frequently with coldness and repulse. Still she was a good mother. God forbid I should think of her, but most respectfully, most affectionately. Yet she would always love my brother above Mary, who was not worthy of 1/10 of that affection which Mary had a right to claim. But it is my sister's gratifying recollection that every act of duty and of love she could pay, every kindness, and I speak true, when I say to the hurting of her health, and most probably in great part to the derangement of her senses, through a long course of infirmities and sickness, she could show her she ever did. I will some day, as I promised, enlarge to you upon my sister's excellencies. 'Twill seem like exaggeration, but I will do it. At present short letters suit my state of mind best, so take my kindest wishes for your comfort and establishment in life, and for Sarah's welfare and comforts with you. God love you, God love us all. See Lamb. This letter is the only one in which Lamb speaks freely of his mother. He dwells on her memory in blank verse, 1798, but in later years he mentioned her in his writings only twice, in the Elia essays New Year's Eve and My First Play, and then very indirectly, probably from the wish to spare his sister pain, although Talfourd tells us that Mary Lamb spoke of her mother often. Compare the poem on page 110. In a letter written by Mary Lamb to Sarah Stoddart on September 21, 1803, there is further light on Mrs. Lamb's want of sympathetic understanding of certain characters. The references at the beginning are to Coleridge's idea of joining Perry on the Morning Chronicle, of teaching Mrs. Evans' children, of establishing a school at Derby on the suggestion of Dr. Crompton, and finally of moving from Bristol to settle down in a cottage at Nether Stowey and support himself by husbandry and literature. Letter 11. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Arct 24th, 1796, Monday. Coleridge, I feel myself much your debtor for that spirit of confidence and friendship which dictated your last letter. May your soul find peace at last in your cottage life. I only wish you were but settled. Do continue to write to me. I read your letters with my sister, and they give us both abundance of delight. Especially they please us too, when you talk in a religious strain, not but we are offended occasionally with a certain freedom of expression, a certain air of mysticism, more consonant to the conceits of pagan philosophy than consistent with the humility of genuine piety. To instance now in your last letter, you say, "It is by the press sick, that God hath given finite spirits, both evil and good." I suppose you mean simply bad men and good men, a portion as it were of his omnipresence. Now high as the human intellect comparatively will soar, and wide as its influence, malign or salutary, can extend, is there not, Coleridge, a distance between the divine mind and it, which makes such language blasphemy? Again, in your first fine consolatory epistle you say, "You are a temporary sharer in human misery, that you may be an eternal partaker of the divine nature." What more than this do those men say, who are for exalting the man Christ Jesus into the second person of an unknown Trinity, men whom you or I scruple not to call idolaters, man full of imperfections at best, and subject to wants which momentarily remind him of dependence, man a weak and ignorant being, servile from his birth to all the ski influences, with eyes sometimes open to discern the right path, but a head generally too dizzy to pursue it, man, in the pride of speculation, forgetting his nature, and hailing in himself the future God, must make the angels laugh. Be not angry with me, Coleridge. I wish not to cavil. I know I cannot instruct you. I only wish to remind you of that humility which best becometh the Christian character. God in the New Testament, our best guide, is represented to us in the kind, condescending, amiable, familiar light of a parent, and in my poor mind 'tis best for us so to consider of him as our heavenly Father and our best friend, without indulging too bold conceptions of his nature. Let us learn to think humbly of ourselves, and rejoice in the appellation of dear children, brethren, and co-heirs with Christ of the promises, seeking to know no further. I am not insensible, indeed I am not, of the value of that first letter of yours, and I shall find reason to thank you for it again and again, long after that blemish in it is forgotten. It will be a fine lesson of comfort to us whenever we read it, and read it we often shall, Mary and I. Accept our loves and best kind wishes for the welfare of yourself and wife and little one. Nor let me forget to wish you joy on your birthday so lately past. I thought you had been older. My kind thanks and remembrances to Lloyd. God love us all, and may he continue to be the father and the friend of the whole human race. Sunday evening, see Lamb. It is interesting to notice that with these letters Lamb suddenly assumes a gravity, independence, and sense of authority that hitherto his correspondence has lacked. The responsibility of the household seems to have awakened his extraordinary common sense and fine understanding sense of justice. Previously, he had ventured to criticize only Coleridge's literary exercises. He places his finger now on conduct too. Coleridge's last letter has not been preserved, but the first fine consolatory epistle is printed above. This letter contains the first mention of Charles Lloyd, 1775–1839, who was afterwards to be for a while so intimately associated with Lamb. Charles Lloyd was the son of a Quaker banker of Birmingham. He had published a volume of poems the year before and had met Coleridge when that magnetic visionary had visited Birmingham to solicit subscribers for the Watchman early in 1796. The proposition that Lloyd should live with Coleridge and become in a way his pupil was agreed to by his parents, and in September he accompanied the philosopher to Nether Stowey a day or so after David Hartley's birth, all eager to begin domestication and tutelage. Lloyd was a sensitive, delicate youth with an acute power of analysis and considerable grasp of metaphysical ideas. No connection ever began more amiably. He was, I might add, by only 2 days Lamb's junior. Letter 12. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Oct. 28, 1796. My dear friend, I am not ignorant that to be a partaker of the divine nature is a phrase to be met with in Scripture. I am only apprehensive, lest we in these latter days, tinctured, some of us perhaps pretty deeply, with mystical notions and the pride of metaphysics, might be apt to affix to such phrases a meaning, which the primitive users of them, the simple fishermen of Galilee for instance, never intended to convey. With that other part of your apology, I am not quite so well satisfied. You seem to me to have been straining your comparing faculties to bring together things infinitely distant and unlike. The feeble narrow-sphered operations of the human intellect and the everywhere diffused mind of deity, the peerless wisdom of Jehovah. Even the expression appears to me inaccurate portion of omnipresence. Omnipresence is an attribute whose very essence is unlimitedness. How can omnipresence be affirmed of anything in part? But enough of this spirit of disputatiousness. Let us attend to the proper business of human life and talk a little together respecting our domestic concerns. Do you continue to make me acquainted with what you are doing and how soon you are likely to be settled once for all? I have satisfaction in being able to bid you rejoice with me in my sister's continued reason and composedness of mind. Let us both be thankful for it. I continue to visit her very frequently, and the people of the house are vastly indulgent to her. She is likely to be as comfortably situated in all respects as those who pay twice or thrice the sum. They love her, and she loves them, and makes herself very useful to them. Benevolence sets out on her journey with a good heart, and puts a good face on it, but is apt to limp and grow feeble, unless she calls in the aid of self-interest by way of crutch. In Mary's case, as far as respects those she is with, 'tis well that these principles are so likely to cooperate. I am rather at a loss sometimes for books for her. Our reading is somewhat confined, and we have nearly exhausted our London library. She has her hands too full of work to read much, but a little she must read, for reading was her daily bread. Have you seen Bowles's new poem on Hope? What character does it bear? Has he exhausted his stores of tender plaintiveness, or is he the same in this last as in all his former pieces? The duties of the day call me off from this pleasant intercourse with my friend, so for the present adieu. Now for the truant borrowing of a few minutes from business. Have you met with a new poem called The Pursuits of Literature? From the extracts in the British Review, I judge it to be a very humorous thing. In particular, I remember what I thought a very happy character of Dr. Darwin's poetry. Among all your quaint readings, did you ever light upon Walton's Complete Angler? I asked you the question once before. It breathes the very spirit of innocence, purity, and simplicity of heart. There are many choice old verses interspersed in it. It would sweeten a man's temper at any time to read it. It would Christianize every discordant, angry passion. Pray make yourself acquainted with it. Have you made it up with Southey yet? Surely one of you two must have been a very silly fellow, and the other not much better, to fall out like boarding school misses, kiss, shake hands, and make it up. When will he be delivered of his new epic? Madoc, I think, is to be the name of it, though that is a name not familiar to my ears. What progress do you make in your hymns? What review are you connected with? If with any, why do you delay to notice White's book? You are justly offended at its profaneness, but surely you have undervalued its wit, or you would have been more loud in its praises. Do not you think that in Slender's Death and Madness there is most exquisite humor, mingled with tenderness, that is irresistible, truly Shakespearean? Be more full in your mention of it. Poor fellow, he has very undeservedly lost by it, nor do I see that it is likely ever to reimburse him the charge of printing, etc. Give it a lift, if you can. I suppose you know that Alan's wife is dead, and he, just situated as he was, never the better, as the worldly people say, for her death, her money with her children being taken off his hands. I am just now wondering whether you will ever come to town again, Coleridge. Tea's among the things I dare not hope, but can't help wishing. For myself, I can live in the midst of town luxury and superfluity, and not long for them, and I can't see why your children might not hereafter do the same. Remember, you are not in Arcadia when you are in the west of England, and they may catch infection from the world without visiting the metropolis. But you seem to have set your heart upon this same cottage plan, and God prosper you in the experiment. I am at a loss for more to write about, so tease as well that I am arrived at the bottom of my paper. God love you, Coleridge. Our best loves and tenderest wishes await on you, your Sarah, and your little one. C.L. Bowles's poem was Hope, an allegorical sketch on slowly recovering from sickness. See note on pages 78 and 79. The Pursuits of Literature was a literary satire in the form of dialogues in verse, garnished with very outspoken notes, by Thomas James Mathias, 1754–1835, which appeared between 1794 and 1797. Southey had returned from Portugal in the summer, when the quarrel between Coleridge and himself revived, but about the time of Hartley's birth some kind of a reconciliation was patched up. Madoc, as it happened, was not published until 1805, although in its first form it was completed in 1797. Writing to Charles Lloyd, Sen, in December 1796, Coleridge says that he gives his evenings to his engagements with the Critical Review and New Monthly Magazine. This is the passage in Falstaff's letters describing Blender's death. Davy to Shallow. Master Abram is dead, gone, your worship, dead, Master Abram, oh, good your worship, a's gone. A never throve since a came from Windsor, 'twas his death. I called him a rebel, your worship, but it was all subject, and was subject to any babe, as much as a king, a turned, like as it were the latter end of a lover's lute. It was all peace and resignment. I took delight in nothing but his book of songs and sonnets. I would go to the Stroud side under the large beech tree, and sing till 'twas quite pity of our lives to mark him, for his chin grew as long as a muscle. Oh, I sung his soul and body quite away. I was lank as any greyhound, and had such a scent. I hid his love songs among your worship's law books, for I thought if I could not get at them, it might be to his quiet, but I snuffed them out in a moment. Good your worship, have the wise woman of Brentford secured. Master Abram may have been conjured. Peter Simple says, I never looked up, after assent to the wise woman, Mary, I was always given to look down afore his elders. I might do it, I was given to it, your worship knows it. But then 'twas pique and pert with him, I was a man again, Mary, in the turn of his heel. A died, your worship, just about one at the crow of the cock. I thought how it was with him, for I talked as quick, I, Mary, as glib as your worship, and I smiled and looked at his own nose, and sweet Anne Page. I asked him if I would eat, so I bade us commend him to his cousin Robert. I never called your worship so before, and bade us get hot meat, for I would not say nay to Anne again. But I never lived to touch it, I began all in a moment to sing, lovers all, a madrigal. 'Twas the only song Master Abram ever learnt out of book, and clean by heart your worship, and so a sung and smiled, and looked askew at his own nose, and sung on, till his breath waxed shorter, and shorter, and shorter, and a fell into a struggle and died. I beseech your worship to think he was well tended. I looked to him, your worship, late and soon, and crept at his heel all day long, and it had been any fallow dog. But I thought I could never live, for I did so sing, and then I never drank with it. I knew 'twas a bad sign, yea, a sung, your worship, Mary, without drinking a drop. Footnote, vide, Merry Wives of Windsor. Latter part of the first scene, first act. Letter 13. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Nov. 8th, 1796. My brother, my friend, I am distressed for you, believe me I am, not so much for your painful, troublesome complaint, which, I trust, is only for a time, as for those anxieties which brought it on, and perhaps even now may be nursing its malignity. Tell me, dearest of my friends, is your mind at peace, or has anything, yet unknown to me, happened to give you fresh disquiet, and steal from you all the pleasant dreams of future rest? Are you still, I fear you are, far from being comfortably settled? Would to God it were in my power to contribute towards the bringing of you into the haven where you would be. But you are too well skilled in the philosophy of consolation to need my humble tribute of advice. In pain and in sickness, and in all manner of disappointments, I trust you have that within you which shall speak peace to your mind. Make it, I entreat you, one of your puny comforts, that I feel for you, and share all your griefs with you. I feel as if I were troubling you about little things. Now I am going to resume the subject of our last two letters, but it may divert us both from unpleasanter feelings to make such matters, in a manner, of importance. Without further apology, then, it was not that I did not relish, that I did not in my heart thank you for those little pictures of your feelings which you lately sent me, if I neglected to mention them. You may remember you had said much the same things before to me on the same subject in a former letter, and I considered those last verses as only the identical thoughts better clothed. Either way, in prose or verse, such poetry must be welcome to me. I love them as I love the Confessions of Rousseau, and for the same reason, the same frankness, the same openness of heart, the same disclosure of all the most hidden and delicate affections of the mind. They make me proud to be thus esteemed worthy of the place of friend confessor, brother confessor, to a man like Coleridge. This last is, I acknowledge, language too high for friendship, but it is also, I declare, too sincere for flattery. Now, to put on stilts and talk magnificently about trifles, I condescend then to your counsel, Coleridge, and allow my first sonnet. Sick to death am I to make mention of my sonnets, and I blush to be so taken up with them, indeed I do. I allow it to run thus: fairy land and sea as you last wrote it. The fragments I now send you I want printed to get rid of them, for while they stick burr-like to my memory, they tempt me to go on with the idle trade of versifying, which I long, most sincerely I speak it, I long to leave off, for it is unprofitable to my soul, I feel it is, and these questions about words, and debates about alterations. Take me off, I am conscious, from the proper business of my life. Take my sonnets once for all, and do not propose any reamendments, or mention them again in any shape to me, I charge you. I blush that my mind can consider them as things of any worth, and pray admit or reject these fragments, as you like or dislike them, without ceremony. Call them sketches, fragments, or what you will, but do not entitle any of my things love sonnets, as I told you to call them. 'Twill only make me look little in my own eyes, for it is a passion of which I retain nothing. 'Twas a weakness, concerning which I may say, in the words of Petrarch, whose life is now open before me, if it drew me out of some vices, it also prevented the growth of many virtues, filling me with the love of the creature rather than the Creator, which is the death of the soul. Thank God, the folly has left me forever. Not even a review of my love verses renews one wayward wish in me, and if I am at all solicitous to trim them out in their best apparel, it is because they are to make their appearance in good company. Now to my fragments. Lest you have lost my grandame, she shall be one. 'Tis among the few verses I ever wrote, that to Mary is another, which profit me in the recollection. God love her, and may we two never love each other less. These, Coleridge, are the few sketches I have thought worth preserving. How will they relish thus detached? Will you reject all or any of them? They are thine, do whatsoever thou listest with them. My eyes ache with writing long and late, and I wax wondrous sleepy. God bless you and yours, me and mine. Good night. See, Lamb. I will keep my eyes open reluctantly a minute longer to tell you that I love you for those simple, tender, heart-flowing lines with which you conclude your last, and in my eyes best, sonnet, so you call 'em. So for the mother's sake, the child was dear, and dearer was the mother for the child. Cultivate simplicity, Coleridge, or rather, I should say, banish elaborateness, for simplicity springs spontaneous from the heart and carries into daylight its own modest buds and genuine, sweet, and clear flowers of expression. I allow no hotbeds in the gardens of Parnassus. I am unwilling to go to bed and leave my sheet unfilled, a good piece of night work for an idle body like me, so will finish with begging you to send me the earliest account of your complaint, its progress, or, as I hope to God you will be able to send me, the tale of your recovery, or at least amendment. My tenderest remembrances to your Sarah. Once more good night. Coleridge, on November 2, had begun to suffer from his lifelong enemy, neuralgia, the result largely of worry concerning his future, so many of his projects having broken down. He was subduing it with laudanum, the beginning of that fatal habit. We do not know what were the verses which Coleridge had sent Lamb, possibly the 3 sonnets on the birth of Hartley, the third of which is referred to below. Lamb's decision in September to say or hear no more of his own poetry here breaks down. The reference to the Fairyland sonnet is only partially explained by the parallel version which I printed on page 25, for Fairyland was Coleridge's version. Either Lamb had made a new version, substituting Fairyland for fairy, or he wrote, I allow it to run thus, Fairyland and see, as you last wrote it. When reprinted, however, it ran as Lamb originally wished. The other fragments were those afterwards included in Coleridge's Poems, 2nd edition, 1797. Love Sonnets. Lamb changed his mind again on this subject, and yet again. Coleridge's last of the 3 sonnets on the birth of Hartley was entitled Sonnet to a Friend, Charles Lloyd, who asked how I felt when the nurse first presented my infant to me. It closed with the lines which Lamb copies. Letter 14. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Nov. 14th, 1796. Coleridge, I love you for dedicating your poetry to Bowles. Genius of the sacred fountain of tears, it was he who led you gently by the hand through all this valley of weeping, showed you the dark green yew trees and the willow shades, where, by the fall of waters, you might indulge an uncomplaining melancholy, a delicious regret for the past, or weave fine visions of that awful future. When all the vanities of life's brief day, oblivion's hurrying hand hath swept away, and all its sorrows at the awful blast of the archangel's trump are but as shadows past. I have another sort of dedication in my head for my few things, which I want to know if you approve of and can insert. I mean to inscribe them to my sister. It will be unexpected, and it will give her pleasure. Or do you think it will look whimsical at all? As I have not spoke to her about it, I can easily reject the idea. But there is a monotony in the affections, which people living together, or, as we do now, very frequently seeing each other, are apt to give in to, a sort of indifference in the expression of kindness for each other, which demands that we should sometimes call to our aid the trickery of surprise. Do you publish with Lloyd or without him? In either case, my little portion may come last, and after the fashion of orders to a country correspondent, I will give directions how I should like to have 'em done. The title page to stand thus. Poems, chiefly love sonnets by Charles Lamb of the India House. Under this title the following motto, which for want of room I put over leaf, and desire you to insert, whether you like it or no. May not a gentleman choose what arms, mottos, or armorial bearings the herald will give him leave, without consulting his republican friend, who might advise none? May not a publican put up the sign of the Saracen's Head, even though his undiscerning neighbor should prefer, as more genteel, the cat and gridiron? Motto. This beauty, in the blossom of my youth, when my first fire knew no adulterate incense, nor I no way to flatter, but my fondness. In the best language my true tongue could tell me, and all the broken sighs my sick heart lend me. I sued and served, long did I love this lady. Massinger. The dedication. The few following poems, creatures of the fancy and the feeling in life's more vacant hours, produced, for the most part, by love in idleness, are, with all a brother's fondness, inscribed to Mary Ann Lamb, the author's best friend and sister. This is the pomp and paraphernalia of parting, with which I take my leave of a passion which has reigned so royally, so long, within me. Thus, with its trappings of Laurie chip, I fling it off, pleased and satisfied with myself that the weakness troubles me no longer. I am wedded, Coleridge, to the fortunes of my sister and my poor old father. Oh, my friend, I think sometimes, could I recall the days that are past, which among them should I choose? Not those merrier days, not the pleasant days of hope, not those wanderings with a fair-haired maid, which I have so often and so feelingly regretted, but the days, Coleridge, of a mother's fondness for her schoolboy. What would I give to call her back to earth for one day, on my knees to ask her pardon for all those little asperities of temper which from time to time have given her gentle spirit pain. And the day, my friend, I trust will come. There will be time enough for kind offices of love, if heaven's eternal year be ours. Hereafter, her meek spirit shall not reproach me. Oh, my friend, cultivate the filial feelings, and let no man think himself released from the kind charities of relationship. These shall give him peace at the last. These are the best foundation for every species of benevolence. I rejoice to hear, by certain channels, that you, my friend, are reconciled with all your relations. 'Tis the most kindly and natural species of love, and we have all the associated train of early feelings to secure its strength and perpetuity. Send me an account of your health. Indeed, I am solicitous about you. God love you and yours. C. Lamb. It seems to have been Coleridge's intention to dedicate the second edition of his poems to Bowles, but he changed his mind and dedicated it to his brother, the Rev. George Coleridge. A sonnet to Bowles was included in the volume, a kind of sub-dedication of the other sonnets, but it had appeared also in the 1796 volume. Lamb's instructions concerning his share in the 1797 volume were carried out, except that the subtitle was omitted. The quotations, merrier days, happier days, and wanderings with a fair-haired maid are from Lamb's own sonnets, those in lines 9 and 10 from Dryden's elegy on Mrs. Killigrew. Coleridge had paid in the summer a long-deferred visit of reconciliation to his family at Ottery St. Mary. Letter 15. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. P.M. December 2, 1796, Friday. I have delayed writing thus long, not having by me my copy of your poems which I had lent. I am not satisfied with all your intended omissions. Why omit 40, 63, 84? Above all, let me protest strongly against your rejecting the complaint of Ninethoma, 86. The words, I acknowledge, are Ossian's, but you have added to them the music of Carroll. If a vicarious substitute be wanting, sacrifice, and 'twill be a piece of self-denial too, the epitaph on an infant, of which its author seems so proud, so tenacious. Or if your heart be set on perpetuating the four-line wonder, I'll tell you what to do. Sell the copyright of it at once to a country statuary. Commence in this manner Death's prime poet laureate, and let your verses be adopted in every village round, instead of those hitherto famous ones, afflictions sore long time I bore, physicians were in vain. I have seen your last very beautiful poem in the monthly magazine, write thus, and you most generally have written thus, and I shall never quarrel with you about simplicity. With regard to my lines, laugh all that weep, etc., I would willingly sacrifice them, but my portion of the volume is so ridiculously little that in honest truth I can't spare them. As things are, I have very slight pretensions to participate in the title page. White's book is at length reviewed in the monthly. Was it your doing, or Dyer's to whom I sent him, or rather do you not write in the critical? For I observed, in an article of this month's, a line quoted out of that sonnet on Mrs. Siddons with eager wondering and perturbed delight, and a line from that sonnet would not readily have occurred to a stranger. That sonnet, Coleridge, brings afresh to my mind the time when you wrote those on Bowles, Priestley, Burke, 'twas 2 Christmases ago, and in that nice little smoky room at the Salutation, which is even now continually presenting itself to my recollection, with all its associated train of pipes, tobacco, egg-hot, Welsh rabbits, metaphysics, and poetry. Are we never to meet again? How differently I am circumstanced now. I have never met with anyone, never shall meet with anyone, who could or can compensate me for the loss of your society. I have no one to talk all these matters about to. I lack friends. I lack books to supply their absence. But these complaints ill become me. Let me compare my present situation, prospects, and state of mind with what they were but 2 months back, but 2 months. Oh, my friend, I am in danger of forgetting the awful lessons then presented to me. Remind me of them. Remind me of my duty. Talk seriously with me when you do right. I thank you from my heart. I thank you for your solicitude about my sister. She is quite well, but must not, I fear, come to live with us yet a good while. In the first place, because at present it would hurt her and hurt my father for them to be together. Secondly, from a regard to the world's good report, for I fear, tongues will be busy whenever that event takes place. Some have hinted, one man has pressed it on me, that she should be in perpetual confinement. What she hath done to deserve, or the necessity of such an hardship, I see not, do you? I am starving at the India House, near 7 o'clock without my dinner, and so it has been and will be almost all the week. I get home at night o'erwearied, quite faint, and then to cards with my father, who will not let me enjoy a meal in peace, but I must conform to my situation, and I hope I am, for the most part, not unthankful. I am got home at last, and after repeated games at cribbage have got my father's leave to write a while. With difficulty got it, for when I expostulated about playing any more, he very aptly replied, "If you won't play with me, you might as well not come home at all." The argument was unanswerable, and I set to afresh. I told you I do not approve of your omissions. Neither do I quite coincide with you in your arrangements. I have not time to point out a better, and I suppose some self-associations of your own have determined their place as they now stand. Your beginning, indeed, with the Joan of Arc lines I coincide entirely with. I love a splendid outset, a magnificent portico, and the diapason is grand. The religious musings, when I read them, I think how poor, how unelevated, unoriginal my blank verse is. Laugh all that weep, especially, where the subject demanded a grandeur of conception. And I ask what business they have among yours. But friendship covereth a multitude of defects. Why omit 73? At all events, let me plead for those former pages, 40, 63, 84, 86. I should like, for old acquaintance' sake, to spare 62. 119 would have made a figure among Shenstone's elegies. You may admit it or reject, as you please. In the Man of Ross, let the old line stand as it used. Wine-cheered moments, much better than the lame present one. 94, change the harsh word foodful into dulcet, or if not too harsh, nourishing. 91, moveless, is that as good as moping? 8, would it not read better omitting those 2 lines last, but 6 about inspiration? I want some loppings made in the Chatterton. It wants but a little to make it rank among the finest irregular lyrics I ever read. Have you time and inclination to go to work upon it, or is it too late, or do you think it needs none? Don't reject those verses in one of your watchmen, dear native brook, and sea. Nor, I think, those last lines you sent me, in which all effortless is without doubt to be preferred to inactive. If I am writing more than ordinarily dully, tease that I am stupefied with a toothache. 37, would not the concluding lines of the first paragraph be well omitted, and it go on so to sad sympathies and see? In 40, if you retain it, wove the learned toil is better than urge, which spoils the personification. Hang it, do not omit 48. 52, 53. What you do retain, though, call sonnets for God's sake, and not effusions, spite of your ingenious anticipation of ridicule in your preface. The last 5 lines of 50 are too good to be lost. The rest is not much worth. My tooth becomes importunate, I must finish. Pray, write to me. If you knew with what an anxiety of joy I opened such a long packet as you last sent me, you would not grudge giving a few minutes now and then to this intercourse, the only intercourse I fear we two shall ever have, this conversation with your friend, such I boast to be called. God love you and yours. Write to me when you move, lest I direct wrong. Has Sarah no poems to publish? Those lines 129 are probably too light for the volume where the religious musings are, but I remember some very beautiful lines, addressed by somebody at Bristol to somebody at London. God bless you once more. See Lamb. Thursday night. This letter refers to the preparation of Coleridge's second edition of his poems. Why omit 40, 63, 84? These were Absence, To the Autumnal Moon, and The Imitation from Ossian. The epitaph on an infant ran thus: Ere sin could blight or sorrow fade, death came with friendly care, the opening bud to heaven conveyed, and bade it blossom there. Lamb applied the first two lines to a sucking pig in his Elia essay on roast pig. Many years later, the old epitaph runs: Afflictions sore long time I bore, physicians were in vain, till heaven did please my woes to ease, and take away my pain. Coleridge's very beautiful poem in the monthly magazine for October was reflections on entering into active life, beginning, Lo was our pretty cot. Lamb's lines, Laugh all that weep, I cannot find, we learn later that they were in blank verse. Falstaff's Letters was reviewed in the Monthly Review for November 1796 very favorably. The article was quite possibly by Coleridge. The sonnet on Mrs. Siddons was written by Lamb and Coleridge together when Coleridge was in London at the end of 1794, and it formed one of a series of sonnets on eminent persons printed in the Morning Chronicle, of which those on Bowles, Priestley, and Burke were others. The quotation from it was in an article in the November Critical Review on the Musi Etonenses. One man has pressed it on me. There is reason to suppose that this was John Lamb, the brother. As it happened, Coleridge did not begin his second edition with the Joan of Arc lines, but with the Ode to the New Year. The Religious Musings brought Coleridge's part of the volume to a close. The poem on page 73 was in the manner of Spenser. The poems on pages 40, 63, 84 we know that on page 86 was the Complaint of Ninothoma. To Genevieve was on page 62, that on page 119 was to a friend in answer to a melancholy letter. Coleridge never restored the phrase wine-cheered moments to the man of Ross. He did not change foodful to dulcet in to an infant. He did not alter moveless to moping in the young ass. He left the inspiration passage as it was in the monody on Chatterton. Not that he disregarded all Lamb's advice, as a comparison of the 1796 and 1797 editions of the poems will show. The poem Dear Native Brook was the sonnet to the River Otter. Coleridge took Lamb's counsel. The poem containing the phrase all effortless was that addressed to a young man of fortune, Charles Lloyd. Coleridge did not include it. The poem on page 37 was to a young lady with a poem on the French Revolution. Nos. 48, 52, and 53 were the sonnets to Priestley, Kosciuszko, and Fayette. The last 5 lines of 50 were in the sonnet to Sheridan. The lines on page 129 were Sarah's verses, The Silver Thimble. None of these were reprinted in 1797. The beautiful lines addressed from somebody at Bristol to somebody at London were those from Sarah Coleridge to Lamb, referred to on page 33. Coleridge persisted in the use of the word effusion. Letter 16. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Dated at End, Dec. 5, 1796. To a young lady going out to India. Hard is the heart that does not melt with ruths, when care sits cloudy on the brow of youth, when bitter griefs the female bosom swell, and beauty meditates a fond farewell to her loved native land and early home. In search of peace throw, stranger climbs to Rome. The muse, with glance prophetic, sees her stand, forsaken, silent lady on the strand of farthest India, sickening at the war, of waves slow beating, dull upon the shore, stretching at gloomy intervals her eye o'er the wide waters vainly to espy the long-expected bark in which to find some tidings of a world she has left behind. In that sad hour shall start the gushing tear, for scenes her childhood loved, now doubly dear. In that sad hour shall frantic memory awake pangs of remorse for slighted England's sake, and for the sake of many a tender tie, of love or friendship passed too lightly by, unwept, unpitied, midst an alien race, and the cold looks of many a stranger face. How will her poor heart bleed and chide the day that from her country took her far away? Footnote Bowles, The African, line 27. Lamb has struck his pen through the foregoing poem. Coleridge, the above has some few decent lines in it, and in the paucity of my portion of your volume may as well be inserted. I would also wish to retain the following, if only to perpetuate the memory of so exquisite a pleasure as I have often received at the performance of the tragedy of Douglas, when Mrs. Siddons has been the Lady Randolph. Both pieces may be inserted between the sonnets and the sketches, in which latter, the last leaf but one of them, I beg you to alter the words pain and want to pain and grief, this last being a more familiar and ear-satisfying combination. Do it, I beg of you. To understand the following, if you are not acquainted with the play, you should know that on the death of Douglas, his mother threw herself down a rock, and that at that time Scotland was busy in repelling the Danes. The tomb of Douglas. See the tragedy of that name. When her son, her Douglas, died, to the steep rock's fearful side, fast the frantic mother hied, o'er her blooming warrior dead. Many a tear did Scotland shed, and shrieks of long and loud lament from her Grampian hills she sent. Like one awakening from a trance, she met the shock of Lachlan's lance. Denmark, on her rude invader foe, returned an 100-fold the blow, drove the taunting spoiler home. Mournful thence she took her way, to do observance at the tomb, where the son of Douglas lay. Round about the tomb did go, in solemn state and order slow, silent pace and black attire, earl or knight or good esquire, who e'er by deeds of valor done, in battle had high honors won, whoe'er in their pure veins could trace the blood of Douglas' noble race. With them the flower of minstrels came, and to their cunning harps did frame, in doleful numbers piercing rhymes, such strains as in the olden times had soothed the spirit of Fingal, echoing thro' his father's hall. Scottish maidens drop a tear o'er the beauteous hero's bier. Brave youth and comely bove compare, all golden shone his burnished hair. Valor and smiling courtesy played in the sunbeams of his eye. Closed are those eyes that shone so fair, and stained with blood his yellow hair. Scottish maidens drop a tear o'er the beauteous hero's bier. Not a tear, I charge you, shed for the false Glenalvon dead. Unpitied let Glenalvon lie, foul stain to arms and chivalry. Behind his back the traitor came, and Douglas died without his fame. Lamb has struck his pen through the lines, against which I have put an asterisk. Scottish maidens drop a tear o'er the beauteous hero's bier. Bending warrior, o'er thy grave, young light of Scotland early spent, thy country thee shall long lament. Douglas beautiful and brave, and oft to after times shall tell, in hope's sweet prime my hero fell. Lamb has struck his pen through the remainder. Thane or lordling think no scorns of the poor and lowly born, in brake obscure or lonely dell. The simple floweret prospers well, the gentler virtues cottage bred, omitted, thrive best beneath the humble shed. Low-born hinds, oppressed, obscure, ye who patiently endure to bend the knee and bow the head, and thankful eat another's bread. Well may ye mourn your best friend dead, till life with grief together end. He would have been the poor man's friend. Bending warrior, o'er thy grave, young light of Scotland early spent, omitted. Thy country thee shall long lament. Douglas, beautiful and brave, and oft to after times shall tell, omitted. In life's young prime my hero fell. Side note, is morbid wantonness of woe a good and allowable phrase? At length I have done with verse-making, not that I relish other people's poetry less, theirs comes from 'em without effort, mine is the difficult operation of a brain scanty of ideas, made more difficult by disuse. I have been reading the task with fresh delight. I am glad you love Cowper. I could forgive a man for not enjoying Milton, but I would not call that man my friend, who should be offended with the divine chit-chat of Cowper. Write to me. God love you and yours. C.L. The name of the young lady going out to India is not known. The verses were printed in the monthly magazine for March, 1797, but not in Coleridge's Poems, 1797. The Tomb of Douglas was included in that volume. The poem in which the alteration, pain and want was to be made, but was not made, or was made and cancelled later, was Fancy employed on divine subjects. The divine chit-chat of Cowper was Coleridge's own phrase. It is a pretty circumstance that Lamb and Cowper now share, with Keats, a memorial in Edmonton Church. Letter 17. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Little Queen Street, Night of Deck, 9th, 1796. I am sorry I cannot now relish your poetical present as thoroughly as I feel it deserves, but I do not the less thank Lloyd and you for it. In truth, Coleridge, I am perplexed, and at times almost cast down. I am beset with perplexities. The old hag of a wealthy relation, who took my aunt off our hands in the beginning of trouble, has found out that she is indolent and mulish, I quote her own words, and that her attachment to us is so strong that she can never be happy apart. The lady, with delicate irony, remarks that, if I am not an hypocrite, I shall rejoice to receive her again, and that it will be a means of making me more fond of home to have so dear a friend to come home to. The fact is, she is jealous of my aunt's bestowing any kind recollections on us, while she enjoys the patronage of her roof. She says she finds it inconsistent with her own ease and tranquility to keep her any longer, and in fine summons me to fetch her home. Now, much as I should rejoice to transplant the poor old creature from the chilling air of such patronage, yet I know how straitened we are already, how unable already to answer any demand which sickness or any extraordinary expense may make. I know this, and all unused as I am to struggle with perplexities, I am somewhat nonplussed, to say no worse. This prevents me from a thorough relish of what Lloyd's kindness and yours have furnished me with. I thank you though from my heart, and feel myself not quite alone in the earth. Before I offer what alone I have to offer, a few obvious remarks on the poems you sent me, I cannot but notice the odd coincidence of two young men, in one age, caroling their grandmothers. Love, what Lloyd calls the feverish and romantic tie, hath too long domineered over all the charities of home, the dear domestic ties of father, brother, husband. The amiable and benevolent Cowper has a beautiful passage in his Task, some natural and painful reflections on his deceased parents, and Haley's sweet lines to his mother are notoriously the best things he ever wrote. Cowper's lines, some of them, are: how gladly would the man recall to life the boy's neglected sire, a mother too. That softer name, perhaps more gladly still, might he demand them at the gates of death. I cannot but smile to see my granny so gaily decked forth, though, I think, whoever altered thy praises to her praises, thy honored memory to her honored memory, did wrong, they best expressed my feelings. There is a pensive state of recollection, in which the mind is disposed to apostrophize the departed objects of its attachment, and breaking loose from grammatical precision, changes from the first to the third, and from the third to the first person, just as the random fancy or the feeling directs. Among Lloyd's sonnets, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th are eminently beautiful. I think him too lavish of his expletives. The do's and dids, when they occur too often, bring a quaintness with them along with their simplicity, or rather air of antiquity, which the patrons of them seem desirous of conveying. The lines on Friday are very pleasing, yet calls itself in pride of infancy woman or man, and see, affection's tottering troop, are prominent beauties. Another time, when my mind were more at ease, I could be more particular in my remarks, and I would postpone them now, only I want some diversion of mind. The Melancholy Man is a charming piece of poetry, only the whys, with submission, are too many, yet the questions are too good to be any of 'em omitted. For those lines of yours, page 18, omitted in magazine, I think the 3 first better retained, the 3 last, which are somewhat simple in the most affronting sense of the word, better omitted. To this my taste directs me, I have no claim to prescribe to you. Their slothful loves and dainty sympathies is an exquisite line, but you knew that when you wrote 'em, and I trifle in pointing such out. 'Tis altogether the sweetest thing to me you ever wrote, 'tis all honey. No wish profaned my overwhelmed heart, blessed hour, it was a luxury to be. I recognize feelings, which I may taste again, if tranquility has not taken his flight forever, and I will not believe, but I shall be happy, very happy again. The next poem to your friend is very beautiful. Need I instance the pretty fancy of the rock's collected tears, or that original line poured all its healthful greenness on the soul? Let it be, since you asked me, as neighboring fountains each reflect the whole, though that is somewhat harsh. Indeed, the ending is not so finished as the rest, which if you omit in your forthcoming edition, you will do the volume wrong, and the very binding will cry out. Neither shall you omit the 2 following poems. The hour when we shall meet again is fine fancy, 'tis true, but fancy catering in the service of the feeling, fetching from her stores most splendid banquets to satisfy her. Do not omit it. Your sonnet to the river otter excludes those equally beautiful lines, which deserve not to be lost, as the tired savage, N.C., and I prefer that copy in your Watchman. I plead for its preference. Another time, I may notice more particularly Lloyd's, Southey's, Dermody's sonnets. I shrink from them now. My teasing lot makes me too confused for a clear judgment of things, too selfish for sympathy, and these ill-digested, meaningless remarks I have imposed on myself as a task to lull reflection, as well as to show you I did not neglect reading your valuable present. Return my acknowledgments to Lloyd. You too appear to be about realizing an Elysium upon earth, and no doubt I shall be happier. Take my best wishes. Remember me most affectionately to Mrs. C, and give little David Hartley, God bless its little heart, a kiss for me. Bring him up to know the meaning of his Christian name, and what that name, imposed upon him, will demand of him. C. Lamb. God love you. I write, for one thing, to say that I shall write no more till you send me word where you are, for you are so soon to move. My sister is pretty well, thank God. We think of you very often. God bless you. Continue to be my correspondent, and I will strive to fancy that this world is not all barrenness. The poetical present, as the late Mr. Dykes Campbell pointed out in the Athenaeum, June 13, 1891, consisted of Lloyd's poems on the death of Priscilla Farmer, to which Lamb had contributed The Grandame, and of a little privately printed collection of poems by Coleridge and Lloyd, which they had intended to publish, but did not. The pamphlet has completely vanished. In addition to these 2 works, the poetical present also comprised another privately printed collection, a little pamphlet of 28 sonnets, which Coleridge had arranged for the purpose of binding up with those of Bowles. It included 3 of Bowles, 4 of Coleridge's, 4 of Lamb's, 4 of Southey's, and the remainder by Dermody, Lloyd, Charlotte Smith, and others. A copy of this pamphlet is preserved in the South Kensington Museum. The poems you sent me. This would be Lloyd's poems on the death of Priscilla Farmer, when Lamb reprinted The Grandame in Coleridge's 2nd edition, 1797, he put back the original text. I now take up Mr. Dykes Campbell's comments on the letter, where it branches off from the Priscilla Farmer volume to the vanished pamphlet of poems by Coleridge and Lloyd. Beginning with Lloyd's Melancholy Man, first printed in the Carlisle volume of 1795, Lamb passes to Coleridge's poem on leaving the honeymoon cottage at Clevedon. Altogether the sweetest thing to me, says Lamb, you ever wrote. The verses had appeared in the monthly magazine 2 months before. That Lamb's counsel was followed to some extent may be gathered from a comparison between the text of the magazine and that of 1797. Once I saw, hallowing his Sabbath day by quietness, a wealthy son of commerce saunter by. Bristol's citizen, he paused and looked, with a pleased sadness, and gazed all around. Then eyed our cottage, and gazed round again, and said it was a blessed little place. And we were blessed. monthly magazine. Once I saw, hallowing his Sabbath day by quietness, a wealthy son of commerce saunter by. Bristow's citizen, methought it calmed his thirst of idle gold, and made him muse with wiser feelings, for he paused and looked with a pleased sadness, and gazed all around. Then eyed our cottage, and gazed round again, and sighed and said, it was a blessed place. And we were blessed. Poems, 1797. It will be observed that Coleridge in 1797 inserted some lines which were not in the magazine. They were probably restored from a miscopy Lamb had previously seen, and if Coleridge did not cancel all that Lamb wisely counseled, he certainly drew the sting of the affronting simplicity by removing the word little. The comical ambiguity of the Bristol man's exclamation, as first reported, could hardly have failed to drive Lamb's dull care away for a moment or two. In the next poem to your friend, Lamb is speaking of Coleridge's lines to Charles Lloyd, those beginning, a mount not wearisome and bare and steep. In the forthcoming edition, the poet improved a little the barely tolerated line, making it read, as neighboring fountains image, each the whole, but did not take Lamb's hint to omit the 5 which closed the poem. Lamb, however, got his way, perhaps took it, when the verses were reprinted in 1803 in the volume he saw through the press for Coleridge. Neither shall you omit the 2 following poems. The hour when we shall meet again is only a fine fancy, 'tis true, but fancy catering in the service of the feeling, fetching from her stores most splendid banquets to satisfy her. Do not omit it. So wrote Lamb of these somewhat slender verses, but his friend had composed them during illness and in absence, and Lamb in his own heartsickness and loneliness detected the reality which underlay the conventionality of expression. The critic slept, and even when he was awake again in 1803, was fain to let the lines be reprinted with only the concession of their worst couplet. While finely flushing float her kisses meek, like melted rubies o'er my pallid cheek. The second of the 2 following poems was Coleridge's sonnet to the River Otter. The version then before him excludes, complains Lamb, those equally beautiful lines which deserve not to be lost, as the turd savage, N.C. And I prefer the copy in your Watchman. I plead for its preference. This pleading was not responded to in the way Lamb wanted, but in the appendix to the 1797 volume Coleridge printed the whole of the poem on an autumnal evening, to which the turd savage properly belonged. Lloyd's, Southey's, Dermody's sonnets. Lamb here refers to the 3rd portion of the poetical present, the 28 sonnets to be bound up with those of Bowles. Thomas Dermody, 1775–1802, was an Irish poet of squalidly dissolute life. A collection of his verses appeared in 1792. Letter 18. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Dec. 10th, 1796. I had put my letter into the post rather hastily, not expecting to have to acknowledge another from you so soon. This morning's present has made me alive again. My last night's epistle was childishly querulous, but you have put a little life into me, and I will thank you for your remembrance of me, while my sense of it is yet warm. For if I linger a day or 2, I may use the same phrase of acknowledgement or similar, but the feeling that dictates it now will be gone. I shall send you a caput mortuum, not a cor vivens. Thy watchman's, thy bellman's verses I do retort upon thee, thou libellous varlet. Why, you cried the hours yourself, and who made you so proud? But I submit, to show my humility, most implicitly to your dogmas. I reject entirely the copy of verses you reject. With regard to my leaving off versifying, you have said so many pretty things, so many fine compliments, ingeniously decked out in the garb of sincerity, and undoubtedly springing from a present feeling somewhat like sincerity, that you might melt the most unmusical soul. Did you not, now for a Roland compliment for your profusion of Olivers? Did you not in your very epistle, by the many pretty fancies and profusion of heart displayed in it, dissuade and discourage me from attempting anything after you? At present I have not leisure to make verses, nor anything approaching to a fondness for the exercise. In the ignorant present time, who can answer for the future man? At lovers' perjuries Jove laughs, and poets have sometimes a disingenuous way of forswearing their occupation. This, though, is not my case. The tender cast of soul, sombered with melancholy and subsiding recollections, is favorable to the sonnet or the elegy, but from the sainted growing woof, the teasing troubles keep aloof. The music of poesy may charm for a while the importunate teasing cares of life, but the teased and troubled man is not in a disposition to make that music. You sent me some very sweet lines relative to Burns, but it was at a time when, in my highly agitated and perhaps distorted state of mind, I thought it a duty to read 'em hastily and burn 'em. I burned all my own verses, all my book of extracts from Beaumont and Fletcher and 1,000 sources. I burned a little journal of my foolish passion which I had a long time kept, noting ere they passed away the little lines of yesterday. I almost burned all your letters. I did as bad. I lent 'em to friend to keep out of my brother's sight, should he come and make inquisition into our papers. For much as he dwelt upon your conversation while you were among us, and delighted to be with you, it has been his fashion ever since to depreciate and cry you down. You were the cause of my madness, you and your damned foolish sensibility and melancholy. And he lamented with a true brotherly feeling that we ever met, even as the sober citizen, when his son went astray upon the mountains of Parnassus, is said to have cursed wit and poetry and Pope. I quote wrong, but no matter. These letters I lent to a friend to be out of the way for a season, but I have claimed them in vain, and shall not cease to regret their loss. Your packets, posterior to the date of my misfortunes, commencing with that valuable consolatory epistle, are every day accumulating. They are sacred things with me. Publish your Burns when and how you like. It will be new to me. My memory of it is very confused and tainted with unpleasant associations. Burns was the god of my idolatry, as Bowles of yours. I am jealous of your fraternizing with Bowles, when I think you relish him more than Burns or my old favorite, Cowper. But you conciliate matters when you talk of the divine chit-chat of the latter. By the expression I see you thoroughly relish him. I love Mrs. Coleridge for her excuses an hundredfold more dearly than if she heaped, line upon line, out Hannahing Hannah More, and had rather hear you sing, did a very little baby by your family fireside, than listen to you when you were repeating one of Bowles's sweetest sonnets in your sweet manner, while we two were indulging sympathy, a solitary luxury, by the fireside at the salutation. Yet have I no higher ideas of heaven. Your company was one, cordial in this melancholy vale. The remembrance of it is a blessing partly, and partly a curse. When I can abstract myself from things present, I can enjoy it with a freshness of relish, but it more constantly operates to an unfavorable comparison with the uninteresting. Converse I always and only can partake in. Not a soul loves Bowles here. Scarce one has heard of Burns. Few but laugh at me for reading my testament. They talk a language I understand not. I conceal sentiments that would be a puzzle to them. I can only converse with you by letter and with the dead in their books. My sister, indeed, is all I can wish in a companion. But our spirits are alike poorly, our reading and knowledge from the self-same sources, our communication with the scenes of the world alike narrow, never having kept separate company or any company together, never having read separate books, and few books together, what knowledge have we to convey to each other? In our little range of duties and connections, how few sentiments can take place, without friends, with few books, with a taste for religion rather than a strong religious habit. We need some support, some leading strings to cheer and direct us. You talk very wisely, and be not sparing of your advice. Continue to remember us, and to show us you do remember us, we will take as lively an interest in what concerns you and yours. All I can add to your happiness will be sympathy. You can add to mine more, you can teach me wisdom. I am indeed an unreasonable correspondent, but I was unwilling to let my last night's letter go off without this qualifier. You will perceive by this my mind is easier, and you will rejoice. I do not expect or wish you to write till you are moved, and of course shall not, till you announce to me that event, think of writing myself. Love to Mrs. Coleridge and David Hartley, and my kind remembrance to Lloyd, if he is with you. C. Lamb. I will get Nature and Art, have not seen it yet, nor any of Jeremy Taylor's works. The reference to the bellman's verses, the bellman, or watchman, used to leave verses at the houses on his beat at Easter as a reminder of his deserts, is not quite clear. Lamb evidently had submitted for the new volume some lines which Coleridge would not pass, possibly the poem in letter number 16. Coleridge some time before had sent to Lamb the very sweet lines relative to Burns, under the title, "To a Friend who had declared his intention of writing no more poetry." Did a very little baby, in the appendix to Vol. I of the 1847 edition of the Beag, lit. Sarah Coleridge writes, concerning children and domestic evenings, "Did a very little babby make a very great noise," is the first line of a nursery song in which Mr. Coleridge recorded some of his experience on this recondite subject. The song has disappeared. Nature and Art was Mrs. Inchbald's story, published in 1796. Lamb later became an enthusiast for Jeremy Taylor. Letter 19. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Dated outside, Jan. 2, 1797. Your success in the higher species of the ode is such as bespeaks you born for achievements of loftier enterprise than to linger in the lowly train of songsters and sonneteurs. Sincerely, I think your ode one of the finest I have read. The opening is in the spirit of the sublimest allegory. The idea of the skirts of the departing year, seen far onwards, waving on the wind, is one of those noble hints at which the reader's imagination is apt to kindle into grand conceptions. Do the words impetuous and solemnize harmonize well in the same line? Think and judge. In the 2D strophe, there seems to be too much play of fancy to be consistent with that continued elevation we are taught to expect from the strain of the foregoing. The parenthesized line, "By the way, I abominate parentheses in this kind of poetry," at the beginning of 7th page, and indeed all that gradual description of the throes and pangs of nature in childbirth, I do not much like, and those 4 first lines, "I mean tomb gloom. Anguish and languish rise not above mediocrity. In the epode your mighty genius comes again. I marked ambition and see through the whole epode. Indeed you carry along our souls in a full springtide of feeling and imaginat. Here is the storm of music, as Cowper expresses it. Would it not be more abrupt? Why does the northern conqueror stay, or where does the northern conqueror stay? This change of measure, rather than the feebler whither, foul her life and dark her tomb, mighty army of the dead, dance like deathflies and see, here is genius, here is poetry, rapid, irresistible." The concluding line, is it not a personif, without use, nec deus intersit, except indeed for rhyme's sake? Would the laws of strophe and antistrophe, which, if they are as unchangeable, I suppose are about as wise as the Mede and Persian laws, admit of expunging that line altogether, and changing the preceding one to, "And he, poor madman, deemed it quenched in endless night"? Fond madman or proud madman if you will, but poor is more contemptuous. If I offer alterations of my own to your poetry, and admit not yours in mine, it is upon the principle of a present to a rich man being graciously accepted, and the same present to a poor man being considered as in insult. To return, the antistrophe that follows is not inferior in grandeur or original, but is I think not faultless, e.g. How is memory alone, when all the ethereal multitude are there? Reflect. Again, storedst thy sad hours is harsh, I need not tell you, but you have gained your point in expressing much meaning in few words. Purple locks and snow-white glories, mild Arcadians ever blooming, seas of milk and ships of amber, these are things the muse talks about when, to borrow H. Walpole's witty phrase, she is not finely frenzied, only a little light-headed, that's all. Purple locks. They may manage things differently in fairyland, but your golden tresses are more to my fancy. The spirit of the earth is a most happy conceit, and the last line is one of the luckiest I ever heard, and stood up beautiful before the cloudy seat. I cannot enough admire it. 'Tis somehow picturesque in the very sound. The 2D antistrophe, what is the meaning of these things? Is fine and faultless, or to vary the alliteration and not diminish the affectation, beautiful and blameless. I only accept to the last line as meaningless after the preceding, and useless entirely. Besides, why disjoin nature and the world here, when you had confounded both in their pregnancy? The common earth and nature, recollect, a little before, and there is a dismal superfluity in the unmeaning vocable, unhurled, the worse, as it is so evidently a rhyme fetch. Death like he dozes is a prosaic conceit. Indeed, all the epode as far as Brothers' course, I most heartily commend to annihilation. The enthusiast of the lyre should not be so feebly, so tediously delineative of his own feelings, "'Tis not the way to become master of our affections." The address to Albion is very agreeable and concludes even beautifully. Speaks safety to his island child, sordid, epithet I would change for cruel. The immediately succeeding lines are prosaic. Mad avarice is an unhappy combination, and the coward distance yet with kindling pride is not only reprehensible for the antithetical turn, but as it is a quotation. Safe distance and coward distance you have more than once had recourse to before, and the lyric muse, in her enthusiasm, should talk the language of her country, something removed from common use, something recent. Unborrowed, the dreams of destruction, soothing her fierce solitude, are vastly grand and terrific. Still you weaken the effect by that superfluous and easily conceived parenthesis that finishes the page. The foregoing image few minds could have conceived, few tongues could have so clothed. Muttering distempered triumph, and C is vastly fine. I hate imperfect beginnings and endings. Now your concluding stanza is worthy of so fine an ode. The beginning was awakening and striking. The ending is soothing and solemn. Are you serious when you ask whether you shall admit this ode? It would be strange infatuation to leave out your Chatterton, mere insanity to reject this. Unless you are fearful that the splendid thing may be a means of eclipsing many a softer satellite that twinkles through the volume. Neither omit the annexed little poem. For my part, detesting alliterations, I should make the first line, "Away with this fantastic pride of woe." Well may you relish Bowles's allegory. I need only tell you I have read, and will only add, that I dislike Ambition's name gilded on his helmet cap, and that I think, among the more striking personages you notice, you omitted the most striking Remorse. He saw the trees, the sun, then hied him to his cave again. The 2D stanza of Mania is superful. The first was never exceeded. The 2D is too methodic. For her, with all its load of beauties, I am more affected with the 6 first stanzas of the elegiac poem written during sickness. Tell me your feelings. If the fraternal sentiment conveyed in the following lines will atone for the total want of anything like merit or genius in it, I desire you will print it next after my other sonnet to my sister. Friend of my earliest years and childish days, my joys, my sorrows, thou with me hast shared. Companion dear, and we alike have fared. Poor pilgrims we, through life's unequal ways. It were unwisely done, should we refuse to cheer our path as featly as we may. Our lonely path to cheer, as travellers use, with merry song, quaint tale, or roundelay. And we will sometimes talk, past troubles o'er, of mercies shewn, and all our sickness healed, and in his judgments, God remembering love. And we will learn to praise God evermore for those glad tidings of great joy revealed by that sooth messenger sent from above. If you think the epithet sooth, quaint, substitute blessed messenger, I hope you are printing my sonnets as I directed you, particularly the 2D. Methinks and see with my last added 6 lines at ye end, and all of 'em as I last made 'em. This has been a sad long letter of business, with no room in it for what honest Bunyan terms heart work. I have just room left to congratulate you on your removal to Stowey, to wish success to all your projects, to bid fair peace be to that house, to send my love and best wishes, breathed warmly, after your dear Sarah and her little David Hartley. If Lloyd be with you, bid him write to me. I feel to whom I am obliged primarily for 2 very friendly letters I have received already from him. A dainty, sweet book that art and nature is. I am at present rereading Priestley's Examinat of the Scotch doctors, how the rogue strings 'em up, 3 together. You have no doubt read that clear, strong, humorous, most entertaining piece of reasoning. If not, procure it and be exquisitely amused. I wish I could get more of Priestley's works. Can you recommend me to any more books, easy of access, such as circulating shops afford? God bless you and yours. Poor Mary is very unwell with a sore throat and a slight species of scarlet fever. God bless her too. Monday morning, at office. Coleridge had just published in quarto his ode on the departing year. In order that Lamb's letter may be intelligible, it is necessary, I think, to give the text of this edition in full. It will be found in the appendix to this volume. Lamb returns to his criticism in the next letter. The annexed little poem was that addressed to a young man of fortune, which began, and still begins, hence that fantastic wantonness of woe. Bowie's allegory was the poem Hope, an allegorical sketch, recently published. The poem was not included in the 1797 volume, but was printed in the monthly magazine, October 1797. Coleridge had moved to his cottage at Nether Stowey on the last day of 1796. Priestley's book would be an examination of Dr. Reid's inquiry into the human mind on the principles of common sense, Dr. Beattie's essay on the nature and immutability of truth, and Dr. Oswald's appeal to common sense in behalf of religion, 1774. Letter 20. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. P.M. Jan. 10, 1797. Saturday. I am completely reconciled to that second strophe and waive all objection. In spite of the Grecian lyrists, I persist on in thinking your brief personification of madness useless. Reverence forbids me to say impertinent. Golden locks and snow-white glories are as incongruous as your former, and if the great Italian painters, of whom my friend knows about as much as the man in the moon, if these great gentlemen be on your side, I see no harm in retaining the purple. The glories that I have observed to encircle the heads of saints and Madonnas in those old paintings have been mostly of a dirty drab-colored yellow, a dull gambojum. Keep your old line. It will excite a confused kind of pleasurable idea in the reader's mind, not clear enough to be called a conception, nor just enough, I think, to reduce to painting. It is a rich line, you say, and riches hide a many faults. I maintain that in the 2D antist, you do disjoin nature and the world, and contrary to your conduct in the 2D strophe. Nature joins her groans, joins with whom, a god's name, but the world or earth in line preceding. But this is being over-curious, I acknowledge. Nor did I call the last line useless, I only objected to unhurled. I cannot be made to like the former part of that 2D epode. I cannot be made to feel it, as I do the parallel places in Isaiah, Jeremy, and Daniel. Whether it is that in the present case the rhyme impairs the efficacy, or that the circumstances are feigned, and we are conscious of a made-up lie in the case, and the narrative is too long-winded to preserve the semblance of truth, or that lines 8, 9, 10, 14 in Partic, 17 and 18 are mean and unenthusiastic, or that lines 5 to 8 in their change of rhyme show like art, I don't know, but it strikes me as something meant to affect and failing in its purpose. Remember, my waywardness of feeling is single, and singly stands opposed to all your friends, and what is one among many. This I know, that your quotations from the prophets have never escaped me, and never failed to affect me strongly. I hate that simile. I am glad you have amended that parenthesis in the account of destruction. I like it well now. Only omit that history of childbearing, and all will do well. Let the obnoxious epode remain, to terrify such of your friends as are willing to be terrified. I think I would omit the notes, not as not good per se, but as uncongenial with the dignity of the ode. I need not repeat my wishes to have my little sonnets printed verbatim my last way. In particular, I fear lest you should prefer printing my first sonnet, as you have done more than once. Did the wand of Merlin wave? It looks so like Mr. Merlin, the ingenious successor of the immortal Merlin, now living in good health and spirits, and nourishing in magical reputation in Oxford Street. And on my life, one half who read it would understand it so. Do put him forth finally, as I have, in various letters, settled it. For first a man's self is to be pleased, and then his friends, and of course the greater number of his friends, if they differ inter se. Thus taste may safely be put to the vote. I do long to see our names together, not for vanity's sake, and naughty pride of heart altogether, for not a living soul I know or am intimate with will scarce read the book, so I shall gain nothing quod famem, and yet there is a little vanity mixes in it, I cannot help denying. I am aware of the unpoetical cast of the 6 last lines of my last sonnet, and think myself unwarranted in smuggling so tame a thing into the book. Only the sentiments of those 6 lines are thoroughly congenial to me in my state of mind, and I wish to accumulate perpetuating tokens of my affection to poor Mary, that it has no originality in its cast, nor anything in the feelings, but what is common and natural to thousands, nor aught properly called poetry, I see. Still it will tend to keep present to my mind a view of things which I ought to indulge. These 6 lines, too, have not to a reader a connectedness with the foregoing. Omit it if you like. What a treasure it is to my poor indolent and unemployed mind, thus to lay hold on a subject to talk about, though 'tis but a sonnet, and that of the lowest order. How mournfully inactive I am! 'Tis night, good night. My sister, I thank God, is nigh recovered. She was seriously ill. Do, in your next letter, and that right soon, give me some satisfaction respecting your present situation at Stowey. Is it a farm you have got? And what does your worship know about farming? Coleridge, I want you to write an epic poem. Nothing short of it can satisfy the vast capacity of true poetic genius. Having one great end to direct all your poetical faculties to, and on which to lay out your hopes, your ambition will show you to what you are equal. By the sacred energies of Milton, by the dainty sweet and soothing fantasies of honey-tongued Spenser, I adjure you to attempt the epic, or do something more ample than writing an occasional brief ode or sonnet, something to make yourself forever known, to make the age to come your own. But I prate, doubtless you meditate something. When you are exalted among the lords of epic fame, I shall recall with pleasure, and exultingly, the days of your humility, when you disdain not to put forth in the same volume with mine your religious musings, and that other poem from the Joan of Arc, those promising first fruits of high renown to come. You have learning, you have fancy, you have enthusiasm, you have strength and amplitude of wing for flights like those I recommend. In the vast and unexplored regions of fairyland, there is ground enough unfound and uncultivated. Search there, and realize your favorite Susquehanna scheme. In all our comparisons of taste, I do not know whether I have ever heard your opinion of a poet, very dear to me, the now out-of-fashion Cowley. Favor me with your judgment of him, and tell me if his prose essays, in particular, as well as no inconsiderable part of his verse, be not delicious. I prefer the graceful rambling of his essays, even to the courtly elegance and ease of Addison, abstracting from this, the latter's exquisite humor. Why is not your poem on Burns in the monthly magazine? I was much disappointed. I have a pleasurable but confused remembrance of it. When the little volume is printed, send me 3 or 4, at all events not more than 6 copies, and tell me if I put you to any additional expense by printing with you. I have no thought of the kind, and in that case must reimburse you. My epistle is a model of unconnectedness, but I have no partic, subject to write on, and must proportion my scribble in some degree to the increase of postage. It is not quite fair, considering how burdensome your correspondence from different quarters must be, to add to it with so little show of reason. I will make an end for this evening. Sunday even, farewell. Priestley, whom I sin in almost adoring, speaks of such a choice of company as tends to keep up that right bent and firmness of mind, which a necessary intercourse with the world would otherwise warp and relax. Such fellowship is the true balsam of life. Its cement is infinitely more durable than that of the friendships of the world, and it looks for its proper fruit and complete gratification to the life beyond the grave. Is there a possible chance for such an one as me to realize in this world such friendships? Where am I to look for 'em? What testimonials shall I bring of my being worthy of such friendship? Alas, the great and good go together in separate herds, and leave such as me to lag far, far behind in all intellectual, and far more grievous to say, in all moral accomplishments. Coleridge, I have not one truly elevated character among my acquaintance, not one Christian, not one, but undervalues Christianity. Singly, what am I to do? Wesley, have you read his life? Was he not an elevated character? Wesley has said, religion is not a solitary thing. Alas, it necessarily is so with me, or next to solitary. 'Tis true, you write to me. But correspondence by letter and personal intimacy are very widely different. Do write to me, and do some good to my mind, already how much warped and relaxed by the world. 'Tis the conclusion of another evening. Good night. God have us all in his keeping. If you are sufficiently at leisure, oblige me with an account of your plan of life at Stowey, your literary occupations and prospects. In short, make me acquainted with every circumstance, which, as relating to you, can be interesting to me. Are you yet a Berkeleyan? Make me one. I rejoice in being, speculatively, a necessarian. Would to God I were habitually a practical one. Confirm me in the faith of that great and glorious doctrine, and keep me steady in the contemplation of it. You some time since expressed an intention you had of finishing some extensive work on the evidences of natural and revealed religion. Have you let that intention go, or are you doing anything towards it? Make to yourself, other 10 talents. My letter is full of nothingness. I talk of nothing, but I must talk. I love to write to you. I take a pride in it. It makes me think less meanly of myself. It makes me think myself not totally disconnected from the better part of mankind. I know I am too dissatisfied with the beings around me, but I cannot help occasionally exclaiming, woe is me, that I am constrained to dwell with Meshech, and to have my habitation among the tents of Kedar. I know I am no ways better in practice than my neighbors, but I have a taste for religion, an occasional earnest aspiration after perfection which they have not. I gain nothing by being with such as myself. We encourage one another in mediocrity. I am always longing to be with men more excellent than myself. All this must sound odd to you, but these are my predominant feelings when I sit down to write to you, and I should put force upon my mind were I to reject them. Yet I rejoice and feel my privilege with gratitude when I have been reading some wise book, such as I have just been reading, Priestley on Philosophical Necessity, in the thought that I enjoy a kind of communion, a kind of friendship even, with the great and good. Books are to me instead of friends. I wish they did not resemble the latter in their scarceness. And how does little David Hartley, equid in antiquam virtutum, does his mighty name work wonders yet upon his little frame and opening mind? I did not distinctly understand you. You don't mean to make an actual ploughman of him. Mrs. C. is no doubt well. Give my kindest respects to her. Is Lloyd with you yet? Are you intimate with Southey? What poems is he about to publish? He hath a most prolific brain, and is indeed a most sweet poet. But how can you answer all the various mass of interrogation I have put to you in the course of this sheet? Write back just what you like, only write something, however brief. I have now nigh finished my page, and got to the end of another evening, Monday evening, and my eyes are heavy and sleepy, and my brain unsuggestive. I have just heart enough awake to say good night once more, and God love you, my dear friend, God love us all. Mary bears an affectionate remembrance of you. Charles Lamb. The criticisms contained in the first paragraph bear upon Coleridge's Ode on the Departing Year, which had already appeared twice in the Cambridge Intelligencer and in a quarto issued by Cottle, and was now being revised for the second edition of the poems. The personification of madness was contained in the line, afterwards omitted. For still does madness roam on guilt's black dizzy height. Lamb's objection to this line, considering his home circumstances at the time, was very natural. In Antistrophe, I. Coleridge originally said of the ethereal multitude in heaven, whose purple locks with snow-white glories shone. In the 1797 poems, the line ran, whose wreathed locks with snow-white glories shone. And in the final version, whose locks with wreaths, whose wreaths with glories shone. Coleridge must have supported his case, in the letter which Lamb is answering, by a reference to the Italian painters. Coleridge in the 1797 edition of his poems made no alteration to meet Lamb's strictures. The simile that Lamb hated is, I imagine, that of the soldier on the war field. The history of childbearing referred to is the passage at the end of strophe Roman 2. To the quarto, Coleridge had appended various notes. In 1797, he had only 3 and added an argument. The reference to Merlin will be explained by a glance at the parallel sonnets above. Merlin was entirely Coleridge's idea. A conjurer of that name was just then among London's attractions. The last sonnet, which was not the last in the 1797 volume, but the 6th, was that beginning, If from my lips, see first letter. In connection with Lamb's question on the Stowe husbandry, the following quotation from a letter from Coleridge to the Rev. J. P. Estlin, belonging to this period, is interesting. Our house is better than we expected. There is a comfortable bedroom and sitting room for C. Lloyd, and another for us, a room for Nanny, a kitchen, and outhouse. Before our door, a clear brook runs of very soft water, and in the backyard is a nice well of fine spring water. We have a very pretty garden, and large enough to find us vegetables and employment, and I am already an expert gardener, and both my hands can exhibit a callum as testimonials of their industry. We have likewise a sweet orchard. Writing a little before this to Charles Lloyd, Sr., Coleridge had said, "My days, I shall devote to the acquirement of practical husbandry and horticulture. The poem on Burns was that to a friend Lamb who had declared his intention of writing no more poetry. It was printed first in a Bristol paper and then in the annual anthology 1800. Priestley's remark is in the dedication to John Lee, Esquire, of Lincoln's Inn of a free discussion of the doctrines of materialism and philosophical necessity in a correspondence between Dr. Price and Dr. Priestley, etc., included in disquisitions relating to matter and spirit Vol. Roman 3, 1778. The discussion arose from the publication by Priestley of the Doctrine of Philosophical Necessity, Illustrated, which itself is an appendage to disquisitions relating to matter and spirit. 3 lives at least of John Wesley were published in the 2 years following his death in 1791. Coleridge later studied Wesley closely, for he added valuable notes to Southey's life. See the 1846 edition. A Berkeleyan, i.e., a follower of Bishop Berkeley, 1685–1753, who in his New Theory of Vision and later works maintained that what we call matter has no actual existence, and that the impressions which we believe ourselves to receive from it are not, in fact, derived from anything external to ourselves, but are produced within us by a certain disposition of the mind, the immediate operation of God. Benham's Dictionary of Religion. Coleridge, when sending Southey one version of his poem to Charles Lamb, entitled This Lime Tree Bower My Prison, to which we shall come later, in July 1797, appended to the following passage the note, "You remember I am a Berkeleyan." Struck with joy's deepest calm, and gazing round on the wide view, may gaze till all doth seem less gross than bodily, a living thing that acts upon the mind, and with such hues as clothe the Almighty Spirit when he makes spirits perceive his presence. A necessarian, we should now say a fatalist. Coleridge's work on the evidences of natural and revealed religion, which has before been mentioned, was, if ever begun, never completed. Letter 21. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Dated at End, January 18, 1797. Dear Col, you have learned by this time, with surprise, no doubt, that Lloyd is with me in town. The emotions I felt on his coming so unlooked for are not ill expressed in what follows, and what, if you do not object to them as too personal and to the world obscure or otherwise wanting in worth, I should wish to make a part of our little volume. I shall be sorry if that vol comes out, as it necessarily must do, unless you print those very schoolboyish verses I sent you on not getting leave to come down to Bristol last summer. I say I shall be sorry that I have addressed you in nothing which can appear in our joint volume. So frequently, so habitually as you dwell on my thoughts, 'tis some wonder those thoughts came never yet in contact with a poetical mood, but you dwell in my heart of hearts, and I love you in all the naked honesty of prose. God bless you and all your little domestic circle, my tenderest remembrances to your beloved Sarah, and a smile and a kiss from me to your dear, dear little David Hartley. The verses I refer to above, slightly amended, I have sent, forgetting to ask your leave, though indeed I gave them only your initials to the month, Mag, where they may possibly appear next month, and where I hope to recognize your poem on Burns. To Charles Lloyd, an unexpected visitor. Alone, obscure, without a friend. A cheerless, solitary thing. Why seeks my Lloyd the stranger out? What offering can the stranger bring? Of social scenes, homebred delights, that him in aught compensate may. For Stowey's pleasant winter nights. For loves and friendships far away. In brief oblivion to forgo. Friends such as thine, so justly dear. And be a while with me content. To stay a kindly loiterer here. For this a gleam of random joy hath flushed my unaccustomed cheek. And with an o'ercharged bursting heart, I feel the thanks I cannot speak. Oh, sweet are all the muse's lays, and sweet the charm of matin bird. 'Twas long since these estranged ears the sweeter voice of friend had heard. The voice hath spoke the pleasant sounds. In memory's ear, in after time, shall live to sometimes rouse a tear, and sometimes prompt an honest rhyme. For when the transient charm is fled, and when the little week is o'er, to cheerless, friendless solitude, when I return as heretofore, long, long within my aching heart, the grateful sense shall cherished be. I'll think less meanly of myself, that Lloyd will sometimes think on me. O Carl, would to God you were in London with us, or we two at Stowey with you all. Lloyd takes up his abode at the Bull and Mouth Inn. The Cat and Salutation would have had a charm more forcible for me. O Nox Keenic Diem, Anglis, Welsh Rabbits, Punch and Poesy. Should you be induced to publish those very schoolboyish verses, print 'em as they will occur, if at all, in the month, Mag, yet I should feel ashamed that to you I wrote nothing better, but they are too personal, and almost trifling and obscure withal. Some lines of mine to Cowper were in last month, Mag, they have not body of thought enough to plead for the retaining of 'em. My sister's kind love to you all. See Lamb. The verses to Lloyd were included in Coleridge's 1797 volume, but the verses concerning the frustrated Bristol holiday were omitted. Concerning this visit to London, Charles Lloyd wrote to his brother Robert, I left Charles Lamb very warmly interested in his favor, and have kept up a regular correspondence with him ever since. He is a most interesting young man. Only 2 letters from Lamb to Charles Lloyd have survived. We two, Lamb and Lloyd, not Lamb and his sister. Letter 22. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Begun Sunday, February 5, 1797. Dated on address by mistake, January 5, 1797. Sunday morning. You cannot surely mean to degrade the Joan of Arc into a pot girl. You are not going, I hope, to annex to that most splendid ornament of Southey's poem All This Cock, and a bull story of Joan the publican's daughter of Neufchatel, with the lamentable episode of a wagoner, his wife, and 6 children. The texture will be most lamentably disproportionate. The first 40 or 50 lines of these addenda are, no doubt, in their way admirable too, but many would prefer the Joan of Southey. On mightiest deeds to brood of shadowy vastness, such as made my heart throb fast. Anon I paused, and in a state of half-expectance listened to the wind. They wondered at me, who had known me once a cheerful, careless damsel. The eye, that of the circling throng and of the visible world unseeing, saw the shapes of holy fantasy. I see nothing in your description of the maid equal to these. There is a fine originality certainly in those lines, for she had lived in this bad world as in a place of tombs, and touched not the pollutions of the dead. But your fierce vivacity is a faint copy of the fierce and terrible benevolence of Southey. Added to this, that it will look like rivalship in you and extort a comparison with S. I think to your disadvantage, and the lines, considered in themselves as an addition to what you had before written, strains of a far higher mood, are but such as Madame Fancy loves in some of her more familiar moods, at such times as she has met Noel Goldsmith and walked and talked with him, calling him old acquaintance. Southey certainly has no pretensions to vie with you in the sublime of poetry, but he tells a plain tale better than you. I will enumerate some woeful blemishes, some of them sad deviations from that simplicity which was your aim. Hailed who might be near, the canvas coverture moving, by the by, is laughable. A woman and 6 children, by the way, why not 9 children? It would have been just half as pathetic again. Statues of sleep they seemed. Frost-mangled wretch, green putridity, hailed him immortal, rather ludicrous again, voiced a sad and simple tale, abominable, unprovendered, such his tale, suffering to the height of what was suffered, a most insufferable line, amazements of affright. The hot sore brain attributes its own hues of ghastliness and torture, what shocking confusion of ideas. In these delineations of common and natural feelings, in the familiar walks of poetry, you seem to resemble Montauban dancing with Raubin's tenants. Much of his native loftiness remained in the execution. I was reading your religious musings the other day, and sincerely I think it the noblest poem in the language, next after the Paradise Lost, and even that was not made the vehicle of such grand truths. There is one mind, and see. Down to Almighty's throne, are without a rival in the whole compass of my poetical reading. stands in the sun, and with no partial gaze views all creation. I wish I could have written those lines. I rejoice that I am able to relish them. The loftier walks of Pindus are your proper region, though you have no compeer in modern times. Leave the lowlands, unenvied, in possession of such men as Cowper and Southey. Thus am I pouring balsam into the wounds I may have been inflicting on my poor friend's vanity. In your notice of Southey's new volume, you omit to mention the most pleasing of all, the miniature. There were who formed high hopes and flattering ones of thee, young Robert, spirit of Spenser. Was the wanderer wrong? Fairfax, I have been in quest of a long time. Johnson in his Life of Waller gives a most delicious specimen of him, and adds, in the true manner of that delicate critic, as well as amiable man, it may be presumed that this old version will not be much read after the elegant translation of my friend, Mr. Hoole. I wished to gain some idea of Tasso from this Mr. Hoole, the great boast and ornament of the India House, but soon desisted. I found him more vapid than smallest small beer sun vinegared. Your dream, down to that exquisite line, I can't tell half his adventures, is a most happy resemblance of Chaucer. The remainder is so-so. The best line, I think, is, he belonged, I believe, to the witch Melancholy. By the way, when will our volume come out? Don't delay it till you have written a new Joan of Arc. Send what letters you please by me, and in any way you choose, single or double. The India Co. is better adapted to answer the cost than the generality of my friend's correspondence. Such poor and honest dogs as John Thelwall, particularly. I cannot say I know Carlson, at least intimately. I once supped with him and Allen. I think his manners very pleasing. I will not tell you what I think of Lloyd, for he may by chance come to see this letter, and that thought puts a restraint on me. I cannot think what subject would suit your epic genius. Some philosophical subject, I conjecture, in which shall be blended the sublime of poetry and of science. Your proposed hymns will be a fit preparatory study wherewith to discipline your young novitiate soul. I grow dull. I'll go walk myself out of my dullness. Sunday night. You and Sarah are very good to think so kindly and so favorably of poor Mary. I would to God all did so too, but I very much fear she must not think of coming home in my father's lifetime. It is very hard upon her, but our circumstances are peculiar, and we must submit to them. God be praised, she is so well as she is. She bears her situation as one who has no right to complain. My poor old aunt, whom you have seen, the kindest, goodest creature to me when I was at school, who used to toddle there to bring me fag when I schoolboy-like only despised her for it, and used to be ashamed to see her come and sit herself down on the old coal-hole steps as you went into the old grammar school, and opened her apron and bring out her basin, with some nice thing she had caused to be saved for me. The good old creature is now lying on her death-bed. I cannot bear to think on her deplorable state. To the shock she received on that our evil day, from which she never completely recovered, I impute her illness. She says, poor thing, she is glad she has come home to die with me. I was always her favorite. No after-friendship e'er can raise the endearments of our early days, nor e'er the heart such fondness prove, as when it first began to love. Lloyd has kindly left me for a keepsake, John Woolman. You have read it, he says, and like it. Will you excuse one short extract? I think it could not have escaped you. Small treasure to a resigned mind is sufficient. How happy is it to be content with a little, to live in humility, and feel that in us which breathes out this language, Abba, Father. I am almost ashamed to patch up a letter in this miscellaneous sort, but I please myself in the thought that anything from me will be acceptable to you. I am rather impatient, childishly so, to see our names affixed to the same common volume. Send me 2 when it does come out. 2 will be enough, or indeed 1, but 2 better. I have a dim recollection that, when in town, you were talking of the origin of evil as a most prolific subject for a long poem. Why not adopt it, Coleridge? There would be room for imagination. Or the description from a vision or dream, suppose of an utopia in one of the planets, the moon, for instance. Or a 5 days' dream which shall illustrate in sensible imagery Hartley's 5 motives to conduct. Sensation 1, imagination 2, ambition 3, sympathy 4, theopathy 5. First banquets, music, etc., effeminacy, and their insufficiency. 2D beds of hyacinth and roses, where young Adonis oft reposes. Fortunate isles, the pagan Elysium, etc., etc. Poetical pictures, antiquity as pleasing to the fancy. Their emptiness, madness, etc. 3D warriors, poets, some famous, yet more forgotten, their fame or oblivion now alike indifferent, pride, vanity, etc. Fourth, all manner of pitiable stories, in Spenser-like verse, love, friendship, relationship, and see fifth, hermits, Christ and his apostles, martyrs, heaven and sea, etc. An imagination like yours, from these scanty hints, may expand into 1,000 great ideas, if indeed you at all comprehend my scheme, which I scarce do myself. Monday morn, a London letter, 9:12. Look you, master poet, I have remorse as well as another man, and my bowels can sound upon occasion. But I must put you to this charge, for I cannot keep back my protest, however ineffectual, against the annexing your latter lines to those former, this putting of new wine into old bottles. This my duty done, I will cease from writing till you invent some more reasonable mode of conveyance. Well may the ragged followers of the Nine set up for Phloxenos what do you call emists, and I do not wonder that in their splendid visions of utopias in America they protest against the admission of those yellow-complexioned, copper-colored, white-livered gentlemen who never proved themselves their friends. Don't you think your verses, on a young ass too, trivial a companion for the religious musings? Scoundrel monarch, alter that, and the man of Ross is scarce admissible as it now stands curtailed of its fairer half. Reclaim its property from the Chatterton, which it does but encumber, and it will be a rich little poem. I hope you expunge great part of the old notes in the new edition, that, in particular, most barefaced, unfounded, impudent assertion that Mr. Rogers is indebted for his story to Loch Lomond, a poem by Bruce. I have read the latter. I scarce think you have. Scarce anything is common to them both. The poor author of The Pleasures of Memory was sorely hurt, Dyer says, by the accusation of unoriginality. He never saw the poem. I long to read your poem on Burns. I retain so indistinct a memory of it. In what shape and how does it come into public? As you leave off writing poetry till you finish your hymns, I suppose you print now all you have got by you. You have scarce enough unprinted to make a 2D volume with Lloyd. Tell me all about it. What has become of Cowper? Lloyd told me of some verses on his mother. If you have them by you, pray send 'em me. I do so love him, never mind their merit. Maybe I may like 'em, as your taste and mine do not always exactly identify. Yours. Lamb. Coleridge intended to print in his new edition the lines that he had contributed to Southey's Joan of Arc, 1796, with certain additions, under the title The Progress of Liberty, or The Visions of the Maid of Orleans. Writing to Cottle, Coleridge had said, I much wish to send my visions of the Maid of Arc and my corrections to Wordsworth, and to Lamb, whose taste and judgment I see reason to think more correct and philosophical than my own, which yet I place pretty high. Lamb's criticisms are contained in this letter. Coleridge abandoned his idea of including the poem in the 1797 edition, and the lines were not separately published until 1817 in Sibylline Leaves under the title The Destiny of Nations. Montauban, Raubin, an illustration from Henry Mackenzie's novel Julia de Raubin, 1777, from which Lamb took hints, a little later, for the structure of part of his story Rosamund Grey. This is the passage in Religious Musings that Lamb particularly praises. There is one mind, one omnipresent mind. Omnific, his most holy name is love. Truth of subliming import, with the which, who feeds and saturates his constant soul. He from his small particular orbit flies. With blessed outstarting, from himself he flies. Stands in the sun, and with no partial gaze. Views all creation, and he loves it all. And blesses it, and calls it very good. This is indeed to dwell with the Most High. Cherubs and rapture-trembling seraphim can press no nearer to the Almighty's throne. Southey's new volume, which Coleridge had noticed, was his poems, second edition, Vol. I, 1797. The poem in question was on my own miniature picture taken at 2 years of age. Edward Fairfax's Tasso, Godfrey of Boulogne, or The Recovery of Jerusalem, was published in 1600. John Hoole, a later translator, became principal auditor at the India House and resigned in 1786. He died in 1803. Coleridge's dream was the poem called The Raven. Citizen John Thelwall, 1764-1834, to whom many of Coleridge's early letters are written, was a Jacobin enthusiast who had gone to the Tower with Thomas Hardy and Home, took in 1794, but was acquitted at his trial. At this time, he was writing and lecturing on political subjects. When in 1818, Thelwall acquired the Champion, Lamb wrote squibs for it against the Regent and others. Coulson was perhaps Thomas Coulson, a friend of Sir Humphrey Davy and the father of Walter Coulson, born 1794, who was called the Walking Encyclopedia, and was afterwards a friend of Hazlitt. To discipline your young novitiate soul, a line from Religious Musings, 1796. I discipline my young novitiate thought. My poor old aunt. Lamb's lines on his Aunt Hetty repeat some of this praise, as also does the Elia essay on Christ's Hospital. John Woolman, 1720–1772, an American Quaker. His works comprise a journal of the life, gospel, labors, and Christian experiences of that faithful minister of Jesus Christ, John Woolman, and his last epistle. And other writings. Lamb often praised the book. A London Letter, 912. A word on the postal system of those days may not be out of place. The cost of the letter when a franc had not been procured was borne by the recipient. The rate varied with the distance. The charge from London to Bridgewater in 1797 was 7d. Later, it was raised to 9d and 10d. No regular post was set up between Bridgewater and Nether Stowey until 1808, when the cost of the carriage of a letter for the intervening 9 miles was 2d. Floxi, see note on page Roman 2. The young ass, early versions, ended thus. Soothe to rest the tumult of some scoundrel monarch's breast. Coleridge changed the last line to the aching of pale fashion's vacant breast. Coleridge had asserted in a 1796 note that Rogers had taken the story of Florio in the Pleasures of Memory from Michael Bruce's Loch Leven, not Loch Lomond. In the 1797 edition, another note made apology for the mistake. Cowper's lines on the receipt of my mother's picture out of Norfolk had been written in the spring of 1790. It is interesting to find Lamb reading them just now, for his own blank verse poems, shortly to be written, have much in common with Cowper's verses, not only in manner, but in matter. Letter 23. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Feb. 13th, 1797. Your poem is altogether admirable, parts of it are even exquisite. In particular, your personal account of the maid far surpasses anything of the sort in Southey. I perceived all its excellences, on a first reading, as readily as now you have been removing a supposed film from my eyes. I was only struck with a certain faulty disproportion in the matter and the style, which I still think I perceive, between these lines and the former ones. I had an end in view. I wished to make you reject the poem, only as being discordant with the other, and in subservience to that end, it was politically done in me to overpass and make no mention of merit which, could you think me capable of overlooking, might reasonably damn for ever in your judgment all pretensions in me to be critical. There, I will be judged by Lloyd, whether I have not made a very handsome recantation. I was in the case of a man whose friend has asked him his opinion of a certain young lady. The deluded wight gives judgment against her in toto, don't like her face, her walk, her manners, finds fault with her eyebrows, can see no wit in her. His friend looks blank. He begins to smell a rat. Wind veers about. He acknowledges her good sense, her judgment in dress, a certain simplicity of manners and honesty of heart, something too in her manners which gains upon you after a short acquaintance, and then her accurate pronunciation of the French language and a pretty uncultivated taste in drawing. The reconciled gentleman smiles applause, squeezes him by the hand, and hopes he will do him the honor of taking a bit of dinner with Mrs. and him, a plain family dinner, some day next week. For I suppose you never heard we were married. I'm glad to see you like my wife, however. You'll come and see her, huh? Now am I too proud to retract entirely. Yet I do perceive I am in some sort straitened. You are manifestly wedded to this poem, and what fancy has joined, let no man separate. I turn me to the Joan of Arc, second book. The solemn openings of it are with sounds which, Lloyd would say, are silence to the mind. The deep preluding strains are fitted to initiate the mind, with a pleasing awe, into the sublimest mysteries of theory concerning man's nature and his noblest destination, the philosophy of a first cause, of subordinate agents in creation superior to man, the subserviency of pagan worship and pagan faith to the introduction of a purer and more perfect religion, which you so elegantly describe as winning with gradual steps her difficult way northward from Bethabara. After all this cometh Joan, a publican's daughter, sitting on an alehouse bench, and marking the swingings of the signboard, finding a poor man, his wife and 6 children, starved to death with cold, and thence roused into a state of mind proper to receive visions emblematical of equality, which what the devil Joan had to do with, I don't know, or indeed with the French and American revolutions, though that needs no pardon, it is executed so nobly. After all, if you perceive no disproportion, all argument is vain. I do not so much object to parts. Again, when you talk of building your fame on these lines in preference to the religious musings, I cannot help conceiving of you and of the author of that as 2 different persons, and I think you a very vain man. I have been rereading your letter. Much of it I could dispute, but with the latter part of it, in which you compare the 2 Joans with respect to their predispositions for fanaticism, I todo chord coincide. Only I think that Southey's strength rather lies in the description of the emotions of the maid under the weight of inspiration. These, I see no mighty difference between her describing them or you describing them. These if you only equal the previous. Admirers of his poem, as is natural, will prefer his. If you surpass, prejudice will scarcely allow it, and I scarce think you will surpass, though your specimen at the conclusion, I am in earnest, I think very nigh equals them. And in an account of a fanatic or of a prophet, the description of her emotions is expected to be most highly finished. By the way, I spoke far too disparagingly of your lines, and I am ashamed to say, purposely. I should like you to specify or particularize. The story of the tottering eld, of his eventful years all come and gone, is too general. Why not make him a soldier, or some character, however, in which he has been witness to frequency of cruel wrong and strange distress? I think I should. When I laughed at the miserable man crawling from beneath the coverture, I wonder you did not perceive it was a laugh of horror, such as I have laughed at Dante's picture of the famished Ugolino. Without falsehood, I perceive 100 beauties in your narrative. Yet I wonder you do not perceive something out of the way, something unsimple and artificial in the expression, voiced a sad tale. I hate made dishes at the Muses' banquet. I believe I was wrong in most of my other objections, but surely hailed him immortal adds nothing to the terror of the man's death, which it was your business to heighten, not diminish by a phrase which takes away all terror from it. I like that line, they closed their eyes in sleep, nor knew 'twas death. Indeed, there is scarce a line I do not like. Turbid ecstasy is surely not so good as what you had written, troublous. Turbid rather suits the muddy kind of inspiration which London Porter confers. The versification is throughout, to my ears, unexceptionable, with no disparagement to the measure of the religious musings, which is exactly fitted to the thoughts. You were building your house on a rock when you rested your fame on that poem. I can scarce bring myself to believe that I am admitted to familiar correspondence and all the license of friendship with a man who writes blank verse like Milton. Now, this is delicate flattery, indirect flattery. Go on with your Maid of Orleans, and be content to be second to yourself. I shall become a convert to it when tea's finished. This afternoon I attend the funeral of my poor old aunt, who died on Thursday. I own I am thankful that the good creature has ended all her days of suffering and infirmity. She was to me the cherisher of infancy, and one must fall on these occasions into reflections which it would be commonplace to enumerate concerning death, of chance and change and fate in human life. Good God, who could have foreseen all this but 4 months back? I had reckoned in particular on my aunt's living many years. She was a very hardy old woman, but she was a mere skeleton before she died, looked more like a corpse that had lain weeks in the grave than one fresh dead. Truly the light is sweet, and a pleasant thing it is for the eyes to behold the sun. But let a man live many days and rejoice in them all, yet let him remember the days of darkness, for they shall be many. Coleridge, why are we to live on after all the strength and beauty of existence are gone, when all the life of life is fled, as poor Burns expresses it? Tell Lloyd I have had thoughts of turning Quaker and have been reading, or am rather just beginning to read, a most capital book, Good Thoughts in Good Language, William Penn's, No Cross, No Crown. I like it immensely. Unluckily, I went to one of his meetings, tell him, in St. John Street, yesterday, and saw a man under all the agitations and workings of a fanatic, who believed himself under the influence of some inevitable presence. This cured me of Quakerism. I love it in the books of Penn and Woolman, but I detest the vanity of a man thinking he speaks by the Spirit, when what he says an ordinary man might say without all that quaking and trembling. In the midst of his inspiration, and the effects of it were most noisy, was handed into the midst of the meeting a most terrible blackguard whapping sailor. The poor man, I believe, had rather have been in the hottest part of an engagement, for the congregation of broad brims, together with the ravings of the prophet, were too much for his gravity, though I saw even he had delicacy enough not to laugh out. And the inspired gentleman, though his manner was so supernatural, yet neither talked nor professed to talk anything more than good sober sense, common morality, with now and then a declaration of not speaking from himself. Among other things, looking back to his childhood and early youth, he told the meeting what a graceless young dog he had been, that in his youth he had a good share of wit. Reader, if thou hadst seen the gentleman, thou wouldst have sworn that it must indeed have been many years ago, for his rueful physiognomy would have scared away the playful goddess from the meeting, where he presided, forever. A wit, what could he mean? Lloyd, it minded me of Falkland in the Rivals. Am I full of wit and humour? No, indeed you are not. Am I the life and soul of every company I come into? No, it cannot be said you are. That hard-faced gentleman, a wit. Why, nature wrote on his fanatic forehead 50 years ago, wit never comes, that comes to all. I should be as scandalized at a bon mot issuing from his oracle-looking mouth as to see Cato go down a country dance. God love you all. You are very good to submit to be pleased with reading my nothings. 'Tis the privilege of friendship to talk nonsense and to have her nonsense respected. Yours ever. C. Lamb. Lamb's Aunt Hetty, Sarah Lamb, was buried at St. James's, Clerkenwell, on February 13, 1797. As poor Burns expresses it, in the Lament for James, Earl of Glencairn, the stanza, "In weary being now I pine, for the life of life is dead, and hope has left my aged ken. On forward wing for ever fled." Turning Quaker, Lamb refers to the Peel Meeting House in John Street, Clerkenwell. Lamb afterwards used the story of the wit in the Ella essay, A Quaker's Meeting. In his invocation to the reader he here foreshadows his Elian manner. Falkland is in Sheridan's comedy, The Rivals, see Act Roman 2, Scene I. Letter 24. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. April 7, 1797. Your last letter was dated the 10th February. In it you promised to write again the next day. At least, I did not expect so long, so unfriendlike, a silence. There was a time, Carl, when a remissness of this sort in a dear friend would have lain very heavy on my mind, but latterly I have been too familiar with neglect to feel much from the semblance of it. Yet, to suspect one's self overlooked, and in the way to oblivion, is a feeling rather humbling, perhaps, as tending to self-mortification, not unfavorable to the spiritual state. Still, as you meant to confer no benefit on the soul of your friend, you do not stand quite clear from the imputation of unkindliness, a word by which I mean the diminutive of unkindness. Lloyd tells me he has been very ill, and was on the point of leaving you. I addressed a letter to him at Birmingham. Perhaps he got it not, and is still with you. I hope his ill health has not prevented his attending to a request I made in it, that he would write again very soon to let me know how he was. I hope to God poor Lloyd is not very bad, or in a very bad way. Pray satisfy me about these things. And then David Hartley was unwell, and how is the small philosopher, the minute philosopher, and David's mother? Coleridge, I am not trifling, nor are these matter of fact, coarse questions only. You are all very dear and precious to me. Do what you will, Carl. You may hurt me and vex me by your silence, but you cannot estrange my heart from you all. I cannot scatter friendships like chuck farthings, nor let them drop from mine hand like hourglass sand. I have 2 or 3 people in the world to whom I am more than indifferent, and I can't afford to whistle them off to the winds. By the way, Lloyd may have told you about my sister. I told him. If not, I have taken her out of her confinement and taken a room for her at Hackney and spend my Sundays, holidays, etc. with her. She boards herself. In one little half-year's illness, and in such an illness of such a nature and of such consequences, to get her out into the world again, with a prospect of her never being so ill again, this is to be ranked not among the common blessings of Providence. May that merciful God make tender my heart, and make me as thankful, as in my distress I was earnest in my prayers. Congratulate me on an ever-present and never-alienable friend like her. And do insert, if you have not lost, my dedication. It will have lost half its value by coming so late. If you really are going on with that volume, I shall be enabled in a day or two to send you a short poem to insert. Now, do answer this. Friendship and acts of friendship should be reciprocal and free as the air. A friend should never be reduced to beg an alms of his fellow. Yet I will beg an alms. I entreat you to write and tell me all about poor Lloyd and all of you. God love and preserve you all. See Lamb. Lloyd's domestication with Coleridge had been intermittent. It began in September 1796. In November, Lloyd was very ill. In December, Coleridge told Mr. Lloyd that he would retain his son no longer as pupil, but merely as a lodger and friend. At Christmas, Charles Lloyd was at Birmingham. In January, he was in London. In March, he was ill again, and his experiment with Coleridge ended. The Minute Philosopher, a joking reference to Bishop Berkeley's Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher. For the dedication, to which Lamb refers, see above. Letter 25. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. April 15, 1797. A vision of repentance. I saw a famous fountain in my dream, where shady pathways to a valley led. A weeping willow lay upon that stream, and all around the fountain brink was spread wide branching trees with dark green leaf rich clad, forming a doubtful twilight desolate and sad. The place was such that whoso entered in, disrobed, was of every earthly thought, and straight became as one that knew not sin, or to the world's first innocence was brought. And seemed it now he stood on holy ground, in sweet and tender melancholy wrapped around. A most strange calm stole o'er my soothed sprite. Long time I stood, and longer had I stayed, when lo, I saw by the sweet moonlight, which came in silence o'er that silent shade, where near the fountain something like despair made of that weeping willow garlands for her hair, and eke with painful fingers she enwove many an uncouth stem of savage thorn, the willow garland that was for her love, and these her bleeding temples would adorn. With sighs her heart nigh burst, salt tears fast fell, as mournfully she bended o'er that sacred well. To whom, when I addressed myself to speak, she lifted up her eyes and nothing said. The delicate red came mantling o'er her cheek, and gathering up her loose attire, she fled to the dark covert of that woody shade, and in her goings seemed a timid, gentle maid, revolving in my mind what this should mean, and why that lovely lady plained so, perplexed in thought at that mysterious scene, and doubting if 'twere best to stay or go. I cast mine eyes in wistful gaze around, when from the shades came slow a small and plaintive sound. Psyche am I, who love to dwell in these brown shades, this woody dell, where never busy mortal came, till now to pry upon my shame. At thy feet what thou dost see, the waters of repentance be, which night and day I must augment with tears like a true penitent, if haply so my day of grace be not yet past, and this lone place, o'ershadowy, dark, excludeth hence all thoughts but grief and penitence. Why dost thou weep, thou gentle maid? And wherefore, in this barren shade, thy hidden thoughts with sorrow feed? Can things so fair repentance need? Oh, I have done a deed of shame, and tainted is my virgin fame, and stained the beauteous maiden white, in which my bridal robes were dight. And who the promised spouse declare, and what those bridal garments were? Severe and saintly righteousness composed the clear white bridal dress. Jesus, the Son of Heaven's high King, bought with his blood the marriage ring. A wretched sinful creature, I, deemed lightly of that sacred tie, gave to a treacherous world my heart, and played the foolish wanton's part. Soon to these murky shades I came, to hide from the sun's light my shame. And still I haunt this woody dell, and bathe me in that healing well, whose waters clear have influence from sin's foul stains the soul to cleanse. And night and day I them augment with tears like a true penitent, until due expiation made, and fit atonement fully paid, the Lord and bridegroom me present, wherein sweet strains of high consent, God's throne before the seraphim, shall chaunt the ecstatic marriage hymn. Now Christ restore thee soon, I said, and thenceforth all my dream was fled. The above you will please to print immediately before the blank verse fragments. Tell me if you like it. I fear the latter half is unequal to the former, in parts of which I think you will discover a delicacy of penciling not quite un-Spencer-like. The latter half aims at the measure, but has failed to attain the poetry of Milton in his Camus and Fletcher in that exquisite thing yclept The Faithful Shepherdess, where they both use 8-syllable lines. But this latter half was finished in great haste, and as a task, not from that impulse which affects the name of inspiration. By the way, I have lit upon Fairfax's Godfrey of Boulogne for half a crown. Rejoice with me. Poor dear Lloyd, I had a letter from him yesterday. His state of mind is truly alarming. He has, by his own confession, kept a letter of mine unopened 3 weeks, afraid, he says, to open it, lest I should speak upbraidingly to him. And yet this very letter of mine was in answer to one, wherein he informed me that an alarming illness had alone prevented him from writing. You will pray with me, I know, for his recovery, for surely, Coleridge, an exquisiteness of feeling like this must border on derangement. But I love him more and more, and will not give up the hope of his speedy recovery, as he tells me he is under Dr. Darwin's regimen. God bless us all, and shield us from insanity, which is the sorest malady of all. My kind love to your wife and child. C. Lamb. Pray write now. I have placed the poem at the head from the text of Coleridge's Poems, 1797, but the version of the letter very likely differed. See next letter for at least one alteration. Fairfax's Godfrey of Boulogne was his translation of Tasso, which is mentioned above. Lloyd, who was undergoing one of those attacks of acute melancholia to which he was subject all his life, had been sent to Lichfield, where Erasmus Darwin had established a sanatorium. The sorest malady of all, from Lamb's lines to Cowper. Letter 26. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Tuesday, June 13th, 1797. I stared with wild wonderment to see thy well-known hand again. It revived many a pleasing recollection of an epistolary intercourse, of late strangely suspended, once the pride of my life. Before I even opened thy letter, I figured to myself a sort of complacency which my little hoard at home would feel at receiving the newcomer into the little drawer where I keep my treasures of this kind. You have done well in writing to me. The little room, was it not a little one? At the salutation was already in the way of becoming a fading idea. It had begun to be classed in my memory with those wanderings with a fair-haired maid, in the recollection of which I feel I have no property. You press me very kindly, do you press me to come to Stowey? Obstacles, strong as death, prevent me at present. Maybe I shall be able to come before the year is out. Believe me, I will come as soon as I can, but I dread naming a probable time. It depends on 50 things, besides the expense, which is not nothing. Lloyd wants me to come and see him, but besides that you have a prior claim on me, I should not feel myself so much at home with him, till he gets a house of his own. As to Richardson, caprice may grant what caprice only refused, and it is no more hardship, rightly considered, to be dependent on him for pleasure, than to lie at the mercy of the rain and sunshine for the enjoyment of a holiday. In either case, we are not to look for a suspension of the laws of nature. Grill will be grill, vide Spencer. I could not but smile at the compromise you make with me for printing Lloyd's poems first, but there are in nature, I fear, too many tendencies to envy and jealousy not to justify you in your apology. Yet, if anyone is welcome to preeminence from me, it is Lloyd, for he would be the last to desire it. So pray let his name uniformly precede mine, for it would be treating me like a child to suppose it could give me pain. Yet, alas, I am not insusceptible of the bad passions. Thank God, I have the ingenuousness to be ashamed of them. I am dearly fond of Charles Lloyd. He is all goodness, and I have too much of the world in my composition to feel myself thoroughly deserving of his friendship. Lloyd tells me that Sheridan put you upon writing your tragedy. I hope you are only Coleridgeizing when you talk of finishing it in a few days. Shakespeare was a more modest man, but you best know your own power. Of my last poem you speak slightingly. Surely the longer stanzas were pretty tolerable. At least there was one good line in it. Thick-shaded trees, with dark green leaf rich clad. To adopt your own expression, I call this a rich line, a fine full line, and some others I thought even beautiful. Believe me, my little gentleman will feel some repugnance at riding behind in the basket, though I confess, in pretty good company. Your picture of idiocy, with the sugar loaf head, is exquisite, but are you not too severe upon our more favored brethren in fatuity? Lloyd tells me how ill your wife and child have been. I rejoice that they are better. My kindest remembrances and those of my sister. I send you a trifling letter, but you have only to think that I have been skimming the superficies of my mind and found it only froth. Now do write again. You cannot believe how I long and love always to hear about you. Yours most affectionately, Charles Lamb. Monday night. Little drawer where I keep. Lamb soon lost the habit of keeping any letters except Manning's. Wanderings with a fair-haired maid. Lamb's own line, see sonnet quoted above. Lamb's visit to Stowey was made in July, as we shall see. Grill will be grill. See the Fairy Queen, Book Roman 2, Canto 12. Stanzas 86 and 87. Let grill be grill is the right text. Lloyd had joined the poetical partnership, and his poems were to precede Lamb's in the 1797 volume. Lloyd's connections, Coleridge had written to Cottle, will take off a great many copies, more than 100. Coleridge's tragedy was Osorio, of which we hear first in March 1797, when Coleridge tells Cottle that Sheridan has asked him to write a play for Drury Lane. It was finished in October and rejected. In 1813, much altered, it was performed under its new title, Remorse, and published in book form. Lamb wrote the prologue. The last poem of which Lamb speaks was The Vision of Repentance. The good line was altered to wide branching trees, with dark green leaf rich clad. When the poem appeared in the appendix, the basket, as Lamb calls it, of the 1797 volume. Your picture of idiocy. Compare St. Coleridge to Thomas Poole, dated Greta Hall, Oct. 5, 1801, Thomas Poole and his friends. We passed a poor idiot boy who exactly answered my description. He stood in the sun, rocking his sugar loaf head, and staring at a bough from morn to sunset. Seesawed his voice in inarticulate noises. See this passage, much altered, in Remorse, Roman 2, I 186-191. The lines do not occur in Osorio, yet they, or something like them, must have been copied out by Coleridge for Lamb in June 1797. Letter 27. Possibly only a fragment. Charles Lamb to St. Coleridge. Saturday, June 24, 1797. Did you seize the grand opportunity of seeing Kosciuszko while he was at Bristol? I never saw a hero. I wonder how they look. I have been reading a most curious romance-like work called The Life of John Buncle, Esq. 'Tis very interesting, and an extraordinary compound of all manner of subjects, from the depth of the ludicrous to the heights of sublime religious truth. There is much abstruse science in it above my cut, and an infinite fund of pleasantry. John Buncle is a famous fine man, formed in nature's most eccentric hour. I am ashamed of what I write, but I have no topic to talk of. I see nobody, and sit, and read or walk, alone, and hear nothing. I am quite lost to conversation from disuse, and out of the sphere of my little family, who, I am thankful, are dearer and dearer to me every day. I see no face that brightens up at my approach. My friends are at a distance, worldly hopes are at a low ebb with me, and unworldly thoughts are not yet familiarized to me, though I occasionally indulge in them. Still, I feel a calm not unlike content. I fear it is sometimes more akin to physical stupidity than to a heaven-flowing serenity and peace. What right have I to obtrude all this upon you? What is such a letter to you? And if I come to Stowey, what conversation can I furnish to compensate my friend for those stores of knowledge and of fancy, those delightful treasures of wisdom, which I know he will open to me? But it is better to give than to receive, and I was a very patient hearer and docile scholar in our winter evening meetings at Mr. May's. Was I not, Carl? What I have owed to thee, my heart can ne'er forget. God love you and yours, C.L. Saturday. Thaddeus Kosciuszko, 1746–1817, the Polish patriot, to whom Coleridge had a sonnet in his poems, 1796, visited England and America after being liberated from prison on the accession of Paul I, and settled in France in 1798. The Life of John Buncle, Esquire, a book which Lamb and also Hazlitt frequently praised, is a curious digressive novel, part religious, part roistering, and wholly eccentric and individual, by Thomas Amory, published Vol. I in 1756, and Vol. Roman II in 1766. Mr. Mays, see note to the first letter. Letter 28. Possibly only a fragment. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. No date, June 29, 1797. I discern a possibility of my paying you a visit next week. Shall I come so soon? Have you room for me, leisure for me, and are you all pretty well? Tell me all this honestly, immediately. And by what day, coach, could I come soonest and nearest to Stowey? A few months hence may suit you better, certainly me as well. If so, say so. I yearn, with all the longings of a child do I desire to see you, to come among you, to see the young philosopher, to thank Sarah for her last year's invitation in person, to read your tragedy, to read over together our little book, to breathe fresh air, to revive in me vivid images of salutation scenery. There is a sort of sacrilege in my letting such ideas slip out of my mind and memory. Still that knave Richardson remaineth, a thorn in the side of hope, when she would lean towards Stowey. Here I will leave off, for I dislike to fill up this paper, which involves a question so connected with my heart and soul, with meaner matter or subjects to me less interesting. I can talk, as I can think, nothing else. C. Lamb. Thursday. Our little book, Coleridge's Poems, 2nd edition. Salutation scenery, see note to the first letter. Richardson, see note on page 34. Letter 29. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. No date, probably July 19 or 26, 1797. I am scarcely yet so reconciled to the loss of you, or so subsided into my wonted uniformity of feeling, as to sit calmly down to think of you and write to you. But I reason myself into the belief that those few and pleasant holidays shall not have been spent in vain. I feel improvement in the recollection of many a casual conversation. The names of Tom Poole, of Wordsworth and his good sister, with thine and Sarah's, are become familiar in my mouth as household words. You would make me very happy if you think W. has no objection by transcribing for me that inscription of his. I have some scattered sentences ever floating on my memory, teasing me that I cannot remember more of it. You may believe I will make no improper use of it. Believe me, I can think now of many subjects on which I had planned gaining information from you, but I forgot my treasure's worth while I possessed it. Your leg is now become to me a matter of much more importance, and many a little thing, which when I was present with you seemed scarce to indent my notice, now presses painfully on my remembrance. Is the Patriot come yet? Are Wordsworth and his sister gone yet? I was looking out for John Thelwall all the way from Bridgewater, and had I met him, I think it would have moved almost me to tears. You will oblige me too by sending me my greatcoat, which I left behind in the oblivious state the mind is thrown into at parting. Is it not ridiculous that I sometimes envy that greatcoat lingering so cunningly behind? At present I have none, so send it me by a stowy wagon, if there be such a thing, directing for C.L. No. 45 Chapel Street, Pentonville, near London. But above all, that inscription, it will recall to me the tones of all your voices, and with them many a remembered kindness to one who could and can repay you all only by the silence of a grateful heart. I could not talk much while I was with you, but my silence was not sullenness, nor I hope from any bad motive, but in truth, disuse has made me awkward at it. I know I behaved myself, particularly at Tom Pool's and at Cruikshank's, most like a sulky child, but company and converse are strange to me. It was kind in you all to endure me as you did. Are you and your dear Sarah, to me also very dear, because very kind, agreed yet about the management of little Hartley, and how go on the little rogue's teeth? I will see White tomorrow, and he shall send you information on that matter. But as perhaps I can do it as well after talking with him, I will keep this letter open. My love and thanks to you, and all of you. C.L. Wednesday evening. Lamb spent a week at Nether Stowey in July 1797. Coleridge tells Southey of this visit in a letter written in that month. Charles Lamb has been with me for a week. He left me Friday morning. The second day after Wordsworth, who had just left Raystone, near Crewcombe, for Alfoxden, near Stowey, came to me. Dear Sarah accidentally emptied a skillet of boiling milk on my foot, which confined me during the whole time of sea. Lamb's stay and still prevents me from all walks longer than a furlong. This is the cause of Lamb's allusion to Coleridge's leg, and it also produced Coleridge's poem beginning, This Lime Tree Bower My Prison, addressed to Lamb, which opens as follows, the friends in the fourth line being Lamb, Wordsworth, and Dorothy Wordsworth. Wordsworth was then 27. The lyrical ballads were to be written in the next few months. Well, they are gone, and here must I remain, lambed by the scathe of fire, lonely and faint. This lime tree bower my prison, they meantime, my friends, whom I may never meet again, on springy heath, along the hilltop edge, wander delighted, and look down, perchance, on that same rifted dell, where many an ash twists its wild limbs beside the ferny rock, whose plumy ferns forever nod and drip, sprayed by the waterfall, but chiefly thou, my gentle-hearted Charles, thou who had pinned and hungered after nature many a year, in the great city pent, winning thy way, with sad yet bowed soul, through evil and pain, and strange calamity. Tom Pool was Thomas Pool, 1765–1837, a wealthy tanner and Coleridge's friend, correspondent, and patron, who lived at Stowey. The Patriot and John Thelwall were one. See note on page 93. That inscription, the lines left upon a seat in a yew tree, written in 1795. Lamb refers to it again in 1815. The address at Pentonville is the first indication given by Lamb that he has left Little Queen Street. We last saw him there for certain in letter 17 on December 9. The removal had been made probably at the end of 1796. John Cruikshank, a neighbor of Coleridge, had married a Miss Bude on the same day that Coleridge married Sarah Flicker. Of the business connected with White, we know nothing. Letter 30. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. P.M. August 24, 1797. Poor Charles Lloyd came to me about a fortnight ago. He took the opportunity of Mr. Hawke's coming to London, and I think at his request, to come with him. It seemed to me, and he acknowledged it, that he had come to gain a little time and a little peace before he made up his mind. He was a good deal perplexed what to do, wishing earnestly that he had never entered into engagements which he felt himself unable to fulfill, but which on Sophia's account he could not bring himself to relinquish. I could give him little advice or comfort, and feeling my own inability painfully, eagerly snatched at a proposal, he made me to go to Southey's with him for a day or two. He then meant to return with me, who could stay only one night. While there, he at one time thought of going to consult you, but changed his intention and stayed behind with Southey and wrote an explicit letter to Sophia. I came away on the Tuesday, and on the Saturday following, last Saturday, received a letter dated Bath, in which he said he was on his way to Birmingham, that Southey was accompanying him, and that he went for the purpose of persuading Sophia to a Scotch marriage. I greatly feared that she would never consent to this, from what Lloyd had told me of her character, but waited most anxiously the result. Since then I have not had one letter. For God's sake, if you get any intelligence of or from Charles Lloyd, communicate it, for I am much alarmed. C. Lamb. I wrote to Burnet what I write now to you. Was it from him you heard, or elsewhere? He said if he had come to you, he could never have brought himself to leave you. In all his distress, he was sweetly and exemplarily calm and master of himself, and seemed perfectly free from his disorder. How do you all that? This letter is unimportant, except in showing Lamb's power of sharing his friend's troubles. Charles Lloyd was not married to Sophia Pemberton of Birmingham until 1799, nothing rash being done, as Lamb seems to think possible. The reference to Southey, who was at this time living at Burton in Hampshire, throws some light on De Quincey's statement, in his autobiography, that owing to the objection of Miss Pemberton's parents to the match, Lloyd secured the assistance of Southey to carry the lady off. Burnet was George Burnet, 1776, minus 1811, one of Coleridge's fellow Pantasocratists, whom we shall meet later. The he of the second postscript is not Burnet, but Lloyd. Letter 31. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. About September 20, 1797. Written a 12-month after the events. Friday next, Coleridge, is the day on which my mother died. Alas, how am I changed, where be the tears, the sobs and forced suspensions of the breath, and all the dull desertions of the heart, with which I hung o'er my dear mother's corse? Where be the blessed subsidings of the storm? Within, the sweet resignedness of hope, drawn heavenward, and strength of filial love, in which I bowed me to my Father's will. My God and my Redeemer, keep not thou my heart in brute and sensual thanklessness, sealed up, oblivious ever of that dear grace, and health restored to my long-loved friend. Long-loved and worthy known, thou didst not keep her soul in death, O keep not now, my Lord, thy servants in far worse, in spiritual death, and darkness blacker than those feared shadows. O the valley all must tread, lend us thy balms, thou dear physician of the sin-sick soul, and heal our cleansed bosoms of the wounds, with which the world hath pierced us through and through. Give us new flesh, new birth, elect of heaven. May we become, in thine election sure, contained, and to one purpose steadfast drawn, our soul's salvation. Thou and I, dear friend, with filial recognition sweet, shall know one day the face of our dear mother in heaven, and her remembered looks of love shall greet, with answering looks of love, her placid smiles, meet with a smile as placid, and her hand, with drops of fondness wet, nor fear repulse. Be witness for me, Lord, I do not ask those days of vanity to return again, nor fitting me to ask, nor thee to give vain loves and wanderings with a fair-haired maid, child of the dust as I am, who so long my foolish heart steeped in idolatry and creature loves. Forgive it, O my Maker, if in a mood of grief I sin almost, in sometimes brooding on the days long past, and from the grave of time wishing them back, days of a mother's fondness to her child, her little one. Oh, where be now those sports and infant play games, where the joyous troops of children and the haunts I did so love? My companions, O ye loved names, of friend or playmate dear, gone are ye now. Gone divers ways, to honor and credit some, and some, I fear, to ignominy and shame. I only am left, with unavailing grief. One parent dead to mourn, and see one live. Of all life's joys bereft, and desolate. Am left with a few friends, and one above. The rest, found faithful in a length of years. Contented, as I may, to bear me on. The not unpeaceful evening of a day, made black by morning storms. The following I wrote when I had returned from C. Lloyd, leaving him behind at Burton with Southey. To understand some of it, you must remember that at that time he was very much perplexed in mind. A stranger and alone, I passed those scenes. We passed so late together, and my heart felt something like desertion as I looked around me, and the pleasant voice of friend was absent, and the cordial look was there. No more to smile on me, I thought on Lloyd. All he had been to me, and now I go again to mingle with a world impure, with men who make a mock of holy things, mistaken, and of man's best hope think scorn. The world does much to warp the heart of man, and I may sometimes join its idiot laugh. Of this I now complain not, deal with me, omniscient Father, as thou judgest best, and in thy season soften thou my heart. I pray not for myself, I pray for him, whose soul is sore perplexed, shine thou on him. Father of lights, and in the difficult paths, make plain his way before him, his own thoughts. May he not think, his own ends not pursue. So shall he best perform thy will on earth. Greatest and best, thy will be ever ours. The former of these poems I wrote with unusual celerity t'other morning at office. I expect you to like it better than anything of mine. Lloyd does, and I do myself. You use Lloyd very ill, never writing to him. I tell you again that his is not a mind with which you should play tricks. He deserves more tenderness from you. For myself, I must spoil a little passage of Beaumont and Fletcher to adapt it to my feelings. I am prouder that I was once your friend, though now forgot, than to have had another true to me. If you don't write to me now, as I told Lloyd, I shall get angry and call you hard names, Manchineal and I don't know what else. I wish you would send me my greatcoat. The snow and the rain season is at hand, and I have but a wretched old coat, once my father's, to keep 'em off, and that is transitory. When time drives flocks from field to fold, when ways grow foul and blood gets cold, I shall remember where I left my coat. Meet emblem wilt thou be, old winter, of a friend's neglect, cold, 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 remembrance where remembrance is due. See Lamb. The two poems included in this letter were printed in blank verse, a volume which Lamb and Lloyd issued in 1798. Coleridge had written to Lloyd, we know, as late as July, because he sent him a version of the poem, This Lime Tree Bower, My Prison, but a coolness that was to ripen into positive hostility had already begun. Of this we shall see more later. The passage from Beaumont and Fletcher is in The Maid's Tragedy, Act Roman 2, Scene I, where Aspasia says to Amintor, Thus I wind myself into this willow garland, and am prouder that I was once your love, though now refuzzed, than to have had another true to me. The scene is in Lamb's Dramatic Specimens. The reference to Manchineal is explained by a passage in Coleridge's dedication of his 1797 volume, then just published, to his brother, the Rev. George Coleridge, where, speaking of the friends he had known, he says, And some most false and fair-foliaged as the Manchineal, have tempted me to slumber in their shade. The Manchineal being a poisonous West Indian tree. Between this and the next letter probably came correspondence that has now been lost. Letter 32. Charles Lamb to S. T. Coleridge. January 28, 1798. You have writ me many kind letters, and I have answered none of them. I don't deserve your attentions. An unnatural indifference has been creeping on me since my last misfortunes, or I should have seized the first opening of a correspondence with you. To you I owe much under God. In my brief acquaintance with you in London, your conversations won me to the better cause and rescued me from the polluting spirit of the world. I might have been a worthless character without you. As it is, I do possess a certain improvable portion of devotional feelings, though, when I view myself in the light of divine truth, and not according to the common measures of human judgment, I am altogether corrupt and sinful. This is no cant. I am very sincere. These last afflictions, Coleridge, have failed to soften and bend my will. They found me unprepared. My former calamities produced in me a spirit of humility and a spirit of prayer. I thought they had sufficiently disciplined me, but the event ought to humble me. If God's judgments now fail to take away from me the heart of stone, what more grievous trials ought I not to expect? I have been very querulous, impatient under the rod, full of little jealousies and heartburnings. I had well nigh quarrelled with Charles Lloyd, and for no other reason, I believe, than that the good creature did all he could to make me happy. The truth is, I thought he tried to force my mind from its natural and proper bent. He continually wished me to be from home. He was drawing me from the consideration of my poor dear Mary's situation, rather than assisting me to gain a proper view of it with religious consolations. I wanted to be left to the tendency of my own mind in a solitary state, which in times past I knew had led to quietness and a patient bearing of the yoke. He was hurt that I was not more constantly with him, but he was living with White, a man to whom I had never been accustomed to impart my dearest feelings, though, from long habits of friendliness and many a social and good quality, I loved him very much. I met company there sometimes, indiscriminate company. Any society almost, when I am in affliction, is sorely painful to me. I seem to breathe more freely, to think more collectedly, to feel more properly and calmly when alone. All these things the good creature did with the kindest intentions in the world, but they produced in me nothing but soreness and discontent. I became, as he complained, jaundiced towards him. But he has forgiven me, and his smile, I hope, will draw all such humours from me. I am recovering, God be praised for it, a healthiness of mind, something like calmness, but I want more religion. I am jealous of human helps and leaning places. I rejoice in your good fortunes. May God at the last settle you. You have had many and painful trials. Humanly speaking, they are going to end, but we should rather pray that discipline may attend us through the whole of our lives. A careless and a dissolute spirit has advanced upon me with large strides. Pray God that my present afflictions may be sanctified to me. Mary is recovering, but I see no opening yet of a situation for her. Your invitation went to my very heart, but you have a power of exciting interest, of leading all hearts captive, too forcible to admit of Mary's being with you. I consider her as perpetually on the brink of madness. I think you would almost make her dance within an inch of the precipice. She must be with duller fancies and cooler intellects. I know a young man of this description who has suited her these 20 years and may live to do so still if we are one day restored to each other. In answer to your suggestions of occupation for me, I must say that I do not think my capacity altogether suited for disquisitions of that kind. I have read little, I have a very weak memory, and retain little of what I read. Am unused to composition in which any methodizing is required, but I thank you sincerely for the hint, and shall receive it as far as I am able, that is, endeavor to engage my mind in some constant and innocent pursuit. I know my capacities better than you do. Accept my kindest love, and believe me yours as ever. C.L. The first letter that has been preserved since September of the previous year. In the meantime, Lamb had begun to work on Rosamund Gray, probably upon an impulse gained from the visit to Stowey, and was also arranging to join Lloyd, who was living in London with White, in the volume of poems to be called Blank Verse. Southey, writing many years later to Edward Moxon, said of Lloyd and White, "No two men could be imagined more unlike each other. Lloyd had no drollery in his nature. White seemed to have nothing else." You will easily understand how Lamb could sympathize with both. The new calamity to which Lamb refers in this letter was probably a relapse in Mary Lamb's condition. When he last mentioned her, she was so far better as to be able to be moved into lodgings at Hackney. All that good was now undone. Coleridge seems to have suggested that she should visit Stowey. It was about this time that Lamb wrote the poem, The Old Familiar Faces, which I quote below in its original form, afterwards changed by the omission of the first 4 lines. The old familiar faces. Where are they gone, the old familiar faces? I had a mother, but she died and left me. Died prematurely in a day of horrors. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have had playmates, I have had companions. In my days of childhood, in my joyful school days. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have been laughing, I have been carousing. Drinking late, sitting late, with my bosom cronies. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I loved a love once, fairest among women. Closed are her doors on me, I must not see her. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have a friend, a kinder friend has no man. Like an ingrate, I left my friend abruptly. Left him to muse on the old familiar faces. Ghost-like, I paced round the haunts of my childhood. Earth seemed a desert I was bound to traverse, seeking to find the old familiar faces. Friend of my bosom, thou more than a brother. Why wert not thou born in my father's dwelling? So might we talk of the old familiar faces. For some they have died, and some they have left me, and some are taken from me, all are departed, all are gone, the old familiar faces. January 1798. It is conjectured by Mr. J. A. Rutter, and there is much reason to believe it a right theory, especially when taken into connection with the present letter, that Lloyd was the friend of the 5th stanza and Coleridge the friend of the 7th. The italicized half-line might refer to Anna, but since she is mentioned in the 4th stanza, it more probably, I think, refers to Mary Lamb, who, as we have seen, had been so ill as to necessitate removal from Hackney into more special confinement again. The letter was addressed to Coleridge at the Reverend A. Rose, Shrewsbury. Coleridge had been offered the Unitarian pulpit at Shrewsbury and was on the point of accepting when he received news of the annuity of £150, which Josiah and Thomas Wedgwood had settled upon him. Between this letter and the next, certainly came other letters to Coleridge, now lost, one of which is referred to by Coleridge in the letter to Lamb quoted below. Letter 33. Charles Lamb to S. T. Coleridge. No date, early summer, 1798. Theses quidem theologicae. Whether God loves a lying angel better than a true man. Whether the archangel Uriel could affirm an untruth, and if he could, whether he would. Whether honesty be an angelic virtue, or not rather to be reckoned among those qualities which the schoolmen term virtuts minus splendido et terri et homines participes. Whether the higher order of seraphim illuminati ever sneer. Whether pure intelligences can love. Whether the seraphim ardents do not manifest their virtues by the way of vision and theory, and whether practice be not a subcelestial and merely human virtue. Whether the vision beatific be anything more or less than a perpetual representment to each individual angel of his own present attainments and future capabilities, somehow in the manner of mortal looking glasses, reflecting a perpetual complacency and self-satisfaction. 8. And last, whether an immortal and amenable soul may not come to be damned at last, and the man never suspect it beforehand. Learned, sir, my friend, presuming on our long habits of friendship, and emboldened further by your late liberal permission to avail myself of your correspondence, in case I want any knowledge, which I intend to do when I have no encyclopedia or ladies' magazine at hand to refer to in any matter of science, I now submit to your inquiries the above theological propositions, to be by you defended or oppugned or both, in the schools of Germany, whither I am told you are departing, to the utter dissatisfaction of your native Devonshire and regret of universal England, but to my own individual consolation if through the channel of your wished return, learn, sir, my friend, may be transmitted to this our island, from those famous theological wits of Leipzig and Göttingen, any rays of illumination, in vain to be derived from the home growth of our English halls and colleges. Finally wishing learn, sir, that you may see Schiller and swing in a wood vidi poems, and sit upon a tun, and eat fat hams of Westphalia. I remain your friend and docile pupil to instruct. Charles Lamb. To S.T. Coleridge. Lamb's last letter to Coleridge for 2 years. See note to the next letter. Lamb's reading of Thomas Aquinas probably was at the base of his theses. William Godwin, in his History of Knowledge, Learning and Taste in Great Britain, which had run through some years of the New Annual Register, cited in 1786 a number of the more grotesque queries of the old schoolmen. Mr. Kegan-Paul suggested that Lamb went to Godwin for his examination paper, but I should think this very unlikely. Some of the questions hit Coleridge very hard. This letter was first printed by Joseph Cottle in his Early Recollections, 1837, with the remark, "Mr. Coleridge gave me this letter, saying, 'These young visionaries will do each other no good.' It marks an epoch in Lamb's life, since it brought about, or at any rate clinched, the only quarrel that ever subsisted between Coleridge and himself." The story is told in Charles Lamb and the Lloyds. Briefly, Lloyd had left Coleridge in the spring of 1797. A little later, in a state of much perplexity, he had carried his troubles to Lamb, and to Southey, between whom and Coleridge no very cordial feeling had existed for some time, rather than to Coleridge himself, his late mentor. That probably fanned the flame. The next move came from Coleridge. He printed in the Monthly Magazine for November 1797 3 sonnets signed Nehemiah Higginbottom, burlesquing instances of affectation of unaffectedness, and puny pathos in the poems of himself, of Lamb, and of Lloyd, the humor of which Lamb probably did not much appreciate, since he believed in the feelings expressed in his verse, while Lloyd was certainly unfitted to esteem it. Coleridge affected even more than he had contemplated, for Southey took the sonnet upon simplicity as an attack upon himself, which did not, however, prevent him, a little later, from a similar exercise in ponderous humor under the too similar name of Abel Shufflebottom. In March 1798, when a new edition of Coleridge's 1797 poems was in contemplation, Lloyd wrote to Cottle, the publisher, asking that he would persuade Coleridge to omit his Lloyd's portion, a request which Coleridge probably resented, but which gave him the opportunity of replying that no persuasion was needed for the omission of verses published at the earnest request of the author. Meanwhile, a worse offense than all against Coleridge was perpetrated by Lloyd. In the spring of 1798 was published at Bristol his novel, Edmund Oliver, dedicated to Lamb, in which Coleridge's experiences in the army, under the alias of Silas Tomkin Cumberbatch, in 1793–1794, and certain of Coleridge's peculiarities, including his drug habit, were utilized. Added to this, Lloyd seems to have repeated both to Lamb and Southey, in distorted form, certain things which Coleridge had said of them, either in confidence, or at any rate, with no wish that they should be repeated, with the result that Lamb actually went so far as to take sides with Lloyd against his older friend. The following extracts from a letter from Coleridge to Lamb, which I am permitted by Mr. Ernest Hartley Coleridge to print, carries the story a little farther. Spring of 1798. Dear Lamb, Lloyd has informed me through Miss Wordsworth that you intend no longer to correspond with me. This has given me little pain, not that I do not love and esteem you, but on the contrary, because I am confident that your intentions are pure. You are performing what you deem a duty, and humanly speaking have that merit which can be derived from the performance of a painful duty. Painful, for you would not without struggles abandon me in behalf of a man, Lloyd, who, wholly ignorant of all but your name, became attached to you in consequence of my attachment, caught his from my enthusiasm, and learned to love you at my fireside, when often while I have been sitting and talking of your sorrows and afflictions, I have stopped my conversations, and lifted up wet eyes and prayed for you. No, I am confident that, although you do not think as a wise man, you feel as a good man. From you I have received little pain, because for you I suffer little alarm. I cannot say this for your friend. It appears to me evident that his feelings are vitiated, and that his ideas are in their combination merely the creatures of those feelings. I have received letters from him, and the best and kindest wish which, as a Christian, I can offer in return is that he may feel remorse. When I wrote to you that my sonnet to Simplicity was not composed with reference to Southey, you answered me, I believe these were the words. It was a lie too gross for the grossest ignorance to believe. And I was not angry with you, because the assertion which the grossest ignorance would believe a lie the omniscient knew to be truth. This, however, makes me cautious not too hastily to affirm the falsehood of an assertion of Lloyd's that in Edmund Oliver's love fit, leaving college, and going into the army he had no sort of allusion to or recollection of my love fit, leaving college, and going into the army, and that he never thought of my person in the description of Oliver's person in the first letter of the second volume. This cannot appear stranger to me than my assertion did to you, and therefore I will suspend my absolute faith. I have been unfortunate in my connections. Both you and Lloyd became acquainted with me when your minds were far from being in a composed or natural state, and you clothed my image with a suit of notions and feelings which could belong to nothing human. You are restored to comparative saneness, and are merely wondering what is become of the Coleridge with whom you were so passionately in love. Charles Lloyd's mind has only changed his disease, and he is now arraying his ci devant angel in a flaming San Benito, the whole ground of the garment, a dark brimstone, and plenty of little devils flourished out in black. O me, lamb, even in laughter the heart is sad. God bless you. S.T. Coleridge. One other passage. In a letter from Lloyd at Birmingham to Cottle dated June 1798, Lloyd says, in response to Cottle's suggestion that he should visit Coleridge, I love Coleridge and can forget all that has happened. At present I could not well go to Stowey. Lamb quitted me yesterday after a fortnight's visit. I have been much interested in his society. I never knew him so happy in my life. I shall write to Coleridge today. Coleridge left for Germany in September. Schiller and Swing in a Wood. An allusion to Coleridge's sonnet to Schiller. Ah, bard tremendous in sublimity! Could I behold thee in thy loftier mood, wandering at eve with finely frenzied eye, beneath some vast, old tempest-swinging wood. Here should perhaps come Lamb's first letter to Robert Lloyd, not available for this edition, but printed by Canon Ainger and in Charles Lamb and the Lloyds, where it is dated October. Lamb's first letter is one of advice, apparently in reply to some complaints of his position addressed to him by Lloyd. A second and longer letter which, though belonging to August 1798, may be mentioned here, also counsels, commending the use of patience and humility. Lamb is here seen in the character of a spiritual advisor. The letter is unique in his correspondence. Robert Lloyd was a younger brother of Charles Lloyd, and Lamb had probably met him when on his visit to Birmingham in the summer. The boy, then not quite 20, was apprenticed to a Quaker draper at Saffron Walden in Essex. Letter 34. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Saturday, July 28, 1798. I am ashamed that I have not thanked you before this for the Joan of Arc, but I did not know your address, and it did not occur to me to write through Cottle. The poem delighted me, and the notes amused me, but methinks she of Neufchatel, in the print, holds her sword too, like a dancer. I sent your notice to Phillips, particularly requesting an immediate insertion, but I suppose it came too late. I'm sometimes curious to know what progress you make in that same calendar, whether you insert the 9 worthies in Whittington, what you do or how you can manage when 2 saints meet and quarrel for precedency. Martelmas and Candlemas and Christmas are glorious themes for a writer like you, antiquity bitten, smit with the love of boar's heads and rosemary. But how you can ennoble the 1st of April, I know not. By the way, I had a thing to say, but a certain false modesty has hitherto prevented me. Perhaps I can best communicate my wish by a hint. My birthday is on the 10th of February, new style. But if it interferes with any remarkable event, why rather than my country should lose her fame, I care not if I put my nativity back 11 days. Fine family patronage for your calendar, if that old lady of prolific memory were living, who lies or lies in some church in London, saints forgive me, but I have forgot what church, attesting that enormous legend of as many children as days in the year. I marvel her impudence did not grasp at a leap year. 365 dedications, and all in a family, you might spit in spirit on the oneness of Messina's patronage. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, to the eternal regret of his native Devonshire, emigrates to Westphalia. Poor Lamb, these were his last words. If he wants any knowledge, he may apply to me. In ordinary cases, I thanked him. I have an encyclopedia at hand. but on such an occasion as going over to a German university, I could not refrain from sending him the following propositions, to be by him defended or oppugned, or both, at Leipzig or Göttingen. Theses quidem theologicae. I. Whether God loves a lying angel better than a true man. Roman 2. Whether the archangel Uriel could knowingly affirm an untruth, and whether, if he could, he would. Roman 3. Whether honesty be an angelic virtue, or not, rather belonging to that class of qualities which the schoolmen term virtuts minus splendid et homines et ter nimis participes. Roman 4. Whether the seraphim ardents do not manifest their goodness by the way of vision and theory, and whether practice be not a subcelestial and merely human virtue. They. Whether the higher order of seraphim illuminati ever sneer. Roman 6. Whether pure intelligences can love, or whether they love anything besides pure intellect. Roman 7. Whether the beatific vision be anything more or less than a perpetual representment to each individual angel of his own present attainments and future capabilities, something in the manner of mortal looking-glasses. Roman 8. Whether an immortal and amenable soul may not come to be damned at last, and the man never suspect it beforehand. Samuel Taylor C. had not deigned an answer. Was it impertinent of me to avail myself of that offered source of knowledge? Lloyd is returned to town from Ipswich, where he has been with his brother. He has brought home 3 acts of a play which I have not yet read. The scene for the most part laid in a brothel. O tempora, o mores, but as friend Coleridge said when he was talking bawdy to Miss, to the pure all things are pure. Wishing Madoc may be born into the world with as splendid promise as the second birth or purification of the maid of Neufchâtel, I remain yours sincerely. C. Lamb. I hope Edith is better. My kindest remembrances to her. You have a good deal of trifling to forgive in this letter. This is Lamb's first letter to Southey that has been preserved. Probably others came before it. Southey now becomes Lamb's chief correspondent for some months. In canon, Inger's transcript the letter ends with love and remembrances to Cottle. Southey's Joan of Arc, 2nd edition, had been published by Cottle in 1798. It has no frontispiece. The print of Joan of Arc must have come separately. Phillips was Sir Richard Phillips, 1767–1840, editor of the Monthly magazine, and the publisher satirized In Sorrow's Lavengro. The calendar ultimately became the annual anthology. Southey had at first an idea of making it a poetical calendar or almanac. That old lady of prolific memory. Lamb is thinking, I imagine, of the story in Howell's Familiar Letters, also in Evelyn's diary, of the wonder of nature near The Hague. That wonder of nature is a church monument, where an earl and a lady are engraven with 365 children about them, which were all delivered at one birth. The story tells that a beggar woman with twins asked alms of the countess, who, denying that it was possible for 2 children to be born at once, and vilifying the beggar, that woman cursed her and called upon God to show his judgment upon her by causing her to bear, at one birth, as many children as there are days in the year, which she did before the same year's end, having never borne child before. Howell seems to have been convinced of the authenticity of the story by the spectacle of the christening basin used by the family. The beggar, who spoke on the 3rd day of the year, meant as many days as had been in that year 3. Edith was Southey's wife. Letter 35. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Oct. 18th, 1798. Dear Southey, I have at last been so fortunate as to pick up Wither's Emblems for you, that old book and quaint, as the brief author of Rosamund Grey hath it. It is in a most detestable state of preservation, and the cuts are of a fainter impression than I have seen. Some child, the curse of antiquaries and bane of bibliopolical rarities, hath been dabbling in some of them with its paint and dirty fingers, and in particular hath a little sullied the author's own portraiture, which I think valuable, as the poem that accompanies it is no common one. This last excepted, the emblems are far inferior to old Quarles. I once told you otherwise, but I had not then read Old Q. With attention, I have picked up another copy of Quarles for 9p. O tempora, O lectors, so that if you have lost or parted with your own copy, say so, and I can furnish you, for you prize these things more than I do. You will be amused, I think, with honest Withers' supersedias to all them whose custom it is, without any deserving, to importune authors to give unto them their books. I am sorry 'tis imperfect, as the lottery board annexed to it also is. Methinks you might modernize and elegantize this supersedias, and place it in front of your Joan of Arc, as a gentle hint to Messrs. Park and see one of the happiest emblems and comicalest cuts is the Owl and Little Chirpers, page 63. Wishing you all amusement, which your true emblem fancier can scarce fail to find in even bad emblems, I remain your caterer to command. C. Lamb. Love and respects to Edith. I hope she is well. How does your calendar prosper? This letter contains Lamb's first reference to Rosamund Grey, his only novel, which had been published a little earlier in the year. Withers' Emblems, an old book and quaint, was one of the few volumes belonging to old Margaret, Rosamund's grandmother, chapter I. See next letter and note. Withers' Emblems was published in 1635, Quarles in the same year. I give Withers' supersedias in the appendix to my large edition, Vol. Roman 7, together with a reproduction of the Owl and Little Chirpers from the edition of 1635. Letter 36. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. October 29, 1798. Dear Southey, I thank you heartily for the eclogue. It pleases me mightily, being so full of picture-work and circumstances. I find no fault in it, unless perhaps that Joanna's ruin is a catastrophe too trite. And this is not the first or second time you have clothed your indignation, in verse, in a tale of ruined innocence. The old lady, spinning in the sun, I hope would not disdain to claim some kindred with old Margaret. I could almost wish you to vary some circumstances in the conclusion. A gentleman seducer has so often been described in prose and verse. What if you had accomplished Joanna's ruin by the clumsy arts and rustic gifts of some country fellow? I am thinking, I believe, of the song. An old woman clothed in grey, whose daughter was charming and young, and she was deluded away by Roger's false, nattering tongue. A Roger Lothario would be a novel character. I think you might paint him very well. You may think this a very silly suggestion, and so, indeed, it is, but in good truth, nothing else but the first words of that foolish ballad put me upon scribbling my Rosamund. But I thank you heartily for the poem. Not having anything of my own to send you in return, though to tell truth, I am at work upon something, which if I were to cut away and garble, perhaps I might send you an extract or two that might not displease you. But I will not do that, and whether it will come to anything, I know not, for I am as slow as a Fleming painter when I compose anything. I will crave leave to put down a few lines of old Christopher Marlowe's. I take them from his tragedy, The Jew of Malta. The Jew is a famous character, quite out of nature, but when we consider the terrible idea our simple ancestors had of a Jew, not more to be discommended for a certain discoloring, I think Addison calls it, than the witches and fairies of Marlowe's mighty successor. The scene is betwixt Barabbas, the Jew, and Ithamora, a Turkish captive exposed to sale for a slave. Barabbas, a precious rascal. As for myself, I walk abroad o' nights, and kill sick people groaning under walls. Sometimes I go about and poison wells, and now and then to cherish Christian thieves. I am content to lose some of my crowns, that I may, walking in my gallery, seem go pinioned along by my door. Being young, I studied physic and began to practice first upon the Italian. There I enriched the priests with burials, and always kept the sexton's arms in ure, with digging graves and ringing dead men's knells. And after that was I an engineer, and in the wars twixt France and Germany, under pretense of serving helping Charles V, slew friend and enemy with my stratagems. Then after that was I an usurer, and with extorting, cozening, forfeiting, and tricks belonging unto brokery, I filled the jails with bankrupts in a year, and with young orphans planted hospitals, and every moon made some or other mad. And now and then one hanged himself for grief, pinning upon his breast a long great scroll. How I with interest tormented him. Now hear Ithamore, the other gentle nature, explain how he spent his time. Ithamore, a comical dog. Faith master in setting Christian villages on fire. Chaining of eunuchs, binding galley slaves. One time I was an hostler in an inn, and in the night time secretly would I steal to travelers' chambers and there cut their throats. Once at Jerusalem, where the pilgrims kneeled, I strowed powder on the marble stones, and therewithal their knees would rankle so, that I have laughed a good to see the cripples go limping home to Christendom on stilts. Barabbas! Why, this is something. There is a mixture of the ludicrous and the terrible in these lines, brimful of genius and antique invention, that at first reminded me of your old description of cruelty in hell, which was in the true Hogarthian style. I need not tell you that Marlowe was author of that pretty madrigal, Come Live With Me and Be My Love, and of the tragedy of Edward Roman II, in which are certain lines unequalled in our English tongue. Honest Walton mentions the said madrigal under the denomination of certain smooth verses made long since by Kit Marlowe. I am glad you have put me on the scent after old quarrels, if I do not put up those eclogues, and that shortly say I am no true-nosed hound. I have had a letter from Lloyd. The young metaphysician of Caius is well, and is busy recanting the new heresy, metaphysics, for the old dogma, Greek. My sister, I thank you, is quite well. She had a slight attack the other day, which frightened me a good deal, but it went off unaccountably. Love and respects to Edith. Yours sincerely, C. Lamb. The eclogue was the ruined cottage, in which Joanna and her widowed mother are at first as happy as Rosamund Grey and old blind Margaret. As in Lamb's story, so in Southey's poem, this state of felicity is overturned by a seducer. An old woman clothed in grey. This ballad still eludes research. Lamb says that the first line put him upon writing Rosamund Grey, but he is generally supposed to have taken his heroine's name from a song by Charles Lloyd, entitled Rosamund Grey, published among his poems in 1795. At the end of the novel Matravis, the seducer, in his ravings, sings the ballad. The something upon which Lamb was then at work was his play John Woodville, in those early days known as Pride's Cure. Your old description of cruelty in hell, in Joan of Arc, see letter 3. If I do not put up those eclogues, Lamb does not return to this subject. Lloyd had just gone to Cambridge, to Caius College. Letter 37. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Nov. 3, 1798. I have read your eclogue, The Wedding, repeatedly, and cannot call it bold or without interest. The cast of it and the design are completely original and may set people upon thinking. It is as poetical as the subject requires, which asks no poetry, but it is defective in pathos. The woman's own story is the tamest part of it. I should like you to remold that. It too much resembles the young maid's history. Both had been in service. Even the omission would not injure the poem. After the words growing wants, you might, not unconnectedly, introduce, look at that little chub down to welcome one. And decidedly, I would have you end it somehow thus. Give them at least this evening a good meal. Gives her money. Now fare thee well, hereafter you have taught me to give sad meaning to the village bells, and see, which would leave a stronger impression, as well as more pleasingly recall the beginning of the eclogue, than the present commonplace reference to a better world, which the woman must have heard at church. I should like you, too, a good deal to enlarge the most striking part, as it might have been, of the poem, Is it idleness? And see, that affords a good field for dwelling on sickness and inabilities, and old age. And you might also a good deal enrich the piece with a picture of a country wedding. The woman might very well, in a transient fit of oblivion, dwell upon the ceremony and circumstances of her own nuptials 6 years ago, the smugness of the bridegroom, the feastings, the cheap merriment, the welcomings, and the secret envyings of the maidens. Then dropping all this, recur to her present lot. I do not know that I can suggest anything else, or that I have suggested anything new or material. I shall be very glad to see some more poetry, though I fear your trouble in transcribing will be greater than the service my remarks may do them. Yours affectionately, C. Lamb. I cut my letter short because I am called off to business. Letter 38. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Nov. 8th, 1798. I do not know that I much prefer this eclogue. Lamb has received the last of the flock to the last, the wedding. Both are inferior to the former, the ruined cottage. And when he came to shake me by the hand, and spake as kindly to me as he used, I hardly knew his voice, is the only passage that affected me. Servants speak, and their language ought to be plain, and not much raised above the common, else I should find fault with the bathos of this passage. And when I heard the bells strike out, I thought that I had never heard it toll so dismally before. I like the destruction of the martins' old nests hugely. Having just such a circumstance in my memory, one, I should be very glad to see your remaining eclogue, if not too much trouble, as you give me reason to expect it will be the second best. I perfectly accord with your opinion of old Wither. Quarles is a wittier writer, but Wither lays more hold of the heart. Quarles thinks of his audience when he lectures, Wither soliloquizes in company with a full heart. What wretched stuff are the divine fancies of Quarles! Religion appears to him no longer valuable than it furnishes matter for quibbles and riddles. He turns God's grace into wantonness. Wither is like an old friend, whose warm-heartedness and estimable qualities make us wish he possessed more genius, but at the same time make us willing to dispense with that want. I always love Dub, and sometimes admire Q. Still, that portrait poem is a fine one, and the extract from The Shepherd's Hunting places him in a starry height far above Quarles. If you wrote that review in Crit. Rev. I am sorry you are so sparing of praise to the Ancient Mariner, so far from calling it, as you do, with some wit, but more severity, a Dutch attempt, and see, I call it a right English attempt, and a successful one, to dethrone German sublimity. You have selected a passage fertile in unmeaning miracles, but have passed by 50 passages as miraculous as the miracles they celebrate. I never so deeply felt the pathetic as in that part. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. It stung me into high pleasure through sufferings. Lloyd does not like it. His head is too metaphysical, and your taste too correct. At least I must allege something against you both, to excuse my own dotage. So lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be, and see. But you allow some elaborate beauties, you should have extracted 'em. The Ancient Mariner plays more tricks with the mind than that last poem, which is yet one of the finest written. But I am getting too dogmatical, and before I degenerate into abuse, I will conclude with assuring you that I am sincerely yours, C. Lamb. I am going to meet Lloyd at Ware on Saturday, to return on Sunday. Have you any commands or commendations to the metaphysician? I shall be very happy if you will dine or spend any time with me in your way through the great ugly city, but I know you have other ties upon you in these parts. Love and respects to Edith, and friendly remembrances to Cottle. Footnote 1. The destruction of the martins' nests in the last of the family runs thus. I remembered 8 months ago when the young squire began to alter the old mansion they destroyed. The martins' nests that had stood undisturbed under that roof ice long before my memory. I shook my head at seeing it and thought no good could follow. Lamb's ripe judgment of Wither will be found in his essay on the poetical works of George Wither, in the works 1818 C. Vol. I of this edition. The portrait poem would be the author's meditation upon sight of his picture, prefixed to emblems, 1635. Lyrical Ballads by Wordsworth and Coleridge had just been published by Cottle. The Ancient Mariner stood first. That last poem was Wordsworth's, lines written a few miles above Tintern Abbey. Southey reviewed the book in the Critical Review for October 1798. Of the ancient mariner, he said, "It is a Dutch attempt at German sublimity. Genius has here been employed in producing a poem of little merit." Here should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, dated November 13, 1798, not available for this edition. Robert Lloyd seems to have said in his last letter that the world was drained of all its sweets. Lamb sends him a beautiful passage in praise of the world's good things, the first foretaste in the correspondence of his later ecstatic manner. Here also should come a letter from Lamb to Southey, which apparently does not now exist, containing The Dying Lover, an extract from Lamb's play. I have taken the text from the version of the play sent to Manning late in 1800. The Dying Lover. Margaret, I knew a youth who died for grief, because his love proved so, and married to another. I saw him on the wedding day, for he was present in the church that day, and in his best apparel too, as one that came to grace the ceremony. I marked him when the ring was given. His countenance never changed, and when the priest pronounced the marriage blessing, he put a silent prayer up for the bride, for they stood near who saw his lips move. He came invited to the marriage feast with the bride's friends, and was the merriest of them all that day. But they who knew him best called it feigned mirth, and others said, he wore a smile like death's upon his face. His presence dashed all the beholders' mirth, and he went away in tears. Simon, what followed then? Marg, oh then, he did not, as neglected suitors use, affect a life of solitude in shades, but lived in free discourse and sweet society among his friends who knew his gentle nature best. Yet ever when he smiled, there was a mystery legible in his face, that whoso saw him said he was a man not long for this world. And true it was, for even then the silent love was feeding at his heart, of which he died, nor ever spake word of reproach. Only he wished in death that his remains might find a poor grave in some spot not far from his mistress' family vault, being the place where one day honor should herself be laid. The line in italics Lamb crossed through in the Manning copy. The last 4 lines he crossed through and marked very bad. I have reproduced them here because of the autobiographical hint contained in the word honor, which was the name given by Lamb to his fair-haired maid in his love sonnets. Letter 39. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Probably November 1798. The following is a second extract from my tragedy that is to be. 'Tis narrated by an old steward to Margaret, orphan ward of Sir Walter Woodville. This, and The Dying Lover I gave you, are the only extracts I can give without mutilation. I expect you to like the old woman's curse. Old steward, one summer night Sir Walter, as it chanked, was pacing to and fro in the avenue that westward fronts our house, among those aged oaks said to have been planted 300 years ago by a neighboring prior of the Woodville name. But so it was. Being overtasked in thought, he heeded not the importune suitor who stood by the gate and begged an alms. Some say he shoved her rudely from the gate with angry chiding, but I can never think Sir Walter's nature hath a sweetness in it, that he would use a woman, an old woman, with such discourtesy. For old she was, who begged an alms of him. Well, he refused her, whether for importunity, I know not, or that she came between his meditations. But better had he met a lion in the streets than this old woman that night, for she was one who practised the black arts, and served the devil, being since burned for witchcraft. She looked at him like one that meant to blast him, and with a frightful noise. 'Twas partly like a woman's voice, and partly like the hissing of a snake. She nothing said, but this, Sir Walter told the words. A mischief, 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 and a 9 times killing curse, by day and by night, to the caitiff wights, who shakes the poor like snakes from his door, and shuts up the womb of his purse. And a mischief, 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 and a 9-fold withering curse, for that shall come to thee, that will render thee both all that thou fear'st and worse. These words 4 times repeated, she departed, leaving Sir Walter like a man beneath, whose feet a scaffolding had suddenly found. So he described it. Margaret, a terrible curse. Old steward, O lady, such bad things are told of that old woman, as namely, that the milk she gave was sour, and the babe who sucked her shriveled like a mandrake, and things besides, with a bigger horror in them, almost, I think, unlawful to be told. Margaret, then must I never hear them, but proceed, and say what followed on the witch's curse. Old steward, nothing immediate, but some 9 months after, young Stephen Woodville suddenly fell sick, and none could tell what ailed him, for he lay and pinned, that all his hair came off, and he that was full-fleshed became as thin as a 2 months' babe that hath been starved in the nursing. And sure, I think, he bore his illness like a little child, with such rare sweetness of dumb melancholy. He strove to clothe his agony in smiles, which he would force up in his poor, pale cheeks, like ill-timed guests that had no proper business there. And when they asked him his complaint, he laid his hand upon his heart to show the place where Satan came to him o' nights, he said, and pricked him with a pin. And hereupon Sir Walter called to mind the beggar witch that stood in the gateway, and begged an alms. Margaret, I do not love to credit tales of magic. Heaven's music, which is order, seems unstrung, and this brave world, creation's beauteous work, unbeautified, disordered, marred, where such strange things are acted. This is the extract I bragged of, as superior to that I sent you from Marlowe. Perhaps you smile, but I should like your remarks on the above, as you are deeper witch-read than I. The passage quoted in this letter, with certain alterations, became afterwards The Witch, a dramatic sketch independent of John Woodville. By the phrase, without mutilation, Lamb possibly means to suggest that Southey should print this sketch and The Dying Lover in the annual anthology. That was not, however, done. The Witch was first printed in the Works, 1818. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, postmarked November 20, 1798, not available for this edition. In this letter, Lamb sends Lloyd the extract from The Witch that was sent to Southey. Letter 40. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Nov. 28, 1798. I can have no objection to your printing Mystery of God with my name and all due acknowledgments for the honor and favor of the communication. Indeed, 'tis a poem that can dishonor no name. Now, that is in the true strain of modern Modesto Vanitas. But for the sonnet, I heartily wish it, as I thought it was, dead and forgot. If the exact circumstances under which I wrote could be known or told, it would be an interesting sonnet. But to an indifferent and stranger reader, it must appear a very bald thing, certainly inadmissible in a compilation. I wish you could affix a different name to the volume. There is a contemptible book, a wretched assortment of vapid feelings, entitled Pratt's Gleanings, which hath damned and impropriated the title for ever. Pray think of some other. The gentleman is better known, better had he remained unknown, by an ode to benevolence, written and spoken for and at the annual dinner of the Humane Society, who walk in procession once a year, with all the objects of their charity before them, to return God thanks for giving them such benevolent hearts. I like Bishop Bruno, but not so abundantly as your witch ballad, which is an exquisite thing of its kind. I showed my Witch and Dying Lover to Dyer last night, But George could not comprehend how that could be poetry which did not go upon 10 feet, as George and his predecessors had taught it to do. So George read me some lectures on the distinguishing qualities of the ode, the epigram, and the epic, and went home to illustrate his doctrine by correcting a proof sheet of his own lyrics. George writes odes where the rhymes, like fashionable man and wife, keep a comfortable distance of 6 or 8 lines apart, and calls that observing the laws of verse. George tells you, before he recites, that you must listen with great attention or you'll miss the rhymes. I did so and found them pretty exact. George, speaking of the dead Ossian, exclaimeth, "Dark are the poet's eyes." I humbly represented to him that his own eyes were dark, light, and many a living bard's besides, and recommended, "Closed are the poet's eyes." But that would not do. I found there was an antithesis between the darkness of his eyes and the splendor of his genius, and I acquiesced. Your recipe for a Turk's poison is invaluable and truly Marlowish. Lloyd objects to shutting up the womb of his purse in my curse, which for a Christian witch in a Christian country is not too mild, I hope. Do you object? One think there is a strangeness in the idea, as well as shaking the poor like snakes from his door, which suits the speaker. Witches illustrate, as fine ladies do, from their own familiar objects, and snakes and the shutting up of wombs are in their way. I don't know that this last charge has been before brought against them, nor either the sour milk or the mandrake babe, but I affirm these be things a witch would do if she could. My tragedy will be a medley and I intend it to be a medley of laughter and tears, prose and verse, and in some places rhyme, songs, wit, pathos, humor, and, if possible, sublimity. At least, it is not a fault in my intention, if it does not comprehend most of these discordant colors. Heaven send they dance not the dance of death. I hear that the 2 noble Englishmen have parted no sooner than they set foot on German earth, but I have not heard the reason, possibly, to give novelists an handle to exclaim, "Ah me, what things are perfect!" I think I shall adopt your emendation in The Dying Lover, though I do not myself feel the objection against silent prayer. My tailor has brought me home a new coat lapelled with a velvet collar. He assures me everybody wears velvet collars now. Some are born fashionable, some achieve fashion, and others, like your humble servant, have fashion thrust upon them. The rogue has been making inroads hitherto by modest degrees, foisting upon me an additional button, recommending gaiters. But to come upon me thus in a full tide of luxury neither becomes him as a tailor nor the 9th of a man. My meek gentleman was robbed the other day, coming with his wife and family in a 1-horse shay from Hampstead. The villains rifled him of 4 guineas, some shillings and halfpence, and a bundle of customers' measures, which they swore were banknotes. They did not shoot him, and when they rode off he addressed them with profound gratitude, making a congee, "Gentlemen, I wish you good night, and we are very much obliged to you that you have not used us ill." And this is the cuckoo that has had the audacity to foist upon me 10 buttons on a side and a black velvet collar, a damned 9th of a scoundrel. When you write to Lloyd, he wishes his Jacobin correspondents to address him as Mr. C.L. Love, and respects to Edith. I hope she is well. Yours sincerely, C. Lamb. The poem Mystery of God was, when printed in the annual anthology for 1799, entitled Living Without God in the World. Lamb never reprinted it. It is not clear to what sonnet Lamb refers, possibly that to his sister, printed on page 78, which he himself never reprinted. It was at that time intended to call Southey's collection Gleanings. Lamb refers to the Gleanings of Samuel Jackson Pratt, 1749–1814, a very busy maker of books, published in 1795–1799. His Triumph of Benevolence was published in 1786. Southey's witch ballad was The Old Woman of Berkeley. George Dyer's principal works in verse are contained in his poems 1802 and Poetics 1812. He retained the epithet dark for Ossian's eyes. Southey's recipe for a Turk's poison I do not find. It may have existed only in a letter. A reference to the poem in letter 39 will explain the remarks about witches' curses. The 2 noble Englishmen, a sarcastic reference drawn, I imagine, from Palamon and Arcite, were Coleridge and Wordsworth, then in Germany. Nothing definite is known, but they seem quite amicably to have decided to take independent courses. Lloyd's Jacobin correspondence. This is Lamb's only allusion to the attack which had been made by the anti-Jacobin upon himself, Lloyd and their friends, particularly Coleridge and Southey. In the New Morality, in the last number of Canning's paper, they had been thus grouped. And ye 5 other wandering bards that move in sweet accord of harmony and love. C. D. G. E. and S. T. B. Y. L. D. and L. B. and Co. Tune all your mystic harps to praise Lepox. Lepox being the high priest of theophilanthropy. When the New Morality was reprinted in the Beauties of the Anti-Jacobin in 1799, a savage footnote on Coleridge was appended, accusing him of hypocrisy and the desertion of his wife and children, and adding ex uno disse his associates Southey and Lamb. Again, in the first number of the Anti-Jacobin Review and Magazine, August 1798, was a picture by Gilray representing the worshippers of Lepox, wherein Lloyd and Lamb appeared as a toad and a frog reading their own blank verse, and Coleridge and Southey as donkeys, flourish, dactylics, and sapphics. In September, the federated poets were again touched upon in a parody of the Ode to the Passions. C. Faithful to their mighty dam. C. Dgesthyld and Lb. In Splayfoot, madrigals of love. Soft moaning like the widowed dove. Pour side by side their sympathetic notes of equal rights and civic feasts, and tyrant kings and knavish priests. Swift through the land the tuneful mischief floats, and now to softer strains they struck the lyre. They sung the beetle or the mole, the dying kid or ass's foal, by cruel man permitted to expire. Lloyd took the caricature and the verses with his customary seriousness, going so far as to indite a letter to the anti-Jacobin reviewers, which was printed in Birmingham in 1799. Therein he defended Lamb with some vigor. The person you have thus leagued in a partnership of infamy with me is Mr. Charles Lamb, a man who, so far from being a Democrat, would be the first person to assent to the opinions contained in the foregoing pages. He is a man too much occupied with real and painful duties of high personal self-denial, to trouble himself about speculative matters. Letter 41. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Dec. 27, 1798. Dear Southey, your friend John May has formerly made kind offers to Lloyd of serving me in the India House by the interest of his friend Sir Francis Baring. It is not likely that I shall ever put his goodness to the test on my own account, for my prospects are very comfortable. But I know a young man, whom he could serve through the same channel, and I think would be disposed to serve if he were acquainted with his case. This poor fellow, whom I know just enough of to vouch for his strict integrity and worth, has lost 2 or 3 employments from illness, which he cannot regain. He was once insane, and from the distressful uncertainty of his livelihood has reason to apprehend a return of that malady. He has been for some time dependent on a woman whose lodger he formerly was, but who can ill afford to maintain him, and I know that on Christmas night last he actually walked about the streets all night, rather than accept of her bed, which she offered him, and offered herself to sleep in the kitchen, and that in consequence of that severe cold he is laboring under a bilious disorder, besides a depression of spirits, which incapacitates him from exertion when he most needs it. For God's sake, Southey, if it does not go against you to ask favors, do it now, ask it as for me, but do not do a violence to your feelings, because he does not know of this application, and will suffer no disappointment. What I meant to say was this: there are in the India House what are called extra clerks, not on the establishment like me, but employed in extra business. By jobs, these get about £50 a year, or rather more, but never rise. A director can put in at any time a young man in this office, and it is by no means considered so great a favor as making an established clerk. He would think himself as rich as an emperor if he could get such a certain situation, and be relieved from those disquietudes which I do fear may one day bring back his distemper. You know John May better than I do, but I know enough to believe that he is a good man. He did make me that offer I have mentioned, but you will perceive that such an offer cannot authorize me in applying for another person. but I cannot help writing to you on the subject, for the young man is perpetually before my eyes, and I should feel it a crime not to strain all my petty interest to do him service, though I put my own delicacy to the question by so doing. I have made one other unsuccessful attempt already. At all events, I will thank you to write, for I am tormented with anxiety. I suppose you have somewhere heard that poor Mary Darlin has poisoned herself, after some interviews with John Reed, the ci devant Alfonso of her days of hope. How is Edith? C. Lamb. John May was a friend and correspondent of Southey, whom he had met at Lisbon, not to be confounded with Coleridge's In Keeping May. Sir Francis Baring was a director of the East India Company. One have no knowledge as to who the young man was, nor have I any regarding Mary Darlin and John Reed. Letter 42. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Jan 21st, 1799. I am requested by Lloyd to excuse his not replying to a kind letter received from you. He is at present situated in most distressful family perplexities, which I am not at liberty to explain, but they are such as to demand all the strength of his mind, and quite exclude any attention to foreign objects. His brother Robert, the flower of his family, hath eloped from the persecutions of his father, and has taken shelter with me. What the issue of his adventure will be, I know not. He hath the sweetness of an angel in his heart, combined with admirable firmness of purpose, an uncultivated, but very original, and, I think, superior genius. But this step of his is but a small part of their family troubles. I am to blame for not writing to you before on my own account, but I know you can dispense with the expressions of gratitude, or I should have thanked you before for all May's kindness. He has liberally supplied the person I spoke to you of with money, and had procured him a situation just after himself had lighted upon a similar one and engaged too far to recede. But May's kindness was the same, and my thanks to you and him are the same. May went about on this business as if it had been his own. But you knew John May before this, so I will be silent. I shall be very glad to hear from you when convenient. I do not know how your calendar and other affairs thrive, but above all, I have not heard a great while of your Madoc, the opus magnum. I would willingly send you something to give a value to this letter, but I have only one slight passage to send you, scarce worth the sending, which I want to edge in somewhere into my play, which, by the way, hath not received the addition of 10 lines besides since I saw you. A father, old Walter Woodville, the witch's protégé, relates this of his son John, who fought in adverse armies, being a royalist, and his father a parliamentary man. I saw him in the day of Worcester fight, whither he came at twice 7 years, under the discipline of the Lord Falkland, his uncle by the mother's side, who gave his youthful politics a bent, quite from the principles of his father's house. There did I see this valiant lamb of Mars, this sprig of honor, this unbearded John, this veteran in green years, this sprout, this Woodville, with dreadless ease, guiding a fire-hot steed, which seemed to scorn the manage of a boy, prick forth with such a mirth into the field, to mingle rivalship and acts of war, even with the sinewy masters of the art. You would have thought the work of blood had been a play game merely, and the rabid Mars had put his harmful, hostile nature off, to instruct raw youth in images of war, and practice of the unedged player's foils, the rough fanatic and blood-practiced soldiery, seeing such hope and virtue in the boy, disclosed their ranks to let him pass unhurt, checking their swords' uncivil injuries, as loth to mar that curious workmanship of valor's beauty portrayed in his face. Lloyd objects to portrayed in his face. Do you? I like the line. I shall clap this in somewhere. I think there is a spirit through the lines. Perhaps the 7th, 8th, and 9th owe their origin to Shakespeare, though no image is borrowed. He says in Henry IV, this infant Hotspur, Mars in swathing clothes. CPT, I Roman 3, 2, 111, 112. But pray did Lord Falkland die before Worcester fight? In that case, I must make bold to unclify some other nobleman. Kind love and respects to Edith. C. Lamb. Charles Lloyd's perplexities turned probably once again on the question of his marriage. How long Robert Lloyd was with Lamb we do not know, nor of what nature were the persecutions to which he was subjected. According to the evidence at our disposal, Charles Lloyd Sen was a good father. Southey's Madoc was not published until 1805. The passage from the play was not printed in John Woodville. This, together with The Dying Lover, are to be found only in the discarded version, printed in the notes to Vol. Roman 4, of the present edition. Lord Falkland had been killed at Newbury 8 years before Worcester fight. Lamb altered the names to Ashley and Naseby, although Sir Anthony Cooper was not made Lord Ashley until 16 years after Naseby was fought. Letter 43. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Late January or early February, 1799. Dr. Southey, Lloyd will now be able to give you an account of himself, so to him I leave you for satisfaction. Great part of his troubles are lightened by the partial recovery of his sister, who had been alarmingly ill with similar diseases to his own. The other part of the family troubles sleeps for the present, but I fear will awake at some future time to confound and disunite. He will probably tell you all about it. Robert still continues here with me. His father has proposed nothing, but would willingly lure him back with fair professions. But Robert is endowed with a wise fortitude, and in this business has acted quite from himself, and wisely acted. His parents must come forward in the end. I like reducing parents to a sense of undutifulness. I like confounding the relations of life. Pray let me see you when you come to town, and contrive to give me some of your company. I thank you heartily for your intended presence, but do by no means see the necessity you are under of burthening yourself thereby. You have read old Wither's Supersedias to small purpose. You object to my pauses being at the end of my lines. I do not know any great difficulty I should find in diversifying or changing my blank verse, but I go upon the model of Shakespeare in my play, and endeavor after a colloquial ease and spirit, something like him. I could so easily imitate Milton's versification, but my ear and feeling would reject it, or any approaches to it in the drama. I do not know whether to be glad or sorry that witches have been detected aforetimes in shutting up of wombs. I certainly invented that conceit, and its coincidence with fact is incidental, accidental, for I never heard it. I have not seen those verses on Carl Despard. I do not read any newspapers. Are they short, to copy without much trouble? I should like to see them. I just send you a few rhymes from my play, the only rhymes in it, a forest liver giving an account of his amusements. What sports have you in the forest? Not many, some few, as thus. To see the sun to bed, and see him rise, like some hot amorist with glowing eyes, bursting the lazy bands of sleep that bound him, with all his fires and travelling glories round him. Sometimes the moon on soft night clouds to rest, like beauty nestling in a young man's breast, and all the winking stars her handmaids keep, admiring silence while those lovers sleep, sometimes outstretched in very idleness, not doing, saying little, thinking less, to view the laves, thin dancers upon air, go eddying round, and small birds how they fare, when Mother Autumn fills their beaks with corn, filched from the careless Amalthea's horn, and how the woods berries and worms provide, without their pains, when earth hath naught beside, to answer their small wants, to view the graceful deer come trooping by, then pause and gaze, then turn they know not why, like bashful younkers in society, to mark the structure of a plant or tree, and all fair things of earth how fair they be, and see. I love to anticipate charges of unoriginality. The first line is almost Shakespeare's. To have my love to bed and to arise. Midsummer Night's Dream, Roman 3, I 174. I think there is a sweetness in the versification, not unlike some rhymes in that exquisite play, and the last line, but 3 is yours. An eye that met the gaze, or turned it knew not why, Rosamund's epistle. I shall anticipate all my play and have nothing to show you. An idea for Leviathan. Commentators on Job have been puzzled to find out a meaning for Leviathan. 'Tis a whale, say some, a crocodile, say others. In my simple conjecture, Leviathan is neither more nor less than the Lord Mayor of London for the time being. Rosamund sells well in London, maugre the non-reviewal of it. I sincerely wish you better health, and better health to Edith, kind remembrances to her. See Lamb. If you come to town by Ash Wednesday, February 6, you will certainly see Lloyd here. I expect him by that time. My sister Mary was never in better health or spirits than now. Writing in June 1799 to Robert Lloyd, Priscilla, his sister, says, Lamb would not, I think, by any means be a person to take up your abode with. He is too much like yourself. He would encourage those feelings which it certainly is your duty to suppress. Your station in life, the duties which are pointed out by that rank in society which you are destined to fill, differ widely from his. When next we hear of Robert Lloyd, he has returned to Birmingham, where his father soon afterwards bought him a partnership in a bookselling and printing business. Carl Despard. I have not found the verses. Colonel Edward Marcus Despard, after a career that began brilliantly, was imprisoned in the spring of 1798 and executed for high treason in 1803. The rhymed passage from John Woodville is that which is best known. Hazlitt relates that Godwin was so taken with it when he first read it that he asked everyone he met to tell him the author and play, and at last applied to Lamb himself. Letter 44. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. March 15, 1799. Dear Southey, I have received your little volume, for which I thank you, though I do not entirely approve of this sort of intercourse, where the presents are all one side. I have read the last eclogue again with great pleasure. It hath gained considerably by abridgment, and now I think it wants nothing but enlargement. You will call this one of Tyrant Procrustes' criticisms, to cut and pull so to his own standard. But the old lady is so great a favorite with me, I want to hear more of her, and of Joanna you have given us still less. But the picture of the rustics leaning over the bridge, and the old lady traveling abroad on a summer evening to see her garden watered, are images so new and true that I decidedly prefer this ruined cottage to any poem in the book. Indeed, I think it the only one that will bear comparison with your hymn to the Penates in a former volume. I compare dissimilar things, as one would a rose and a star for the pleasure they give us, or as a child soon learns to choose between a cake and a rattle, for dissimilars have mostly some points of comparison. The next best poem, I think, is the first eclogue. 'Tis very complete, and abounding in little pictures and realities. The remainder eclogues, excepting only the funeral, I do not greatly admire. I miss one which had at least as good a title to publication as The Witch or The Sailor's Mother. You called it The Last of the Family. The Old Woman of Berkeley comes next. In some humors I would give it the preference above any. But who the devil is Matthew of Westminster? You are as familiar with these antiquated monastics as Swedenborg, or, as his followers affect to call him, the Baron, with his invisibles. But you have raised a very comic effect out of the true narrative of Matthew of Westminster. 'Tis surprising with how little addition you have been able to convert with so little alteration his incidents, meant for terror, into circumstances and food for the spleen. The parody is not so successful. It has one famous line indeed, which conveys the finest deathbed image I ever met with. The doctor whispered the nurse, and the surgeon knew what he said. But the offering the bride 3 times bears not the slightest analogy or proportion to the fiendish noises 3 times heard. In Jasper, the circumstance of the great light is very affecting, but I had heard you mention it before. The rose is the only insipid piece in the volume. It hath neither thorns nor sweetness, and besides, sets all chronology and probability at defiance. Cousin Margaret, you know I like. The allusions to the Pilgrim's Progress are particularly happy, and harmonize tacitly and delicately with old cousins and aunts. To familiar faces we do associate familiar scenes and accustomed objects, but what hath Apollodon and his sea-nymphs to do in these affairs? Apollyon I could have borne, though he stands for the devil, But who is a paladin? I think you are too apt to conclude faintly, with some cold moral, as in the end of the poem called The Victory. Be thou her comforter, who art the widow's friend. A single commonplace line of comfort, which bears no proportion in weight or number to the many lines which describe suffering. This is to convert religion into mediocre feelings, which should burn and glow and tremble. A moral should be wrought into the body and soul, the matter and tendency of a poem, not tagged to the end, like a god send the good ship into harbor, at the conclusion of our bills of lading. The finishing of the sailor is also imperfect. Any dissenting minister may say and do as much. These remarks, I know, are crude and unwrought, but I do not lay claim to much accurate thinking. I never judge system-wise of things, but fasten upon particulars. After all, there is a great deal in the book that I must, for time, leave unmentioned, to deserve my thanks for its own sake, as well as for the friendly remembrances implied in the gift. I again return you my thanks. Pray present my love to Edith, C.L. Southey's little volume was Vol. Roman II, of the second edition of his poems, published in 1799. The last of the English eclogues included in it was The Ruined Cottage, slightly altered from the version referred to in Letter 38. The Hymn to the Penates brought the first volume of this edition to a close. The first eclogue was The Old Mansion House. The Old Woman of Berkeley was called a ballad showing how an old woman rode double and who rode before her. It was preceded by a long quotation in Latin from Matthew of Westminster. Matthew of Westminster is the imaginary name given to the unknown authors of a chronicle called Flair's Historiarum, belonging probably to the 15th century. The parody was The Surgeon's Warning, which begins with the two lines that Lamb prints as one. The doctor whispered to the nurse, and the surgeon knew what he said. The Rose was blank verse, addressed to Edith Southey. Cousin Margaret was a metrical letter written from London, in which there are allusions to Bunyan. The reference to a paladin is explained by these lines. The sylphs should waft us to some goodly isle, like that where whilom old a paladin built up his blameless spell. Letter 45. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. March 2, 1799. I am hugely pleased with your spider, your old Freemason, as you call him. The three first stanzas are delicious. They seem to me a compound of Burns and old quarrels, those kind of home strokes, where more is felt than strikes the ear, a terseness, a jocular pathos which makes one feel in laughter. The measure, too, is novel and pleasing. I could almost wonder Burns in his lifetime never stumbled upon it. The fourth stanza is less striking, as being less original. The fifth falls off. It has no felicity of phrase, no old-fashioned phrase or feeling. Young hopes and love's delightful dreams savor neither of Burns nor Quarles. They seem more like shreds of many a modern sentimental sonnet. The last stanza hath nothing striking in it, if I accept the two concluding lines, which are Burns all over. I wish, if you concur with me, these things could be looked to. I am sure this is a kind of writing which comes tenfold better recommended to the heart, comes there more like a neighbor or familiar, than thousands of Hamuels and Zillas and Maidlans. I beg you will send me the holly tree, if it at all resemble this, for it must please me. I have never seen it. I love this sort of poems that open a new intercourse with the most despised of the animal and insect race. I think this vein may be further opened. Peter Pindar hath very prettily apostrophized a fly. Burns hath his mouse and his louse. Coleridge, less successfully, hath made overtures of intimacy to a jackass, therein only following at unresembling distant Sterne and greater Cervantes. Besides these, I know of no other examples of breaking down the partition between us and our poor earth-born companions. It is sometimes revolting to be put in a track of feeling by other people, not one's own immediate thoughts, else I would persuade you, if I could I am in earnest, to commence a series of these animal poems, which might have a tendency to rescue some poor creatures from the antipathy of mankind. Some thoughts come across me, for instance, to a rat, to a toad, to a cockchafer, to a mole. People bake moles alive by a slow oven fire to cure consumption. Rats are, indeed, the most despised and contemptible parts of God's earth. I killed a rat the other day by punching him to pieces and feel a weight of blood upon me to this hour. Toads, you know, are made to fly, and tumble down and crush all to pieces. Cockchafers are old sport. Then again to a worm, with an apostrophe to anglers, those patient tyrants, meek inflictors of pangs intolerable, cool devils, to an owl, to all snakes, with an apology for their poison, to a cat in boots or bladders. Your own fancy, if it takes a fancy to these hints, will suggest many more. A series of such poems, suppose them accompanied with plates descriptive of animal torments, cooks roasting lobsters, fishmongers crimping skates, and C, would take excessively. I will willingly enter into a partnership in the plan with you. I think my heart and soul would go with it too, at least give it a thought. My plan is but this minute come into my head, but it strikes me instantaneously as something new, good and useful, full of pleasure and full of moral. If old Quarles and Wither could live again, we would invite them into our firm. Burns hath done his part. I the other day threw off an extempore epitaph on Ensign Peacock of the 3rd Regt, of the Royal East India Volunteers, who, like other boys in this scarlet-tainted age, was ambitious of playing at soldiers, but dying in the first flash of his valor, was, at the particular instance of his relations, buried with military honors. Like any veteran scarred, or chopped from Blenheim or Ramleys, he was buried in sash and gorget. Marmor laquiter. He lies a volunteer so fine, who died of a decline, as you or I may do one day. Reader, think of this, I pray, and I numbly hope you'll drop a tear for my poor royal volunteer. He was as brave could be. Nobody was so brave as he. He would have died in honor's bed, only he died at home instead. Well may the royal regiment swear, they never had such a volunteer. But whatsoever they may say, death is a man that will have his way, though he was but an ensign in this world of pain. In the next, we hope he'll be a captain. And without meaning to make any reflection on his mentals, he begged to be buried in regimentals. Said H. Sunt lamentabilis nug, but 'tis as good as some epitaphs you and I have read together in Christ churchyard. Poor Sam, le Grice, I am afraid the world, and the camp, and the university have spoilt him among them. 'Tis certain he had at one time a strong capacity of turning out something better. I knew him, and that not long since, when he had a most warm heart. I am ashamed of the indifference I have sometimes felt towards him. I think the devil is in one's heart. I am under obligations to that man for the warmest friendship and heartiest sympathy, even for an agony of sympathy expressed both by word and deed, and tears for me when I was in my greatest distress. But I have forgot that, as I fear, he has nigh forgot the awful scenes which were before his eyes when he served the office of a comforter to me. No service was too mean or troublesome for him to perform. I can't think what but the devil, that old spider, could have sucked my heart so dry of its sense of all gratitude. If he does come in your way, Southey, fail not to tell him that I retain a most affectionate remembrance of his old friendliness and an earnest wish to resume our intercourse. In this I am serious. I cannot recommend him to your society, because I am afraid whether he be quite worthy of it, but I have no right to dismiss him from my regard. He was at one time, and in the worst of times, my own familiar friend and great comfort to me then. I have known him to play at cards with my father, meal times excepted, literally all day long, in long days too, to save me from being teased by the old man when I was not able to bear it. God bless him for it, and God bless you, Southey. C.L. Peter Pindar, Dr. John Walcott, has an ode to a fly taken out of a bowl of punch. He also wrote the Lausiad. Poor earthborn companions, from Burns, Lines to a Mouse, 2nd stanza, line 5. Toads are made to fly. Filliping the toad was an old pastime. A toad was placed on one end of a piece of wood, laid crosswise over a stone. The other end was struck with a beetle, i.e., a mallet, and the toad flew into the air. Falstaff says, "Fillip me with a 3-man beetle." As to worms and fishermen, the late Mrs. Coe, who as a girl had known Lamb at Widford, told me that he could rarely, if ever, be tempted to join the anglers. Affixing the worm was too much for him. Barbarous, barbarous, he used to say. Lamb's project for a series of animal poems has to some extent been carried out by a living poet, Mr. A.C. Benson. Neither Lamb nor Southey pursued it. We met Sam Legrice in the letter of October 3, 1796. To what escapade Lamb refers I do not know, but he was addicted to folly. It was Sam Legrice of whom Leigh Hunt in his autobiography tells the excellent tale that he excused himself to his master for not having performed a task, by the remark that he had had a lethargy. In April of this year died John Lamb, the father. Charles Lamb probably at once moved from 45 Chapel Street to number 36, where Mary Lamb joined him. Between this and the next letter should probably come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, not available for this edition. It seems to follow upon Robert Lloyd's departure from Lamb's house, and remarks that Lamb knows but one being that he could ever consent to live perpetually with, and that is Robert. But Robert must go whither prudence and paternal regulations dictate. Lamb also refers to a poem of an intimate character by Charles Lloyd in the annual anthology, Lines to a Brother and Sister, remarking that, in his opinion, these domestic addresses should not always be made public. There is also a reference to Charles Lloyd's novel, which Lamb says he wants to read if he may be permitted a sight of it. This would be Isabel. Letter 46. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. Oct. 31st, 1799. Dear Southey, I have but just got your letter, being returned from Herts, where I have passed a few red-letter days with much pleasure. I would describe the county to you, as you have done by Devonshire, but alas, I'm a poor pen at that same. I could tell you of an old house with a tapestry bedroom, the Judgment of Solomon composing one panel, and Acton spying Diana naked the other. I could tell of an old marble hall, with Hogarth's prints and the Roman Caesars in marble hung round. I could tell of a wilderness and of a village church, and where the bones of my honored grandam lie, but there are feelings which refuse to be translated, sulky aborigines, which will not be naturalized in another soil. Of this nature are old family faces and scenes of infancy. I have given your address and the books you want to the Arches. They will send them as soon as they can get them, but they do not seem quite familiar with their names. I have seen Jebba aptly so denominated from Jebborish, quasi-gibberish, but Jebba hath some lucid intervals. I remember darkly one beautiful simile veiled in uncouth phrases about the youngest daughter of the Ark. I shall have nothing to communicate, I fear, to the anthology. You shall have some fragments of my play, if you desire them, but I think I would rather print it whole. Have you seen it, or shall I lend you a copy? I want your opinion of it. I must get to business, so farewell. My kind remembrances to Edith. See Lamb. Lamb had probably been staying at Widford. Many years later he described his Hertfordshire days in more than one essay. See the Elia essays Macquarie End and Blakesmoor in H. Shire and Dream Children. The old house was, of course, Blakesware. The wilderness, which lay at the back of the house, is with Widford mentioned in Rosamund Gray. The Arches were the Brothers Arch, the booksellers of Ludgate Hill. Jebber stands for Jebir, Landor's poem, published in 1798. The simile in question would be this, from Book Romans 7, lines 248-51. Never so eager, when the world was waves, stood the less daughter of the Ark, and tried, innocent this temptation, to recall, with folded vest and casting arm the dove. The reference to Southey's anthology is to Vol. Roman 2, then in preparation. The play was now finished. It circulated in manuscript before being published in 1802. In a letter to Robert Lloyd, dated December 17, 1799, Lamb thanks him for a present of porter, adding that wine makes him hot and brandy drunk, but porter warms without intoxication. Here should come an unpublished letter from Lamb to Charles Lloyd at Cambridge, asking for the return of his play. Kemble, he says, had offered to put it in the hands of the proprietor of Drury Lane, and therefore Lamb wishes to have a second copy in the house. Kemble, as it turned out, returned no answer for a year, and then he stated that he had lost the copy. Lamb mentions Coleridge's settlement with his family in lodgings in the Adelphi. Coleridge, having returned from Germany and undertaken work for the Morning Post, took lodgings at 21 Buckingham Street, Strand, close to the Adelphi, in November 1799. The letter is interesting in containing the first mention of Manning, whom we are now to meet. Letter 47. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Dec. 1799. Dear Manning, the particular kindness, even up to a degree of attachment, which I have experienced from you, seems to claim some distinct acknowledgment on my part. I could not content myself with a bare remembrance to you, conveyed in some letter to Lloyd. Will it be agreeable to you if I occasionally recruit your memory of me, which must else soon fade, if you consider the brief intercourse we have had? I am not likely to prove a troublesome correspondent. My scribbling days are past. I shall have no sentiments to communicate, but as they spring up from some living and worthy occasion. I look forward with great pleasure to the performance of your promise that we should meet in London early in the ensuing year. The century must needs commence auspiciously for me, that brings with it Manning's friendship as an earnest of its after gifts. I should have written before, but for a troublesome inflammation in one of my eyes, brought on by night travelling with the coach windows sometimes up. What more I have to say shall be reserved for a letter to Lloyd. I must not prove tedious to you in my first outset, lest I should affright you by my ill-judged loquacity. I am, yours most sincerely, C. Lamb. This is the first letter that has been preserved in the correspondence between Lamb and Manning. Lamb first met Manning at Cambridge in the autumn of 1799, when on a visit to Charles Lloyd. Much of Manning's history will be unfolded as the letters proceed, but here it should be stated that he was born on November 8, 1772, and was thus a little more than 2 years older than Lamb. He was at this time acting as private tutor in mathematics at Cambridge, among his pupils being Charles Lloyd, of Caius, Manning's own college. Manning, however, did not take his degree, owing to an objection to oaths and tests. Lamb's reference to the beginning of the century shows that he shared with many other non-mathematically minded persons the belief that the century begins with the 100th, and not the 101st year. He says of Manning, in the Elia essay, The Old and the New Schoolmaster, "My friend M, with great painstaking, got me to think I understood the first proposition in Euclid, but gave me over in despair at the second." Letter 48. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Dec. 28, 1799. Dear Manning, having suspended my correspondence a decent interval, as knowing that even good things may be taken to satiety, a wish cannot but recur to learn whether you be still well and happy. Do all things continue in the state I left them in Cambridge? Do your night parties still flourish? And do you continue to bewilder your company with your 1,000 faces running down through all the keys of idiotism, like Lloyd over his perpetual harpsichord, from the smile and the glimmer of half-cents and quarter-cents to the grin and hanging lip of Betty Foy's own Johnny? And does the face-dissolving curfew sound at 12? How unlike the great originals were your petty terrors in the postscript, not fearful enough to make a fairy shudder or a Lilliputian fine lady 8 months full of child miscarry. Yet one of them, which had more beast than the rest, I thought faintly resembled one of your brutifications. But seriously, I long to see your own honest Manning face again. I did not mean a pun, your man's face, you will be apt to say, I know your wicked will to pun. I cannot now write to Lloyd and you too, so you must convey as much interesting intelligence as this may contain, or be thought to contain, to him and Sophia, with my dearest love and remembrances. By the by, I think you and Sophia both incorrect with regard to the title of the play. Allowing your objection, which is not necessary, as pride may be, and is in real life often, cured by misfortunes not directly originating from its own acts, as Jeremy Taylor will tell you, a naughty desire is sometimes sent to cure it. I know you read these practical divines. But allowing your objection, does not the betraying of his father's secret directly spring from pride, from the pride of wine and a full heart, and a proud overstepping of the ordinary rules of morality, and contempt of the prejudices of mankind, which are not to bind superior souls, as trust in the matter of secret all ties of blood, and see, keeping of promises, the feeble mind's religion, binding our morning knowledge to the performance of what last night's ignorance spake. Does he not prate that great spirits must do more than die for their friend? Does not the pride of wine incite him to display some evidence of friendship, which its own irregularity shall make great? This I know, that I meant his punishment not alone to be a cure for his daily and habitual pride, but the direct consequence and appropriate punishment of a particular act of pride. If you do not understand it so, it is my fault in not explaining my meaning. I have not seen Coleridge since, and scarcely expect to see him. Perhaps he has been at Cambridge. I dined with him in town and breakfasted with him and Priscilla, who you may tell Charles has promised to come and see me when she returns to Clapham. I will write to Charles on Monday. Need I turn over to blot a fresh, clean half-sheet, merely to say, what I hope you are sure of without my repeating it, that I would have you consider me, dear Manning, your sincere friend. C. Lamb. What is your proper address? Betty Foy's own Johnny, the idiot boy, in the lyrical ballads. In the postscript, a reference presumably to some drawings of faces in one of Manning's letters. The title of the play. Writing to Lamb on December 15, 1799, Manning had said, I had some conversation the other day with Sophia concerning your tragedy, and she made some very sensible observations, as I thought, with respect to the unfitness of its title, The Folly, whose consequences humble the pride and ambition of John's heart, does not originate in the workings of those passions, but from an underpart in his character, and as it were accidentally, viz., from the ebullitions of a drunken mind and from a rash confidence. You will understand what I mean without my explaining myself any further. God bless you and keep you from all evil things that walk upon the face of the earth. I mean nightmares, hobgoblins, and spectres. Lamb refers in this letter particularly to Act Roman 3 of his play. I have not seen Coleridge since when is not clear. Possibly Coleridge had been at Cambridge when Lamb was there. Letter 49. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Jan 23, 1800. Dear Coleridge, now I write, I cannot miss this opportunity of acknowledging the obligations myself, and the readers in general of that luminous paper, the Morning Post, are under to you for the very novel and exquisite manner in which you combined political with grammatical science in your yesterday's dissertation on Mr. Wyndham's unhappy composition. It must have been the death blow to that ministry. I expect Pitt and Grenville to resign, more especially the delicate and Cottrellian grace with which you officiated, with a ferula for a white wand, as gentleman usher to the word also, which it seems did not know its place. I expect Manning of Cambridge in town tonight. Will you fulfill your promise of meeting him at my house? He is a man of 1,000. Give me a line to say what day, whether Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and see, and if Sarah and the philosopher can come. I am afraid if I did not at intervals call upon you, I should never see you. But I forget, the affairs of the nation engross your time and your mind. Farewell, C.L. The first letter that has been preserved of the second period of Lamb's correspondence with Coleridge, which was to last until the end. In the Morning Post of January 7, 1800, had appeared the correspondence between Buonaparte and Lord Grenville, in which Buonaparte made an offer of peace. Lord Grenville's note, it was pointed out in the Morning Post for January 16, was really written by William Wyndham, Secretary for War, and on January 22 appeared an article closely criticizing its grammar. Here is the passage concerning, also, to which Lamb particularly alludes a little later in the letter. The same system, to the prevalence of which France justly ascribes all her present miseries, is that which has also involved the rest of Europe in a long and destructive warfare, of a nature long since unknown to the practice of civilized nations. Here the connective word also should have followed the word Europe. As it at present stands, the sentence implies that France, miserable as she may be, has, however, not been involved in a warfare. The word same is absolutely expletive, and by appearing to refer the reader to some foregoing clause, it not only loads the sentence, but renders it obscure. The word to is absurdly used for the word in. A thing may be unknown to practitioners, as humanity and sincerity may be unknown to the practitioners of statecraft, and foresight, science, and harmony may have been unknown to the planners and practitioners of continental expeditions. But even cheese pairings and candle-ends cannot be known or unknown to a practice. Cotrellian grace. The Cotterells were masters of the ceremonies from 1641 to 1808. The philosopher was Hartley Coleridge, aged 3, so called after his great namesake, David Hartley. The Coleridges were now, as we have seen, living at 21 Buckingham Street, Strand. Letter 50. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Feb. 13, 1800. Dear Manning, Olivia is a good girl, and if you turn to my letter, you will find that this very plea you set up to vindicate Lloyd I had made use of as a reason why he should never have employed Olivia to make a copy of such a letter I could not have sent to my enemies B.H. if she had thought fit to seek me in the way of marriage. But you see it in one view, I in another. Rest you merry in your opinion. Opinion is a species of property, and though I am always desirous to share with my friend to a certain extent, I shall ever like to keep some tenets and some property properly my own. Some day, Manning, when we meet, substituting Corydon and fair Amaryllis for Charles Lloyd and Mary Hayes, we will discuss together this question of moral feeling, in what cases and how far sincerity is a virtue. I do not mean truth, a good Olivia-like creature, God bless her, who, meaning no offense, is always ready to give an answer when she is asked why she did so and so, but a certain forward-talking half-brother of hers, sincerity, that amphibious gentleman, who is so ready to perk up his obnoxious sentiments unasked into your notice, as Midas would his ears into your face uncalled for. But I despair of doing anything by a letter in the way of explaining or coming to explanations. A good wish or a pun or a piece of secret history may be well enough that way conveyed. Nay, it has been known that intelligence of a turkey hath been conveyed by that medium without much ambiguity. Godwin I am a good deal pleased with. He is a very well-behaved, decent man, nothing very brilliant about him, or imposing, as you may suppose, quite another guess sort of gentleman from what your anti-Jacobin Christians imagine him. I was well pleased to find he has neither horns nor claws, quite a tame creature, I assure you. A middle-sized man, both in stature and in understanding, whereas, from his noisy fame, you would expect to find a Briareus Centimanus or a Titius tall enough to pull Jupiter from his heavens. I begin to think you atheists not quite so tall a species. Coleridge inquires after you pretty often. I wish to be the pandar to bring you together again once before I die. When we die, you and I must part. The sheep, you know, take the right hand, and the goats the left. Stripped of its allegory, you must know, the sheep are I and the apostles, and the martyrs, and the popes, and Bishop Taylor, and Bishop Horsley, and Coleridge, and C. The goats are the atheists and the adulterers, and dumb dogs, and Godwin and M.G. and that Thyestean crew. How my saintship sickens at the idea. You shall have my play and the Falstaff letters in a day or two. I will write to Lloyd by this day's post. Pray, is it a part of your sincerity to show my letters to Lloyd? For really, gentlemen ought to explain their virtues upon a first acquaintance to prevent mistakes. God bless you, Manning. Take my trifling as trifling, and believe me seriously and deeply. Your well-wisher and friend, C.L. Mary Hayes was a friend of Mary Wollstonecraft, and also of Southey and Coleridge. She wrote a novel, Memoirs of Emma Courtney, which Lloyd says contained her own love letters to Godwin and Friend, and also female biography or memoirs of illustrious and celebrated women. Lloyd and she had been very intimate. A passage from a letter of Coleridge to Southey, dated January 25, 1800, bears upon the present situation. Miss Hayes, I have seen. Charles Lloyd's conduct has been atrocious beyond what you stated. Lamb himself confessed to me that during the time in which he kept up his ranting, sentimental correspondence with Miss Hayes, he frequently read her letters in company as a subject for laughter, and then sate down and answered them quite a la Rousseau. Poor Lloyd. Every hour new creates him. He is his own posterity in a perpetually flowing series, and his body unfortunately retaining an external identity. Their mutual contradictions and disagreeings are united under one name, and of course are called lies, treachery, and rascality. Another letter from Lamb to Manning at this time tells the story of the Charles Lloyd and Mary Hayes imbroglio. Lloyd had written to Miss Hayes a very odd letter concerning her Godwinite creed, in which he refers to her belief that she was in love with him and repeats old stories that she had been in love both with Godwin and Friend. Here is one sentence. In the confounding medley of ordinary conversation, I have interwoven my abhorrence of your principles with a glanced contempt for your personal character. This letter Lloyd had given to his sister Olivia to copy, an ignorant Quaker girl, says Lamb, I mean ignorant in the best sense, who ought not to know that such a thing was possible or in rerum naturee that a woman should court a man. Later, as long as Lloyd or I have known Coleridge, so long have we known him in the daily and hourly habit of quizzing the world by lies, most unaccountable and most disinterested fictions. And here is one more passage. To sum up my inferences from the above facts, I am determined to live a merry life in the midst of sinners. I try to consider all men as such, and to pitch any expectations from human nature as low as possible. In this view, all unexpected virtues are godsends and beautiful exceptions. Lamb had just met William Godwin, 1756–1836, probably having been introduced to him by Coleridge. Godwin, known chiefly by his Political Justice, 1793, Caleb Williams, 1794, and St. Leon, 1799, stood at that time for everything that was advanced in thought and conduct. We shall meet with him often in the correspondence of the next few years. Bishop Horsley, then of Rochester, afterwards St. Asaph's, was probably included ironically on account of his hostility to Priestley. Letter 51. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. March 1, 1800. I hope by this time you are prepared to say the Falstaff's letters are a bundle of the sharpest, queerest, profoundest humors of any these dew-strained latter times have spawned. I should have advertised you that the meaning is frequently hard to be got at, and so are the future guineas that now lie ripening and orifying in the womb of some undiscovered Potosi. But dig, 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 Manning, I set to with an unconquerable propulsion to write, with a lamentable want of what to write. My private goings-on are orderly as the movements of the spheres, and stale as their music to angels' ears. Public affairs, except as they touch upon me, and so turn into private, I cannot whip up my mind to feel any interest in. I grieve, indeed, that war and nature and Mr. Pitt that hangs up in Lloyd's best parlor should have conspired to call up three necessaries, simple commoners as our fathers knew them, into the upper house of luxuries, bread and beer and coals, Manning. But as to France and Frenchmen, and the Abbé Sieyès and his constitutions, I cannot make these present times present to me. I read histories of the past, and I live in them, although to abstract senses they are far less momentous than the noises which keep Europe awake. I am reading Burnet's Own Times. Did you ever read that garrulous, pleasant history? He tells his story like an old man past political service, bragging to his sons on winter evenings of the part he took in public transactions, when his old cap was new, full of scandal, which all true history is. No palliatives, but all the stark wickedness that actually gives the momentum to national actors, quite the prattle of age and outlived importance, truth and sincerity staring out upon you perpetually in alto relievo. Himself a party man, he makes you a party man. None of the damned philosophical Humean indifference, so cold and unnatural and inhuman. None of the damned Gibbonian fine writing, so fine and composite. None of Mr. Robertson's periods with three members. None of Mr. Roscoe's sage remarks, all so apposite, and coming in so clever, lest the reader should have had the trouble of drawing an inference. Burnet's good old prattle I can bring present to my mind. I can make the Revolution present to me. The French Revolution, by a converse perversity in my nature, I fling as far from me. To quit this damned subject, and to relieve you from 2 or 3 dismal yawns, which I hear in spirit, I here conclude my more than commonly obtuse letter, dull up to the dullness of a Dutch commentator on Shakespeare. My love to Lloyd and Sophia, C.L. War and Nature and Mr. Pitt. The war had sent up taxation to an almost unbearable height. Pitt was Chancellor of Exchequer as well as Prime Minister. Hume, Gibbon, and Robertson were among the books which, in the Elia S. Detached Thoughts on Books and Reading, Lamb described as Biblia. William Roscoe's principal work was his Life of Lorenzo de' Medici, 1795. Letter 52. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. March 17, 1800. Dear Manning, I am living in a continuous feast. Coleridge has been with me now for nigh 3 weeks, and the more I see of him in the quotidian undress and relaxation of his mind, the more cause I see to love him and believe him a very good man, and all those foolish impressions to the contrary fly off like morning slumbers. He is engaged in translations, which I hope will keep him this month to come. He is uncommonly kind and friendly to me. He ferrets me day and night to do something. He tends me, amidst all his own worrying and heart-oppressing occupations, as a gardener tends his young tulip. Mary, come up, what a pretty similitude, and how like your humble servant. He has lugged me to the brink of engaging to a newspaper, and has suggested to me for a first plan the forgery of a supposed manuscript of Burton, the anatomist of melancholy. I have even written the introductory letter, and if I can pick up a few guineas this way, I feel they will be most refreshing, bread being so dear. If I go on with it, I will apprise you of it, as you may like to see my things, and the tulip, of all flowers, loves to be admired most. Pray pardon me if my letters do not come very thick. I am so taken up with one thing or other that I cannot pick out, I will not say time, but fitting times to write to you. My dear love to Lloyd and Sophia, and pray split this thin letter into 3 parts, and present them with the 2 biggest in my name. They are my oldest friends, but ever the new friend driveth out the old, as the ballad sings. God bless you all 3, I would hear from Lloyd if I could. C.L. Flour has just fallen 9 shillings a sack. We shall be all too rich. Tell Charles I have seen his mamma, and have almost fallen in love with her, since I mayn't with Olivia. She is so fine and graceful, a complete matron lady Quaker. She has given me 2 little books. Olivia grows a charming girl, full of feeling, and thinner than she was. But I have not time to fall in love. Mary presents her general compliments. She keeps in fine health. Huzzah, boys, and down with the atheists. Coleridge, having sent his wife and Hartley into the country, had for a while taken up his abode with Lamb at Pentonville, and given up the Morning Post in order to proceed with his translation of Schiller's Wallenstein. Lamb's forgery of Burton, together with those mentioned in the next letter, which were never printed by Stewart, for whom they were written, was included in the John Woodville volume, 1802, among the curious fragments extracted from a commonplace book, which belonged to Robert Burton, the famous author of the Anatomy of Melancholy. See the miscellaneous prose vol. I of this edition. They are my oldest friends. Coleridge and Southey were of course older, the ballad I have not found. Mrs. Charles Lloyd Sen, née Mary Farmer, and Olivia, her second daughter, had been staying in London. Lamb had breakfasted with them. The reference to atheists is explained by a passage from Manning's letter to Lamb in March, 1800. One thing, though, I must beg of you, that is not to call me atheist in your letters, for though it may be mere raillery in you, and not meant as a serious imputation on my faith, yet, if the Catholic or any other intolerant religion should illegible and become established in England, which illegible if the Bishop of R may be the case, and if the post people should happen to open and read your letters, which, considering the sometimes quaintness of their form, they may possibly be incited to do, such names might send me to Smithfield on a hurdle, and nothing upon earth is more discordant to my wishes than to become one of the Smithfield Illuminati. Letter 53. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. April 5, 1800. C.L.'s Moral Sense presents her compliments to Dr. Manning, is very thankful for his medical advice, but is happy to add that her disorder has died of itself. Dr. Manning, Coleridge has left us to go into the north, on a visit to his god Wordsworth. With him have flown all my splendid prospects of engagement with the Morning Post, all my visionary guineas, the deceitful wages of unborn scandal. In truth, I wonder you took it up so seriously. All my intention was but to make a little sport with such public and fair game as Mr. Pitt, Mr. Wilberforce, Mrs. Fitzherbert the devil, and C. Gentry dipped in sticks all over, whom no paper javelinlings can touch. To have made free with these cattle, where was the harm? 'Twould have been but giving a polish to lampblack, not nigrifying a negro primarily. After all, I cannot but regret my involuntary virtue. Damn virtue that's thrust upon us, it behaves itself with such constraint, till conscience opens the window and lets out the goose. I had struck off 2 imitations of Burton, quite abstracted from any modern allusions, which it was my intent only to lug in from time to make 'em popular. Stuart has got these, with an introductory letter, but not hearing from him, I have ceased from my labors, but I write to him today to get a final answer. I am afraid they won't do for a paper. Burton is a scarce gentleman, not much known, else I had done 'em pretty well. I have also hit off a few lines in the name of Burton, being a conceit of diabolic possession. Burton was a man often assailed by deepest melancholy, and at other times much given to laughing and jesting, as is the way with melancholy men. I will send them you. They were almost extempore, and no great things, but you will indulge them. Robert Lloyd is come to town. He is a good fellow with the best heart, but his feelings are shockingly unsane. Priscilla meditates going to see Pizarro at Drury Lane tonight from her uncle's, under cover of coming to dine with me. Hugh, tempora, Hugh, Moors. I have barely time to finish, as I expect her and Robin every minute. Yours as usual. C.L. For Coleridge's movements, see note to the next letter. Pizarro was Sheridan's drama. It was acted this season, 1799-1800, 67 times. Lamb's next letter to Manning, which is not available for this edition, contained the promised copy of The Conceit of Diabolical Possession. It also contained a copy of Thecla's song in Wallenstein, in Lamb's translation, C. Vol, Roman 4, which he says is better than the original a huge deal. Finally, Lamb copies the old ballad, Edward, Edward, and calls it the very first dramatic poem in the English language. Letter 54. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Probably April 16 or 17, 1800. I send you in this parcel my play, which I beg you to present in my name, with my respect and love, to Wordsworth and his sister. You blame us for giving your direction to Miss Wesley. The woman has been 10 times after us about it, and we gave it her at last, under the idea that no further harm would ensue, but she would once write to you, and you would bite your lips and forget to answer it, and so it would end. You read us a dismal homily upon realities. We know quite as well as you do what are shadows and what are realities. You, for instance, when you are over your 4th or 5th jorum, chirping about old-school occurrences, are the best of realities. Shadows are cold, thin things that have no warmth or grasp in them. Miss Wesley and her friend, and a tribe of authoresses that come after you here daily, and in defect of you, hive and cluster upon us, are the shadows. You encouraged that Mopsy, Miss Wesley, to dance after you, in the hope of having her nonsense put into a nonsensical anthology. We have pretty well shaken her off by that simple expedient of referring her to you, but there are more burrs in the wind. I came home t'other day from business, hungry as a hunter, to dinner with nothing, I am sure, of the author but hunger about me, and whom found I closeted with Mary, but a friend of this Miss Wesley, one Miss Benge or Benji, I don't know how she spells her name. I just came in time enough, I believe, luckily to prevent them from exchanging vows of eternal friendship. It seems she is one of your authoresses that you first foster and then upbraid us with, but I forgive you. The rogue has given me potions to make me love him. Well, go she would not, nor step a step over our threshold, till we had promised to come and drink tea with her next night. I had never seen her before, and could not tell who the devil it was that was so familiar. We went, however, not to be impolite. Her lodgings are up 2 pairs of stairs in East Street. Tea and coffee and macaroons, a kind of cake I much love. We sat down. Presently Miss Benge broke the silence by declaring herself quite of a different opinion from Disraeli, who supposes the differences of human intellect to be the mere effect of organization. She begged to know my opinion. I attempted to carry it off with a pun upon organ, but that went off very flat. She immediately conceived a very low opinion of my metaphysics, and turning round to Mary, put some question to her in French, possibly having heard that neither Mary nor I understood French. The explanation that took place occasioned some embarrassment and much wondering. She then fell into an insulting conversation about the comparative genius and merits of all modern languages, and concluded with asserting that the Saxon was esteemed the purest dialect in Germany. From thence she passed into the subject of poetry, where I, who had hitherto sat mute, and a hearer only, humbly hoped I might now put in a word to some advantage, seeing that it was my own trade in a manner. But I was stopped by a round assertion that no good poetry had appeared since Dr. Johnson's time. It seems the doctor has suppressed many hopeful geniuses that weigh by the severity of his critical strictures in his Lives of the Poets. I here ventured to question the fact, and was beginning to appeal to names, but I was assured it was certainly the case. Then we discussed Miss Moore's book on education, which I had never read. It seems Dr. Gregory, another of Miss Benjy's friends, has found fault with one of Miss Moore's metaphors. Miss Moore has been at some pains to vindicate herself in the opinion of Miss Benjy, not without success. It seems the doctor is invariably against the use of broken or mixed metaphor, which he reprobates against the authority of Shakespeare himself. We next discussed the question whether Pope was a poet. I find Dr. Gregory is of opinion he was not, though Miss Seward does not at all concur with him in this. We then sat upon the comparative merits of the 10 translations of Pizarro, and Miss Benjy, or Benj, advised Mary to take 2 of them home. She thought it might afford her some pleasure to compare them verbatim, which we declined. It being now 9 o'clock, wine and macaroons were again served round, and we parted with a promise to go again next week and meet the Miss Porters, who, it seems, have heard much of Mr. Coleridge and wish to meet us, because we are his friends. I have been preparing for the occasion. I crowd cotton in my ears. I read all the reviews and magazines of the past month against the dreadful meeting, and I hope by these means to cut a tolerable second-rate figure. Pray let us have no more complaints about shadows. We are in a fair way, through you, to surfeit sick upon them. Our loves and respects to your host and hostess, our dearest love to Coleridge. Take no thought about your proof sheets. They shall be done as if Woodfall himself did them. Pray send us word of Mrs. Coleridge and little David Hartley, your little reality. Farewell, dear substance. Take no umbrage at anything I have written. See Lamb, Umbra. Land of Shadows. Shadow month the 16th or 17th, 1800. Coleridge, I find loose among your papers a copy of Christabel. It wants about 30 lines. You will very much oblige me by sending me the beginning as far as that line. And the spring comes slowly up this way. And the intermediate lines between. The lady leaps up suddenly. The lovely Lady Christabel. And the lines. She folded her arms beneath her cloak and stole to the other side of the oak. The trouble to you will be small, and the benefit to us very great. A pretty antithesis, a figure in speech I much applaud. Godwin has called upon us. He spent one evening here, was very friendly, kept us up till midnight, drank punch and talked about you. He seems, above all men, mortified at your going away. Suppose you were to write to that good-natured heathen, or is he a shadow? If I do not write, impute it to the long postage, of which you have so much cause to complain. I have scribbled over a queer letter, as I find by perusal, but it means no mischief. I am, and will be, yours ever, in sober sadness. C.L. Write your German as plain as sunshine, for that must correct itself. You know I am homo unius lingui, in English, illiterate, a dunce, a ninny. Having left Lamb, Coleridge went to Grasmere, where he stayed at Dove Cottage with Wordsworth and finished his translation, which was ready for the printer on April 22. To what Lamb alludes in his reference to the homily on realities, I cannot say, but presumably Coleridge had written a metaphysical letter on this subject. Lamb returns to the matter at the end of the first part of his reply. Miss Wesley was Sarah Wesley, 1760–1828, the daughter of Charles Wesley and therefore niece of the great John and Samuel. She moved much in literary society. Miss Benjy, or Benj, was in reality Elizabeth Ogilvy Benger, 1778–1827, a friend of Mrs. Inchbald, Miss Barbald and the Akins, and other literary people. Madame de Staël called her the most interesting woman she had met in England. She wrote novels and poems and biographies. In those days there were 2 East Streets, one leading from Red Lion Square to Lamb's Conduit Street, and one in the neighborhood of Clare Market. Disraeli was Isaac Disraeli, the author of The Curiosities of Literature and other books about books and authors. Miss Moore was Hannah More and her book, Strictures on the Modern System of Female Education, 1799. Dr. Gregory I have not traced. Miss Seward was Anna Seward, the Swan of Lichfield, and the Miss Porters were Jane and Anna Maria, authors, later, respectively, of the Scottish Chiefs and Thaddeus of Warsaw and the Hungarian Brothers. The proof sheets were those of Wallenstein. Henry Sampson Woodfall was the famous printer of the Letters of Junius. Christabel Coleridge's poem had been begun in 1797. It was finished, in so far as it was finished, later in the year 1800. It was published first in 1816. Homo unius lingui. Lamb exaggerated here. He had much Latin, a little Greek, and apparently a little French. The sentence is in the manner of Burton, whom Lamb had been imitating. Here should come a letter dated April 23, 1800, to Robert Lloyd, which treats of obedience to parental wish. Lloyd seems to have objected to attend the meetings of the Society of Friends, of which he was a birthright member. Lamb bids him go, adding that, if his own parents were to live again, he would do more things to please them than merely sitting still a few hours in a week. Letter 55. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Spring, 1800. By some fatality, unusual with me, I have mislaid the list of books which you want. Can you, from memory, easily supply me with another? I confessed to Statius, and I detained him willfully out of a reverent regard to your style. Statius, they tell me, is turgid. As to that other Latin book, since you know neither its name nor subject, your wants, I crave leave to apprehend, cannot be very urgent. Meanwhile, dream that it is one of the lost decades of Livy. Your partiality to me has led you to form an erroneous opinion as to the measure of delight you suppose me to take in obliging. Pray, be careful that it spread no further. Tease one of those heresies that is very pregnant. Pray, rest more satisfied with the portion of learning which you have got, and disturb my peaceful ignorance as little as possible with such sort of commissions. Did you never observe an appearance well known by the name of the Man in the Moon? Some scandalous old maids have set on foot a report that it is Endymion. Dr. Stoddart talks of going out King's Advocate to Malta. He has studied the civil and canon law just 3 canon months, to my knowledge. Fiat justitia, ruet caelum. Your theory about the first awkward step a man makes being the consequence of learning to dance is not universal. We have known many youths bred up at Christ's who never learned to dance, yet the world imputes to them no very graceful motions. I remember there was little Hudson, the immortal precentor of St. Paul's, to teach us our quavers, but to the best of my recollection, there was no master of motions when we were at Christ's. Farewell in haste. C.L. Talfourd does not date this letter, merely remarking that it belongs to the present period. Canon Anger dated it June 22, 1800, but this, I think, cannot be right when we take into consideration letter 60 and what it says about Lamb's last letter to Coleridge, clearly that of May 12, and the time that has since elapsed. The birth of Charles Lloyd's first child, July 31, gives us the latest date to which letter 60 could belong. Your theory, this may have been contained in one of Coleridge's letters, now lost. I do not find it in any of the known Morning Post articles. Letter 56. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Monday, May 12, 1800. My dear Coleridge, I don't know why I write, except from the propensity misery has to tell her griefs. Hetty died on Friday night, about 11 o'clock, after 8 days' illness. Mary, in consequence of fatigue and anxiety, is fallen ill again, and I was obliged to remove her yesterday. I am left alone in a house with nothing but Hetty's dead body to keep me company. Tomorrow I bury her, and then I shall be quite alone, with nothing but a cat to remind me that the house has been full of living beings like myself. My heart is quite sunk, and I don't know where to look for relief. Mary will get better again, but her constantly being liable to such relapses is dreadful, nor is it the least of our evils that her case and all our story is so well known around us. We are in a manner marked, Excuse my troubling you, but I have nobody by me to speak to me. I slept out last night, not being able to endure the change and the stillness, but I did not sleep well, and I must come back to my own bed. I am going to try and get a friend to come and be with me tomorrow. I am completely shipwrecked. My head is quite bad. I almost wish that Mary were dead. God bless you. Love to Sarah and Hartley. See Lamb. Hetty was the Lamb's aged servant. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Thomas Manning, clearly written on May 12, 1800, the same day as that to Coleridge, stating that Lamb has given up his house and is looking for lodgings, White, with whom he had stayed, having all kindness but not sympathy. Letter 57. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. May 20, 1800. Dear Manning, I feel myself unable to thank you sufficiently for your kind letter. It was doubly acceptable to me, both for the choice poetry and the kind honest prose which it contained. It was just such a letter as I should have expected from Manning. I am in much better spirits than when I wrote last. I have had a very eligible offer to lodge with a friend in town. He will have rooms to let at midsummer, by which time I hope my sister will be well enough to join me. It is a great object to me to live in town, where we shall be much more private, and to quit a house and neighborhood where poor Mary's disorder, so frequently recurring, has made us a sort of marked people. We can be nowhere private, except in the midst of London. We shall be in a family where we visit very frequently, only my landlord and I have not yet come to a conclusion. He has a partner to consult. I am still on the tremble, for I do not know where we could go into lodgings that would not be, in many respects, highly exceptionable. Only God send Mary well again, and I hope all will be well. The prospect, such as it is, has made me quite happy. I have just time to tell you of it, as I know it will give you pleasure. Farewell. See Lamb. Manning's letter, containing the choice poetry, has not been preserved. The friend in town was John Matthew Gutch, 1776–1861, with whom Lamb had been at school at Christ's Hospital, who is now a law stationer, in partnership with one Anderson, at 27 Southampton Buildings, Chancery Lane, since demolished. Letter 58. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. No date, May 25, 1800. Dear Manning, I am a letter in your debt, but I am scarcely rich enough in spirits to pay you. I am writing at an inn on the Ware Road, in the neighborhood of which I am going to pass 2 days, being Whitsuntide. Excuse the pen, tea's the best I can get. Poor Mary is very bad yet. I went yesterday hoping I should see her getting well, then I might have come into the country more cheerful, but I could not get to see her. This has been a sad damp. Indeed, I never in my life have been more wretched than I was all day yesterday. I am glad I am going away from business for a little while, for my head has been hot and ill. I shall be very much alone where I am going, which always revives me. I hope you will accept of this worthless memento, which I merely send as a token that I am in your debt. I will write upon my return, on Thursday at farthest. I return on Wednesday. God bless you. I was afraid you would think me forgetful, and that made me scribble this jumble. Sunday. Here probably also should come an unpublished letter from Lamb to Manning, in which Lamb remarks that his goddess is Pecunia. In another letter to Manning belonging to the same period, Lamb returns to the subject of poverty. You dropped a word, whether in jest or earnest, as if you would join me in some work, such as a review or series of papers, essays, or anything. Were you serious? I want home occupation and I more want money. Had you any scheme, or was it, as G. Dyer says, en passant? If I don't have a legacy left me shortly, I must get into pay with some newspaper for small gains. Mutton is 12d a pound. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, in which he describes a visit to Gutch's family at Oxford, and mentions his admiration for a fine head of Bishop Taylor in All Souls Library, which was an inducement to the Oxford visit. He refers to Charles Lloyd's settlement in the Lakes, and suggests that it may be the means of again uniting him and Coleridge, adding that such men as Coleridge and Wordsworth would exclude solitude in the Hebrides or Thule. The following undated letter, which may be placed a little too soon in its present position, comes with a certain fitness here. Letter 59. Charles Lamb to John Matthew Gutch. No date, 1800. Dear Gutch, Anderson is not come home, and I am almost afraid to tell you what has happened, lest it should seem to have happened by my fault in not writing for you home sooner. This morning Henry, the eldest lad, was missing. We supposed he was only gone out on a morning stroll, and that he would return, but he did not return, and we discovered that he had opened your desk before he went, and I suppose taken all the money he could find, for on diligent search I could find none, and on opening your letter to Anderson, which I thought necessary to get at the key, I learned that you had a good deal of money there. Several people have been here after you today, and the boys seem quite frightened and do not know what to do. In particular, one gentleman wants to have some writings finished by Tuesday. For God's sake, set out by the first coach. Mary has been crying all day about it, and I am now just going to some law stationer in the neighborhood that the eldest boy has recommended to get him to come and be in the house for a day or so to manage. I cannot think what detains Anderson. His sister is quite frightened about him. I am very sorry I did not write yesterday, but Henry persuaded me to wait till he could ascertain when some job must be done, at the furthest, for Mr. Fawkes, and as nothing had occurred besides, I did not like to disturb your pleasures. I now see my error, and shall be heartily ashamed to see you. That is as far as the letter goes on the first page. We then turn over and find, as Gutch, to his immense relief, found before us, written right across both pages. A bite. Anderson is come home, and the wheels of thy business are going on as ever. The boy is honest, and I am thy friend. And how does the coachmaker's daughter, thou art her phaeton, her gig, and her sociable, commend me to Rob. See Lamb. Saturday. This letter is the first example extant of Lamb's tendency to hoaxing. Gutch was at that time courting a Miss Wheely, the daughter of a Birmingham coach-builder. It was while he was in Birmingham that Lamb wrote the letter. Anderson was his partner in business. Rob would be Robert Lloyd, then at Birmingham again. This, and one other, are the only letters of Lamb to Gutch that escaped destruction. Letter 60. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Late July, 1800. Dear Coleridge, soon after I wrote to you last, an offer was made me by Gutch. You must remember him. At Christ's, you saw him slightly one day with Thompson at our house, to come and lodge with him at his house in Southampton Buildings, Chancery Lane. This was a very comfortable offer to me, the rooms being at a reasonable rent, and including the use of an old servant, besides being infinitely preferable to ordinary lodgings in our case, as you must perceive. As Gutch knew all our story and the perpetual liability to a recurrence in my sister's disorder, probably to the end of her life, I certainly think the offer very generous and very friendly. I have got 3 rooms, including servant, under £34 a year. Here I soon found myself at home, and here, in 6 weeks after, Mary was well enough to join me, so we are once more settled. I am afraid we are not placed out of the reach of future interruptions, but I am determined to take what snatches of pleasure we can between the acts of our distressful drama. I have passed 2 days at Oxford on a visit, which I have long put off, to Gutch's family. The sight of the Bodleian Library, and above all, a fine bust of Bishop Taylor at All Souls, were particularly gratifying to me. Unluckily, it was not a family where I could take Mary with me, and I am afraid there is something of dishonesty in any pleasures I take without her. She never goes anywhere. I do not know what I can add to this letter. I hope you are better by this time, and I desire to be affectionately remembered to Sarah and Hartley. I expected before this to have had tidings of another little philosopher. Lloyd's wife is on the point of favoring the world. Have you seen the new edition of Burns, his posthumous works and letters? I have only been able to procure the first volume, which contains his life, very confusedly and badly written, and interspersed with dull pathological and medical discussions. It is written by a Dr. Curry. Do you know the well-meaning doctor? Alas, ne sutor ultra crepitum, a few words omitted here. I hope to hear again from you very soon. Godwin is gone to Ireland on a visit to Grattan. Before he went I passed much time with him, and he has showed me particular attentions. N.B. a thing I much like. Your books are all safe, only I have not thought it necessary to fetch away your last batch, which I understand are at Johnson's the bookseller, who has got quite as much room, and will take as much care of them as myself, and you can send for them immediately from him. I wish you would advert to a letter I sent you at Grasmere about Christable, and comply with my request contained therein. Love to all friends round Skiddaw. See Lamb. The Coleridges had recently moved into Greta Hall, Keswick. Thompson would, I think, be Marmaduke Thompson, an old Christ's Hospitaller to whom Lamb dedicated Rosamund Gray. He became a missionary. Another little philosopher. Derwent Coleridge was born September 14, 1800. Lloyd's eldest son, Charles Grosvenor Lloyd, was born July 31, 1800. Dr. James Curry's Life of Burns was prefixed to an edition of his poems in 1800. Dugald Stewart called it a strong and faithful picture. It was written to raise funds for Burns' widow and family. Godwin had gone to stay with Curran. He saw much of Grattan also. Johnson, the publisher and bookseller, lived at 72 St. Paul's Churchyard. He published Priestley's works. Letter 61. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Aug. 6, 1800. Dear Coleridge, I have taken today and delivered to Longman and Co. imprimis your books, viz. 3 ponderous German dictionaries, 1 volume, I can find no more of German and French ditto, sundry other German books unbound, as you left them, Percy's Ancient Poetry, and 1 volume of Anderson's Poets. I specify them that you may not lose any. Secundo, a dressing gown, value 5d, in which you used to sit and look like a conjurer when you were translating Wallenstein. A case of 2 razors and a shaving box and strap. This it has cost me a severe struggle to part with. They are in a brown paper parcel, which also contains sundry papers and poems, sermons, some few epic poems, one about Cain and Abel, which came from Poole, and C. And also your tragedy, with 1 or 2 small German books, and that drama in which Gottfeder performs. Tertio, a small oblong box containing all your letters, collected from all your waste papers, and which fill the said little box. All other waste papers, which I judged worth sending, are in the paper parcel aforesaid, but you will find all your letters in the box by themselves. Thus have I discharged my conscience and my lumber room of all your property, save and except a folio entitled Tyrrell's Bibliotheca Politica, which you used to learn your politics out of when you wrote for the Post, mutatis mutandis, i.e., applying past inferences to modern data. I retain that, because I am sensible I am very deficient in the politics myself, and I have torn up, don't be angry, waste paper has risen 40%. And I can't afford to buy it. All Buonaparte's letters, Arthur Young's treatise on corn, and 1 or 2 more light-armed infantry, which I thought better suited the flippancy of London discussion than the dignity of Keswick thinking. Mary says you will be in a damned passion about them when you come to miss them, but you must study philosophy. Read Albertus Magnus de Chartis Amissis 5 times over after phlebotomizing. 'Tis Burton's recipe, and then be angry with an absent friend if you can. I have just heard that Mrs. Lloyd is delivered of a fine boy, and mother and boy are doing well. Fie on sluggards, what is thy Sarah doing? Sarah is obscure. Am I to understand by her letter that she sends a kiss to Eliza Buckingham? Pray tell your wife that a note of interrogation on the superscription of a letter is highly ungrammatical. She proposes writing my name Lamb. Lamb is quite enough. I have had the anthology, and like only 1 thing in it, Ludi, but of that the last stanza is detestable, the rest most exquisite. The epithet enviable would dash the finest poem. For God's sake, I never was more serious. Don't make me ridiculous any more by terming me gentle-hearted in print, or do it in better verses. It did well enough 5 years ago when I came to see you, and was moral coxcomb enough at the time you wrote the lines, to feed upon such epithets. But besides that, the meaning of gentle is equivocal at best, and almost always means poor-spirited. The very quality of gentleness is abhorrent too. Such vile trumpetings. My sentiment is long since vanished. I hope my virtues have done sucking. I can scarce think but you meant it in joke. I hope you did, for I should be ashamed to think that you could think to gratify me by such praise, fit only to be a cordial to some greensick sonneteer. I have hit off the following in imitation of old English poetry, which, I imagine, I am a dab at. Measure is unmeasurable, but it most resembles that beautiful ballad of the old and young courtier, and in its feature of taking the extremes of 2 situations for just parallel, it resembles the old poetry certainly. If I could but stretch out the circumstances to 12 more verses, i.e., if I had as much genius as the writer of that old song, I think it would be excellent. It was to follow an imitation of Burton in prose, which you have not seen. But fate and wisest Stuart say no. I can send you 200 pens and 6 quires of paper immediately if they will answer the carriage by coach. It would be foolish to pack 'em up cum multis libris et caeteris, they would all spoil. I only wait your commands to coach them. I would pay 45,000 carriages to read W.'s tragedy, of which I have heard so much and seen so little, only what I saw at Stowey. Pray give me an order in writing on Longman for lyrical ballads. I have the first volume, and truth to tell, 6 shillings is a broad shot. I cram all I can in, to save a multiplying of letters, those pretty comets with swinging tails. I'll just crowd in God bless you. See Lamb. Wednesday night. The epic about Cain and Abel was The Wanderings of Cain, which Coleridge projected but never finished. The drama in which Gottfeder performs would be perhaps Faust, Der Herr in the prologue, or some old miracle play. T.S. Burton's recipe. Lamb was just now steeped in the anatomy, but there is no need to see if Burton says this. Eliza Buckingham. Sarah Coleridge's message was probably intended for Eliza, a servant at the Buckingham Street lodgings. Lamb was the anti-Jacobin's idea of Lamb's name, and indeed many persons adhered to it to the end. Mrs. Coleridge, when writing to her husband under care of Lamb at the India House, added E to Lamb's name to signify that the letter was for Coleridge. Wordsworth later also had some of his letters addressed in the same way for the same economical reason. Coleridge's Luti was reprinted with alterations from the Morning Post in the annual anthology Vol. Roman 2, line 69 ran, "Had I the enviable power." Coleridge changed this to, "Voice of the night, had I the power." This lime tree bower my prison, a poem addressed to Charles Lamb of the India House, London, was also in the annual anthology. Lamb objected to the phrase, "My gentle-hearted Charles, see above." Lamb says 5 years ago, he means 3. Coleridge did not alter the phrase. It was against this poem that he wrote in pencil on his deathbed in 1834, ch. "And Mary Lamb, dear to my heart, yea, as it were my heart." S.T.C. Eat, 63, 1834, 1797, 1830 for 37 years. I have hit off the following, a ballad denoting the difference between the rich and the poor, first printed among the imitations of Burton in the John Woodville volume, 1802, c. Vol. Roman 4. And wisest Stuart, Stuart of the Morning Post, adapted from Milton's Hymn on the Nativity. But wisest fate says no. W.'s Wordsworth's tragedy was The Borderers. The second edition of Lyrical Ballads was just ready. Letter 62. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. August 9, 1800. Dear Manning, I suppose you have heard of Sophia Lloyd's good fortune, and paid the customary compliments to the parents. Heaven keep the newborn infant from star-blasting and moon-blasting, from epilepsy, marasmus, and the devil. May he live to see many days, and they good ones, some friends, and they pretty regular correspondents, with as much wit as wisdom as will eat their bread and cheese together under a poor roof without quarreling, as much goodness as will earn heaven. Here I must leave off, my benedictory powers failing me. I could curse the sheet full, so much stronger is corruption than grace in the natural man. And now, when shall I catch a glimpse of your honest face-to-face countenance again, your fine dogmatical skeptical face, by punchlight? Oh, one glimpse of the human face, and shake of the human hand, is better than whole reams of this cold, thin correspondence, yea, of more worth than all the letters that have sweated the fingers of sensibility from Madame Sévigné and Balzac, observe my larning, to Sterne and Shenstone. Coleridge is settled with his wife, and the young philosopher at Keswick with the Wordsworths. They have contrived to spawn a new volume of lyrical ballads, which is to see the light in about a month, and causes no little excitement in the literary world. George Dyer, too, that good-natured heathen, is more than 9 months gone with his twin volumes of ode, pastoral, sonnet, elegy, Spenserian, Horatian, Aconsidish, and Masonic verse, Cleo prosper the birth. it will be 12 shillings out of somebody's pocket. I find he means to exclude personal satire, so it appears by his truly original advertisement. Well, God put it into the hearts of the English gentry to come in shoals and subscribe to his poems, for he never put a kinder heart into flesh of man than George Dyer's. Now farewell, for dinner is at hand, C.L. Southey's letters contain a glimpse, as Mr. J.A. Rutter has pointed out, of Lamb and Manning by Punchlight. Writing in 1824, describing a certain expression of Mrs. Coleridge's face, Southey says, "First, then, it was an expression of dolorous alarm, such as Lebrun ought to have painted, but such as Manning never could have equalled when, while Mrs. Lloyd was keeping her room in childbed, he and Charles Lamb sate drinking punch in the room below till 3 in the morning, Manning acting Lebrun's passions, punchified at the time, and Charles Lamb, punchified also, roaring aloud and swearing, while the tears ran down his cheeks, that it required more genius than even Shakespeare possessed to personate them so well. Charles Lloyd the while, not punchified, praying and entreating them to go to bed, and not disturb his wife by the uproar they were making." Southey's reminiscence, though interesting, is very confusing. Lamb does not seem to have visited Cambridge between the end of 1799 and January 5, 1800. At the latter date, the Lloyds were in the north. Possibly Southey refers to an earlier illness of Mrs. Lloyd, which, writing after a long interval, he confused with confinement. Balzac, not of course the novelist, but Jean-Louis Guez de Balzac, 1594–1654, the letter writer. 2 or 3 lines have been omitted from this letter, which can be read as written only in the Boston Bibliophile edition. Letter 63. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. August 11, 1800. My dear fellow, and be mighty familiar of late. For me to come to Cambridge now is one of God Almighty's impossibilities. Metaphysicians tell us, even he can work nothing which implies a contradiction. I can explain this by telling you that I am engaged to do double duty this hot weather. For a man who has taken advantage of this very weather to go and cool himself in green retreats all the month of August. But for you to come to London instead, muse upon it, revolve it, cast it about in your mind. I have a bed at your command. You shall drink rum, brandy, gin, aquavity, usquebaugh, or whiskey a nights, and for the after-dinner trick I have 8 bottles of genuine port, which, if mathematically divided, gives 117 for every day you stay, provided you stay a week. Hear John Milton sing. Let Euclid rest, and Archimedes pause. 21st Sonnet. And elsewhere. What neat repast shall feast us, light one and choice, of Attic taste, with wine too whence we may rise, to hear the lute well touched, or artful voice, warble immortal notes, and Tuscan air. Indeed, the poets are full of this pleasing morality. Veni cito, Domin Manning. Think upon it, excuse the paper, it is all I have. N.B. I lives at number 27 Southampton Buildings, Holborn. See Lamb. Footnote 1. We poets generally give light dinners. Footnote 2. No doubt the poet here alludes to port wine at 38s, the dozen. Letter 64. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Thursday, Aug. 14, 1800. Read on, and you'll come to the pens. My head is playing all the tunes in the world, ringing such peals. It has just finished the Merry Christ Church bells, and absolutely is beginning Turn Again, Whittington. Buzz, 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 bum, 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 wheeze, 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 phew, 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 tinky, 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 craunch. I shall certainly come to be damned at last. I have been getting drunk for 2 days running. I find my moral sense in the last stage of a consumption, and my religion burning as blue and faint as the tops of evening bricks. Hell gapes, and the devil's great guts cry cupboard for me. In the midst of this infernal torture, conscience, and be damned to her, is barking and yelping as loud as any of them. I have sat down to read over again, and I think I do begin to spy out something with beauty and design in it. I perfectly accede to all your alterations, and only desire that you had cut deeper when your hand was in. In the next edition of the anthology, which Phoebus Avert, and those 9 other wandering maids also, pleased to blot out gentle-hearted and substitute drunken, dog, ragged-head, seld-shaven, odd-eyed, stuttering, or any other epithet which truly and properly belongs to the gentleman in question. And for Charles read Tom, or Bob, or Richard for more delicacy. Damn you, I was beginning to forgive you and believe in earnest that the lugging in of my proper name was purely unintentional on your part, when looking back for further conviction, stares me in the face Charles Lamb of the India House. Now I am convinced it was all done in malice, heaped sack upon sack, congregated, studied malice. You dog, your 141st page shall not save you. I own I was just ready to acknowledge that there is a something not unlike good poetry in that page, if you had not run into the unintelligible abstraction fit about the manner of the deity's making spirits perceive his presence. God, nor created thing alive, can receive any honor from such thin showbox attributes. By the by, where did you pick up that scandalous piece of private history about the angel and the Duchess of Devonshire? If it is a fiction of your own, why truly it is a very modest one for you. Now I do affirm that Looty is a very beautiful poem. I was in earnest when I praised it. It describes a silly species of one, not the wisest of passions. Therefore it cannot deeply affect a disenthralled mind. But such imagery, such novelty, such delicacy, and such versification never got into an anthology before. I am only sorry that the cause of all the passionate complaint is not greater than the trifling circumstance of Looty being out of temper one day. In sober truth, I cannot see any great merit in the little dialogue called Blenheim. It is rather novel and pretty, but the thought is very obvious and children's poor prattle, a thing of easy imitation. Pauper vult vidri et est. Gualberto certainly has considerable originality, but sadly wants finishing. It is, as it is, one of the very best in the book. Next to Looty, I like The Raven, which has a good deal of humor. I was pleased to see it again, for you once sent it me, and I have lost the letter which contained it. Now I am on the subject of anthologies, I must say I am sorry the old pastoral way has fallen into disrepute. The gentry which now indite sonnets are certainly the legitimate descendants of the ancient shepherds. The same simpering face of description, the old family face, is visibly continued in the line. Some of their ancestors' labors are yet to be found in Alan Ramsay's and Jacob Tonson's miscellanies. But miscellanies decaying and the old pastoral way dying of mere want, their successors, driven from their paternal acres, nowadays settle and hive upon magazines and anthologies. This race of men are uncommonly addicted to superstition. Some of them are idolaters and worship the moon. Others deify qualities as love, friendship, sensibility, or bare accidents as solitude. Grief and melancholy have their respective altars and temples among them, as the heathens builded theirs to Mors, Febris, Paloris. They all agree in ascribing a peculiar sanctity to the number 14. One of their own legislators affirmeth that whatever exceeds that number encroacheth upon the province of the elegy, vice versa, whatever cometh short of that number abutteth upon the premises of the epigram. I have been able to discover but few images in their temples, which, like the caves of Delphos of old, are famous for giving echoes. They impute a religious importance to the letter O, whether because by its roundness it is thought to typify the moon, their principal goddess, or for its analogies to their own labors, all ending where they began, or whatever other high and mystical reference, I have never been able to discover, but I observe they never begin their invocations to their gods without it, except indeed one insignificant sect among them, who use the Doric A, pronounced like ah, broad, instead. These boast to have restored the old Dorian mood. Now I am on the subject of poetry, I must announce to you, who, doubtless, in your remote part of the island, have not heard tidings of so great a blessing, that George Dyer hath prepared 2 ponderous volumes full of poetry and criticism. They impend over the town, and are threatened to fall in the winter. The first volume contains every sort of poetry except personal satire, which George, in his truly original prospectus, renounceth for ever, whimsically foisting the intention in between the price of his book and the proposed number of subscribers. If I can, I will get you a copy of his handbill. He has tried his vein in every species besides, the Spenserian, Thomsonian, Masonic, and Akensidish more especially. The second volume is all criticism, wherein he demonstrates to the entire satisfaction of the literary world, in a way that must silence all reply forever, that the pastoral was introduced by Theocritus and polished by Virgil and Pope, that Gray and Mason, who always hunt in couples in George's brain, have a good deal of poetical fire and true lyric genius, that Cowley was ruined by excess of wit, a warning to all moderns, that Charles Lloyd, Charles Lamb, and William Wordsworth, in later days, have struck the true chords of poesy. O George, George, with a head uniformly wrong and a heart uniformly right, that I had power and might equal to my wishes. Then I would call the gentry of thy native island, and they should come in troops, flocking at the sound of thy prospectus trumpet, and crowding who shall be first to stand in thy list of subscribers. I can only put 12 shillings into thy pocket, which I will answer for them, will not stick there long, out of a pocket almost as bare as thine. Lamb here erases 6 lines. Is it not a pity so much fine writing should be erased? But to tell the truth, I began to scent that I was getting into that sort of style which Longinus and Dionysius Halicarnassus aptly call the affected. But I am suffering from the combined effect of 2 days' drunkenness, and at such times it is not very easy to think or express in a natural series. The only useful object of this letter is to apprise you that on Saturday I shall transmit the pens by the same coach I sent the parcel, so inquire them out. You had better write to Godwin here, directing your letter to be forwarded to him. I don't know his address. You know your letter must at any rate come to London first. C.L. Your satire upon me, this lime-tree bower my prison, see above. Those 9 other wandering maids, the Muses, a recollection of the Anti-Jacobins verses on Lamb and his friends, see above. Your 141st page, this lime-tree bower again, by unintelligible abstraction fit, Lamb refers to the passage. Ah, slowly sink. Behind the western ridge, thou glorious sun. Shine in the slant beams of the sinking orb. Ye purple heath flowers, richlier burn ye clouds. Live in the yellow light, ye distant groves. And kindle, thou blue ocean, so my friend, struck with deep joy may stand, as I have stood. Silent with swimming sense, yea, gazing round. On the wide landscape, gaze till all doth seem less gross than bodily, and of such hues as veil the Almighty Spirit, when yet he makes spirits perceive his presence. That scandalous piece of private history, a reference to Coleridge's Ode to Georgiana, Duchess of Devonshire, reprinted in the Annual Anthology from the Morning Post. Blenheim Southey's ballad, It Was a Summer's Evening. Gualberto, the poem St. Gualberto by Southey in the Annual Anthology. The Raven was referred to in Lamb's letter of Feb. 5, 1797. George Dyer's poems in 2 volumes were published in 1800. See note to letter 80. Upon the phrase, the tops of evening bricks, in this letter, editors have been divided. The late Dr. Garnett, who annotated the Boston Bibliophile edition, is convinced that evening is the word, and he says that the bricks meant were probably briquettes of compressed coal dust. Letter 65. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. August 24, 1800. Dear Manning, I am going to ask a favor of you, and am at a loss how to do it in the most delicate manner. For this purpose, I have been looking into Pliny's letters, who is noted to have had the best grace in begging of all the ancients. I read him in the elegant translation of Mr. Melmoth, but not finding any case there exactly similar with mine, I am constrained to beg in my own barbarian way. To come to the point then, and hasten into the middle of things, have you a copy of your algebra to give away? I do not ask it for myself. I have too much reverence for the black arts ever to approach thy circle, illustrious Trismegist. But that worthy man and excellent poet, George Dyer, made me a visit yesternight, on purpose to borrow one, supposing, rationally enough I must say, that you had made me a present of one before this, the omission of which I take to have proceeded only from negligence, but it is a fault. I could lend him no assistance. You must know he is just now diverted from the pursuit of belles-lettres by a paradox, which he has heard his friend, that learned mathematician, maintain, that the negative quantities of mathematicians were meri nugae, things scarcely in rerum natura, end, smacking too much of mystery for gentlemen of Mr. Friend's clear Unitarian capacity. However, the dispute once set a-going has seized violently on George's pericranic, and it is necessary for his health that he should speedily come to a resolution of his doubts. He goes about teasing his friends with his new mathematics. He even frantically talks of purchasing Manning's algebra, which shows him far gone, for to my knowledge, he has not been master of 7 shillings a good time. George's pockets and sprains are two things in nature which do not abhor a vacuum. Now if you could step in this trembling suspense of his reason, and he should find on Saturday morning, lying for him at the Porter's Lodge, Clifford's Inn, his safest address, Manning's algebra, with a neat manuscriptum in the blank leaf, running thus from the author. It might save his wits and restore the unhappy author to those studies of poetry and criticism, which are at present suspended, to the infinite regret of the whole literary world. N.B. Dirty books, backs, smeared leaves, and dog's ears will be rather a recommendation than otherwise. N.B. He must have the book as soon as possible, or nothing can withhold him from madly purchasing the book on tick. Then shall we see him sweetly restored to the chair of Longinus, to dictate in smooth and modest phrase the laws of verse, to prove that Theocritus first introduced the pastoral, and Virgil and Pope brought it to its perfection, that Gray and Mason, who always hunt in couples in George's brain, have shown a great deal of poetical fire in their lyric poetry, that Aristotle's rules are not to be servilely followed, which George has shown to have imposed great shackles upon modern genius. His poems, I find, are to consist of 2 vols, reasonable octavo, and a 3rd book will exclusively contain criticisms, in which he asserts he has gone pretty deeply into the laws of blank verse and rhyme, epic poetry, dramatic and pastoral ditto, all which is to come out before Christmas. But above all, he has touched most deeply upon the drama, comparing the English with the modern German stage, their merits and defects. Apprehending that his studies, not to mention his turn, which I take to be chiefly towards the lyrical poetry, hardly qualified him for these disquisitions, I modestly inquired what plays he had read. I found by George's reply that he had read Shakespeare, but that was a good while since. He calls him a great but irregular genius, which I think to be an original and just remark. Beaumont and Fletcher, Massinger, Ben Jonson, Shirley, Marlowe, Ford, and the worthies of Dodsley's collection. He confessed he had read none of them, but professed his intention of looking through them all, so as to be able to touch upon them in his book. So Shakespeare, Otway, and I believe Rowe, to whom he was naturally directed by Johnson's Lives, and these not read lately, are to stand him instead of a general knowledge of the subject. God bless his dear absurd head. By the by, did I not write you a letter with something about an invitation in it? But let that pass. I suppose it is not agreeable. N.B. It would not be amiss if you were to accompany your present with a dissertation on negative quantities. C.L. Mr. Melmoth. A translation of the letters of Pliny the Younger was made by William Melmoth in 1746. Trismegistus, thrice greatest, was the term applied to Hermes, the Egyptian philosopher. Manning had written an introduction to arithmetic and algebra, 1796-1798. William Friend, 1757-1841, the mathematician and Unitarian, who had been prosecuted in the Vice-Chancellor's Court at Cambridge for a tract entitled Peace and Union, recommended to the associated bodies of Republicans and Anti-Republicans, in which he attacked much of the liturgy of the Church of England. He was found guilty and banished from the University of Cambridge. He had been a friend of Robert Robinson, whose life Dyer wrote, and remained a friend of Dyer to the end of his life. Coleridge had been among the undergraduates who supported Friend at his trial. Sprain, in a later letter Lamb uses Judge Park's wig, when his head is in it, as a simile for emptiness. Letter 66. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. August 26, 1800. How do you like this little epigram? It is not my writing, nor had I any finger in it. If you concur with me in thinking it very elegant and very original, I shall be tempted to name the author to you. I will just hint that it is almost or quite a first attempt. Helen repentant, too late. Highborn Helen, round your dwelling. These 20 years I've paced in vain. Haughty beauty, your lover's duty, has been to glory in his pain. Highborn Helen, proudly telling stories of your cold disdain. I starve, I die, now you comply, and I no longer can complain. These 20 years I've lived on tears, dwelling forever on a frown. On sighs I've fed, your scorn my bread. I perish now, you kind are grown. Can I, who loved my beloved, but for the scorn was in her eye, can I be moved for my beloved, when she returns me sigh for sigh, in stately pride, by my bedside? Highborn Helen's portraits hung, deaf to my praise, my mournful lays are nightly to the portrait sung. To that I weep, nor ever sleep, complaining all night long to her. Helen, grown old, no longer cold, said you to all men I prefer. Godwin returned from Wicklow the week before last, though he did not reach home till the Sunday after. He might much better have spent that time with you, but you see your invitation would have been too late. He greatly regrets the occasion he missed of visiting you, but he intends to revisit Ireland in the next summer, and then he will certainly take Keswick in his way. I dined with the heathen on Sunday. By the by, I have a sort of recollection that somebody, I think you, promised me a sight of Wordsworth's tragedy. I should be very glad of it just now, for I have got Manning with me and should like to read it with him. But this, I confess, is a refinement. Under any circumstances, alone in Cold Bath Prison or in the desert island, just when Prospero and his crew had set off, with Caliban in a cage, to Milan, it would be a treat to me to read that play. Manning has read it, so has Lloyd, and all Lloyd's family, but I could not get him to betray his trust by giving me a sight of it. Lloyd is sadly deficient in some of those virtuous vices. I have just lit upon a most beautiful fiction of hell punishments by the author of Hurlathrumbo, a mad farce. The inventor imagines that in hell there is a great cauldron of hot water, in which a man can scarce hold his finger, and an immense sieve over it, into which the probationary souls are put. And all the little souls pop through the riddle holes. Mary's love to Mrs. Coleridge, mine to all. N.B. I pays no postage. George Dyer is the only literary character I am happily acquainted with. The oftener I see him, the more deeply I admire him. He is goodness itself. If I could but calculate the precise date of his death, I would write a novel on purpose to make George the hero. I could hit him off to a hair. George brought a Dr. Anderson to see me. The doctor is a very pleasant old man, a great genius for agriculture, one that ties his breeches knees with packthread and boasts of having had disappointments from ministers. The doctor happened to mention an epic poem by one Wilkie, called the Epigoniad, in which he assured us there is not one tolerable line from beginning to end, but all the characters, incidents, and sea are verbally copied from Homer. George, who had been sitting quite inattentive to the doctor's criticism, no sooner heard the sound of Homer strike his pericranics than up he gets, and declares he must see that poem immediately. Where was it to be had? An epic poem of 8,000 lines, and he not hear of it. There must be some things good in it, and it was necessary he should see it, for he had touched pretty deeply upon that subject in his criticisms on the epic. George has touched pretty deeply upon the lyric, I find. He has also prepared a dissertation on the drama and the comparison of the English and German theaters. As I rather doubted his competency to do the latter, knowing that his peculiar turn lies in the lyric species of composition, I questioned George what English plays he had read. I found that he had read Shakespeare, whom he calls an original but irregular genius, but it was a good while ago, and he has dipped into Rowe and Otway, I suppose having found their names in Johnson's Lives at full length, and upon this slender ground he has undertaken the task. He never seemed even to have heard of Fletcher, Ford, Marlowe, Massinger, and the worthies of Dodsley's collection. But he is to read all these, to prepare him for bringing out his parallel in the winter. I find he is also determined to vindicate poetry from the shackles which Aristotle and some others have imposed upon it, which is very good-natured of him and very necessary just now. Now I am touching so deeply upon poetry, can I forget that I have just received from Cottle a magnificent copy of his Guinea epic, 24 books to read in the dog days. I got as far as the Mad Monk the first day and fainted. Mr. Cottle's genius strongly points him to the pastoral, but his inclinations divert him perpetually from his calling. He imitates Southey, as Rowe did Shakespeare with his good morrow to ye, good master lute. Instead of a man, a woman, a daughter, he constantly writes one a man, one a woman, one his daughter. Instead of the king, the hero, he constantly writes he the king, he the hero, two flowers of rhetoric palpably from the Joan. But Mr. Cottle soars a higher pitch, and when he is original, it is in a most original way indeed. His terrific scenes are indefatigable. Serpents, asps, spiders, ghosts, dead bodies, staircases made of nothing, with adders' tongues for banisters. My God, what a brain he must have. He puts as many plums in his pudding as my grandmother used to do, and then his emerging from hell's horrors into light, and treading on pure flats of this earth for 23 books together. C.L. The little epigram was by Mary Lamb. It was printed first in the John Woodville volume in 1802, and again in a footnote to Lamb's S. Blakesmore in H. Shire, 1824. Godwin's return was from his visit to Curran. Coleridge had asked him to break his journey at Keswick. Wordsworth's tragedy, The Borderers. I would write a novel. Lamb returns to this idea in letter 91. One of Dyer's printed criticisms of Shakespeare in his Poetics some years later might be quoted. Shakespeare had the inward clothing of a fine mind, the outward covering of solid reading, of critical observation, and the richest eloquence, and compared with these, what are the trappings of the schools? Cottle's Guinea epic would be Alfred, an epic poem by Joseph Cottle, the publisher. Letter 67. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. August 28, 1800. George Dyer is an Archimedes and an Archimagus and a Tycho Brahe and a Copernicus, and thou art the darling of the nine, and midwife to their wandering babe also. We take tea with that learned poet and critic on Tuesday night at 5:30 in his neat library. The repast will be light and attic with criticism. If thou couldst contrive to wheel up thy dear carcase on the Monday, and after dining with us on tripe, calves' kidneys, or whatever else the cornucopia of St. Clair may be willing to pour out on the occasion, might we not adjourn together to the heathens, thou with thy black backs, and I with some innocent volume of the bell letters, Shenstone, or the like? It would make him wash his old flannel gown, that has not been washed to my knowledge since it has been his, oh the long time, with tears of joy. Thou shouldst settle his scruples and unravel his cobwebs, and sponge off the sad stuff that weighs upon his dear, wounded pia mater. Thou shouldst restore light to his eyes, and him to his friends and the public. Parnassus should shower her civic crowns upon thee for saving the wits of a citizen. I thought I saw a lucid interval in George the other night. He broke in upon my studies just at tea time, and brought with him Dr. Anderson, an old gentleman who ties his breeches knees with packthread and boasts that he has been disappointed by ministers. The doctor wanted to see me, for I being a poet, he thought I might furnish him with a copy of verses to suit his agricultural magazine. The doctor, in the course of the conversation, mentioned a poem called Epigoniad by one Wilkie, an epic poem, in which there is not one tolerable good line all through, but every incident and speech borrowed from Homer. George had been sitting inattentive seemingly to what was going on, hatching of negative quantities, when suddenly the name of his old friend Homer stung his pericranics, and jumping up, he begged to know where he could meet with Wilkie's work. It was a curious fact that there should be such an epic poem and he not know of it, and he must get a copy of it, as he was going to touch pretty deeply upon the subject of the epic, and he was sure there must be some things good in a poem of 1400 lines. I was pleased with this transient return of his reason and recurrence to his old ways of thinking. It gave me great hopes of a recovery, which nothing but your book can completely ensure. Pray come on Monday if you can, and stay your own time. I have a good large room, with 2 beds in it, in the handsomest of which thou shalt repose o' nights, and dream of spheroids. I hope you will understand by the nonsense of this letter that I am not melancholy at the thoughts of thy coming. I thought it necessary to add this, because you love precision. Take notice that our stay at Dyer's will not exceed 8 o'clock, after which our pursuits will be our own. But indeed, I think a little recreation among the bell letters and poetry will do you some service in the interval of several studies. I hope we shall fully discuss with George Dyer what I have never yet heard done to my satisfaction, the reason of Dr. Johnson's malevolent strictures on the higher species of the ode. Thy black back, Manning's Algebra. Dr. Anderson was James Anderson, 1739–1808, the editor at that time of Recreations in Agriculture, Natural History, Arts, and Miscellaneous History, published in monthly parts. Lamb gave him a copy of verses, 3 extracts from John Woodville, which were printed in the number for November, 1800, as being from an unpublished drama by C. Lamb. They were the description of a forest life, the general lover, what is it you love, and fragment or dialogue, better known as the dying lover. All have slight variations from other versions. The most striking is the epithet, lubbar bands of sleep, instead of lazy bands of sleep, in the description of a forest life. Wilkie was William Wilkie, 1721–1772, the Scottish Homer, whose Epigoniad in 9 books, based on the 4th book of the Iliad, was published in 1757. Letter 68. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Sept. 22, 1800. Dear Manning, you needed not imagine any apology necessary. Your fine hair and fine birds, which just now are dangling by our kitchen blaze, discourse most eloquent music in your justification. You just nicked my palate, for with all due decorum and leave may it be spoken, my worship hath taken physic for his body today, and being low and puling, requireth to be pampered. Foe, how beautiful and strong those buttered onions come to my nose. For you must know we extract a divine spirit of gravy from those materials which, duly compounded with a consistence of bread and cream, yclept bread sauce, each to each giving double grace, do mutually illustrate and set off as skillful goldfuls to rare jewels, your partridge, pheasant, woodcock, snipe, teal, widgeon, and the other lesser daughters of the ark. My friendship, struggling with my carnal and fleshly prudence, which suggests that a bird a man is the proper allotment in such cases, yearneth sometimes to have thee here to pick a wing or so. I question if your Norfolk sauces match our London culinaric. George Dyer has introduced me to the table of an agreeable old gentleman, Dr. Anderson, who gives hot legs of mutton and grape pies at his sylvan lodge at Isleworth, where in the middle of a street he has shot up a wall most preposterously before his small dwelling, which, with the circumstance of his taking several panes of glass out of bedroom windows for air, causeth his neighbours to speculate strangely on the state of the good man's pericranics. Plainly, he lives under the reputation of being deranged. George does not mind this circumstance, he rather likes him the better for it. The doctor, in his pursuits, joins agricultural to poetical science, and has set George's brains mad about the old Scotch writers, Harbour, Douglas's Aeneid, Blind Harry, and C. We returned home in a return post-chaise, having dined with the doctor, and George kept wondering and wondering, for 8 or 9 turnpike miles, what was the name, and striving to recollect the name, of a poet anterior to Barber. I begged to know what was remaining of his works. There is nothing extant of his works, sir, but by all accounts he seems to have been a fine genius. This fine genius, without anything to show for it, or any title beyond George's courtesy, without even a name. And Barber and Douglas and Blind Harry now are the predominant sounds in George's pia and their buzzings exclude politics, criticism, and algebra, the late lords of that illustrious lumber room. Mark, he has never read any of these bucks, but is impatient till he reads them all at the doctor's suggestion. Poor Dyer, his friends should be careful what sparks they let fall into such inflammable matter. Could I have my will of the heathen, I would lock him up from all access of new ideas. I would exclude all critics that would not swear me first, upon their Virgil, that they would feed him with nothing but the old, safe, familiar notions and sounds, the rightful aborigines of his brain, Gray, Akenside, and Mason. In these sounds, reiterated as often as possible, there could be nothing painful, nothing distracting. God bless me, here are the birds smoking hot. All that is gross and unspiritual in me rises at the sight. Avaunt friendship and all memory of absent friends. See Lamb. Divine Spirit of Gravy. This passage is the first of Lamb's outbursts of gustatory ecstasy, afterwards to become frequent in his writings. Here should come a letter, dated October 9, 1800, in the richest spirit of comedy, describing to Coleridge an evening with George Dyer and the Cottles after the death of their brother Amos, and how Lamb, by praising Joseph Cottle's poem, drew away that good man's thoughts from his grief. Joseph, who till now had sat with his knees cowering in by the fireplace, wheeled about, and with great difficulty of body shifted the same round to the corner of a table where I was sitting, and first stationing one thigh over the other, which is his sedentary mood, and placidly, fixing his benevolent face right against mine, waited my observations. At that moment it came strongly into my mind that I had got Uncle Toby before me. He looked so kind and so good. The letter, printed in full in other editions, is, I am given to understand, not available for this. Letter 69. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Oct. 16, 1800. Dear Manning, had you written 1 week before you did, I certainly should have obeyed your injunction. You should have seen me before my letter. I will explain to you my situation. There are 6 of us in one department. 2 of us within these 4 days are confined with severe fevers, and 2 more, who belong to the Tower Militia, expect to have marching orders on Friday. Now 6 are absolutely necessary. I have already asked and obtained 2 young hands to supply the loss of the feverites, and with the other prospect before me, you may believe I cannot decently ask leave of absence for myself. All I can promise, and I do promise with the sincerity of Saint Peter and the contrition of sinner Peter if I fail, that I will come the very first spare week, and go nowhere till I have been at Cambridge. No matter if you are in a state of pupillage when I come, for I can employ myself in Cambridge very pleasantly in the mornings. Are there not libraries, halls, colleges, books, pictures, statues? I wish to God you had made London in your way. There is an exhibition quite uncommon in Europe, which could not have escaped your genius, a live rattlesnake, 10 feet in length, and the thickness of a big leg. I went to see it last night by candlelight. We were ushered into a room very little bigger than ours at Pentonville. A man and woman and 4 boys live in this room, joint tenants with 9 snakes, most of them such as no remedy has been discovered for their bite. We walked into the middle, which is formed by a half-moon of wired boxes, all mansions of snakes, whip snakes, thunder snakes, pig-nosed snakes, American vipers, and this monster. He lies curled up in folds, and immediately a stranger enters, for he is used to the family, and sees them play at cards. He set up a rattle like a watchman's in London, or near as loud, and reared up a head from the midst of these folds like a toad, and shook his head, and showed every sign a snake can show of irritation. I had the foolish curiosity to strike the wires with my finger, and the devil flew at me with his toad mouth wide open. The inside of his mouth is quite white. I had got my finger away, nor could he well have bit me with his damned big mouth, which would have been certain death in 5 minutes. But it frightened me so much that I did not recover my voice for a minute's space. I forgot, in my fear, that he was secured. You would have forgot too, for 'tis incredible how such a monster can be confined in small gauzy-looking wires. I dreamed of snakes in the night. I wish to heaven you could see it. He absolutely swelled with passion to the bigness of a large thigh. I could not retreat without infringing on another box, and just behind, a little devil not an inch from my back had got his nose out, with some difficulty and pain, quite through the bars. He was soon taught better manners. All the snakes were curious and objects of terror, but this monster, like Aaron's serpent, swallowed up the impression of the rest. He opened his damned mouth, when he made at me, as wide as his head was broad. I hallooed out quite loud, and felt pains all over my body with the fright. I have had the felicity of hearing George Dyer read out one book of The Farmer's Boy. I thought it rather childish. No doubt there is originality in it, which, in your self-taught geniuses, is a most rare quality, they generally getting hold of some bad models in a scarcity of books, and forming their taste on them, but no selection. All is described. Mind, I have only read one book. Yours sincerely, Philo's Snake. C.L. The Farmer's Boy, by Robert Bloomfield, was published in March 1800 and was immensely popular. Other criticisms upon it by Lamb will be found in this work. Lamb's visit to Cambridge was deferred until January 5, 1801. Letter 70. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Nov. 3, 1800. Equid meditator Archimedes, what is Euclid doing? What has happened to learned Trismegist? Doth he take it in ill part that his humble friend did not comply with his courteous invitation? Let it suffice, I could not come. Are impossibilities nothing, be they abstractions of the intellects or not, rather, most sharp and mortifying realities? Nuts in the will's mouth too hard for her to crack. Brick and stone walls in her way, which she can by no means eat through. Sor lets impedimenta viarum, no thoroughfares. Recimi nimium alt pendants. Is the phrase classic? I allude to the grapes in Aesop, which cost the fox a strain and gained the world an aphorism. Observe the superscription of this letter. In adapting the size of the letters, which constitute your name and Mr. Crisp's name respectively, I had an eye to your different stations in life. T's really curious, and must be soothing to an aristocrat. I wonder it has never been hit on before my time. I have made an acquisition latterly of a pleasant hand, one Rickman, to whom I was introduced by George Dyer. Not the most flattering auspices under which one man can be introduced to another. George brings all sorts of people together, setting up a sort of agrarian law or common property in matter of society. But for once he has done me a great pleasure, while he was only pursuing a principle, as eans fatui may light you home. This Rickman lives in our buildings, immediately opposite our house. The finest fellow to drop in a night's, about 9 or 10 o'clock, cold bread and cheese time, just in the wishing time of the night, when you wish for somebody to come in without a distinct idea of a probable anybody. Just in the nick, neither too early to be tedious, nor too late to sit a reasonable time. He is a most pleasant hand, a fine rattling fellow, has gone through life laughing at solemn apes, himself hugely literate, oppressively full of information in all stuff of conversation, from matter of fact to Xenophon and Plato, can talk Greek with Porson, politics with Thelwall, conjecture with George Dyer, nonsense with me, and anything with anybody. A great farmer somewhat. Concerned in an agricultural magazine, reads no poetry but Shakespeare, very intimate with Southey, but never reads his poetry. Relishes George Dyer, thoroughly penetrates into the ridiculous wherever found, understands the first time, a great desideratum in common minds. You need never twice speak to him, does not want explanations, translations, limitations, as Professor Godwin does when you make an assertion, up to anything, down to everything, whatever sapit hominum. A perfect man. All this farrago, which must perplex you to read, and has put me to a little trouble to select, only proves how impossible it is to describe a pleasant hand. You must see Rickman to know him, for he is a species in one, a new class, an exotic, any slip of which I am proud to put in my garden pot. The clearest-headed fellow, fullest of matter with least verbosity. If there be any alloy in my fortune to have met with such a man, it is that he commonly divides his time between town and country, having some foolish family ties at Christchurch, by which means he can only gladden our London hemisphere with returns of light. He is now going for 6 weeks. At last I have written to Kemble to know the event of my play, which was presented last Christmas. As I suspected, came an answer back that the copy was lost and could not be found, no hint that anybody had to this day ever looked into it, with a courteous, reasonable request of another copy, if I had one by me, and a promise of a definite answer in a week. I could not resist so facile and moderate a demand, so scribbled out another, omitting sundry things, such as the witch story, about half of the forest scene, which is too leisurely for story, and transposing that damned soliloquy about England getting drunk, which, like its reciter, stupidly stood alone, nothing prevenient or antevenient, and cleared away a good deal besides, and sent this copy, written all out, with alterations, and requiring judgment in 1 day and a half. I sent it last night, and am in weekly expectation of the tolling bell and death warrant. This is all my Lunnon news. Send me some from the banks of Cam, as the poets delight to speak, especially George Dyer, who has no other name, nor idea, nor definition of Cambridge, namely its being a market town sending members to Parliament, never entered into his definition. It was and is simply the banks of the Cam or the fair Cam, as Oxford is the banks of the Isis or the fair Isis. Yours in all humility, most illustrious Trismegist. C. Lamb. Read on, there's more at the bottom. You ask me about the farmer's boy. Don't you think the fellow who wrote it, who is a shoemaker, has a poor mind? Don't you find he is always silly about poor Giles, and those abject kind of phrases which mark a man that looks up to wealth? None of Burns's poet dignity. What do you think? I have just opened him, but he makes me sick. Dyer knows the shoemaker, a damned stupid hound in company, but George promises to introduce him indiscriminately to all friends and all combinations. Mr. Crisp was Manning's landlord, a barber in St. Mary's Passage, Cambridge. In one letter, at least, Lamb spells his name Cripps, a joke he was fond of. Rickman was John Rickman, 1771–1840, already a friend of Southey's, whom he had met at Burton, near Christchurch in Hampshire, where Rickman's father lived. A graduate of Lincoln College, Oxford, he was at this time secretary to Charles Abbott, afterwards Lord Colchester. He had conducted the Commercial, Agricultural, and Manufacturers magazine, and he was practically the originator of the census in England. We shall meet with him often in the correspondence. Kemble was John Philip Kemble, then manager of Drury Lane. The play was John Woodville. For an account of the version which Lamb submitted, see the notes to Vol. Roman 4. George Dyer wrote a history of Cambridge University. George Daniel, the antiquary and bookseller, tells us that many years later he took Bloomfield to dine with Lamb at Islington. Letter 71. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Nov. 28, 1800. Dear Manning, I have received a very kind invitation from Lloyd and Sophia to go and spend a month with them at the lakes. Now it fortunately happens, which is so seldom the case, that I have spare cash by me, enough to answer the expenses of so long a journey, and I am determined to get away from the office by some means. The purpose of this letter is to request of you, my dear friend, that you will not take it unkind if I decline my proposed visit to Cambridge for the present. Perhaps I shall be able to take Cambridge in my way, going or coming. I need not describe to you the expectations which such an one as myself, pent up all my life in a dirty city, have formed of a tour to the lakes. Consider Grasmere, Ambleside, Wordsworth, Coleridge. I hope you will. Hills, woods, lakes, and mountains, to the eternal devil. I will eat snipes with thee, Thomas Manning. Only confess, confess, a bite. P.S. I think you named the 16th, but was it not modest of Lloyd to send such an invitation? It shows his knowledge of money and time. I would be loth to think he meant. Ironic satire sidelong sglinted. On my poor Percy, Burns. For my part, with reference to my friends northward, I must confess that I am not romance-bit about nature. The earth and sea and sky, when all is said, is but as a house to dwell in. If the inmates be courteous, and good liquors flow like the conduits at an old coronation, if they can talk sensibly and feel properly, I have no need to stand staring upon the gilded looking-glass that strained my friend's purse strings in the purchase, nor his 5-shilling print over the mantelpiece of old Nabs the carrier, which only betrays his false taste. Just as important to me, in a sense, is all the furniture of my world, eye-pampering, but satisfies no heart. Streets, 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 markets, theaters, churches, covent gardens, shops sparkling with pretty faces of industrious milliners, neat seamstresses, ladies cheapening, gentlemen behind counters lying, authors in the street with spectacles, George Dyers, you may know them by their gait, lamps lit at night, pastry cooks and silversmith shops, beautiful Quakers of Pentonville, noise of coaches, drowsy cry of mechanic. Watchmen at night, with bucks reeling home drunk. If you happen to wake at midnight, cries of fire and stop thief. Inns of court, with their learned air and halls and butteries, just like Cambridge colleges, old bookstalls, Jeremy Taylor's, Burton's on melancholy, and Religio Medici's on every stall. These are thy pleasures, O London with the many sins, O city abounding in whores, for these may Keswick and her giant brood go hang. C.L. Charles Lloyd had just settled at Old Brathay, about 3 miles from Ambleside. Manning's reply to this letter indicates that Lamb's story of the invitation to stay with Lloyd was a hoax. The first page ended where I have put the asterisk, as in the letter to Gutch. Manning writes, "N.B. Your lake story completely took me in till I got to the 2D page. I was pleased to think you were so rich, but I confess, rather wondered how you should be able conveniently to take so long a journey this inside fair time of the year." Manning also says, "I condole with you, Mr. Lamb, on the tragic fate of your tragedy. I wonder what fool it was that read it. By the by, you would do me a very, very great favor by letting me have a copy. If beggars might be choosers, I should ask to have it transcribed partly by you and partly by your sister. I have a desire to possess some of Mary's handwriting. See letter 79. Beautiful Quakers of Pentonville. This is almost certainly a reference to Hester Savory, the original of Lamb's poem Hester. The whole passage is the first of 3 eulogies of London in the letters, all very similar. To the Londoner, we come later. Letter 72. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. Dec 4, 1800. Dear Sir, I send this speedily after the heels of Cooper. Oh, the dainty expression, to say that Mary is obliged to stay at home on Sunday to receive a female friend, from whom I am equally glad to escape, so that we shall be by ourselves. I write, because it may make some difference in your marketing, and see. C.L. Thursday morning. I am sorry to put you to the expense of 2d postage, but I calculate thus, if Mary comes she will. Eat beef 2 plates, 4d. Batter pudding 1 do, 2d. Beer a pint, 2d. Wine 3 glasses, 11d. I drink no wine. Chestnuts after dinner, 2d. Tea and supper at moderate. Calculation, 9d. Then 2's 6d. From which deduct 2d, postage. 2's 4d. You are a clear gainer by her not coming. If the date be correct, this becomes the first extant letter proper which Lamb sent to the author of Political Justice. Godwin was then 44 years old and had long been busy upon his tragedy Antonio, in which Lamb had been assisting with suggestions. In this connection, I place here the following document, which belongs, however, naturally to an earlier date, but is not harmed by its present position. Letter 73. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. No date, autumn, 1800. Queries whether the best conclusion would not be a solemn judicial pleading, appointed by the king, before himself, in person of Antonio as proxy for Rodrigo, and Guzman for himself, the form and ordering of it to be highly solemn and grand. For this purpose, allowing it, the king must be reserved, and not have committed his royal dignity by descending to previous conference with Antonio, but must refer from the beginning to this settlement. He must sit in dignity as a high royal arbiter, whether this would admit of spiritual interpositions, cardinals, and see, appeals to the Pope, and haughty rejection of his interposition by Antonio, this merely by the way. The pleadings must be conducted by short speeches, replies, taunts, and bitter recriminations by Antonio, in his rough style. In the midst of the undecided cause, may not a messenger break up the proceedings by an account of Rodrigo's death, no improbable or far-fetched event, and the whole conclude with an affecting and awful invocation of Antonio upon Rodrigo's spirit, now no longer dependent upon earthly tribunals or a froward woman's will, and see. Almanza's daughter is now free, and see. This might be made very affecting, better nothing follow after, if anything, she must step forward and resolve to take the veil. In this case, the whole story of the former nunnery must be omitted, but I think better leave the final conclusion to the imagination of the spectator. Probably the violence of confining her in a convent is not necessary. Antonio's own castle would be sufficient. To relieve the former part of the play, could not some sensible images, some work for the eye be introduced? A gallery of pictures, Almanza's ancestors, to which Antonio might affectingly point his sister, one by one, with anecdote and see. At all events, with the present want of action, the play must not extend above 4 acts, unless it is quite new modelled. The proposed alterations might all be effected in a few weeks. Solemn judicial pleadings always go off well, as in Henry VIII, Merchant of Venice, and perhaps Othello. Lamb, said Mr. Paul, writing of this critical minute, was so genuinely kind and even affectionate in his criticism that Godwin did not perceive his real disapproval. Mr. Swinburne, writing in the Athenaeum for May 13, 1876, made an interesting comment upon one of Lamb's suggestions in the foregoing document. It contains, he remarks, a singular anticipation of one of the most famous passages in the work of the greatest master of our own age, the scene of the portraits in Hernani. To relieve the former part of the play, could not some sensible images, some work for the eye, be introduced? A gallery of pictures, Alexander's ancestors, to which Antonio might affectingly point his sister, one by one, with anecdote, and see, I know of no coincidence more pleasantly and strangely notable than this, between the gentle genius of the loveliest among English essayists and the tragic invention of the loftiest among French poets. After long negotiation, Antonio was now actually in rehearsal at Drury Lane to be produced on December 13. Lamb supplied the epilogue. Cooper was Godwin's servant. Letter 74. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. Dec. 10th, 1800. Wednesday morning. Dear Sir, I expected a good deal of pleasure from your company tomorrow, but I am sorry I must beg of you to excuse me. I have been confined ever since I saw you with one of the severest colds I ever experienced, occasioned by being in the night air on Sunday, and on the following day very foolishly. I am neither in health nor spirits to meet company. I hope and trust I shall get out on Saturday night. You will add to your many favors by transmitting to me as early as possible as many tickets as conveniently you can spare. Yours truly. C.L. I have been plotting how to abridge the epilogue, but I cannot see that any lines can be spared, retaining the connection, except these two, which are better out. Why should I instance and see the sick man's purpose and see? And then the following line must run thus. The truth by an example best is shown. Excuse this important postscript. Letter 75. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. Dec. 13, 1800. Don't spill the cream upon this letter. I have received your letter this moment, not having been at the office. I have just time to scribble down the epilogue. To your epistle I will just reply that I will certainly come to Cambridge before January is out. I'll come when I can. You shall have an amended copy of my play early next week. Mary thanks you, but her handwriting is too feminine to be exposed to a Cambridge gentleman, though I endeavor to persuade her that you understand algebra and must understand her hand. The play is the man's you wot of, but for God's sake, who would not like to have so pious a professor's work damned, do not mention it. It is to come out in a feigned name as one Tobbins. I will omit the introductory lines which connect it with the play and give you the concluding tale, which is the mass and bulk of the epilogue. The name is Jack Incident. It is about promise-breaking. You will see it all if you read the papers. Jack, of dramatic genius, justly vain, purchased a renter's share at Drury Lane. A prudent man in every other matter. Known at his clubroom for an honest hatter. Humane and courteous, led a civil life, and has been seldom known to beat his wife. But Jack is now grown quite another man. Frequents the green room, knows the plot and plan of each new piece, and has been seen to talk with Sheridan. In at the playhouse, just at 6 he pops, and never quits it till the curtain drops. Is never absent on the author's night. Knows actresses and actors too by sight. So humble that with suit he'll confer, or take a pipe with plain Jack Bannister. Nay, with an author has been known so free. He once suggested a catastrophe. In short, John dabbled till his head was turned. His wife remonstrated, his neighbors mourned. His customers were dropping off apace, and Jack's affairs began to wear a piteous face. One night his wife began a curtain lecture. My dearest Johnny, husband, spouse, protector, take pity on your helpless babes and me. Save us from ruin, you from bankruptcy. Look to your business, leave these cursed plays, and try again your old industrious ways. Jack, who was always scared at the Gazette, and had some bits of skull uninjured yet, promised amendment, vowed his wife spake reason. He would not see another play that season. 3 stubborn fortnights, Jack his promise kept. Was late and early in his shop, slept, and walked and talked like ordinary men. No wit, but John the Hatter once again visits his club, when lo, one fatal night, his wife with horror viewed the well-known sight. John's hat, wig, snuff-box, well she knew his tricks, and Jack decamping at the hour of 6. Just at the counter's edge a playbill lay, announcing that Pizarro was the play. "Oh Johnny, Johnny, this is your old doing," quoth Jack, "why what the devil storms are brewing? About a harmless play, why all this fright? I'll go and see it, if it's but for spite. Zounds, woman, Nelson's one to be there tonight." N.B. This was intended for Jack Bannister to speak, but the sage managers have chosen Miss Heard, except Miss Tidswell, the worst actress ever seen or heard. Now I remember I have promised the loan of my play. I will lend it instantly, and you shall get it, 'pon honor, by this day week. I must go and dress for the boxes. First night, finding I have time, I transcribe the rest. Observe, you have read the last first. It begins thus: "The names I took from a little outline G gave me. I have not read the play. Ladies, ye have seen how Guzman's consort died, poor victim of a Spaniard brother's pride, when Spanish honor through the world was blown, and Spanish beauty for the best was known too. In that romantic, unenlightened time, a breach of promise 3 was a sort of crime. Which of you handsome English ladies here but deems the penance bloody and severe? A whimsical old Saragossa for fashion, that a dead father's dying inclination should live to thwart a living daughter's passion 5. Unjustly on the sex we 6 men exclaim, rail at your 7 vices, and commit the same. Man is a promise-breaker from the womb, and goes a promise-breaker to the tomb. What need we instance here the lover's vow, the sick man's purpose, or the great man's bow? 8. The truth by few examples best is shown, instead of many which are better known. Take poor Jack incident, that's dead and gone. Jack and see and see and see. Now you have it all. How do you like it? I am going to hear it recited. CL. Footnote 1. A good claptrap. Nelson has exhibited 2 or 3 times at both theaters and advertised himself. Footnote 2. 4 easy lines. Footnote 3. For which the heroine died. Footnote 4. In Spain. Footnote 5. 2 neat lines. Footnote 6. Or you. Footnote 7. Or our, as they have altered it. Footnote 8. Antithesis. As 1 Tarbins. The rehearsals of Antonio were attended by Godwin's friend, John Tarbin, subsequently author of The Honeymoon, in the hope, on account of Godwin's reputation for heterodoxy, of deceiving people as to the real authorship of the play. It was, however, avowed by Godwin on the title page. Jack Bannister, the comedian, was a favorite actor of Lamb's. See the Elia essay on some of the old actors. Miss Heard was a daughter of William Heard, the author of The Snuff-Box, a feeble comedy. Miss Tidswell, by the irony of fate, had a part in Lamb's own play, Mr. H., 6 years later. I have not read the play, meaning probably, I have not read it in its final form. Lamb must have read it in earlier versions. I quote Mr. Keegan Paul's summary of the plot of Antonio. Helena was betrothed with her father's consent to her brother Antonio's friend Rodrigo. While Antonio and Rodrigo were at the wars, Helena fell in love with and married Don Guzman. She was the king's ward who set aside the pre-contract. Antonio, returning, leaves his friend behind. He has had great sorrows, but all will be well when he comes to claim his bride. When Antonio finds his sister is married, the rage he exhibits is ferocious. He carries his sister off from her husband's house and demands that the king shall annul the marriage with Guzman. There is then talk of Helena's entrance into a convent. At last, the king, losing patience, gives judgment, as he had done before, that the pre-contract with Rodrigo was invalid and the marriage to Guzman valid, whereupon Antonio bursts through the guards, and kills his sister. Letter 76. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. Dec 14, 1800. Late Sunday. Dear sir, I have performed my office in a slovenly way, but judge for me. I sat down at 6 o'clock and never left reading, and I read out to Mary your play till 10. In this sitting I noted down lines as they occurred, exactly as you will read my rough paper. Do not be frightened at the bulk of my remarks, for they are almost all upon single lines, which put together do not amount to 100, and many of them merely verbal. I had but one object in view, abridgment for compression's sake. I have used a dogmatical language, which is truly ludicrous when the trivial nature of my remarks is considered, and remember, my office was to hunt out faults. You may fairly abridge one half of them, as a fair deduction for the infirmities of error, and a single reading, which leaves only 50 objections, most of them merely against words, on no short play. Remember, you constituted me executioner, and a hangman has been seldom seen to be ashamed of his profession before Master Sheriff. We'll talk of the beauties, of which I am more than ever sure, when we meet. Yours truly, C.L. I will barely add, as you are on the very point of printing, that in my opinion neither prologue nor epilogue should accompany the play. It can only serve to remind your readers of its fate. Both suppose an audience, and that jest being gone, must convert into burlesque. Nor would I, but therein custom and decorum must be a law, print the actors' names. Some things must be kept out of sight. I have done, and I have but a few square inches of paper to fill up. I am emboldened by a little jorum of punch, vastly good, to say that next to one man, I am the most hurt at our ill success. The breast of Hecuba, where she did suckle Hector, looked not to be more lovely than Martial's forehead when it spit forth sweat, at critic swords contending. I remember 2 honest lines by Marvell, whose poems, by the way, I am just going to possess. Where every mower's wholesome heat smells like an Alexander's sweat. Antonio was performed on December 13, with John Philip Kemble in the title role, and was a complete failure. Lamb wrote an account of the unlucky evening many years later in the Old Actors series in the London magazine C. Vol. Roman II of the present edition. He speaks there, as here, of Martial's forehead, Martial being John Martial, a friend of the Godwins. After the play, Godwin supped with Lamb when it was decided to publish Antonio at once. Lamb retained the Ms. for criticism. The present letter in the original contains his comments, the only one of which that Mr. Kegan-Paul thought worth reproducing being the following: enviable is a very bad word. I allude to enviable right to bless us. For instance, Burns, comparing the ills of manhood with the state of infancy, says, "Oh, enviable early days, here 'tis good, because the passion lay in comparison." Excuse my insulting your judgment with an illustration. I believe I only wanted to beg in the name of a favorite bardie, or at most to confirm my own judgment. Lamb, it will be remembered, had refused to let Coleridge use enviable in Ludi. Burns's poem to which Lamb alludes is Despondency, an ode, stanza 5, "Oh, enviable early days." Godwin's play was published in 1801, without Lamb's epilogue. Letter 77. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Dec 16th, 1800. We are. Not the facetious epilogue could save us, for, as the editor of the Morning Post, quick-sighted gentleman, hath this morning truly observed, I beg pardon if I falsify his words, their profound sense I am sure I retain. Both prologue and epilogue were worthy of accompanying such a piece. And indeed, mark the profundity, Mr. Manning, were received with proper indignation by such of the audience only as thought either worth attending to. Professor, thy glories wax dim. Again, the incomparable author of The True Briton declareth in his paper, bearing same date, that the epilogue was an indifferent attempt at humor and character, and failed in both. I forbear to mention the other papers, because I have not read them. O Professor, how different thy feelings now, quantum mutatus ab illo professor, qui in agris philosophi tantas victorias acquisivisti, how different thy proud feelings but one little week ago, thy anticipation of thy 9 nights, those visionary claps which have soothed thy soul by day and thy dreams by night. Calling in accidentally on the professor while he was out, I was ushered into the study, and my nose quickly, most sagacious always, pointed me to 4 tokens lying loose upon thy table, Professor, which indicated thy violent and satanical pride of heart. Imprimis, there caught mine eye a list of 6 persons, thy friends, whom thou didst meditate inviting to a sumptuous dinner on the Thursday, anticipating the profits of thy Saturday's play to answer charges. I was in the honored file. Next, a stronger evidence of thy violent and almost satanical pride lay a list of all the morning papers, from the Morning Chronicle downwards to the Porcupine, with the places of their respective offices, where thou wast meditating to insert, and didst insert, an elaborate sketch of the story of thy play, stones in thy enemy's hand to bruise thee with, and severely wast thou bruised, O Professor, nor do I know what oil to pour into thy wounds. Next, which convinced me to a dead conviction of thy pride, violent and almost satanical pride, lay a list of books, which thy untragedy-favored pocket could never answer. Dodsley's old plays, Malone's Shakespeare still harping upon thy play, thy philosophy abandoned meanwhile to Christians and superstitious minds. Nay, I believe, if I can believe my memory, that the ambitious encyclopedia itself was part of thy meditated acquisitions, but many a playbook was there. All these visions are damned, and thou, Professor, must read Shakespeare in future out of a common edition, and hark ye, pray read him to a little better purpose. Last and strongest against the in colors manifest as the hand upon Belshazzar's wall, lay a volume of poems by C. Lloyd and C. Lamb. Thy heart misgave thee, that thy assistant might possibly not have talent enough to furnish thee an epilogue. Manning, all these things came over my mind, all the gratulations that would have thickened upon him, and even some have glanced aside upon his humble friend, the vanity and the fame and the profits. The Professor is £500 ideal money out of pocket by this failure, besides £200 he would have got for the copyright, and the Professor is never much beforehand with the world. What? He gets his all by the sweat of his brow and dint of brain. For the Professor, though a sure man, is also a slow. And now to muse upon thy altered physiognomy, thy pale and squalid appearance, a kind of blue sickness about the eyelids, and thy crest fallen, and thy proud demand of £200 from thy bookseller changed to an uncertainty of his taking it at all, or giving the full £50. The Professor has won my heart by this his mournful catastrophe. You remember Marshall, who dined with him at my house. I met him in the lobby immediately after the damnation of the Professor's play, and he looked to me like an angel. His face was lengthened and all over sweat. I never saw such a care-fraught visage. I could have hugged him. I loved him so intensely. From every pore of him a perfume fell. I have seen that man in many situations, and from my soul I think that a more godlike, honest soul exists not in this world. The Professor's poor nerves trembling with the recent shock, he hurried him away to my house to supper, and there we comforted him as well as we could. He came to consult me about a change of catastrophe, but alas, the piece was condemned long before that crisis. I at first humored him with a specious proposition, but have since joined his true friends in advising him to give it up. He did it with a pang, and is to print it as his. L. The Professor was Lamb's name for Godwin. The Porcupine was Cobbett's paper. Letters 78 and 79. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Middle December. I send you all of Coleridge's letters to me, which I have preserved. Some of them are upon the subject of my play. I also send you Kemble's 2 letters and the prompter's courteous epistle, with a curious critique on Pride's Cure by a young physician from Edinburgh who modestly suggests quite another kind of a plot. These are monuments of my disappointment, which I like to preserve. In Coleridge's letters, you will find a good deal of amusement, to see genuine talent struggling against a pompous display of it. I also send you the Professor's letter to me, careful Professor, to conceal his name even from his correspondent, ere yet the Professor's pride was cured. O monstrous and almost satanical pride! You will carefully keep all, except the Scotch doctors, which burn in status quo, till I come to claim mine own. C. Lamb. For Mr. Manning, teacher of mathematics and the black arts, there is another letter in the inside cover of the book, opposite the blank leaf that was. Mind this goes for a letter. Acknowledge it directly, if only in 10 words. Dear Manning, I shall want to hear this come safe. I have scratched out a good deal, as you will see. Generally, what I have rejected was either false in feeling or a violation of character, mostly of the first sort. I will here just instance in the concluding few lines of the dying lover's story, which completely contradicted his character of silent and unreproachful. I hesitated a good deal what copy to send you, and at last resolved to send the worst, because you are familiar with it and can make it out, and a stranger would find so much difficulty in doing it that it would give him more pain than pleasure. This is compounded precisely of the two persons' hands you requested it should be. Yours sincerely, C. Lamb. These were the letters accompanying the copy of Pride's Cure, or John Woodville, which Charles and Mary Lamb together made for Manning, as requested in the note on page 197. All the letters mentioned by Lamb have vanished, unless by an unlikely chance the bundle contained Coleridge's letters on Mrs. Lamb's death and on the quarrel with Lamb and Lloyd. Manning's reply, dated December 1800, gives a little information concerning the Edinburgh physician's letter. That gentleman whose fertile brain can, at a moment's warning, furnish you with 10,000 models of a plot, the greatest variety of rapes, murders, death's heads, and C sold here. Manning thinks that the Scotch doctor understands Lamb's tragedy better than Coleridge does. He adds, P.S. My verdict upon the poet's epitaph is genuine. This probably applies to a question asked by Lamb concerning Wordsworth's poem of that name. Letter 80. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. December 27, 1800. At length George Dyer's phrenesis has come to a crisis. He is raging and furiously mad. I waited upon the heathen. Thursday was a sennight. The first symptom which struck my eye and gave me incontrovertible proof of the fatal truth was a pair of nankeen pantaloons 4 times too big for him, which the said heathen did pertinaciously affirm to be new. They were absolutely ingrained with the accumulated dirt of ages, but he affirmed them to be clean. He was going to visit a lady that was nice about those things, and that's the reason he wore nankeen that day. And then he danced and capered and fidgeted and pulled up his pantaloons and hugged his intolerable flannel vestment closer about his poetic loins. Anon he gave it loose to the zephyrs, which plentifully insinuate their tiny bodies through every crevice, door, window, or wainscot, expressly formed for the exclusion of such impertinence. Then he caught at a proof sheet and catched up a laundress's bill instead, made a dart at Blomfield's poems, and threw them in agony aside. I could not bring him to one direct reply. He could not maintain his jumping mind in a right line for the tithe of a moment by Clifford's in Clark. He must go to the printers immediately. The most unlucky accident. He had struck off 500 impressions of his poems, which were ready for delivery to subscribers, and the preface must all be expunged. There were 80 pages of preface, and not till that morning had he discovered that in the very first page of said preface he had set out with a principle of criticism fundamentally wrong, which vitiated all his following reasoning. The preface must be expunged, although it cost him £30, the lowest calculation, taking in paper and printing. In vain have his real friends remonstrated against this midsummer madness. George is as obstinate as a primitive Christian, and wards and parries off all our thrusts with one unanswerable fence. Sir, it's of great consequence that the world is not misled. As for the other professor, he has actually begun to dive into Tavernier and Chardin's Persian travels for story, to form a new drama for the sweet tooth of this fastidious age. Hath not Bethlehem College a fair action for non-residence against such professors? Are poets so few in this age that he must write poetry? Is morals a subject so exhausted that he must quit that line? Is the metaphysic well without a bottom, drained dry? If I can guess at the wicked pride of the professor's heart, I would take a shrewd wager that he disdains ever again to dip his pen in prose. Adieu, ye splendid theories. Farewell, dreams of political justice, lawsuits, where I was counsel for Archbishop Fenelon versus my own mother in the famous fire cause. Vanish from my mind, professors, one and all. I have metal more attractive on foot. Man of many snipes, I will sup with thee, Dio volent et diabolo nolent, on Monday night the 5th of January in the new year, and crush a cup to the infant century. A word or two of my progress. Embark at 6 o'clock in the morning with a fresh gale on a Cambridge one-decker, very cold till 8 at night, land at St. Mary's Lighthouse, muffins and coffee upon table, or any other curious production of Turkey or both Indies, snipes exactly at 9, punch to commence at 10, with argument, difference of opinion is expected to take place about 11, perfect unanimity, with some haziness and dimness, before 12. N.B. My single affection is not so singly wedded to snipes, but the curious and Epicurean eye would also take a pleasure in beholding a delicate and well-chosen assortment of teals, ortolans, the unctuous and palate-soothing flesh of geese wild and tame, nightingale's brains, the sensorium of a young sucking pig, or any other Christmas dish, which I leave to the judgment of you and the cook of Gonville. See Lamb. Lamb's copy of George Dyer's poems is in the British Museum. It has the original withdrawn 1800 title page and the cancelled preface bound up with it, and Lamb has written against the reference to the sacrifice in the new 1801 preface. One copy of this cancelled preface, snatched out of the fire, is prefaced to this volume. See Letter 93, page 234. It runs to 65 pages, whereas the new one is but a few words. Southey tells Grosvenor Bedford in one of his letters that Lamb gave Dyer the title of Cancellarius Magnus. Dyer reprinted in the 1802 edition of his poems the greater part of the cancelled preface and all of the first page, so that it is difficult to say what the fallacy was. The original edition of his poems was to be in 3 large volumes. In 1802, it had come down to 2 small ones. Godwin's Persian drama was Auber's King of Persia, but he could not get it acted. The reference to Fenelon is to Godwin's Political Justice, first edition, vol. I, page 84, where he argues on the comparative worth of the persons of Fenelon, a chambermaid, and Godwin's mother, supposing them to have been present at the famous fire at Cambrai and only one of them to be saved. As a matter of fact, Fenelon was not at the fire. We must suppose that Lamb carried out his intention of visiting Manning on January 5, but there is no confirmation. Letter 81. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. P.M. January 30, 1801. Thanks for your letter and present. I had already borrowed your second volume. What most pleased me are The Song of Lucy, Simon's sickly daughter in the Sexton made me cry. Next to these are the description of the continuous echoes in the story of Joanna's Laugh, where the mountains and all the scenery absolutely seem alive, and that fine Shakespearean character of the happy man in The Brothers, that creeps about the fields, following his fancies by the hour to bring tears down his cheek or solitary smiles into his face until the setting sun right full upon his forehead. I will mention one more, the delicate and curious feeling in the wish for the Cumberland beggar, that he may have about him the melody of birds, although he hear them not. Here the mind knowingly passes a fiction upon herself, first substituting her own feelings for the beggar's, and in the same breath detecting the fallacy, will not part with the wish. The poet's epitaph is disfigured, to my taste, by the vulgar satire upon parsons and lawyers in the beginning, and the coarse epithet of pinpoint in the 6th stanza. All the rest is eminently good, and your own. I will just add that it appears to me a fault in the beggar, that the instructions conveyed in it are too direct and like a lecture. They don't slide into the mind of the reader, while he is imagining no such matter. An intelligent reader finds a sort of insult in being told, I will teach you how to think upon this subject. This fault, if I am right, is in a 10,000th worse degree to be found in Sterne and many novelists and modern poets, who continually put a sign post up to show where you are to feel. They set out with assuming their readers to be stupid. Very different from Robinson Crusoe, The Vicar of Wakefield, Roderick Random, and other beautiful bear narratives. There is implied an unwritten compact between author and reader. I will tell you a story, and I suppose you will understand it. Modern novels, St. Leon's and the like, are full of such flowers as these. Let not my reader suppose. Imagine, if you can, modest, and see. I will here have done with praise and blame. I have written so much, only that you may not think I have passed over your book without observation. I am sorry that Coleridge has christened his Ancient Mariner a poet's reverie. It is as bad as Bottom the Weaver's declaration that he is not a lion, but only the scenical representation of a lion. What new idea is gained by this title, but one subversive of all credit, which the tale should force upon us of its truth. For me, I was never so affected with any human tale. After first reading it, I was totally possessed with it for many days. I dislike all the miraculous part of it, but the feelings of the man under the operation of such scenery dragged me along like Tom Piper's magic whistle. I totally differ from your idea that the mariner should have had a character and profession. This is a beauty in Gulliver's Travels, where the mind is kept in a placid state of little wonderments. But the ancient mariner undergoes such trials as overwhelm and bury all individuality or memory of what he was, like the state of a man in a bad dream, one terrible peculiarity of which is that all consciousness of personality is gone. Your other observation is, I think, as well a little unfounded. The mariner, from being conversant in supernatural events, has acquired a supernatural and strange cast of phrase, eye, appearance, and see which frighten the wedding guest. You will excuse my remarks, because I am hurt and vexed that you should think it necessary, with a prose apology, to open the eyes of dead men that cannot see. To sum up a general opinion of the second vol, I do not feel any one poem in it so forcibly as The Ancient Mariner, The Mad Mother, and the lines at Tintern Abbey in the first. I could, too, have wished the critical preface had appeared in a separate treatise. All its dogmas are true and just, and most of them new as criticism, but they associate a diminishing idea with the poems which follow as having been written for experiment on the public taste, more than having sprung, as they must have done, from living and daily circumstances. I am prolix, because I am gratified in the opportunity of writing to you, and I don't well know when to leave off. I ought before this to have replied to your very kind invitation into Cumberland. With you and your sister, I could gang anywhere, but I am afraid whether I shall ever be able to afford so desperate a journey. Separate from the pleasure of your company, I don't much care if I never see a mountain in my life. I have passed all my days in London, until I have formed as many and intense local attachments as any of you mountaineers can have done with dead nature. The lighted shops of the Strand and Fleet Street, the innumerable trades, tradesmen and customers, coaches, wagons, playhouses, all the bustle and wickedness round about Covent Garden, the very women of the town, the watchmen, drunken scenes, rattles, life. Awake, if you awake, at all hours of the night, the impossibility of being dull in Fleet Street, the crowds, the very dirt and mud, the sun shining upon houses and pavements, the print shops, the old bookstalls, parsons cheapening books, coffee houses, steams of soups. From kitchens, the pantomimes, London itself a pantomime and a masquerade. All these things work themselves into my mind and feed me without a power of satiating me. The wonder of these sights impels me into night walks about her crowded streets, and I often shed tears in the motley Strand from fullness of joy at so much life. All these emotions must be strange to you, so are your rural emotions to me. But consider, what must I have been doing all my life, not to have lent great portions of my heart with usury to such scenes? My attachments are all local, purely local. I have no passion, or have had none since I was in love, and then it was the spurious engendering of poetry and books, to groves and valleys. The rooms where I was born, the furniture which has been before my eyes all my life, a bookcase which has followed me about like a faithful dog, only exceeding him in knowledge, wherever I have moved, old chairs, old tables, streets, squares where I have sunned myself, my old school, these are my mistresses. Have I not enough without your mountains? I do not envy you. I should pity you did I not know that the mind will make friends of anything. Your sun and moon and skies and hills and lakes affect me no more, or scarcely come to me in more venerable characters, than as a gilded room with tapestry and tapers, where I might live with handsome visible objects. I consider the clouds above me but as a roof, beautifully painted but unable to satisfy the mind, and at last, like the pictures of the apartment of a connoisseur, unable to afford him any longer a pleasure. So fading upon me from disuse have been the beauties of nature, as they have been confinedly called, so ever fresh and green and warm are all the inventions of men and assemblies of men in this great city. I should certainly have laughed with dear Joanna. Give my kindest love, and my sisters, to Dee and yourself, and a kiss from me to little Barbara Lewthwaite. C. Lamb. Thank you for liking my play. This is the first, and perhaps the finest, letter from Lamb to Wordsworth that has been preserved. Wordsworth, then living with his sister Dorothy at Dove Cottage, Grasmere, was nearly 31 years of age. Lamb was nearly 26. The work criticized is the second edition of the Lyrical Ballads. The second and sixth stanzas of the poet's epitaph ran thus: "A lawyer art thou, draw not nigh. Go, carry to some other place the hardness of thy coward eye, the falsehood of thy sallow face, wrapped closely in thy sensual fleece. O turn aside, and take, I pray, that he below may rest in peace, thy pinpoint of a soul away." St. Leon was by Godwin. Of the Ancient Mariner, a poet's reverie, Wordsworth had said in a note to the first volume of Lyrical Ballads, "The poem of my friend has indeed great defects. First, that the principal person has no distinct character, either in his profession of mariner or as a human being who, having been long under the control of supernatural impressions, might be supposed himself to partake of something supernatural. Secondly, that he does not act, but is continually acted upon. Thirdly, that the events having no necessary connection do not produce each other. And lastly, that the imagery is somewhat too laboriously accumulated. The Mad Mother, the poem beginning, 'Her eyes are wild, her head is bare.' I could, too, have wished the passage from these words to don't well know when to leave off, used to be omitted in the editions of Lamb's letters when Wordsworth sent the correspondence to Moxon for Talfourd's use in 1835, he wrote, "There are, however, in them some parts which had better be kept back. I have also thought it proper to suppress every word of criticism." Wordsworth meant adverse criticism upon my own poems. "Those relating to my works are withheld, partly because I shrink from the thought of assisting in any way to spread my own praises, and still more I being convinced that the opinions or judgments of friends given in this way are of little value." Joanna of the Laugh, Barbara Lewthwaite, see Wordsworth's Pet Lamb. Thank you for liking my play. We must suppose this postscript to contain a touch of sarcasm. Lamb had sent John Woodville to Grasmere and Keswick. Wordsworth apparently had been but politely interested in it. Coleridge had written to Godwin, talking of tragedies, "At every perusal my love and admiration of his Lamb's play rises a peg." Here should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, dated at end February 7, 1801, not available for this edition. It is one of the best letters written by Lamb to Robert Lloyd, or to anyone. Lamb first praises Izaak Walton, whose Complete Angler he loved for two reasons: for itself, and for its connection with his own Hertfordshire country, Hoddesdon, Broxbourne, Amwell, and the Ware neighbourhood. The letter passes to a third eulogy of London. Lamb closes by remarking that Manning is a dainty chiel, and a man of great power, an enchanter almost. Letter 82. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Feb. 15, 1801. I had need be cautious henceforward what opinion I give of the Lyrical Ballads. All the north of England are in a turmoil. Cumberland and Westmoreland have already declared a state of war. I lately received from Wordsworth a copy of the second volume, accompanied by an acknowledgment of having received from me many months since a copy of a certain tragedy, with excuses for not having made any acknowledgment sooner, it being owing to an almost insurmountable aversion from letter writing. This letter I answered in due form and time, and enumerated several of the passages which had most affected me, adding, unfortunately, that no single piece had moved me so forcibly as the Ancient Mariner, the Mad Mother, or the lines at Tintern Abbey. The post did not sleep a moment. I received almost instantaneously a long letter of 4 sweating pages from my reluctant letter-writer, the purport of which was that he was sorry his 2d vol had not given me more pleasure. Devil a hint did I give that it had not pleased me, and was compelled to wish that my range of sensibility was more extended, being obliged to believe that I should receive large influxes of happiness and happy thoughts, I suppose from the L.B., with a deal of stuff about a certain union of tenderness and imagination, which in the sense he used imagination was not the characteristic of Shakespeare, but which Milton possessed in a degree far exceeding other poets, which union, as the highest species of poetry, and chiefly deserving that name he was most proud to aspire to, then illustrating the said union by two quotations from his own 2D vol, which I had been so unfortunate as to miss. First specimen, a father addresses his son. When thou first camest into the world, as it befalls, to newborn infants thou didst sleep away 2 days, and blessings from thy father's tongue then fell upon thee. The lines were thus undermarked, and then followed this passage, as combining in an extraordinary degree that union of imagination and tenderness which I am speaking of, I consider as one of the best I ever wrote. 2D specimen. A youth, after years of absence, revisits his native place and thinks, as most people do, that there has been strange alteration in his absence, and that the rocks and everlasting hills themselves were changed. You see, both these are good poetry, but after one has been reading Shakespeare 20 of the best years of one's life, to have a fellow start up and prate about some unknown quality which Shakespeare possessed in a degree inferior to Milton and somebody else. This was not to be all my castigation. Coleridge, who had not written to me some months before, starts up from his bed of sickness to reprove me for my hardy presumption. 4 long pages, equally sweaty and more tedious, came from him, assuring me that, when the works of a man of true genius such as W. undoubtedly was, do not please me at first sight, I should suspect the fault to lie in me and not in them, etc., 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 etc. What am I to do with such people? I certainly shall write them a very merry letter. Writing to you, I may say that the 2D vol has no such pieces as the 3 I enumerated. It is full of original thinking and an observing mind, but it does not often make you laugh or cry. It too artfully aims at simplicity of expression, and you sometimes doubt if simplicity be not a cover for poverty. The best piece in it I will send you, being short. I have grievously offended my friends in the North by declaring my undue preference, but I need not fear you. She dwelt among the untrodden ways, beside the springs of Dove, a maid whom there were few none to praise, and very few to love. A violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. She lived unknown, and few could know, when Lucy ceased to be. But she is in the grave, and oh, the difference to me. This is choice and genuine, and so are many, many more, but one does not like to have 'em rammed down one's throat. Pray, take it, it's very good, let me help you eat faster. It cannot be too much regretted that Lamb's very merry letter, in answer to Wordsworth and Coleridge's remonstrances, has not been preserved. At the end of the letter is a passage which can be read only in the Boston Bibliophile edition, referring to Dyer's poems, to John Woodville, and to Godwin. Letter 83. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Late February, 1801. You masters of logic ought to know, logic is nothing more than a knowledge of words, as the Greek etymon implies, that all words are no more to be taken in a literal sense at all times than a promise given to a tailor. When I expressed an apprehension that you were mortally offended, I meant no more than by the application of a certain formula of efficacious sounds, which had done in similar cases before, to rouse a sense of decency in you and a remembrance of what was due to me. You masters of logic should advert to this phenomenon in human speech before you arraign the usage of us dramatic geniuses. Imagination is a good blood mare and goes well, but the misfortune is she has too many paths before her. 'Tis true I might have imaged to myself that you had trundled your frail carcass to Norfolk. I might also and did imagine that you had not, but that you were lazy or inventing new properties in a triangle, and for that purpose molding and squeezing landlord Crisp's 3-cornered beaver into fantastic experimental forms, or that Archimedes was meditating to repulse the French, in case of a Cambridge invasion, by a geometric hurling of folios on their red caps, or peradventure that you were in extremities, in great wants, and just set out for Trinity Bogs when my letters came. In short, my genius, which is a short word nowadays for what a great man am I, was absolutely stifled and overlaid with its own riches. Truth is one and poor, like the cruse of Elijah's widow. Imagination is the bold face that multiplies its oil, and thou, the old cracked pipkin, that could not believe it could be put to such purposes. Dull pipkin, to have Elijah for thy cook, imbecile recipient of so fat a miracle. I send you George Dyer's poems, the richest production of the lyric muse this century can justly boast, for Wordsworth's L.B. were published, or at least written, before Christmas. Please to advert to pages 291 to 296 for the most astonishing account of where Shakespeare's muse has been all this while. I thought she had been dead and buried in Stratford Church with the young man that kept her company. But it seems like the devil, buried in Coal Harbor. Some say she's risen again, gone prentice to a barber. N.B. I don't charge anything for the additional manuscript notes, which are the joint productions of myself and a learned translator of Schiller, John Stoddart-esque. N.B. the second, I should not have blotted your book, but I had sent my own out to be bound, as I was in duty bound. A liberal criticism upon the several pieces, lyrical, heroical, amatory, and satirical, would be acceptable. So you don't think there's a word's worth of good poetry in the great L.B.? I daren't put the dreaded syllables at their just length, for my back tingles from the northern castigation. I send you the 3 letters, which I beg you to return along with those former letters, which I hope you are not going to print by your detention. But don't be in a hurry to send them. When you come to town will do. Apropos of coming to town, last Sunday was a fortnight. As I was coming to town from the professor's, inspired with new rum, I tumbled down and broke my nose. I drink nothing stronger than malt liquors. I am going to change my lodgings, having received a hint that it would be agreeable at Our Lady's next feast. I have partly fixed upon most delectable rooms, which look out, when you stand a tiptoe over the Thames and Surrey hills, at the upper end of King's Bench walks in the Temple. There I shall have all the privacy of a house without the encumbrance, and shall be able to lock my friends out as often as I desire to hold free converse with my immortal mind. For my present lodgings resemble a minister's levee. I have so increased my acquaintance, as they call 'em, since I have resided in town. Like the country mouse that had tasted a little of urban manners, I long to be nibbling my own cheese by my dear self, without mousetraps and time-traps. By my new plan, I shall be as airy, up 4 pair of stairs, as in the country, and in a garden in the midst of that enchanting, more than Mahometan paradise, London, whose dirtiest drab-frequented alley and her lowest bowing tradesman I would not exchange for Skiddaw, Helvellyn, James, Walter, and the parson into the bargain. Oh, her lamps of a night, her rich goldsmiths, print shops, toy shops, mercers, hardware men, pastry cooks, St. Paul's Churchyard, the Strand, Exeter Change, Charing Cross with the man upon a black horse. These are thy gods, O London. Ain't you mightily moped on the banks of the Cam? Had not you better come and set up here? You can't think what a difference. All the streets and pavements are pure gold, I warrant you. At least I know an alchemy that turns her mud into that metal, a mind that loves to be at home in crowds. 'Tis 12:30 o'clock, and all sober people ought to be abed. Between you and me, the lyrical ballads are but drowsy performances. See Lamb, as you may guess. Lamb refers in his opening sentences to a letter from himself to Manning which no longer exists. In Manning's last letter, dated February 24, he complains that he found on returning to Cambridge 3 copies of a letter from Lamb suggesting that he was offended because he had not answered. The passage in George Dyer's poems between pages 291 and 296 is long, but it is so quaint and so illustrative of its author's mind that I give it in full, footnotes and all, in the appendix to this volume. Stoddart we have already met. He had translated, with Georg Heinrich, Noten Schiller's Fiasso, 1796, and Don Carlos, 1798. The copy of Dyer's poems annotated by Lamb and Stoddart I have not seen. So you don't think there's a Wordsworth? Manning had written, on February 24, 1801, of the 2nd volume of Lyrical Ballads. I think 'tis utterly absurd from one end to the other. You tell me 'tis good poetry, if you mean that there is nothing puerile, nothing bombast or conceited, everything else that is so often found to disfigure poetry, I agree, but will you read it over and over again? Answer me that, Master Lamb. The 3 letters containing the northern castigation are unhappily lost. My back tingles. Back is not Lamb's word. I am going to change my lodgings. The Lambs were still at 34 Southampton Buildings. They moved to 16 Mitre Court Buildings just before Lady Day, 1801. James, Walter, and the Parson, in Wordsworth's poem The Brothers. Exeter Change, which stood where Burleigh Street now is, was a great building, with bookstalls and miscellaneous stalls on the ground floor and a menagerie above. It was demolished in 1829. Letter 84. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. April 1801. I was not aware that you owed me anything beside that guinea, but I dare say you are right. I live at number 16 Mitre Court Buildings, a pistol shot off Baron Mazer's. You must introduce me to the Baron. I think we should suit one another mainly. He lives on the ground floor for convenience of the gout. I prefer the attic story for the air. He keeps 3 footmen and 2 maids. I have neither maid nor laundress, not caring to be troubled with them. His forte, I understand, is the higher mathematics. My turn, I confess, is more to poetry and the belles letters. The very antithesis of our characters would make up a harmony. You must bring the Baron and me together. N.B. When you come to see me, mount up to the top of the stairs. I hope you are not asthmatical and come in flannel, for it's pure airy up there. And bring your glass, and I will show you the Surrey hills. My bed faces the river so as by perking up upon my haunches and supporting my carcase with my elbows, without much wrying my neck, I can see the white sails glide by the bottom of the King's Bench walks as I lie in my bed. An excellent tiptoe prospect in the best room, casement windows with small panes to look more like a cottage. Mind, I have got no bed for you, that's flat, sold it to pay expenses of moving. The very bed on which Manning lay, the friendly, the mathematical Manning, how forcibly does it remind me of the interesting Otway, the very bed which on thy marriage night gave thee into the arms of Belvedere by the coarse hands of ruffians, upholsterers' men, and see my tears will not give me leave to go on. But a bed I will get you, Manning, on condition you will be my day guest. I have been ill more than a month, with a bad cold, which comes upon me, like a murderer's conscience, about midnight, and vexes me for many hours. I have successively been drugged with Spanish licorice, opium, ipecacuanha, paregoric, and tincture of foxglove, tinctura purpurei digitalis of the ancients. I am afraid I must leave off drinking. Francis Mazers, 1731–1824, whom Lamb mentions again in his Elia essay on the old benchers, was the mathematician, hence his interest to Manning and Reformer. His rooms were at 5 King's Bench Walk. He became Cursitor Baron of the Exchequer in 1773. To the end, he wore a 3-cornered hat, a wig, and ruffles. Priestley praised the Baron's mathematical labors, in which he had the support of William Friend. Letter 85. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. No date, April 1801. Dear Manning, I sent to Brown's immediately. Mr. Brown, or Pidgew, as he is called by the moderns, denied the having received a letter from you. The one for you he remembered receiving and remitting to Leadenhall Street, whither I immediately posted, it being the middle of dinner, my teeth unpicked. There I learned that if you want a letter set right, you must apply at the first door on the left hand before 1 o'clock. I returned and picked my teeth, and this morning I made my application in form and have seen the vagabond letter, which most likely accompanies this. If it does not, I will get Rickman to name it to the Speaker, who will not fail to lay the matter before Parliament the next sessions, when you may be sure to have all abuses in the post department rectified. N.B. There seems to be some informality epidemical. You direct yours to me in Mitre Court. My true address is Mitre Court Buildings. By the pleasantries of fortune, who likes a joke or a double entendre as well as the best of her children, there happens to be another Mr. Lamb, that there should be 2 in Mitre Court. Farewell, and think upon it. C.L. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, dated April 6, 1801, in praise of Jeremy Taylor, particularly The Holy Dying. Lamb recommends Lloyd to read the story of the Ephesian matron in the 8th section. Here also should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, dated June 26, 1801, containing a very interesting criticism of George Frederick Cook's acting as Richard Roman III. At Covent Garden, Lamb wrote for the Morning Post, January 8, 1802, a criticism of Cook in this part, which will be found in Vol. I of the present edition. Letter 86. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. June 29, 1801. Dear Sir, Dr. Christie's brother and sister are come to town, and have shown me great civilities. I in return wish to requite them, having, by God's grace, principles of generosity implanted, as the moralists say, in my nature, which have been duly cultivated and watered by good and religious friends, and a pious education. They have picked up in the northern parts of the island an astonishing admiration of the great author of the new philosophy in England, and I have ventured to promise their taste an evening's gratification by seeing Mr. Godwin face to face. Will you do them, and me in them, the pleasure of drinking tea and supping with me at the old number 16 on Friday or Saturday next? An early nomination of the day will very much oblige yours sincerely. C.H. Lamb. Dr. Christie's brother and sister I do not identify. Letter 87. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. August 14, 1801. Dear Wilson, I am extremely sorry that any serious difference should subsist between us on account of some foolish behavior of mine at Richmond. You knew me well enough before that a very little liquor will cause a considerable alteration in me. I beg you to impute my conduct solely to that, and not to any deliberate intention of offending you, from whom I have received so many friendly attentions. I know that you think a very important difference in opinion with respect to some more serious subjects between us makes me a dangerous companion, but do not rashly infer, from some slight and light expressions which I may have made use of in a moment of levity in your presence, without sufficient regard to your feelings, do not conclude that I am an inveterate enemy to all religion. I have had a time of seriousness, and I have known the importance and reality of a religious belief. Latterly, I acknowledge, much of my seriousness has gone off, whether from new company or some other new associations, but I still retain at bottom a conviction of the truth and a certainty of the usefulness of religion. I will not pretend to more gravity or feeling than I at present possess. My intention is not to persuade you that any great alteration is probable in me. Sudden converts are superficial and transitory. I only want you to believe that I have stamina of seriousness within me, and that I desire nothing more than a return of that friendly intercourse which used to subsist between us, but which my folly has suspended. Believe me, very affectionately yours, C. Lamb. Walter Wilson, 1781–1847, was, perhaps, at this time, or certainly previously, in the India House with Lamb. Later he became a bookseller, and then, inheriting money, he entered at the Inner Temple. We meet him again later in the correspondence, in connection with his Life of Defoe, 1830. One wonders if the following passage in Hazlitt's essay on coffee-house politicians, in Table Talk, has any reference to the Richmond incident. Elia, the grave and witty, says things not to be surpassed in essence, but the manner is more painful and less a relief to my own thoughts. Someone conceived he could not be an excellent companion because he was seen walking down the side of the Thames, passibus iniques, after dining at Richmond. The objection was not valid. Letter 88. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. August 1801. Dear Manning, I have forborne writing so long, and so have you, for the matter of that, until I am almost ashamed either to write or to forbear any longer. But as your silence may proceed from some worse cause than neglect, from illness, or some mishap which may have befallen you, I begin to be anxious. You may have been burnt out, or you may have married, or you may have broken a limb, or turned country parson. Any of these would be excuse sufficient for not coming to my supper. I am not so unforgiving as the nobleman in St. Mark. For me, nothing new has happened to me, unless that the poor Albion died last Saturday of the world's neglect, and with it the fountain of my puns is choked up forever. All the Lloyds wonder that you do not write to them. They apply to me for the cause, relieve me from this weight of ignorance, and enable me to give a truly oracular response. I have been confined some days with swelled cheek and rheumatism. They divide and govern me with a viceroy headache in the middle. I can neither write nor read without great pain. It must be something like obstinacy that I choose this time to write to you in after many months' interruption. I will close my letter of simple inquiry with an epigram on Mackintosh, the Vindici Gallici man who has got a place at last, one of the last I did for the Albion. Though thou'rt like Judas, an apostate black, in the resemblance one thing thou dost lack. When he had gotten his ill-purchased pelf, he went away and wisely hanged himself. This thou may do at last, yet much I doubt, if thou hast any bowels to gush out. Yours as ever, C. Lamb. The Albion was at the time of its decease owned and edited by John Fenwick, a friend of Lamb's whom we shall meet again. Lamb told the story in the Elia essay on newspapers in the following passage. From the office of the Morning Post, for we may as well exhaust our newspaper reminiscences at once. By change of property in the paper, we were transferred, mortifying exchange, to the office of the Albion newspaper, late Rackstrow's Museum, in Fleet Street. What a transition from a handsome apartment, from rosewood desks and silver inkstands, to an office, no office, but a den rather, but just redeemed from the occupation of dead monsters, of which it seemed redolent, from the center of loyalty and fashion to a focus of vulgarity and sedition. Here in murky closet, inadequate from its square contents to the receipt of the two bodies of editor and humble paragraph maker, together at one time, sat in the discharge of his new editorial functions, the bigod of Elia, the redoubted John Fenwick. F. without a guinea in his pocket, and having left not many in the pockets of his friends whom he might command, had purchased, on tick doubtless, the whole and sole editorship, proprietorship, with all the rights and titles, such as they were worth, of the Albion, from one Lovell, of whom we know nothing, save that he had stood in the pillory for a libel on the Prince of Wales. With this hopeless concern, for it had been sinking ever since its commencement, and could now reckon upon not more than 100 subscribers, F. resolutely determined upon pulling down the government in the first instance, and making both our fortunes by way of corollary. For 7 weeks and more did this infatuated Democrat go about borrowing 7-shilling pieces and lesser coin to meet the daily demands of the stamp office, which allowed no credit to publications of that side in politics. An outcast from politer bread, we attached our small talents to the forlorn fortunes of our friend. Our occupation now was to write treason. Recollections of feelings, which were all that now remained from our first boyish heats kindled by the French Revolution, when if we were misled, we erred in the company of some, who are accounted very good men now, rather than any tendency at this time to republican doctrines, assisted us in assuming a style of writing, while the paper lasted, consonant in no very undertone to the right earnest fanaticism of FRQ was now to insinuate, rather than recommend, possible abdications. Blocks, axes, Whitehall tribunals were covered with flowers of so cunning a periphrasis, as Mr. Bayes says, never naming the thing directly, that the keen eye of an attorney general was insufficient to detect the lurking snake among them. There were times, indeed, when we signed for our more gentlemanlike occupation under Stuart, but with change of masters it is ever change of service. Already one paragraph, and another, as we learned afterwards from a gentleman at the Treasury, had begun to be marked at that office, with a view of its being submitted at least to the attention of the proper law officers, when an unlucky, or rather lucky epigram from our pen, aimed at Sir J. S. M. H., who was on the eve of departing for India to reap the fruits of his apostasy, as F. pronounced it, it is hardly worth particularizing, happening to offend the nice sense of Lord, or, as he then delighted to be called, Citizen Stanhope, deprived F. at once of the last hopes of a guinea from the last patron that had stuck by us, and breaking up our establishment, left us to the safe, but somewhat mortifying, neglect of the Crown lawyers. There are, however, in Lamb's account, written 30 years afterwards, some errors. He passed rather from the Albion to the Post than from the Post to the Albion, see the notes in Vol. Roman II. Sir James Mackintosh was not in 1801 on the eve of departing for India. He did not get the post of Recordership of Bombay until 2 years later. The epigram probably referred to an earlier rumor of a post for him. His apostasy consisted in recanting in 1800 from the opinions set forth in his Vindici Gallici, 1791, a book supporting the French revolutionists, and in becoming a close friend of his old enemy Burke. I have not succeeded in finding a file of the Albion, nor, I believe, has anyone else. The nobleman in St. Mark, Lamb was thinking of Luke Roman 14, 1624. Letter 89. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. P.M. August 31, 1801. I heard that you were going to China, with a commission from the Wedgwoods to collect hints for their pottery and to teach the Chinese perspective. But I did not know that London lay in your way to Pekin. I am seriously glad of it, for I shall trouble you with a small present for the Emperor of Uzbek Tartary as you go by his territories. It is a fragment of a dissertation on the state of political parties in England at the end of the 18th century, which will no doubt be very interesting to His Imperial Majesty. It was written originally in English for the use of the 2 and 20 readers of the Albion. This calculation includes a printer, 4 pressmen, and a devil, but becoming of no use when the Albion stopped, I got it translated into Uzbek Tartar by my good friend Tibet Kulm, who is come to London with a civil invitation from the Cam to the English nation to go over to the worship of the Lama. The Albion is dead, dead as nail in door, and my revenues have died with it, but I am not as a man without hope. I have got a sort of opening to the Morning Chronicle, Mr. Manning, by means of that common dispenser of benevolence, Mr. Dyer. I have not seen Perry the editor yet, but I am preparing a specimen. I shall have a difficult job to manage, for you must know that Mr. Perry, in common with the great body of the Whigs, thinks the Albion very low. I find I must rise a peg or so, be a little more decent and less abusive, for to confess the truth, I had arrived to an abominable pitch. I spared neither age nor sex when my cue was given me. Import, as they say in French, any climate will suit me. So you're about to bring your old face-making face to London. You could not come in a better time for my purposes, for I have just lost Rickman, a faint idea of whose character I sent you. He is gone to Ireland for a year or two to make his fortune, and I have lost by his going what it seems to me I can never recover, a finished man. His memory will be to me as the brazen serpent to the Israelites. I shall look up to it, to keep me upright and honest. But he may yet bring back his honest face to England one day. I wish your affairs with the Emperor of China had not been so urgent, that you might have stayed in Great Britain a year or two longer to have seen him, for judging from my own experience, I almost dare pronounce you never saw his equal. I never saw a man that could be at all a second or substitute for him in any sort. Imagine that what is here erased was an apology and explanation, perfectly satisfactory you may be sure, for rating this man so highly at the expense of and. But Mr. Burke has explained this phenomenon of our nature very prettily in his letter to a member of the National Assembly, or else in his appeal to the old Whigs, I forget which. Do you remember an instance, from Homer, who understood these matters tolerably well, of Priam driving away his other sons with expressions of wrath and bitter reproach, when Hector was just dead? I live where I did, in a private manner, because I don't like state. Nothing is so disagreeable to me as the clamors and applauses of the mob. For this reason, I live in an obscure situation in one of the courts of the temple. C.L. Manning had taken up Chinese at Cambridge, and in 1800 he had moved to Paris to study the language under Dr. Hagen. He did not, however, go to China until 1806. The Wedgwoods were Coleridge's patrons, Lamb's. Reference to them is, of course, a joke. The Morning Chronicle was then the chief Whig paper, the principal opponent of the Morning Post. I have, I think, traced 2 or 3 of Lamb's contributions to the Chronicle at this period, but they are not of his best. He quickly moved on to the Post, but as we shall see, only for a short period. Rickman went to Dublin in 1801 with Abbott, the chief secretary for Ireland, and was appointed deputy keeper of the Privy Seal. He returned in February 1802. The reference to Burke is to his justification of his particular solicitude for the crown, as the part of the British Constitution then in danger, though not in itself more important than the other parts, in the appeal from the new to the old Whigs. The prime Hector illustration is there employed. Homer, see the Iliad, Book 24, lines 311-316. Pope translates thus. Next on his sons, his erring fury falls. Polites Paris, Agathon he calls. His threats Deiphobus and Dias hear. Hippothous, Pammon, Helenus the seer. And generous Antiphon, for yet these 9 survived, sad relics of his numerous line. Following this letter should come one from Lamb to John Rickman, dated September 16, 1801, the first of a valuable series printed in Canon Ainger's latest edition, saying that he and his sister are at Margate. He has been trying to write for the Morning Chronicle, but with little success. Is now meditating a book. Why should every creature make books but I? After a passage concerning George Burnet, Lamb describes Godwin and his courtship of his second wife, a very disgusting woman. You never saw such a philosophically coxcomb, nor anyone play the Romeo so unnaturally. Here should come a mutilated letter, not yet printed, I believe, shown to me by Mr. Bertram Doble, from Lamb to Manning, written probably at Margate, where this year's holidays were spent. It is deeply interesting, and I wish one could print it even with its imperfections. There are references to White, Dyer, Coleridge, pity that such human frailties should perch upon the margin of Ulswater Lake and the Lloyds, also to politics and the riddle of life. What we came here for I know no more than an idiot. Letter 90. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. Sept. 9, 1801. Dear Sir, nothing runs in my head when I think of your story, but that you should make it as like the life of Savage as possible. That is a known and familiar tale, and its effect on the public mind has been very great. Many of the incidents in the true history are readily made dramatical. For instance, Savage used to walk backwards and forwards nights to his mother's window to catch a glimpse of her as she passed with a candle. With some such situation, the play might happily open. I would plunge my hero, exactly like Savage, into difficulties and embarrassments, the consequences of an unsettled mind, out of which he may be extricated by the unknown interference of his mother. He should be attended from the beginning by a friend, who should stand in much the same relation towards him as Horatio to Altamont in the play of the Fair Penitent. A character of this sort seems indispensable. This friend might gain interviews with the mother when the son was refused sight of her. Like Horatio with Callister, he might wring her soul. Like Horatio, he might learn the secret first. He might be exactly in the same perplexing situation when he had learned it, whether to tell it or conceal it from the son. I have still Savage in my head, might kill a man, as he did. In an affray he should receive a pardon, as Savage did, and the mother might interfere to have him banished. This should provoke the friend to demand an interview with her husband and disclose the whole secret. The husband, refusing to believe anything to her dishonor, should fight with him. The husband repents before he dies. The mother explains and confesses everything in his presence. The son is admitted to an interview with his now acknowledged mother. Instead of embraces, she resolves to abstract herself from all pleasure, even from his sight, in voluntary penance all her days after. This is crude indeed, but I am totally unable to suggest a better. I am the worst hand in the world at a plot, but I understand enough of passion to predict that your story, with some of Savage's, which has no repugnance, but a natural alliance with it, cannot fail. The mystery of the suspected relationship, the suspicion, generated from slight and forgotten circumstances, coming at last to act as instinct, and so to be mistaken for instinct, the son's unceasing pursuit and throwing of himself in his mother's way, something like Falkland's eternal persecution of Williams, the high and intricate passion in the mother, the being obliged to shun and keep at a distance the thing nearest to her heart, to be cruel, where her heart yearns to be kind, without a possibility of explanation. You have the power of life and death and the hearts of your auditors in your hands. Still Harris will want a skeleton, and he must have it. I can only put in some sorry hints. The discovery to the son's friend may take place not before the 3D act, in some such way as this. The mother may cross the street, he may point her out to some gay companion of his as the beauty of Leghorn, the pattern for wives, and C. His companion, who is an Englishman, laughs at his mistake and knows her to have been the famous Nancy Dawson or anyone else who captivated the English king. Some such way seems dramatic and speaks to the eye. The audience will enter into the friend's surprise and into the perplexity of his situation. These ocular scenes are so many great landmarks, rememberable headlands and lighthouses in the voyage. Macbeth's witch has a good advice to a tragic writer what to do with his spectator. Show his eyes and grieve his heart. The most difficult thing seems to be what to do with the husband. You will not make him jealous of his own son. That is a stale and an unpleasant trick in Douglas, etc. Can't you keep him out of the way till you want him? As the husband of Isabella is conveniently sent off till his cue comes, there will be story enough without him, and he will only puzzle all. Catastrophes are worst of all. Mine is most stupid. I only propose it to fulfill my engagement, not in hopes to convert you. It is always difficult to get rid of a woman at the end of a tragedy. Men may fight and die. A woman must either take poison, which is a nasty trick, or go mad, which is not fit to be shown, or retire, which is poor. Only retiring is most reputable. I am sorry I can furnish you no better, but I find it extremely difficult to settle my thoughts upon anything but the scene before me when I am from home. I am from home so seldom. If the least hint crosses me, I will write again, and I very much wish to read your plan, if you could abridge and send it. In this little scrawl you must take the will for the deed, for I most sincerely wish success to your play. Farewell. C.L. This and the letter that follows it contain Lamb's suggestions for Godwin's play Falconer, upon which he was now meditating, but which was not performed until 1807. Lamb wrote the prologue, a poem in praise of Defoe, since it was in Roxana, or at least in one edition of it, that the counterpart to or portion of Godwin's plot is found. There, however, the central figure is a daughter, not a son. See the letters to Walter Wilson. Mr. Swinburne, in the little article to which I have already alluded, says of this and the following letter, several of Lamb's suggestions, in spite of his own modest disclaimer, I am the worst hand in the world at a plot, seem to me, especially as coming from the author of a tragedy memorable alike for sweetness of moral emotion and emptiness of theatrical subject, worthy of note for the instinctive intuition of high dramatic effect implied in their rough and rapid outlines. Richard Savage, the poet, whose life Johnson wrote, claimed to be the illegitimate son of Lady Macclesfield by Lord Rivers. Savage killed Sinclair in a tavern quarrel in 1727 and was condemned to death. His pardon was obtained by the Countess of Hertford. The Fair Penitent is by Nicholas Rowe. Falkland and Williams are in Godwin's novel Caleb Williams, dramatized by Cullman as The Iron Chest. Harris will want a skeleton. Thomas Harris, stage manager of Covent Garden Theatre. Nancy Dawson, 1730, minus 1767, the famous dancer and bona roba. Douglas Holmes tragedy. The husband of Isabella, in Southern's Fatal Marriage. Letter 91. Fragment. Charles Lamb to William Godwin. Margate Sepp, 1801. I shall be glad to come home and talk these matters over with you. I have read your scheme very attentively. That Arabella has been mistress to King Charles is sufficient to all the purposes of the story. It can only diminish that respect we feel for her to make her turn whore to one of the lords of his bedchamber. Her son must not know that she has been a whore. It matters not that she has been whore to a king. Equally in both cases, it is against decorum and against the delicacy of a son's respect that he should be privy to it. No doubt many sons might feel a wayward pleasure in the honorable guilt of their mothers, but is it a true feeling? Is it the best sort of feeling? Is it a feeling to be exposed on theaters to mothers and daughters? Your conclusion, or rather Defoe's, comes far short of the tragic ending, which is always expected, and it is not safe to disappoint. A tragic auditory wants blood. They care but little about a man and his wife parting. Besides, what will you do with the son, after all his pursuits and adventures? Even quietly leave him to take guinea-and-a-half lodgings with Mamma in Leghorn. O impotent and pacific measures! I am certain that you must mix up some strong ingredients of distress to give a savor to your pottage. I still think that you may and must graft the story of Savage upon Defoe. Your hero must kill a man or do something. Can't you bring him to the gallows or some great mischief, out of which she must have recourse to an explanation with her husband to save him? Think on this. The husband, for instance, has great friends in court at Leghorn. The son is condemned to death. She cannot tease him for a stranger. She must tell the whole truth. Or she may tease him, as for a stranger, till, like Othello in Cassio's case, he begins to suspect her for her importunity. Or, being pardoned, can she not tease her husband to get him banished? Something of this I suggested before. Both is best. The murder and the pardon will make business for the fourth act, and the banishment and explanation, by means of the friend, I want you to draw the fifth. You must not open any of the truth to Dolly by means of a letter. A letter is a feeble messenger on the stage. Somebody, the son or his friend, must, as a coup de main, be exasperated and obliged to tell the husband. Damn the husband and his gentlemanlike qualities. Keep him out of sight, or he will trouble all. Let him be in England on trade, and come home, as Byron does in Isabella in the fourth act, when he is wanted. I am for introducing situations, sort of counterparts to situations, which have been tried in other plays, like but not the same. On this principle I recommended a friend like Horatio in The Fair Penitent, and on this principle I recommend a situation like Othello, with relation to Desdemona's intercession for Cassio. By scenes may likewise receive hints. The son may see his mother at a masque or feast, as Romeo, Juliet. The festivity of the company contrasts with the strong perturbations of the individuals. Dolly may be told his wife's past unchastity at a masque by some witch character, as Macbeth upon the heath, in dark sentences. This may stir his brain and be forgot, but come in aid of stronger proof hereafter. From this, what you will perhaps call whimsical way of counterparting, this honest stealing and original mode of plagiarism, much yet, I think, remains to be sucked. Excuse these abortions. I thought you would want the draft soon again, and I would not send it empty away. Yours truly. William Godwin. Somers Town, 17th Sept. 1801. The point of signing this letter with Godwin's name and adding his address, Lamb, it will be noticed, was then at Margate, is not clear. I place here the following letter, not having any clue as to date, which is immaterial. Letter 92. Charles Lamb to Mrs. William Godwin. Dear Mrs. G., having observed with some concern that Mr. Godwin is a little fastidious in what he eats for supper, I herewith beg to present his palate with a piece of dried salmon. I am assured it is the best that swims in Trent. If you do not know how to dress it, allow me to add that it should be cut in thin slices and boiled in paper previously prepared in butter. Wishing it exquisite, I remain, much as before, yours sincerely. See lamb. Some add mashed potatoes. Following this letter should come a letter from Lamb to John Rickman, describing the state of their two George friends, George I, George Dyer, and George II, George Burnet. Burnet, he says, as ill becomes adversity as Dyer would prosperity. He tells also of another poor acquaintance of Rickman's, one Simmons with a slit lip, who has been to Lamb to borrow money. Saving his dirty shirt and his physiognomy and his bacco box, together with a certain kiddy air in his walk, a man W'd have gone near to have mistaken him for a gentleman. He has a sort of ambition to be so misunderstood. Letter 93. Charles Lamb to John Rickman. To John Rickman, Esq. Dublin Castle. No date, November 1801. A letter from G. Dyer will probably accompany this. I wish I could convey to you any notion of the whimsical scenes I have been witness to in this fortnight past. 'Twas on Tuesday week, the poor heathen scrambled up to my door about breakfast time. He came through a violent rain with no neckcloth on, and a beard that made him a spectacle to men and angels, and tapped at the door. Mary opened it, and he stood stark still, and held a paper in his hand, importing that he had been ill with a fever. He either wouldn't or couldn't speak, except by signs. When you went to comfort him, he put his hand upon his heart and shook his head, and told us his complaint lay where no medicines could reach it. I was dispatched for Dr. Dale, Mr. Phillips of St. Paul's Churchyard, and Mr. Friend, who is to be his executor. George solemnly delivered into Mr. Friend's hands and mine an old burnt preface that had been in the fire, with injunctions which we solemnly vowed to obey, that it should be printed after his death with his last corrections, and that some account should be given to the world why he had not fulfilled his engagement with subscribers. Having done this, and borrowed 2 guineas of his bookseller, to whom he imparted in confidence that he should leave a great many loose papers behind him, which would only want methodizing and arranging to prove very lucrative to any bookseller after his death, he laid himself down on my bed in a mood of complacent resignation. By the aid of meat and drink put into him, for I all along suspected a vacuum, he was enabled to sit up in the evening, but he had not got the better of his intolerable fear of dying. He expressed such philosophical indifference in his speech, and such frightened apprehensions in his physiognomy, that if he had truly been dying, and I had known it, I could not have kept my countenance. In particular, when the doctor came and ordered him to take little white powders, I suppose of chalk or alum, to humor him, he eyed him with a suspicion which I could not account for. He has since explained that he took it for granted Dr. Dale knew his situation, and had ordered him these powders to hasten his departure, that he might suffer as little pain as possible. Think what an aspect the heathen put on with these fears upon a dirty face. To recount all his freaks for 2 or 3 days while he thought he was going, and how the fit operated, and sometimes the man got uppermost, and sometimes the author, and he had this excellent person to serve, and he must correct some proof sheets for Phillips, and he could not bear to leave his subscribers unsatisfied, but he must not think of these things now. He was going to a place where he should satisfy all his debts, and when he got a little better, he began to discourse what a happy thing it would be if there was a place where all the good men and women in the world might meet, meaning heathen, and I really believe for a time he had doubts about his soul, for he was very near, if not quite, light-headed. The fact was he had not had a good meal for some days, and his little dirty niece, whom he sent for with a still dirtier nephew, and hugged him, and bid them farewell, told us that unless he dines out he subsists on tea and gruels. And he corroborated this tale by ever and anon complaining of sensations of gnawing which he felt about his heart, which he mistook his stomach to be, and sure enough these gnawings were dissipated after a meal or 2, and he surely thinks that he has been rescued from the jaws of death by Dr. Dale's white powders. He has got quite well again by nursing, and chirps of odes and lyric poetry the day long. He is to go out of town on Monday, and with him goes the dirty train of his papers and books, which followed him to our house. I shall not be sorry when he takes his nipped carcase out of my bed, which it has occupied, and vanishes with all his lyric lumber, but I will endeavor to bring him in future into a method of dining at least once a day. I have proposed to him to dine with me, and he has nearly come into it, whenever he does not go out, and pay me. I will take his money beforehand, and he shall eat it out. If I don't, it will go all over the world. Some worthless relations, of which the dirty little devil that looks after him and a still more dirty nephew are component particles, I have reason to think divide all his gains with some lazy, worthless authors that are his constant satellites. The literary fund has voted him seasonably £20, and if I can help it, he shall spend it on his own carcase. I have assisted him in arranging the remainder of what he calls poems, and he will get rid of 'em, I hope, in another. Here 3 lines are torn away at the foot of the page, wherein Lamb makes the transition from George Dyer to another poor author, George Burnett. I promised Burnett to write when his parcel went. He wants me to certify that he is more awake than you think him. I believe he may be by this time, but he is so full of self-opinion that I fear whether he and Phillips will ever do together. What he is to do for Phillips, he whimsically seems to consider more as a favor done to P than a job from P. He still persists to call employment dependence, and prates about the insolence of booksellers and the tax upon geniuses. Poor devil, he is not launched upon the ocean, and is seasick with a forethought. I write plainly about him, and he would stare and frown finely if he read this treacherous epistle, but I really am anxious about him, and that. It nettles me to see him so proud and so helpless. If he is not served, he will never serve himself. I read his long letter to Southey, which I suppose you have seen. He had better have been furnishing copy for Phillips than luxuriating in tracing the causes of his imbecility. I believe he is a little wrong in not ascribing more to the structure of his own mind. He had his yawns from nature, his pride from education. I hope to see Southey soon, so I need only send my remembrance to him now. Doubtless, I need not tell him that Burnet is not to be fostered in self-opinion. His eyes want opening to see himself a man of middling stature. I am not oculist enough to do this. The booksellers may one day remove the film. I am all this time on the most cordial supping terms of amity with G. Burnet, and really love him at times, but I must speak freely of people behind their backs and not think it backbiting. It is better than Godwin's way of telling a man he is a fool to his face. I think if you could do anything for George in the way of an office, God knows whether you can in any haste. Case, but you did talk of it. It is my firm belief that it would be his only chance of settlement. He will never live by his literary exertions, as he calls them. He is too proud to go the usual way to work, and he has no talents to make that way unnecessary. I know he talks big in his letter to Southey that his mind is undergoing an alteration, and that the die is now casting that shall consign him to honor or dishonor. But these expressions are the convulsions of a fever, not the sober workings of health. Translated into plain English, he now and then perceives he must work or starve, and then he thinks he'll work. But when he goes about it, there's a lion in the way. He came dawdling to me for an encyclopedia yesterday. I recommended him to Norris Library, and he said if he could not get it there, Phillips was bound to furnish him with one. It was Phillips' interest to do so, and all that. This was true with some restrictions, but as to Phillips' interests to oblige G.B., Lord help his simple head, P could by a whistle call together a host of such authors as G.B. like Robin Hood's Merry Men in Green. P has regular regiments in pay. Poor writers are his crab lice and suck at him for nutriment. His round pudding chops are their idea of plenty when in their idle fancies they aspire to be rich. What do you think of a life of G. Dyer? I can scarcely conceive a more amusing novel. He has been connected with all sects in the world, and he will faithfully tell all he knows. Everybody will read it, and if it is not done according to my fancy, I promise to put him in a novel when he dies. Nothing shall escape me. If you think it feasible, whenever you write you may encourage him. Since he has been so close with me, I have perceived the workings of his inordinate vanity, his gigantic attention to particles, and to prevent open vowels in his odes, his solicitude that the public may not lose any tittle of his poems by his death, and all the while his utter ignorance that the world don't care a pin about his odes and his criticisms, a fact which everybody knows but himself. He is a rum genius. C.L. Dr. Dale would probably be Thomas Dale of Devonshire Square, Bishopsgate, who had a large city practice in those days. He died in 1816. An old burnt preface. See note on page 210. George Burnet we have already met. He was born probably in 1776. He went to Balliol, met Southey and Coleridge, and became a pantasocratist. Subsequently, he became a dissenting minister at Yarmouth, and then a medical student at Edinburgh, and later he succeeded George Dyer as tutor in the family of Lord Stanhope. He became one of Phillips' hacks, as Lamb's letter tells us. His principal work was the Specimens of English Prose Writers, 1807, in 3 volumes, in which it has been stated that Lamb had a hand. He died in want in 1811. The reference to Southey being in Dublin is explained by the fact that through Rickman, he had been appointed private secretary to Mr. Corey, Chancellor of the Exchequer for Ireland, at a salary of £400. He did not long retain the post, as it was vexatious and the duties very irregular. Lamb's next letter to Rickman, dated November 24, 1801, contains better news of Dyer and returns to the subject of John Woodville. Dyer regularly dines with me when he does not go a-visiting, and brings his shilling. Also, says Lamb, he talks of marrying. He has not forgiven me for betraying to you his purpose of writing his own life. He says that if it once spreads, so many people will expect and wish to have a place in it, that he is sure he shall disoblige all his friends. Another, undated, letter to Rickman should probably come hereabouts, saying that Dyer has been lent a house at Enfield full of books, where he is at work on his poems. Here perhaps should come a letter from Lamb to Robert Lloyd, returning to Jeremy Taylor and deprecating a selection from his works, which Robert Lloyd had suggested that Lamb should make. In 1805, Basil Montagu, afterwards, if not now a friend of Lamb's, published a volume of selections from the works of Taylor, etc. Lamb says that Manning and Coleridge are in town, and he is making a thorough alteration in the structure of his play, John Woodville, for publication. Here perhaps should come a further undated letter to Rickman in which Lamb says that the receipt of £50 for an old debt has made it possible to print John Woodville. Dyer, he says, is the most unmanageable of God's creatures. Burnet is in a very bad way again. Fenwick's paper The Plough has become a weekly. Godwin is not yet married. Fell Godwin's shadow is writing a comedy. An owl making a pun would be no bad emblem of the unnatural attempt. In a postscript, Lamb says that he has since read the play, and it is not bad. Who knows, but owls do make puns when they hoot by moonshine. The best news is that Lamb hopes to be a theatrical critic for the Morning Post. Here should come a letter to Rickman dated January 9, 1802, the principal news in which is that George Dyer is consorting with the Earl of Buchan, the eccentric biographer of Fletcher of Saltown, and has brought him to see Lamb. I went at home, but Mary was washing, a pretty pickle to receive an earl in. Lord have mercy upon us, a lord in my garret. My utmost ambition was some time or other to receive a secretary. Well, I am to breakfast with this mad lord on Sunday. Lamb refers to his article in the Post on Cook's Richard Roman III. Here should come a letter to Rickman dated January 14, 1802, in which Lamb confesses to the authorship of Dick Stripe in the Morning Post of January 6 C. Vol. Roman IV. Also of a whimsical account of the Lord Mayor's state bed C. Vol. I, and of some of the Twelfth Night epigrams C. Vol. Roman IV. He includes 2 epigrams which the editor rejected. Here should come a note to Rickman dated January 18, 1802, relating to a joint subscription with Rickman's father for certain newspapers. Here should come a letter to Rickman dated February 1, 1802, giving the first draft of the epitaph for Mary Drute C. Vol. Roman IV. He also says that George Burnet, who had just been appointed tutor to the sons of Lord Citizen Stanhope, is perplexed because his pupils have run away. Here should come a note to Rickman, dated February 4, 1802, accompanying 3 copies of John Woodville, and saying that an annuity is to be bought for George Dyer by certain friends. Here should come a letter to Rickman, dated February 14, 1802, which contains the news that Lamb has given up the post. He feels much relieved in consequence, in spite of the loss of money. George Dyer's dinner money is now paid from his friend's fund, and Burnet is happy in doing nothing for Lord Stanhope's salary. Mary Lamb does not want Rickman to know that Helen, in the John Woodville volume, is of her writing. Letter 94. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. No date, Feb. 15, 1802. Not a sentence, not a syllable of Trismegistus shall be lost through my neglect. I am his word banker, his storekeeper of puns and syllogisms. You cannot conceive, and if Trismegistus cannot, no man can, the strange joy which I felt at the receipt of a letter from Paris. It seemed to give me a learned importance, which placed me above all who had not Parisian correspondence. Believe that I shall carefully husband every scrap, which will save you the trouble of memory when you come back. You cannot write things so trifling, let them only be about Paris, which I shall not treasure. In particular, I must have parallels of actors and actresses. I must be told if any building in Paris is at all comparable to St. Paul's, which, contrary to the usual mode of that part of our nature called admiration, I have looked up to with unfading wonder every morning at 10 o'clock, ever since it has lain in my way to business. At noon, I casually glance upon it, being hungry, and hunger has not much taste for the fine arts. Is any night walk comparable to a walk from St. Paul's to Charing Cross, for lighting and paving, crowds going and coming without respite, the rattle of coaches and the cheerfulness of shops? Have you seen a man guillotined yet? Is it as good as hanging? Are the women all painted, and the men all monkeys? Or are there not a few that look like rational of both sexes? Are you and the first consul thick? All this expense of ink I may fairly put you to, as your letters will not be solely for my proper pleasure, but are to serve as memoranda and notices, helps for short memory, a kind of Rumfordizing recollection for yourself on your return. Your letter was just what a letter should be, crammed and very funny. Every part of it pleased me till you came to Paris, and your damned philosophical indolence or indifference stung me. You cannot stir from your rooms till you know the language. What the devil? Are men nothing but word trumpets? Are men all tongue and ear? Have these creatures that you and I profess to know something about no faces, gestures, gabble, no folly, no absurdity, no induction of French education upon the abstract idea of men and women, no similitude nor dissimilitude to English? Why, thou damned smell fungus, your account of your landing and reception and Bullen, I forget how you spell it, it was spelt my way in Harry the Eighth's time, was exactly in that minute style which strong impressions inspire. Writing to a Frenchman, I write as a Frenchman would. It appears to me as if I should die with joy at the first landing in a foreign country. It is the nearest pleasure which a grown man can substitute for that unknown one which he can never know, the pleasure of the first entrance into life from the womb. I dare say, in a short time, my habits would come back like a stronger man armed and drive out that new pleasure, and I should soon sicken for known objects. Nothing has transpired here that seems to me of sufficient importance to send dryshod over the water, but I suppose you will want to be told some news. The best and the worst to me is that I have given up 2 guineas a week at the post, and regained my health and spirits, which were upon the wane. I grew sick, and Stuart unsatisfied. Ludisti satis, tempus abea est, I must cut closer, that's all. In all this time I have done but one thing, which I reckon tolerable, and that I will transcribe, because it may give you pleasure, being a picture of my humours. You will find it in my last page. It absurdly is a first number of a series, thus strangled in its birth. More news. The professor's rib has come out to be a damned disagreeable woman, so much so as to drive me and some more old cronies from his house. If a man will keep snakes in his house, he must not wonder if people are shy of coming to see him because of the snakes. C.L. Mr. Fell, or as you, with your usual facetiousness and drollery, call him, Mr. F. Roman II, has stopped short in the middle of his play. Some friend has told him that it has not the least merit in it. Oh, that I had the rectifying of the litany! I would put in a libera nos, scripters videlicet, ob amicis, that's all the news. Apropos, is it pedantry, writing to a Frenchman, to express myself sometimes by a French word, when an English one would not do as well? Methinks, my thoughts fall naturally into it. Apropos, I think you wrong about my play. All the omissions are right, and the supplementary scene, in which Sandford narrates the manner in which his master is affected, is the best in the book. It stands where a hodgepodge of German puerilities used to stand. I insist upon it that you like that scene. Love me, love that scene. I will now transcribe The Londoner, number 1, and wind up all with affection and humble servant at the end. The Londoner, number 1. In compliance with my own particular humour, no less than with thy laudable curiosity, reader, I proceed to give thee some account of my history and habits. I was born under the nose of St. Dunstan's steeple, just where the conflux of the eastern and western inhabitants of this twofold city meet and justle in friendly opposition at Temple Bar. The same day which gave me to the world saw London happy in the celebration of her great annual feast. This I cannot help looking upon as a lively type or omen of the future great goodwill which I was destined to bear toward the city, resembling in kind that solicitude which every chief magistrate is supposed to feel for whatever concerns her interests and well-being. Indeed, I consider myself in some sort a speculative Lord Mayor of London, for though circumstances unhappily preclude me from the hope of ever arriving at the dignity of a gold chain and spittle sermon, yet thus much will I say of myself, in truth, that Whittington himself with his cat, just emblem of vigilance and a furred gown, never went beyond me in affection, which I bear to the citizens. Shut out from serving them in the most honourable mode, I aspire to do them benefit in another, scarcely less honourable, and if I cannot, by virtue of office, commit vice and irregularity to the material counter, I will, at least, erect a spiritual one, where they shall be laid fast by the heels. In plain words, I will do my best endeavour to write them down. To return to myself, from whence my zeal for the public good is perpetually causing me to digress, I will let thee, reader, into certain more of my peculiarities. I was born, as you have heard, bred, and have passed most of my time in a crowd. This has begot in me an entire affection for that way of life, amounting to an almost insurmountable aversion from solitude and rural scenes. This aversion was never interrupted or suspended, except for a few years in the younger part of my life, during a period in which I had fixed my affections upon a charming young woman. Every man, while the passion is upon him, is for a time at least addicted to groves and meadows and purling streams. During this short period of my existence, I contracted just enough familiarity with rural objects to understand tolerably well ever after the poets, when they declaim in such passionate terms in favor of a country life. For my own part, now the fit is long past, I have no hesitation in declaring that a mob of happy faces crowding up at the pit door of Drury Lane Theatre just at the hour of 5 give me 10,000 finer pleasures than I ever received from all the flocks of silly sheep that have whitened the plains of Arcadia or Epsom Downs. This passion for crowds is nowhere feasted so full as in London. The man must have a rare recipe for melancholy who can be dull in Fleet Street. I am naturally inclined to hypochondria, but in London it vanishes like all other ills. Often when I have felt a weariness or distaste at home, have I rushed out into her crowded Strand and fed my humor till tears have wetted my cheek for unutterable sympathies with the multitudinous moving picture, which she never fails to present at all hours, like the shifting scenes of a skillful pantomime. The very deformities of London, which give distaste to others, from habit do not displease me. The endless succession of shops, where fancy, miscalled folly, is supplied with perpetual new gauds and toys, excite in me no puritanical aversion. I gladly behold every appetite supplied with its proper food. The obliging customer and the obliged tradesman, things which live by bowing, and things which exist but for homage, do not affect me with disgust. From habit I perceive nothing but urbanity, where other men, more refined, discover meanness. I love the very smoke of London, because it has been the medium most familiar to my vision. I see grand principles of honor at work in the dirty ring, which encompasses two combatants with fists, and principles of no less eternal justice in the tumultuous detectors of a pickpocket. The salutary astonishment with which an execution is surveyed convinces me more forcibly than 100 volumes of abstract polity that the universal instinct of man, in all ages, has leaned to order and good government. Thus an art of extracting morality from the commonest incidents of a town life is attained by the same well-natured alchemy with which the foresters of Arden in a beautiful country found tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Where has spleen her food but in London? Humor, interest, curiosity suck at her measureless breasts without a possibility of being satiated. Nursed amid her noise, her crowds, her beloved smoke, what have I been doing all my life, if I have not lent out my heart with usury to such scenes? Reader, in the course of my peregrinations about the great city, it is hard, if I have not picked up matter, which may serve to amuse thee, as it has done me, a winter evening long. When next we meet, I purpose opening my budget, till when, farewell. What is all this about? Said Mrs. Shandy. A story of a cock and a bull, said Yorick, and so it is, but Manning will take good-naturedly what God will send him across the water. Only I hope he won't shut his eyes and open his mouth, as the children say, for that is the way to gape, and not to read. Manning, continue your laudable purpose of making me your register. I will render back all your remarks, and I, not you, shall have received usury by having read them. In the meantime, may the Great Spirit have you in his keeping, and preserve our Englishmen from the inoculation of frivolity and sin upon French earth. Allens, or what is it you say, instead of goodbye? Mary sends her kind remembrance, and covets the remarks equally with me. See Lamb. The reference to the word banker and register is explained by Manning's first letter to Lamb from Paris, in which he says, I beg you to keep all my letters. I hope to send you many, and I may in the course of time make some observations that I shall wish to recall to my memory when I return to England. Are you and the First Consul thick? Napoleon, with whom Manning was destined one day to be on terms. In 1803, on the declaration of war, when he wished to return to England, Manning's was the only passport that Napoleon signed. Again, in 1817, on returning from China, Manning was wrecked near St. Helena and waiting on the island for a ship, conversed there with the great exile. Rumfordizing, a word coined by Lamb from Sir Benjamin Thompson, Count von Rumford, the founder of the Royal Institution, the deviser of the Rumford stove, and a tireless scientific and philosophical experimentalist. Smellfungus, an allusion to Sterne's attack on Smollett in The Sentimental Journey. The lamented Smellfungus traveled from Boulogne to Paris, from Paris to Rome, and so on, but he set out with the spleen and jaundice, and every object he passed by was discolored or distorted. The Post. Lamb had been writing criticisms of plays, but Stewart, as we have seen, wanted them on the same night as the performance, and Lamb found this impossible. "I have done but one thing," the Londoner referred to later. The professor's rib, Godwin's second wife, the widow Claremont, mother of Jane Claremont, whom he had married in December 1801. Fell, author of A Tour Through the Batavian Republic, 1801. Later he compiled a life of Charles James Fox, 1808. Lamb knew him, as well as Fenwick, through Godwin. Apropos, I think you wrong about my play. John Woodville had just been published, and Lamb had sent Manning a copy. Manning, in return, had written from Paris early in February. "I showed your tragedy to Holcroft, who had taste enough to discover that 'tis full of poetry, but the plot he condemns in toto. Tell me how it succeeds. I think you were ill-advised to retrench so much. I miss the beautiful branches you have lopped off and regret them. In some of the pages, the sprinkling of words is so thin as to be quite outré. There you were wrong again." The Londoner was published in the Morning Post, February 1, 1802. I have quoted the article from that paper, as Lamb's copy for Manning has disappeared. Concerning it, Manning wrote in his next letter, April 6, 1802, "I like your Londoner very much. There is a deal of happy fancy in it, but it is not strong enough to be seen by the generality of readers. Yet if you were to write a volume of essays in the same style, you might be sure of its succeeding." Letter 95. Charles Lamb to John Rickman. 16 Mitre Court Buildings, Inner Temple, April 10, 1802. Dear Rickman, the enclosed letter explains itself. It will save me the danger of a corporal interview with the man-eater who, if very sharp-set, may take a fancy to me if you will give me a short note, declaratory of probabilities. These from him who hopes to see you once or twice more before he goes hence, to be no more seen, for there is no tipple nor tobacco in the grave, whereunto he hasteneth. See Lamb. How clearly the Gowl writes, and like a gentleman. A friend of Burnet, named Simmons, is meant. Lamb calls him a Gowl in another letter, and elsewhere says he eats strange flesh. See note on page 232. Letter 96. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. No date, end of April, 1802. My dear Manning, although something of the latest, and after 2 months waiting, your letter was highly gratifying. Some parts want a little explication. For example, the godlike face of the first consul. What god does he most resemble? Mars, Bacchus, or Apollo? Or the god Serapis who, flying as Egyptian chronicles deliver from the fury of the dog Anubis, the hieroglyph of an English mastiff, lighted on Monomotapa or the land of apes, by some thought to be old France, and there set up a tyranny, and see our London prints of him represent him gloomy and sulky, like an angry Jupiter. I hear that he is very small, even less than me, who am less than the least of the apostles, at least than they are painted in the Vatican. I envy you your access to this great man, much more than your seances and conversaziones, which I have a shrewd suspicion must be something dull. What you assert concerning the actors of Paris, that they exceed our comedians, bad as ours are, is impossible. In one sense it may be true that their fine gentlemen, in what is called genteel comedy, may possibly be more brisk and diggage than Mr. Caulfield or Mr. Whitfield. But have any of them the power to move laughter in excess? Or can a Frenchman laugh? Can they batter at your judicious ribs till they shake? Nothing both to be so shaken. This is John Bull's criterion, and it shall be mine. You are Frenchified. Both your tastes and morals are corrupt and perverted. By and by you will come to assert that Buonaparte is as great a general as the old Duke of Cumberland, and deny that one Englishman can beat 3 Frenchmen. Read Henry V to restore your orthodoxy. All things continue at a stay still in London. I cannot repay your new novelties with my stale reminiscences. Like the prodigal, I have spent my patrimony and feed upon the superannuated chaff and dry husks of repentance. Yet sometimes I remember with pleasure the hounds and horses which I kept in the days of my prodigality. I find nothing new, nor anything that has so much of the gloss and dazzle of novelty as may rebound in narrative and cast a reflective glimmer across the channel. Something I will say about people that you and I know. Fenwick is still in debt, and the professor has not done making love to his new spouse. I think he never looks into an almanac, or he would have found by the calendar that the honeymoon was extinct a moon ago. Lloyd has written to me and names you. I think a letter from Mason Magnan is that a person or a thing would gratify him. G. Dyer is in love with an idiot who loves a doctor, who is incapable of loving anything but himself. A puzzling circle of perverse providences, a maze as unget-out-again-able as the house which Jack built. Southey is secretary to the Chancellor of the Irish Exchequer, £400 a year. Stoddart is turned Doctor of Civil Law and dwells in Doctors' Commons. I fear his commons are short, as they say. Did I send you an epitaph I scribbled upon a poor girl who died at 19, a good girl and a pretty girl and a clever girl, but strangely neglected by all her friends and kin. Under this cold marble stone sleep the sad remains of one, who, when alive, by few or none, was loved as loved she might have been, if she prosperous days had seen, or had thriving been, I ween. Only this cold funeral stone tells she was beloved by one, who on the marble graves his moans. Brief and pretty and tender, is it not? I send you this, being the only piece of poetry I have done, since the muses all went with T.M. to Paris. I have neither stuff in my brain, nor paper in my drawer, to write you a longer letter. Liquor and company and wicked tobacco a nights have quite disparacraniated me, as one may say, but you who spiritualize upon champagne may continue to write long letters and stuff them with amusement to the end. Too long they cannot be, any more than a codicil to a will, which leaves me sundry parks and manors not specified in the deed. But don't be 2 months before you write again. These from merry old England, on the day of her valiant patron St. George. C. Lamb. This letter is usually dated 1803, but I feel sure it should be 1802. Southey had given up his Irish appointment in that year, and Godwin's honeymoon began in December 1801. Even less than me, Mr. W. C. Hazlitt gives in Mary and Charles Lamb a vivid impression of Lamb's spare figure. A farmer at Widford, Mr. Charles Tween, himself not a big man, told Mr. Hazlitt that when walking out with Lamb, he would place his hands under his arm and lift him over the stiles as if it were nothing. Napoleon's height was 5 feet 6 or 7 inches. Thomas Caulfield, a brother of the antiquary and print seller, James Caulfield, was a comedian and mimic at Drury Lane. Whitfield was an actor at Drury Lane, who later moved to Covent Garden. An epitaph. These lines were written upon a friend of Rickman's, Mary Drute of Wimborne. They were printed in the Morning Post for February 7, 1804, signed C.L.C. later. Letter 97. Fragment. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. Sept. 8, 1802. Dear Coleridge, I thought of not writing till we had performed some of our commissions, but we have been hindered from setting about them, which yet shall be done to a tittle. We got home very pleasantly on Sunday. Mary is a good deal fatigued, and finds the difference of going to a place and coming from it. I feel that I shall remember your mountains to the last day I live. They haunt me perpetually. I'm like a man who has been falling in love unknown to himself, which he finds out when he leaves the lady. I do not remember any very strong impression while they were present, but being gone, their mementos are shelved in my brain. We passed a very pleasant little time with the Clarksons. The Wordsworths are at Montagu's rooms, near neighbors to us. They dined with us yesterday, and I was their guide to Bartlemy Fair. In the summer of 1802, the Lambs paid a sudden visit to Coleridge at Keswick. Afterwards they went to Grasmere, although the Wordsworths were away from home, but they saw Thomas Clarkson, the philanthropist, then living at Ulswater, see the next letter. They had reached London again on September 5. Proctor records that on being asked how he felt when among the lakes and mountains, Lamb replied that in order to bring down his thoughts from their almost painful elevation to the sober regions of life, he was obliged to think of the ham and beef shop near St. Martin's Lane. Lamb says that after such a holiday, he finds his office work very strange. I feel debased, but I shall soon break in my mountain spirit. The last two words were a recollection of his own poem, The Grandame. Hers was else a mountain spirit. This letter, the original of which is I know not where, is here, for dismal copyright reasons, very imperfectly given. Mr. MacDonald prints it apparently in full, although Mrs. Gilchrist in her memoir of Mary Lamb supplies another passage as follows. Lloyd has written me a fine letter of friendship all about himself and Sophia and love and cant which I have not answered. I have not given up the idea of writing to him, but it will be done very plainly and sincerely, without acrimony. Lamb also says that Pipose, as Coleridge's second child Derwent was called, was the only one, except a beggar's brat, that he had ever wanted to steal from its parents. He says also, I was pleased to recognize your blank verse poem, The Picture in the Morn, post of Monday. It reads very well, and I feel some dignity in the notion of being able to understand it better than most Southern readers. Coleridge's poem, The Picture, or The Lover's Resolution, was printed in the Morning Post for September 6. Its scenery was probably pointed out to Lamb by Coleridge at Keswick. Basil Montagu, the lawyer and old friend of Wordsworth's, it is his son, Edward, who figures in the Anecdote for Fathers. Bartholomew Fair, held at Smithfield, continued until 1855, but its glories had been decreasing for some years. Letter 98. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. 24th Sept. 1802, London. My dear Manning, since the date of my last letter, I have been a traveler. A strong desire seized me of visiting remote regions. My first impulse was to go and see Paris. It was a trivial objection to my aspiring mind that I did not understand a word of the language, since I certainly intend some time in my life to see Paris, and equally certainly never intend to learn the language. Therefore, that could be no objection. However, I am very glad I did not go, because you had left Paris, I see, before I could have set out. I believe Stoddart promising to go with me another year prevented that plan. My next scheme, for to my restless, ambitious mind London was become a bed of thorns, was to visit the far-famed peak in Derbyshire, where the devil sits, they say, without breeches. This my purer mind rejected as indelicate, and my final resolve was a tour to the lakes. I set out with Mary to Keswick, without giving Coleridge any notice, for my time being precious did not admit of it. He received us with all the hospitality in the world, and gave up his time to show us all the wonders of the country. He dwells upon a small hill by the side of Keswick, in a comfortable house, quite enveloped on all sides by a net of mountains. Great floundering bears and monsters they seemed, all couchant and asleep. We got in the evening, travelling in a post-chaise from Penrith, in the midst of a gorgeous sunshine, which transmuted all the mountains into colours, purple and sea, we thought we had got into fairyland. But that went off, as it never came again. While we stayed, we had no more fine sunsets, and we entered Coleridge's comfortable study just in the dusk, when the mountains were all dark with clouds upon their heads. Such an impression I never received from objects of sight before, nor do I suppose one can ever again. Glorious creatures, fine old fellows, Skiddaw and see, I never shall forget ye, how ye lay about that night like an entrenchment, gone to bed as it seemed for the night, but promising that you were to be seen in the morning. Coleridge had got a blazing fire in his study, which is a large, antique, ill-shaped room, with an old-fashioned organ, never played upon, big enough for a church, shelves of scattered folios, an Aeolian harp, and an old sofa, half bed and sea, and all looking out upon the last fading view of Skiddaw and his broad-breasted brethren. What a night! Here we stayed 3 full weeks, in which time I visited Wordsworth's cottage, where we stayed a day or two with the Clarksons, good people and most hospitable, at whose house we tarried 1 day and night, and saw Lloyd. The Wordsworths were gone to Calais. They have since been in London and passed much time with us. He is now gone into Yorkshire to be married to a girl of small fortune, but he is in expectation of augmenting his own in consequence of the death of Lord Lonsdale, who kept him out of his own in conformity with a plan my lord had taken up in early life of making everybody unhappy. So we have seen Keswick, Grasmere, Ambleside, Ullswater, where the Clarksons live, and a place at the other end of Ulswater, I forget the name, to which we travelled on a very sultry day over the middle of Helvellyn. We have clambered up to the top of Skiddaw, and I have waded up the bed of Lodera. In fine, I have satisfied myself that there is such a thing as that which tourists call romantic, which I very much suspected before. They make such a spluttering about it, and toss their splendid epithets around them, till they give as dim a light as at 4 o'clock next morning the lamps do after an illumination. Mary was excessively tired when she got about halfway up Skiddaw, but we came to a cold rill, than which nothing can be imagined more cold, running over cold stones, and with the reinforcement of a draught of cold water, she surmounted it most manfully. Oh, its fine black head, and the bleak air atop of it, with a prospect of mountains all about, and about, making you giddy, and then Scotland afar off, and the border countries so famous in song and ballad. It was a day that will stand out, like a mountain, I am sure, in my life. But I am returned. I have now been come home near 3 weeks. I was a month out, and you cannot conceive the degradation I felt at first, from being accustomed to wander free as air among mountains, and bathe in rivers without being controlled by anyone, to come home and work. I felt very little. I had been dreaming I was a very great man, but that is going off, and I find I shall conform in time to that state of life to which it has pleased God to call me. Besides, after all, Fleet Street and the Strand are better places to live in for good and all than among Skiddaw. Still, I turn back to those great places where I wandered about, participating in their greatness. After all, I could not live in Skiddaw. I could spend a year, 2, 3 years among them, but I must have a prospect of seeing Fleet Street at the end of that time, or I should mope and pine away, I know. Still, Skiddaw is a fine creature. My habits are changing, I think, i.e. from drunk to sober. Whether I shall be happier or not remains to be proved. I shall certainly be more happy in a morning, but whether I shall not sacrifice the fat and the marrow and the kidneys, i.e. the night, the glorious care-drowning night, that heals all our wrongs, pours wine into our mortifications, changes the scene from indifferent and flat to bright and brilliant. O Manning, if I should have formed a diabolical resolution, by the time you come to England, of not admitting any spirituous liquors into my house, will you be my guest on such shameworthy terms? Is life, with such limitations, worth trying? The truth is that my liquors bring a nest of friendly harpies about my house who consume me. This is a pitiful tale to be read at St. Gothard, but it is just now nearest my heart. Fenwick is a ruined man. He is hiding himself from his creditors and has sent his wife and children into the country. Fell, my other drunken companion, that has been, nam hic sistus artemque repono, is turned editor of a naval chronicle. Godwin, with a pitiful artificial wife, continues a steady friend, though the same facility does not remain of visiting him often. That bitch has detached Marshall from his house, Marshall, the man who went to sleep when the Ancient Mariner was reading, the old, steady, unalterable friend of the professor. Holcroft is not yet come to town. I expect to see him, and will deliver your message. How I hate this part of a letter. Things come crowding in to say, and no room for 'em. Some things are too little to be told, i.e. to have a preference. Some are too big and circumstantial. Thanks for yours, which was most delicious. Would I had been with you, benighted, and see, I fear my head is turned with wandering. I shall never be the same acquiescent being. Farewell, write again quickly, for I shall not like to hazard a letter, not knowing where the fates have carried you. Farewell, my dear fellow. See Lamb. Lamb suggests in letter 54 that he knew some French. Marshall we met in the letters to Godwin of December 141,800, and to Manning, December 16, 1800. Holcroft, Thomas Holcroft, 1745–1809, a miscellaneous writer who is best known by his play The Road to Ruin. Lamb says of him in his letter to Southey, C. Vol. I of this edition, that he was one of the most candid, most upright, and single-meaning men that he had ever met. Letter 99. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. October 9, 1802. Carolus Agnes Coleridgio seu s. Carissime scribis, ut nummos silis et epistolarios, solvum et postremo in Tartara beam. Imo tu podius Tartaricum, ut aiunt deprehendisti, qui mi vernacula mi lingua proscriba conductitio per tot annos, satis eleganter usum ad Latin impure et canino fear, or latrandum per tuas mit epistolas bene compositas, et consonatas per celer studeris. Canaber tamen, a tamen varia, ut desistas nostri Christi, inter quas tanta diligentia magistri improbi bonus literariis, quasi per clisterum quendam injectis, infra supraque alum penitus imbutus fui, barnisia et marklander doctissimorum, virorum nominibus ad hoc gaudens, barbarismus meis peregrinis, et aliunt quasitis, valda Dionys davvero sic. Sed perger quacunc placet. Adest igiter, quat estis, conjugationum declinationum termi, terribilia spectra, et tu imprimis ades, umbra et imago maxima obsoletas, dies gradi verg, qua novissime in mentum recepta, horis cunt subito natals natis, et parum dist quo minus bracas mis ultro usc ad crura demitem, et ips pura literidulum. Ista tua carmina chamoniana satis grandia esse mihi constat, sed hoc mihi non nihil displicit, quad in iis illi montium grisonum inter si responsions, totidem rebont anglis, God, hodoliter ac temit audivi tuas monis Cumbrianas resonare docens, Tod, nemp doctorum infelicem, vosum cert haud diem sonentum, pro ceteris plaudo. Idem comparations, istas tuas satis calidas, et lepidas cert novi, sed quid hoc ad verum, cum illi consulari viro, et mentum irritabilum istem Julianam, et etiam astucias, frigidulas quastum Augusto proprieras, nequequem congruenter uno afflatu comparationis causa in sedis affirmaveris, nec non nescio quid. Similitudinis etiam, cum Tiberio tertio in loco solicite produxetis. Quid tibi equidem cum uno vel altero cicer, cum universi dudsim ad comparations tuas si ultro celerent, praeterea, vetestati ad natans, comparations iniquas odi. Istas Wordsworthianas nuptias, vel potius cujustum Edmundae tui, t. Rachelis mirificum gaudio. Valias Maria, fortunata nimium, et antiquia li Mari Virgini, comparation plusquam Caesariana forsitan comparanda, quonium beta inter mulieres. Et etiam fortis Wordsworthium ipsum tuum maritum angelo salutatori eque fas erit, quonium isilo, utile descendunt et musi et ipsi musicali, et Wordsworthium musarum observantissimum semper novi. Nec nunti quoque affinitate hac nova, Dorothea gratula, et tu cert alterum donum Dei. Istum ludum, quem tu, colrigi, Americanum garis, alludo ut ludi sunt maxime abhorrentum praetereo, nemp quid ad ludum attinet, todius illi gentis Columbiani, a nostra gent, idem stirp orta, ludi singuli causa voluntatem purpurem alienare, quasso ego materiam ludi, tu bella ingeris. Denique valias, et quid de latinitate me puts, dicas, facias ut appossum illum nostrum volentum vel ut tu malis, quendam pissam erabundum, a me salvum et pulchurimum esse jubias, valent uxer tua cum heartleo nostra. Sora me salva est et ego, vas et ipsa salva jubit, ulterius progredi non lice, homo sum eratus. P.S. Pin mihi exsiderat, apud me esse librorum a Johanno Miltono, Latin scriptorum volumina duo, qui Dio volent, cum ceteris tuis libris osseus sicius per Maria. Ad te missura sic curabo, sed me in hoc te ligena rerum nullo modo festinantum navisti, habes confitentum reum, hoc solium disi sic restat, predicta volumina pulchra esse et omnia opera latina J.M. in si continer, circa defensionum istum pro pop. Ang, aceramam in presens ips preclaro gaudio mora. Jussa tua stuartina, facium, ut diligenter calam. Itrumque, valias. Et facias, memorsis nostri. I append a translation from the pen of Mr. Stephen Gwynn. Charles Lamb to his friend Coleridge, greeting. Dear friend, you write that I am to pay my debt, to wit in coin of correspondence, and finally that I am to go to Tartarus. No, but it is you have caught a Tartar, as the saying is, since after all these years employing my own vernacular tongue, and prettily enough for a hired penman, you have set about to drive me by means of your well-composed and neatly turned epistles to gross and almost doggish barking in the Latin. Still I will try, and yet I fear that the hostel of our Christ, wherein by the exceeding diligence of a relentless master I was in days gone by deeply imbued from top to bottom with polite learning, instilled as it were by a clyster, which still glories in the names of the erudite Barnes and Markland, will be vilely dishonored by my outlandish and adcetitious barbarisms. But I am determined to proceed, no matter whither. Be with me therefore all ye troops of conjugations and declensions, dread spectres, and approach thou chiefest, shade and phantom of the disused, thank heaven birch, at whose entry to my imagination a sudden shiver takes my rump, and a trifle then more would make me begin to let down my breeches to my calves, and turning boy, howl boyishly. That your ode at Chamonix is a fine thing I am clear, but here is a thing offends me somewhat, that in the ode your answers of the Grison mountains to each other should so often echo in English God, God, in the very tone that I have heard your own lips teaching your Cumbrian mountains to resound Tod, Tod, meaning the unlucky doctor, a syllable assuredly of no godlike sound. For the rest, I approve. Moreover, I certainly recognize that your comparisons are acute and witty, but what has this to do with truth? Since you have given to the great consul at once that irritable mind of Julius, and also a kind of cold cunning, more proper to Augustus, attributing incongruous characteristics in one breath for the sake of your comparison. Nay, you have even in the third instance laboriously drawn out some likeness to Tiberius. What had you to do with one Caesar or a second, when the whole 12 offered themselves to your comparison? Moreover, I agree with antiquity and think comparisons odious. Your Wordsworth nuptials, or rather the nuptials of a certain Edmund of yours, fill me with joy in your report. May you prosper, Mary, fortunate beyond compare, and perchance comparable to that ancient Virgin Mary, a comparison more than Caesarian, since blessed art thou among women. Perhaps also it will be no impiety to compare Wordsworth himself, your husband, to the angel of salutation, since, like the angel from heaven descend both muses and the servants of the muses, whose devoutest votary I always know Wordsworth to be. Congratulations to thee, Dorothea, in this new alliance. You also assuredly are another gift of God. As for your Ludus Lloyd, whom you talk of as an American, I pass him by as no sportsman, as sport goes. What kind of sport is it, to alienate utterly the goodwill of the whole Colombian people, our own kin, sprung of the same stock, for the sake of one Lud Lloyd? I seek the material for diversion. You heap on war. Finally, fare you well, and pray tell me what you think of my Latinity. Kindly wish health and beauty from me to our flying possum, or, as you prefer to call it, roving fish. Good health to your wife and my friend Hartley. My sister and I are well. She also sends you greeting. I do not see how to get on farther. I am a man in debt or possibly in fetters. P.S. I had almost forgot. I have by me 2 volumes of the Latin writings of John Milton, which D.V. I will have sent you sooner or later by Mary. But you know me no way precipitate in this kind. The accused pleads guilty. This only remains to be said, that the aforesaid volumes are handsome and contain all the Latin works of J.M. At present I dwell with much delight on his vigorous defense of the English people. I will be sure to observe diligently your Stuartial tidings. Again and again farewell, and pray be mindful of me. Coleridge's Hymn Before Sunrise in the Vale of Chamonix was printed in the Morning Post for September 11, 1802. The poem contains this passage. God, let the torrents, like a shout of nations, answer, and let the ice plains echo, God. God, sing ye meadow streams with gladsome voice. Ye pine groves, with your soft and soul-like sounds. And they too have a voice, yon piles of snow. And in their perilous fall shall thunder, God. Canon Anger suggests that by Todd, the unlucky doctor, Lamb meant Dr. William Dodd, 1729–1777, the compiler of the beauties of Shakespeare and the forger, who was hanged at Tyburn. Your comparisons. Coleridge's comparison of the present state of France with that of Rome under Julius and Augustus Caesar was printed in the Morning Post, September 21, September 25, and October 2, 1802. See Essays on His Own Times, 1850, Vol. Roman 3, page 478. Wordsworth's marriage to Mary Hutchinson, on October 4, 1802, had called forth from Coleridge his ode on dejection, printed in the Morning Post for the same day, in which Wordsworth was addressed as Edmund. In later editions, Coleridge suppressed its personal character. Ludus is Lloyd. Lamb means by American what we should mean by pro-American. Stuartial, referring to Daniel Stewart of the Morning Post. Letter 100. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. August 11th, 1802. Dear Coleridge, your offer about the German poems is exceedingly kind, but I do not think it a wise speculation, because the time it would take you to put them into prose would be nearly as great as if you versified them. Indeed, I am sure you could do the one nearly as soon as the other, so that, instead of a division of labor, it would be only a multiplication. But I will think of your offer in another light. I dare say I could find many things of a light nature to suit that paper, which you would not object to pass upon Stuart as your own, and I should come in for some light profits, and Stuart think the more highly of your assiduity. Bishop Hall's characters I know nothing about, having never seen them. But I will reconsider your offer, which is very plausible, for as to the drudgery of going every day to an editor with my scraps, like a peddler, for him to pick out, and tumble about my ribbons and posies, and to wait in his lobby, and see, no money could make up for the degradation. You are in too high request with him to have anything unpleasant of that sort to submit to. It was quite a slip of my pen, in my Latin letter, when I told you I had Milton's Latin works. I ought to have said his prose works, in 2 volumes, Birch's edition, containing all, both Latin and English, a fuller and better edition than Lloyd's of Toland. It is completely at your service, and you must accept it from me. At the same time, I shall be much obliged to you for your Latin Milton, which you think you have at Howitt's. It will leave me nothing to wish for but the History of England, which I shall soon pick up for a trifle. But you must write me word whether the Miltons are worth paying carriage for. You have a Milton, but it is pleasanter to eat one's own peas out of one's own garden than to buy them by the peck at Covent Garden. And a book reads the better, which is our own, and has been so long known to us, that we know the topography of its blots and dog's ears, and can trace the dirt in it to having read it at tea with buttered muffins, or over a pipe, which I think is the maximum. But Coleridge, you must accept these little things, and not think of returning money for them, for I do not set up for a factor or general agent. As for the fantastic debt of £15, I'll think you were dreaming, and not trouble myself seriously to attend to you. My bad Latin you properly correct, but natals for nates was an inadvertency. I knew better. Progredere or progredi I thought indifferent, my authority being Ainsworth. However, as I have got a fit of Latin, you will now and then indulge me with an epistola. I pay the postage of this, and propose doing it by turns. In that case, I can now and then write to you without remorse, not that you would mind the money, but you have not always ready cash to answer small demands, the epistolare nummi. Your epigram on the sun and moon in Germany is admirable. Take 'em all together, they are as good as Harrington's. I will muster up all the conceits I can, and you shall have a packet some day. You and I together can answer all demands surely. You, mounted on a terrible charger, like Homer in the Battle of the Books, at the head of the cavalry. I will lead the light horse. I have just heard from Stoddart. Alan and he intend taking Keswick in their way home. Alan wished particularly to have it a secret that he is in Scotland, and wrote to me accordingly very urgently. As luck was, I had told not above 3 or 4, but Mary had told Mrs. Green of Christ's Hospital. For the present, farewell, never forgetting love to Pipose and his friends. C. Lamb. Coleridge, who seems to have been asked by Stuart of the Morning Post for translations of German verse, had suggested, I presume, that he should supply Lamb, who knew no German, with literal prose translations, and that Lamb should versify them, as he had in the case of Thekla's song, in Coleridge's translation of the first part of Wallenstein nearly 3 years before. Lamb's suggestion is that he should send to Stuart epigrams and paragraphs in Coleridge's name. Whether or not he did so, I cannot say. Bishop Hall's Characters of Vices and Virtues was published in 1608. Coleridge may have suggested that Lamb should imitate them for the Morning Post. Lamb later came to know Hall's satires, for he quotes from them in his review of Barrenfield's poems in 1820. Milton's prose works were edited by Thomas Birch and by John Toland in folio. My bad Latin, in the letter of October 9, 1802. Ainsworth was Robert Ainsworth, compiler of the Thesaurus Lingu Latin, 1736, for many years the best Latin dictionary. Your epigram, Coleridge's epigram, on the curious circumstance that in the German language the sun is feminine and the moon masculine. It appeared in the Morning Post on October 11, 1802. Coleridge had been sending epigrams and other verse to the post for some time. Harrington was Sir John Harrington, 1561–1612, the author of many epigrams. Stoddart and Allen, we have met. I do not know anything of Mrs. Green. Letter 101. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Arct 23rd, 1802. Your kind offer I will not a second time refuse. You shall send me a packet, and I will do them into English with great care. Is not there one about W? Tell, and would not that in the present state of discussions be likely to tell. The epigrams I meant are to be found at the end of Harrington's translation of Orlando Furioso. If you could get the book, they would some of them answer your purpose to modernize. If you can't, I fancy I can. Baxter's Holy Commonwealth I have luckily met with, and when I have sent it, you shall, if you please, consider yourself indebted to me 3s. 6d. The cost of it, especially as I purchased it after your solemn injunctions. The plain case with regard to my presents, which you seem so to shrink from, is that I have not at all affected the character of a donor, or thought of violating your sacred law of give and take. But I have been taking and partaking the good things of your house, when I know you were not overabounding, and I now give unto you of mine, and by the grace of God I happen to be myself a little superabundant at present. I expect I shall be able to send you my final parcel in about a week. By that time I shall have gone through all Milton's Latin works. There will come with it the Holy Commonwealth, and the identical North American Bible which you helped to dog's ear at XD's. I called at Howell's for your little Milton, and also to fetch away the White Cross Street Library books, which I have not forgot. But your books were not in a state to be got at then, and Mrs. H. is to let me know when she packs up. They will be sent by sea, and my little PR cursor will come to you by the Whitehaven wagon, accompanied with pens, penknife, and C. Mrs. Howell was as usual very civil, and asked with great earnestness if it were likely you would come to town in the winter. She has a friendly eye upon you. I read daily your political essays. I was particularly pleased with Once a Jacobin. Though the argument is obvious enough, the style was less swelling than your things sometimes are, and it was plausible ad populum. A vessel has just arrived from Jamaica with the news of poor Sam Legrice's death. He died at Jamaica of the yellow fever. His course was rapid, and he had been very foolish, but I believe there was more of kindness and warmth in him than in almost any other of our schoolfellows. The annual meeting of the Blues is tomorrow at the London Tavern, where poor Sammy dined with them 2 years ago and attracted the notice of all by the singular foppishness of his dress. When men go off the stage so early, it scarce seems a noticeable thing in their epitaphs, whether they had been wise or silly in their lifetime. I am glad the Snuff and Pipos books please. Goody Two-Shoes is almost out of print. Mrs. Barbauld's stuff has banished all the old classics of the nursery, and the shopman at Newbury's hardly deigned to reach them off an old exploded corner of a shelf when Mary asked for them. Mrs. Beas and Mrs. Trimmer's nonsense lay in piles about, knowledge insignificant and vapid as Mrs. B.'s books convey, it seems, must come to a child in the shape of knowledge, and his empty noddle must be turned with conceit of his own powers when he has learnt that a horse is an animal, and Billy is better than a horse, and such like, instead of that beautiful interest in wild tales which made the child a man, while all the time he suspected himself to be no bigger than a child. Science has succeeded to poetry no less in the little walks of children than with men. Is there no possibility of averting this sore evil? Think what you would have been now, if instead of being fed with tales and old wives' fables in childhood, you had been crammed with geography and natural history. Damn them, I mean the cursed Barbauld crew, those blights and blasts of all that is human in man and child. As to the translations, let me do 200 or 300 lines, and then do you try the nostrums upon Stuart in any way you please. If they go down, I will bray more. In fact, if I got or could but get 50L a year only, in addition to what I have, I should live in affluence. Have you anticipated it, or could not you give a parallel of Bonaparte with Cromwell, particularly as to the contrast in their deeds affecting foreign states? Cromwell's interference for the Albigenses, Buonaparte's against the Swiss. Then religion would come in, and Milton and you could rant about our countrymen of that period. This is a hasty suggestion, the more hasty because I want my supper. I have just finished Chapman's Homer. Did you ever read it? It has most the continuous power of interesting you all along, like a rapid original of any, and in the uncommon excellence of the more finished parts goes beyond Fairfax or any of them. The meter is 14 syllables, and capable of all sweetness and grandeur. Cowper's damned blank verse detains you every step with some heavy Miltonism. Chapman gallops off with you his own free pace. Take a simile for an example. The council breaks up. Being abroad, the earth was overlaid with flockers to them that came forth, as when of frequent bees. Swarms rise out of a hollow rock, repairing the degrees of their aggression endlessly, with ever-rising new. From forth their sweet nest, as their store still as it faded grew, and never would cease, sending forth her clusters to the spring. They still crowd out so, this flock here that there belaboring. The loaded flowers, so and see and see. Iliad Book Roman 2, 70-77. What endless aggression of phrases the dog commands. Take another, Agamemnon wounded, bearing his wound heroically for the sake of the army, look below, to a woman in labor. He with his lance, sword, mighty stones, poured his heroic wreak on other squadrons of the foe, whiles yet warm blood did break through his cleft veins, but when the wound was quite exhaust and crude, the eager anguish did approve his princely fortitude, as when most sharp and bitter pangs distract a laboring dame, which the divine Lethe, that rule the painful frame of human childbirth, pour on her, the Lethe that are the daughters of Saturnia, with whose extreme repair the woman in her travail strives to take the worst it gives. With thought it must be, 'tis love's fruit, the end for which she lives. The mean to make herself new born, what comforts will redound. So and see. Iliad Book I, 228-39. I will tell you more about Chapman and his peculiarities in my next. I am much interested in him. Yours ever affectionately, and Pipos. C.L. Coleridge was just now contributing political essays as well as verse to the Morning Post. Once a Jacobin, always a Jacobin, appeared on October 21, 1802. These were afterwards reprinted in essays on his own times. Ad Populum is a reminder of Coleridge's first political essays, the Consciences Ad Populum of 1795. Goody Two Shoes, one of Newbery's most famous books for children, sometimes attributed to Goldsmith, though I think wrongly. Mrs. Barbauld, 1743-1825, was the author of hymns in prose for children, and she contributed to her brother John Aiken's Evenings at Home, both very popular books. Lamb, who afterwards came to know Mrs. Barbauld, described her and Mrs. Inchbald as the two bald women. Mrs. Sarah Trimmer, 1741-1810, was the author of many books for children. She Lives by the Story of the Robins. The translation for Stuart either was not made or not accepted, nor did Coleridge carry out the project of the parallel of Buonaparte with Cromwell. Hallam, however, did so in his constitutional history of England, unfavorably to Cromwell. George Chapman's Odyssey was paraphrased by Lamb in his Adventures of Ulysses, 1808. Lamb either did not return to the subject with Coleridge or his next letter has been lost. Letter 102. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. Nov. 4th, 1802. Observe, there comes to you, by the Kendall wagon tomorrow, the illustrious 5th of November, a box containing the Miltons, the strange American Bible, with White's brief note, to which you will attend, Baxter's Holy Commonwealth, for which you stand indebted to me. 3's 6d, an odd volume of Montaigne, being of no use to me, I having the whole, certain books belonging to Wordsworth, as do also the strange thick-hoofed shoes, which are very much admired at in London. All these sundries I commend to your most strenuous looking after. If you find the Miltons in certain parts dirtied and soiled with a crumb of right Gloucester blacked in the candle, my usual supper, or peradventure a stray ash of tobacco wafted into the crevices, look to that passage more especially. Depend upon it, it contains good matter. I have got your little Milton which, as it contains Salmasius, and I make a rule of never hearing but one side of the question, why should I distract myself? I shall return to you when I pick up the Latina opera. The first defense is the greatest work among them, because it is uniformly great, and such as is befitting the very mouth of a great nation speaking for itself. But the second defense, which is but a succession of splendid episodes slightly tied together, has one passage which if you have not read, I conjure you to lose no time, but read it. It is his consolations in his blindness, which had been made a reproach to him. It begins whimsically, with poetical flourishes about Tiresias and other blind worthies, which still are mainly interesting as displaying his singular mind, and in what degree poetry entered into his daily soul, not by fits and impulses, but ingrained and innate. But the concluding page, i.e., of this passage, not of the Defensio, which you will easily find, divested of all brags and flourishes, gives so rational, so true an enumeration of his comforts, so human, that it cannot be read without the deepest interest. Take one touch of the religious part. Et sane hod ultima de curacis, we blind folks, I understand it not knows for ego. Sumus, qui nos, quaminus quicquam aliud preta ipsum cerner veilmus, eo clementius ac benignius respicer dignator. Vi qui eludit nos, vi qui ledit, execration publica divovendo, nos ob injurias hominum non modo incalums, sed pene sacros divina lex redidit, divinus favor. Ni tam oculorum hebitudine quam celestium alarum umbra has nobis fessis tenebras vidta, factas. Illustrare rursus interior ac lunge prestabilir lumen hod raro solit. Huc refero, quod et amici officiosius nunc etiam quam solbent, collant, observant, ad sunt, quod et non nulli sunt, quibuscum Palladias ac Thesias alternare voces virorum amicorum licet. Vade gubernaculum me pedis. De manum ministro amico. Decalo manum tuum, Dr. Autumn Roman 6, ero tibi ego. All this and much more is highly pleasing to know, but you may easily find it, and I don't know why I put down so many words about it, but for the pleasure of writing to you and the want of another topic. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Tomorrow I expect, with anxiety, SDC's letter to Mr. Fox. Lamb refers to Milton's Defensio, secunda pro populo Anglicano contra Alexandrum morum ecclesiastem. The following is a translation of the Latin passage by Robert Fellows. And indeed, in my blindness, I enjoy in no inconsiderable degree the favor of the deity, who regards me with more tenderness and compassion in proportion as I am able to behold nothing but himself. Alas, for him who insults me, who maligns and merits public execration. For the divine law not only shields me from injury, but almost renders me too sacred to attack, not indeed so much from the privation of my sight, as from the overshadowing of those heavenly wings which seem to have occasioned this obscurity, and which, when occasioned, he is wont to illuminate with an interior light, more precious and more pure. To this I ascribe the more tender assiduities of my friends, their soothing attentions, their kind visits, their reverential observances, among whom there are some with whom I may interchange the Palladian and Thessian dialogue of inseparable friends. Orst, proceed, and be rudder of my feet by showing me the most endearing love. Europe, in Orst. And in another place. Lend your hand to your devoted friend. Throw your arm round my neck, and I will conduct you on the way. Coleridge's first letter to Charles James Fox was printed in the Morning Post for November 4, 1802, his second on November 9. Letter 103. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. November 1802. My dear Manning, I must positively write, or I shall miss you at Toulouse. I sit here like a decayed minute hand, I lie, that does not sit, and being myself the exponent of no time, take no heed how the clocks about me are going. You possibly by this time may have explored all Italy and toppled unawares into Etna, while you went too near those rotten-jawed, gap-toothed, old worn-out chaps of hell, while I am meditating a quiescent letter to the honest postmaster at Toulouse. But in case you should not have been philo de se, this is to tell you that your letter was quite to my palate. In particular, your just remarks upon industry, damned industry, though indeed you left me to explore the reason, were highly relishing. I've often wished I lived in the golden age, when shepherds lay stretched upon flowers and roused themselves at their leisure. The genius there is in a man's natural idle face that has not learned his multiplication table, before doubt and propositions and corollaries got into the world. Now, as Joseph Cottle, a bard of nature, sings, going up Malvern Hills. How steep, how painful the ascent! It needs the evidence of close deduction to know that ever I shall gain the top. You must know that Joe is lame, so that he had some reason for so singing. These two lines, I assure you, are taken totitum literis from a very popular poem. Joe is also an epic poet as well as a descriptive, and has written a tragedy, though both his drama and epopoeia are strictly descriptive, and chiefly of the beauties of nature, for Joe thinks man, with all his passions and frailties, not a proper subject of the drama. Joe's tragedy hath the following surpassing speech in it. Some king is told that his enemy has engaged 12 archers to come over in a boat from an enemy's country and waylay him. He thereupon pathetically exclaims, 12 dost thou say, where be those dozen villains? Cottle read 2 or 3 acts out to us, very gravely on both sides, till he came to this heroic touch, and then he asked what we laughed at. I had no more muscles that day. A poet that chooses to read out his own verses has but a limited power over you. There is a bound where his authority ceases. Apropos, if you should go to Florence or to Rome, inquire what works are extant in gold, silver, bronze, or marble of Benvenuto Cellini, a Florentine artist, whose life doubtless you have read, or if not, without controversy you must read. So hark ye, send for it immediately from Lane's circulating library. It is always put among the romances very properly, but you have read it, I suppose. In particular, inquire at Florence for his colossal bronze statue in the Grand Square or somewhere of Perseus. You may read the story in Tooke's Pantheon. Nothing material has transpired in these parts. Coleridge has indicted a violent philippic against Mr. Fox in the Morning Post, which is a compound of expressions of humility, gentlemen ushering in most arrogant charges. It will do Mr. Fox no real injury among those that know him. Manning's letter of September 10 had told Lamb he was on his way to Toulouse. Cottle's epic was Alfred. The quoted lines were added in the 12th edition. He had also written John the Baptist. Cellini's life. Lamb would probably have read the translation by Nugent, 1771. Cellini's Perseus in bronze is in the Loggia de Lanzi at Florence. Letter 104. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. Dated at End, Feb. 19th, 1803. My dear Manning, the general scope of your letter afforded no indications of insanity, but some particular points raised a scruple. For God's sake, don't think any more of independent Tartary. What have you to do among such Ethiopians? Is there no lineal descendant of Prester John? Is the chair empty? Is the sword unswayed? Depend upon't they'll never make you their king, as long as any branch of that great stock is remaining. I tremble for your Christianity. They'll certainly circumcise you. Read Sir John Maundeville's Travels to Cure You, or come over to England. There is a Tartar man now exhibiting at Exeter Change. Come and talk with him, and hear what he says first. Indeed, he is no very favorable specimen of his countrymen, but perhaps the best thing you can do is to try to get the idea out of your head. For this purpose, repeat to yourself every night, after you have said your prayers, the words independent Tartary, 2 or 3 times, and associate with them the idea of oblivion. 'Tis Hartley's method with obstinate memories. Or say, independent, have I not already got an independence? That was a clever way of the old Puritans, pun divinity. My dear friend, think what a sad pity it would be to bury such parts in heathen countries, among nasty, unconversable, horse-belching Tartar people. Some say they are cannibals, and then conceive a Tartar fellow eating my friend and adding the cool malignity of mustard and vinegar. I am afraid, tease the reading of Chaucer has misled you. His foolish stories about Cambuscan and the ring and the horse of brass. Believe me, there's no such things, tease all the poet's invention. But if there were such darling things as old Chaucer sings, I would up behind you on the horse of brass and frisk off for Prester John's country. But these are all tales. A horse of brass never flew and a king's daughter never talked with birds. The Tartars really are a cold, insipid, smouchy set. You'll be sadly moped if you are not eaten among them. Pray try and cure yourself. Take hellebore, the counsel is Horace's. 'Twas none of my thought originally. Shave yourself oftener. Eat no saffron, for saffron eaters contract a terrible Tartar-like yellow. Pray to avoid the fiend. Eat nothing that gives the heartburn. Shave the upper lip. Go about like an European. Read no books of voyages, they're nothing but lies. Only now and then a romance to keep the fancy under. Above all, don't go to any sights of wild beasts. That has been your ruin. Accustom yourself to write familiar letters on common subjects to your friends in England, such as are of a moderate understanding, and think about common things more. There's your friend Holcroft now, has written a play. You used to be fond of the drama, nobody went to see it. Notwithstanding this, with an audacity perfectly original, he faces the town down in a preface that they did like it very much. I have heard a waspish punster say, "Sir, why did you not laugh at my jest?" But for a man boldly to face me out with, "Sir, I maintain it, you did laugh at my jest," is a little too much. I have seen H but once. He spoke of you to me in honorable terms. Seems to me to be drearily dull. Godwin is dull, but then he has a dash of affectation, which smacks of the coxcomb, and your coxcombs are always agreeable. I supped last night with Rickman, and met a merry natural captain, who pleases himself vastly with once having made a pun at Ottahate in the O language. Teased the same man who said Shakespeare he liked, because he was so much of the gentleman. Rickman is a man, absolute in all numbers. I think I may one day bring you acquainted, if you do not go to Tartary first, for you'll never come back. Have a care, my dear friend of anthropophagy, their stomachs are always craving, but if you do go among them, pray contrive to stink as soon as you can, that you may not hang on hand at the butcher's. Tea's terrible to be weighed out for 5d. a pound, to sit at table the reverse of fishes in Holland, not as a guest, but as a meat. God bless you, do come to England. Air and exercise may do great things. Talk with some minister, why not your father? God dispose all for the best. I have discharged my duty. Your sincere F.Ard. C. Lamb. 19th Feb. 1803, London. Manning's letter producing this reply is endorsed by Lamb, received February 19, 1803, so that he lost no time. Manning wrote, "I am actually thinking of independent Tartary as I write this, but you go out and skate, you go out and walk sometimes. Very true, that's a distraction. But the moment I set myself down quietly to anything, in comes independent Tartary. For example, I attend chemical lectures, but every drug that Mr. Vauquelin presents to me tastes of cream of tartar. In short, I am become good for nothing for a time. And as I said before, I should not have written now, but to assure you of my friendly and affectionate remembrance. But as you are not in the same unhappy circumstances, I expect you'll write to me and not measure page for page. This is the first letter I have begun for England for 3 months, except one I sent to my father yesterday." Manning returned to London before leaving for China. He did not sail until 1806. Prester John, the name given by old writers to the king of Ethiopia in Abyssinia. A corruption of Belulgian precious stone, in Latin first Johannes Preciosus, then Presbyter Johans, and then Prester John. In Sir John Mandeville's Voyage and Travails, 1356, Prester John is said to be a lineal descendant of Ogier the Dane. Hartley would be David Hartley, the metaphysician, after whom Coleridge's son was named. The reader must go to Chaucer's Squire's Tale for Cambuscan, king of Sarra, in Tartary, his horse of brass which conveyed him in a day wherever he would go, and the ring which enabled his daughter Canis to understand the language of birds. Holcroft's play was A Tale of Mystery. Rickman had returned from Ireland some months previously. The merry natural captain was James Burney, 1750–1821, with whom the Lambs soon became very friendly. He was the centre of their whist-playing circle. Burney, who was brother of Madame D'Arblay, had sailed with Captain Cook. The reverse of fishes in Holland. an allusion to Andrew Marvell's whimsical satire against the Dutch. The fish oft-times the burgher dispossessed, and sat not as a meat, but as a guest. Why not your father? Manning's father was the Rev. William Manning, rector of Diss in Norfolk, who died in 1810. Letter 105. Charles Lamb to Thomas Manning. March 1803. Dear Manning, I send you some verses I have made on the death of a young Quaker you may have heard me speak of as being in love with for some years while I lived at Pentonville, though I had never spoken to her in my life. She died about a month since. If you have interest with the Abbe Delisle, you may get him translated. He has done as much for the Georgics. Hester. When maidens such as Hester die, their place ye may not well supply, though ye among 1,000 try, with vain endeavour. A month or more hath she been dead, yet cannot I by force be led to think upon the wormy bed, and her together. A springy motion in her gait, a rising step did indicate, of pride and joy no common rate, that flushed her spirit. I know not by what name beside I shall it call, if 'twas not pride. It was a joy to that allied. She did inherit. Her parents held the Quaker rule, which doth the human failing cool. But she was trained in nature's school. Nature had blessed her. A waking eye, a prying mind. A heart that stirs is hard to bind. A hawk's keen sight ye cannot blind. Ye could not Hester, my sprightly neighbour, gone before, to that unknown and silent shore. Shall we not meet, as heretofore, some summer morning, when from thy cheerful eyes a ray hath struck a bliss upon the day, a bliss that would not go away, a sweet forewarning. This letter is possibly only a fragment. I have supplied Hester from the 1818 text. The young Quaker was Hester Savery, the daughter of Joseph Savery, a goldsmith of the Strand. She was married July 1, 1802, and died a few months after. The Abbe Delisle, L'Abbe Jacques Delisle, 1738-1813, known by his Georgiques, 1770, a translation into French of Virgil's Georgics. Letter 106. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. Dated at End, March 5, 1803. Dear Wordsworth, having a guinea of your sister's left in hand, after all your commissions, and as it does not seem likely that you will trouble us, as the phrase is, for some time to come, I send you a £1 note, and with it the best things in the verse way I have lit upon for many a day. I believe they will be new to you. You know Carton, who wrote a 2D part to Walton's Angler. A volume of his miscellaneous poems is scarce. Take what follows from a poem called Winter. I omit 20 verses in which a storm is described to hasten to the best. Louder and louder, still they one come. Nile's cataracts to these are dumb. The Cyclops to these blades are still, whose anvils shake the burning hill. Were all the stars' enlightened skies as full of ears as sparkling eyes, this rattle in the crystal hall would be enough to deaf them all. What monstrous race is hither tossed, thus to alarm our British coast, with outcries such as never yet war or confusion could beget? Oh, now I know them, let us home. Our mortal enemy is come. Winter and all his blustering train have made a voyage o'er the main, with bleak and with congealing winds. The earth in shining chain he binds, and still as he doth further pass, quarries his way with liquid glass. Hark how the blusterers of the bear their gibbous cheeks in triumph bear, and with continued shouts do ring the entry of their palsied king. The squadron nearest to your eye is his forlorn of infantry, bowmen of unrelenting minds, whose shafts are feathered with the winds. Now you may see his vanguard rise. Above the earthy precipice, bold horse on bleakest mountains bred, with hail instead of provend fed. Their lances are the pointed locks, torn from the brows of frozen rocks. Their shields are crystal as their swords, the steel the rusted rock affords. See, the main body now appears, and hark, Aeolian trumpeters, by their horse levels do declare that the bold general rides there. And look where mantled up in white, he sleds it like the Muscovite. I know him by the port he bears, and his lifeguard of mountaineers. Their caps are furred with hoary frosts, the bravery their cold kingdom boasts. Their spongy plaids are milk-white frieze, spun from the snowy mountain's fleece. Their partisans are fine carved glass, fringed with the morning's spangled grass, and pendant by their brawny thighs hang cimeters of burnished ice. Fly, fly, the foe advances fast. Into our fortress let us haste, where all the roarers of the north can neither storm nor starve us forth. There underground a magazine of sovereign juice is cellared in, liquor that will the siege maintain, should Phoebus ne'er return again. 'Tis that gives the poet rage, and thaws the jellied blood of age, matures the young, restores the old, and makes the fainting coward bold. It lays the careful head to rest, calms palpitations in the breast, renders our lives misfortunes sweet, and Venus frolic in the sheet. Then let the chill sirocco blow, and gird us round with hills of snow, or else go whistle to the shore, and make the hollow mountains roar, whilst we together jovial sit, careless and crowned with mirth and wit, where though bleak winds confine us home, our fancies throw, the world shall roam. We'll think of all the friends we know, and drink to all worth drinking to, when, having drunk all thine and mine, we rather shall want health than wine. But where friends fail us, we'll supply our friendships with our charity. Men that remote in sorrows live shall by our lusty bumpers thrive. We'll drink the wanting into wealth, and those that languish into health. Afflicted into joy, oppressed into security and rest. The worthy in disgrace shall find favor return again more kind, and in restraint who stifled lie shall taste the air of liberty. The brave shall triumph in success. The lovers shall have mistresses. Poor unregarded virtue praise, and the neglected poet bays. Thus shall our healths do others good, while we ourselves do all we would. For freed from envy and from care, what would we be but what we are? 'Tis the plump grape's immortal juice that does this happiness produce, and will preserve us free together, maugre mischance or wind and weather. Then let old winter take his course, and roar abroad till he be hoarse, and his lungs crack with ruthless ire. It shall but serve to blow our fire. Let him our little castle ply, with all his loud artillery, whilst sack and claret man the fort. His fury shall become our sport. Or let him Scotland take, and there confine the plotting presbyter. His zeal may freeze, whilst we kept warm. With love and wine can know no harm. Footnote 1. The winds. How could Burns miss the series of lines from 42 to 49? There is also a long poem from the Latin on the inconveniences of old age. I can't set down the whole, though right worthy, having dedicated the remainder of my sheet to something else. I just excerpt here and there to convince you, if after this you need it, that cotton was a first rate. T's old Callus speaks of himself, once the delight of the ladies and gallants of Rome. The beauty of my shape and face are fled, and my revolted form bespeaks me dead. For fair and shining age has now put on a bloodless funeral complexion. My skin's dried up, my nerves unpliant are, and my poor limbs my nails plough up and tear. My cheerful eyes now, with a constant spring of tears, bewail their own sad suffering, and those soft lids that once secured my eye, now rude and bristled grown, do drooping lie, bolting mine eyes as in a gloomy cave, which thereon furies and grim objects rave. 'Twould fright the full-blown gallant to behold the dying object of a man so old. And can you think that once a man he was, of human reason who no portion has? The letters split when I consult my book, and every leaf I turn does broader look. In darkness do I dream I see the light, when light is darkness to my perished sight. Is it not hard we may not from men's eyes cloak and conceal age's indecencies? Unseeming spruceness old man discommends, and in old men only to live offends. How can I him, a living man, believe, whom light and air, by whom he panteth, grieve? The gentle sleeps which other mortals ease, scarce in a winter's night my eyelids seize. The boys and girls deride me now forlorn, and but to call me sir now think it scorn. They jeer my countenance and my feeble pace, and scoff that nodding head that awful was. A song written by Cowper, which in style is much above his usual, and emulates in noble plainness any old ballad I have seen. Haley has just published it, and see with a life. I did not think Cowper up to it. Song on the loss of the royal Jude. Toll for the brave that are no more, all sunk beneath the wave, fast by their native shore. 800 of the brave, whose courage well was tried, had made the vessel heel, and laid her on her side. A land breeze shook the shrouds, and she was overset. Down went the Royal George, with all her sails complete. Toll for the brave Kempenfelt is gone. His last sea fight is fought, his work of glory done. It was not in the battle, no tempest gave the shock. She sprang no fatal lick, she ran upon no rock. His sword was in its sheath, his fingers held the pen, when Kempenfelt went down, with twice 400 men. Weigh the vessel up, once dreaded by our foes, and mingle with the cup, the tear that England owes. Her timbers yet are sound, and she may float again, full charged with England's thunder, and plough the distant main. But Kempenfelt is gone, his victories are o'er, and he and his 800 shall plough the wave no more. In your obscure part of the world, which I take to be Ultima Thule, I thought these verses out of books, which cannot be accessible, would not be unwelcome. Having room, I will put in an epitaph I writ for a real occasion, a year or two back. On Mary Drute, who died aged 19. Under this cold marble stone, sleep the sad remains of one, who when alive, by few or none, was loved as loved she might have been, if she prosperous days had seen, or had thriving been, I ween. Only this cold funeral stone tells she was beloved by one, who on the marble graves his moan. I conclude with love to your sister and Mrs. W. Yours affectee, C. Lamb. Mary sends love and C. 5th March 1803. On consulting Mary, I find it will be foolish inserting the note as I intended, being so small, and as it is possible you may have to trouble us again ere long, so it shall remain to be settled hereafter. However, the verses shan't be lost. N.B. All orders executed with fidelity and punctuality by C. and M. Lamb. On the outside is written, I beg to open this for a minute to add my remembrances to you all, and to assure you I shall ever be happy to hear from or see, much more to be useful to any of my old friends at Grasmere. J. Stoddart. A lean paragraph of the Doctor's. C. Lamb. Charles Cotton, 1630–1687. Wordsworth praises the poem on winter in his preface to the 1815 edition of his works, and elsewhere sets up a comparison between the character of Cotton and that of Burns. Haley's Life of Cowper appeared first in 1803. Lamb's epitaph was written at the request of Rickman. See also the letter to Manning of April 1802. Rickman seems to have supplied Lamb with a prose epitaph and asked for a poetical version. Canon Ainger prints an earlier version in a letter to Rickman dated February 1, 1802. Lamb printed the epitaph in the Morning Post for February 7, 1804, over his initials C. Vol, Roman 4, of this edition. Mary Drute or Drute lived at Wimborne, and according to John Payne Collier in an old man's diary, died of smallpox at the age of 19. He says that Lamb's lines were cut on her tomb, but correspondence in Notes and Queries has proved this to be incorrect. The Doctor, Stoddart, having taken his DCL in 1801, was now called Dr. Stoddart. Soon after this letter, Mary Lamb was taken ill again. Letter 107. Charles Lamb to S.T. Coleridge. April 13, 1803. My dear Coleridge, things have gone on better with me since you left me. I expect to have my old housekeeper home again in a week or two. She has mended most rapidly. My health, too, has been better since you took away that Montero cap. I have left off cayenne eggs and such bolsters to discomfort. There was death in that cap. I mischievously wished that by some inauspicious jolt the whole contents might be shaken and the coach set on fire, for you said they had that property. The old gentleman who joined you at Grantham would have clapped his hands to his knees, and not knowing but it was an immediate visitation of God that burnt him, how pious it would have made him. Him, I mean, that brought the influenza with him, and only took places for one, a damned old sinner. He must have known what he had got with him. However, I wish the cap no harm for the sake of the head it fits, and could be content to see it disfigure my healthy sideboard again. Here is a paragraph erased. What do you think of smoking? I want your sober, average noon opinion of it. I generally am eating my dinner about the time I should determine it. Another small erasure. Morning is a girl and can't smoke. She's no evidence one way or other. And night is so evidently bought over that he can't be a very upright judge. Maybe the truth is that 1 pipe is wholesome, 2 pipes toothsome, 3 pipes noisome, 4 pipes fulsome, 5 pipes quarrelsome, and that's the sum on't. But that is deciding rather upon rhyme than reason. After all, our instincts may be best. Wine, I am sure, good, mellow, generous port, can hurt nobody unless they take it to excess, which they may easily avoid if they observe the rules of temperance. Bless you, old sophist, who next to human nature taught me all the corruption I was capable of knowing, and bless your Montero cap, and your trail, which shall come after you whenever you appoint, and your wife and children, pipos especially. When shall we two smoke again? Last night I had been in a sad quandary of spirits, in what they call the evening, but a pipe and some generous port, and King Lear being alone, had its effects as a remonstrance. I went to bed pot valiant. By the way, may not the Ogles of Somersetshire be remotely descended from King Lear? Love to Sarah, and ask her what gown she means that Mary has got of hers. I know of none, but what went with Miss Wordsworth's things too. Wordsworth and was paid for out of their money. I allude to a part, which I may have read imperfectly in a letter of hers to you. C.L. Coleridge had been in London early in April and had stayed with Lamb in the Temple. From the following letter to his wife, dated April 4, we get light on Lamb's allusion to his old housekeeper, i.e., Mary Lamb, and her rapid mending. I had purposed not to speak of Mary Lamb, but I had better write it than tell it. The Thursday before last, she met at Rickman's a Mr. Babb, an old friend and admirer of her mother. The next day she smiled in an ominous way. On Sunday she told her brother that she was getting bad, with great agony. On Tuesday morning she laid hold of me with violent agitation and talked wildly about George Dyer. I told Charles there was not a moment to lose, and I did not lose a moment, but went for a hackney coach and took her to the private madhouse at Hugston. She was quite calm and said it was the best to do so, but she wept bitterly 2 or 3 times, yet all in a calm way. Charles is cut to the heart. Lamb's first articulate doubts as to smoking are expressed in this letter. One may perhaps take in this connection the passage on tobacco and alcohol in the Confessions of a Drunkard, C. Vol. I. Montero Cap, A Recollection of Tristram Shandy. The Ogles and King Lear, i.e. Lear, merely a pun. Letter 108. Charles Lamb to S. T. Coleridge.